What a drop for the NASDAQ to start this session, or at least the pre-market of this session. As of right now, pre-market lows are actually below our session lows from Friday. So taking out quite a bit of that work to the upside we did on both Friday and yesterday on Monday. Lots to talk about today. I think it's certainly worth noting tons of earnings on watch, but it's not just going to be an earnings story. We still have oil in focus. Yesterday, we had Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, floating the idea of another Iran deal, but it could involve some concessions for the U.S. We also have all of these AI plays in focus. Oracle to the downside, probably the most sharply here, but NVIDIA, AMD, CoreWeave, other OpenAI partners on watch after we get some reported numbers from OpenAI that are not the greatest in terms of these metrics. Now, OpenAI, of course, also in focus with Microsoft yesterday. So AI, tons of earnings, and oil in focus. How are you doing this morning, Sharif?
Good, thank you, Adara. There's a whole lot to talk about this morning. As you mentioned, NVIDIA down aggressively here after making all-time highs yesterday, down to the tune of 3%. Microsoft as well down, as you mentioned. That OpenAI tie-up looks like they may not be generating as much revenue as they expected. As a result, they may not be building as much as they expected. USO up over 5%. GM with a report. Coke with a report. UPS. Spotify, though, and Adara, and Spotify and Corning here down already over 10%. If they were to open right now, it'd be SSR.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if they do end up being SSR. I do want to do some housekeeping as well. We have a lot of other earnings after the bell today. Robinhood is going to be one of the ones on watch. This one trading lower in tandem with the market right now. You've also got Bloom Energy and Starbucks, one of my picks for the year. They're going to be reporting today as well. Not too much pre-market action on this, but all of these after the bell, especially Robinhood, but quite a few of these numbers should certainly be of note. I believe Enphase also after the bell today. In terms of housekeeping for economic data, there's not too much. At 8:15, we're going to get that weekly ADP employment change. 9 a.m. we get some housing data, specifically house price index. 10 a.m. CB consumer confidence. That's probably going to be the biggest of these numbers. Again, the number coming at 10 a.m. So bit of housekeeping, lots to look at today. How are you doing this morning, Sean and Neil? Welcome back, Neil.
Yeah, we're back.
Morning,
we're back.
all.
We're doing pretty good. I'm not as good as Bed Bath & Beyond shareholders.
I know, right?
Right now, but
Shocker.
yeah, Neil, you brought the Nasdaq down with you today here.
My bad.
Yeah, welcome back. We had a good day with Joe yesterday. We're back. I just said finally we have the full team here. It looks like usual suspects coming through, except for my mic, apparently, Andre. Uh-oh, there we go. Fanshawe. You went to Fanshawe?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Hey, nice to see that, yeah. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, exactly. Fixing up the mics there. You know what? Look at this. Mango.
It doesn't look that ripe, though.
You know what? It's, yeah. I saw Joe was like, yo, you got to get, and Sharif was like, yo, you got to get these mangoes. So I was like, I don't know, we don't really have very many good knives. My mic's still not going very well? Yeah. All right, Neil, start take over.
Yeah, well, you know what? We're getting hit on all fronts today, unfortunately. We got oil up. We got all of these AI names to the downside, more or less. So you got them coming at you from all sides, unfortunately. It is what it is, but it does make the market a little bit volatile today. Got Bitcoin on the mind. I see double top underneath 80,000. I see prior support turning into resistance, so looking a little bit weak there. But man, some of these semi-pullback names, I don't know, just sort of going through the list. Like you're already off like 20% from the highs on ARM. It's like you go from making it all-time high to like an individual bear market. Well, okay, maybe it's not exactly there.
Much? It was
okay,
down, it's down 10 today.
Exaggerate? I don't think I'm exaggerating. It's close.
These stocks are entering markets every week.
It's 16%. Okay, so it would need to drop another, all right, so it needs to drop another 4%. But you kind of get the point. Like, so many of these things were up so much, and then it's not really taking that big of a pullback. What's seemingly that big of a pullback to get that 20% down, because it's really just a couple of days worth of work here. There was a lot to look at today. Obviously, NVIDIA was incredibly strong in yesterday's trade. Maybe you can hold on hope that GM can remain positive. Like even what goes up eventually comes down. Uh-oh. Usually, I grab one that I think is more ripe than the ones you're going to get.
Randy's got the good ones all the time.
Wow, this would be perfect.
All the time.
I always eat one and then save the next one for tomorrow.
We have mangoes. Yeah, saw one of those.
Thumbs up.
How's everything?
Chilling.
You got the Porsche shirt on there. I like that.
Always.
My mic is still not working.
What is going? Now we got to change the battery. Why is there's a random battery just sitting in the middle of the desk here? I don't know if that's any good. Probably not.
Abby, what's it Is he
I don't know what's going
what's he
on.
been doing?
Oh, now you
Yeah, but I think
you
you
can use this mic.
No, I think he's got. No, give it to
You
Randy. That's
use
Randy.
you
right?
should
No-
be using the mic.
No one wants to hear
Come on
me.
now.
So, Randy, how's it going? Raining outside right now. A little damp. We have baseball practice tonight, so hopefully it holds out until that. Not playing at the Dome, though, so we got to make sure it doesn't rain too much. The Blue Jays wearing the hat yesterday lost to the Red Sox. Man,
After they can their entire staff.
I know, and the mic is still not working. This is perfect. Right?
What is going? Okay,
Randy, take.
we're still having mic issues. Yeah, you
Is this mic even
just
on?
figure it
I
out.
have nothing to say. There we go. Right, so General Motors up 1%.
It was up way more than that before. That's looking trash, to be honest. Like, it's just another stock that looked like it was headed for a breakout this morning, and then all of a sudden, complete miss.
It wasn't even on. Come on, Randy.
Of course it wasn't on. Why, I mean, why would you turn the microphone on? We don't need turn my headphones up. Turn them issues up. Joe knows what that. Joe doesn't know that one. No, Sharif knows what's up with that one, right? Turn my headphones up. Put some treble in it.
All right.
That's my word. Oh my goodness. Okay, well I guess we're figured now. Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. Everyone's saying my mic is fine, but Andre's going crazy.
You know what is fine? Allegedly, Sports Entertainment Gaming Global.
You're not long?
No. Which just broke about, I don't know, a few minutes
You didn't
ago.
buy that yesterday?
Broke out what price? $1.
What are you doing at home if you're not buying that?
$1. Just broke the dollar on the run here. Let's see if there's news with we'll just call it SEG, because I'm not saying the whole thing over and over again. Partners with Polymarket to power sports.com predict. And yesterday there was a story that they launched sports.com predict ahead of the FIFA World Cup. So
Nice.
SEGG on the run again today.
The World Cup is going to be wild.
It's going to be
here.
intense.
I don't even.
There was like a big hubbub about the free fan. Who hit the fail for the? What do you have against the World Cup, Joe? Joe doesn't like the World Cup. Joe's not happy about the World Cup at all.
Joe's
hate.
renting out his place.
Hate.
He's going to live with Sharif for a day, and they're going to get like $3,000 for a night or something like that.
It'd be insane.
And they're going to party like
It'd be
it's.
insane. You probably could. I mean,
Oh yeah, for sure.
yeah, you probably could.
Marissa said like our house could get something like $10,000 for the week or something.
Yeah,
they're up on like
Yeah, on a
Airbnb or Verbo. Or
Verbo.
whatever they're up on there right now. I'm gonna put the sticky note out right now, but yeah, look, I was actually put Bed Bath & Beyond on the sticky note. You know, one thing I went to Neil, I was like, is this the same company? Like, what is even going on over here? Because we haven't talked about this in a minute. But check out this. Andre, could you please fix my mic?
Oh my goodness, still?
I'm not even plugged in.
Okay, wow. Well, Bed Bath & Beyond is still alive, and it's almost at VWAP, which is what we want to see. If you're looking for a squeeze, the squeeze name has to break out tops. If you don't break out tops, then shorts aren't scared. It's just that simple. And it hasn't really taken out the top. But now everyone's saying it's fine. Your mic is absolutely fine. But Bed Bath & Beyond,
They're trolling.
it's just a pure recovery play. What's the short float on
No, I
this?
hear
Now? Because I
myself.
can't imagine it's anywhere near what it was back in the day.
Well, what I was going to show you guys was this chart. Yeah, you look at that up, but look at this
It's only
chart.
12.
Oh yeah, see, that's not too bad. This is a monthly chart for Bed Bath & Beyond. I mean, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here again. So I don't know. It's actually, you know, if we hide the symbol right now and you don't think about all the accounting issues and all the stuff, you know, that was going crazy sort of during COVID when we went to the AMC and the GameStop and all that kind of stuff, and we just sort of remember what Bed Bath & Beyond is. Now, I think that in Canada, I believe they've closed, thank you so much, Randy, I believe they've closed like all the stores. So I don't really know exactly what's going on, but their quarter was a pretty good quarter. I mean, they came out there, Adara, everybody worked on this watch list, and we want to thank you guys for that. But here it is. Oh, you spilled some coffee already over there? That's okay. Here it is right here, gapping up after its Q1 2026 earnings report. Sales grew by 7% year over year, 248 million. Net loss, so narrowed to 16 million, so still losing, but that's okay. Sales growing, looks like this company might have some upside potential to it. $40 million loss in a year ago. So I believe they have new management trying to figure that stuff out. 16 million versus minus 40 million. And then there we go last year. same growth, 194 to 205. They put out 248. So as we continue to watch out for Bed Bath & Beyond, let's just wait to see if there is a bigger move involved here, because I wrote down $6. Now it's already sort of gone to the upside here already this morning. Through 6 and now through 7, and whoops, get up there, chart. Trying to break now through $7. So we'll see what happens here on Bed Bath & Beyond. There's a $6 pull. I just said, let's see if it comes back into 6, right? I mean, I wrote this down just 20 minutes ago. So we're just going to wait to see if there is a fallback in. You mentioned 12% short. Would probably liked a little bit more than that, but that's okay. This is going to be an interesting name. And then they all fall down. We have we talked about Kanye West yesterday, and here it comes right back in again. Here comes Oracle. Adair's going to be winning on that one. Where's the awesome right there? As despite Oracle's rise right there, Adair was always talking about, still did not believe in this sort of all the debt that they were taking on. And then when OpenAI comes out and misses some of their targets, then yeah, that does, put questions now into the, will Oracle get their money back in everything that they've been investing here into the data center build out? Will OpenAI be that big unicorn that everyone's hoping it to be? I would still say yes. I mean, they're going to flood the market with their IPO and they're going to raise enough capital to get this all done. But at the end of the day, there still is worries there. So here's Oracle down 7%. And at the top of my watch list today is Oracle. I mean, I think we got to try to play this name short for sure.
Well,
you're not wrong about that one, but Canada is not. Plight of Canada is not based on.
Hey, come on.
The lack of engineers that we have in this wonderful country, but that is a definite.
Scaffolding looks fine.
If you guys want to look that up, look it up.
Just trust me when I tell you.
As long as it's not windy, it's all good.
Or people don't jump up and down.
It's misinformation. What was the information story today, Adara? What were they reporting?
I believe this concerned the Google reports, just saying that Google is going to be making some deals with the Pentagon. Though it is worth noting, this is not the first time I heard this. I actually heard this and reported it yesterday. And I find that a lot of times, either with the information, these reports are proven or considered to be untrue, or B, they report stuff we already knew. In this case, I actually think it's B, because like I said, this is not the first time I've heard of that Google-Pentagon deal. So I think in this case, the information could be, as always, anything could be misinformation, but I think in this case, they just kind of rehashed something we knew, which is something the information does quite a lot, and it's been called out for by analysts.
Okay, yeah, we have...
doesn't seem to be helping the stock much.
It says the information reported the company secured a major U.S. defense contract allowing the Pentagon to use its AI models for classified operations. So this would significantly expand Google's role, of course, in national security, hitting a name like Palantir, which is on my radar for a short today, Palantir. And here's Google giving it back, obviously, a little bit as the whole market's coming back in just a bit today. You can see this is the NASDAQ, the plight of it so far. ES only down 0.67, but it all starts with some of those data center names. We talked about Oracle. We were going to have to look at some Microsoft. Microsoft got some negative information yesterday about OpenAI, and it was down 4%. Well, come on, charts. Battle back to green, of course, yesterday. Microsoft down 1.2% right there. And then what's another big AI build-out name? I mean, you're probably going to get names like Marvell and Broadcom potentially to the downside. Well, Marvell's still 150, but that's down. You mentioned ARM down 9%.
Well, from the highs, almost 17% from the highs.
Yeah, yesterday was down day, and then today down day for ARM as well. So we'll see if some stuff.
Well, you know what's holding up well? It seems like every day that AI struggles, or you know what I mean, like the AI trade struggles, we look over and you see a bit of strength in Apple. Because everyone always complains about when, oh my goodness, everything's going ham. Why isn't Apple going up the last couple of sessions? Well, there you go. Like today, it catches a bit of a bid. It's up 0.7 when the NASDAQ and the ES are down. I mean, the Dow's probably down too. Like, I guess almost everything is going to be down. But it's showing that relative strength. And sometimes this is how it goes. Like it's passing the baton or rotating back in, but the safe money away from AI build-up seems to just like Apple, right? They're going a bit of a different route, and that gives some benefit. There's always something that looks a little bit strong, right? And it's oil did a second ago. It just lost VWAP, but it looks like it's going to be Apple today. I don't see anything else in the Meg that's holding up very well, if we're being real about it. And good news, well, you'd think it would be good news. There was a slight top that was just made. I mean, we're gapping up in oil and back into some highs, but a bit of a slight top that's been made. So we're not under pressure right now from just pure upward trend in oil, but it's not really helping the market too much. It seems like this is more of a tech top today. So maybe keep an eye out on Apple for a little bit of that relative strength. Looks like that could be the safe place to hide, if we want to call it that?
I mean, yesterday we had, I think you can hide in NVIDIA. I mean, NVIDIA yesterday broke up to 216. We had the 208 registered long yesterday. And then it just took off from 208, bounced around a little bit, was pretty choppy until 10:30, obviously, and then it somehow made a bottom magically. And then just took off, up $8 straight up pretty much. A little bit of a pullback there at 3 p.m. But you can see today, this is NVIDIA right now. So I said yesterday's trade, tomorrow's trade today was going to be some sort of an NVIDIA long. Yesterday we had NVIDIA written down at 08, and today we have it written down at 08 again. So I was thinking NVIDIA coming into 208, we'll get that, or we'll look for a 213.50 or so short if it does come back up there. So we're going to, play, it's on the note. The note's out already today. We'll copy and paste that into the chat, but go find it right now. NVIDIA, there's your 213. I was just looking sort of, I don't know. I thought maybe if it bounces back up, we could get a little bit of a short, 213, 212, somewhere like that. But yeah, it's still early days, man. An hour 15 until this market opens. So it's mango, banana, and coffee day around here. And Sharif, I heard you got a mango too back there.
Right away, Sean. I saw it immediately and had to secure the mango. So it'll go with the banana and the apple that I also.
Just in case there's nothing good for lunch.
Yeah, we're going to talk here a little bit more about that AI trade and why this is so much down, but I wanted to talk a bit about Bed Bath & Beyond, because I know you guys were asking, is this the same company? It's all very complicated and weird, but basically, I guess Bed Bath & Beyond was bought out by this company called Overstock back in, I think, 1999, 2000. Then they become Bed Bath & Beyond. In 2023, Overstock.com acquires the IP of Bed Bath & Beyond, and then the company becomes Beyonding, and then eventually Overstock becomes introduced again, and then by 2025, in August, you get the former legal name Bed Bath & Beyond readopted, and the ticker comes back. So it's the same company, but it's gone through a lot of different chrysalises or chrysali. I don't know what the plural of that is, but yeah, so tons of evolutions here for BBBY. I did want to get into that. It is the same company, but it's worn many different hats. I want to talk right now, though, about this whole AI trade and why a lot of these names are to the downside. Of course, Oracle and I believe CoreWeave getting hit the hardest here, but any company that has some kind of partnership with OpenAI in that AI and cloud space, they're not having a good morning, Sharif.
So here's what's being talked about internally, guys. A lot of this isn't actually reported in the mainstream media. $800 billion is what they're cutting in terms of spending. So they were internally gauging about $1.4 trillion in spend. They're now cutting that down to 600. So that's an $800 billion haircut right there. And so they're basically not going to have data centers to the tune of what they had expected. So what are they going to do? So that means that they're likely going to rent more space from hyperscalers like Oracle, Amazon. We'll get to the Microsoft angle in a minute. They're dissolving the Microsoft monolith. What does that mean? So as of this month, their exclusivity their partnership with Microsoft for exclusive access to Azure is kind of dwindling away, which helps them kind of make that deal with Amazon for $50 billion. So no longer is Microsoft going to be the sole banker for power as well as compute. And then there's also the problem with inference. This is costing them a lot of money. So for example, most of these queries that are coming in now are coming in on the free plan. 94.5% of OpenAI's customers are in the free plan. However, there's a lot more inference compute being used. What has that done? That's dropped gross margins from 40% down to 33% because they're not making any money on those. And then there's also the Stargate financing gap. Remember that $500 billion kind of call out where Altman was there with Ellison and Trump at the White House? Well, only $52 billion of that $500 billion has actually been spent. $448 billion is actually supposed to be raised by debt. However, all the banks and the financiers don't want to actually lend them the money here because of the circularity of the AI trade that we've been talking a lot about. So a lot of interesting developments here, Adara. Some good, maybe for some hyperscalers because they're not going to be building out the data centers. They'll be forced to rent space and compute from bigger names. But there's going to be a lot of chip-making tools and chip companies that don't actually sell their product.
And we know the other concern here is Wall Street Journal reporting that OpenAI couldn't even make its own revenue and user target. So this could be a bit of a concern, especially, like I mentioned, for these Oracles and for these CoreWeaves. We're going to have to wait and see what happens here. What are you two looking at?
Well, you know what? It's not Microsoft. Because there's way worse way bigger pain points right now if you're looking at where this trade is going. And maybe it has something to do with the fact that Microsoft's been generally, from a sentiment standpoint, been trading more with our software names out there than necessarily AI trade. Like if it wasn't as strong for the AI push, then really, do you expect it to get dumped as much there? It's kind of all starts for me. Look, Intel, yes, because it's still trading pretty interestingly after its earnings, but then Oracle, like it's the epicenter of, it's not fair to say it's the epicenter, but it kind of is. It's the epicenter of the weakness in the trade. And there's a pretty significant, flat bottom. It's like a rounded, we call it like a frowny face, I guess is what Michael Noss would say, where you got the frowny face going on, and then you have effectively a flat bottom break here as long as it holds underneath the 161. But I go a step further than that because I like the 165. I want to trade inside the range, playing down to a potential breakdown. It put in that bottom, it gave you, what did it give you off the lows here? Call it 40% maybe a tad underneath 40% off of those bottoms. Pretty good, and it's got room to get back into the 50 period where I think it's going to have a bit of a test. Got a lot of earnings to get through, and I think the hyperscalers are going to be a pretty big deal. We get them if there's any weakness from the CEOs talking about their data set, their CapEx spending, it's going to get really, really nasty. Like this is the one quarter where you probably can't have that happen because we just made fresh highs in the market. So things that we're trying to get off the schneid need this to continue, and probably none more than Oracle. So looking at week today, I'll give it to 165. But ultimately, I just can't see myself liking the long.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I mean, oil's dropped a little bit here from 141 down to 138. Bounced off 137. It looks like now you got 139 and change. So OPEC and OPEC Plus, now UAE decides to leave them. So I don't know exactly what that means for the price of oil. I mean, maybe more friction now between, because trying to set the price with OPEC and OPEC Plus. They have, agreements on, amount of barrels and distribution and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know if it loosens the strings a little bit on the price here of oil, but I mean, that's just what's going on.
It should, then maybe it'd be good for them.
Yeah, I think it probably is decently for them. Here's the K contract. That's not the right one, I guess. Here it comes. No, CL must be J. JKL right now. Anyways, CL / okay, so K is, what month are we even on here? April, May, June maybe already? M, okay, 99.98. I don't know, my charts just don't seem to be, okay, here you go. Don't seem to be working, but there it is right now. So oil right now still up at 4%. Don't know why I'm not getting quotes here, but there's a move down into 99 up to 100 again right there now for Brent. So there it goes, 99 and change up to $100 on this headline. I'm not getting the quote, so that's interesting for now. But here goes USO is probably what you guys are mainly trading right now, back up to 140. So almost as if that headline didn't happen. Downside would have been a great opportunity to buy that dip, and then right there, back up. Okay, so here's another one, OpenAI. So I was actually, Derek came back and said, what were you looking at? I actually called up oil before that move happened because it was a name that we hadn't looked at oil yet, and it was up 4 or 5%. So there it is. More news there. Thank you, David, for this here. OpenAI trouble with an article from Information. Okay, here we go. We just talked about the Information. It's an old one, okay, from April 6th. But the street decided to take profit today, so Wall Street. So I'm not sure what exactly that article particularly was, but there has been some talk, obviously.
I tried to find it. I found one from April 5th, one from April 9th. I have not seen this specific article.
What was the 5th?
The 5th was actually not related. It was just saying that the CFO, who is very outspoken of OpenAI, Sarah Fryer, and CEO Sam Altman have not agreed on an IPO date, which I don't think would have anything to do with this, truthfully. But again, the information is heavily paywalled, and it's even hard to access through archives, so I couldn't get any more info for now.
Okay, so look, I think we've been worried about OpenAI and their ability to raise cash. There's also the lawsuit right now with Elon Musk and Sam Altman. So that all starts today, I believe, as well. So there's going to be more disturbance, definitely, in the AI space as far as OpenAI is concerned. coming up over the next couple of days, weeks, and months. So as they look to also come to market, right? So we'll see who wins that race: SpaceX, OpenAI, or Anthropic. Who shall be first? All right.
SpaceX, probably.
Yeah, I think SpaceX already sort of filed, right? So that's all good there. All right, let's go back over to Joe and see what's been upgraded and downgraded on a day where I don't think there's going to be too many problems finding names to trade.
All right, guys, welcome. Let's take a look at some of the options activity from yesterday, guys. We're going to kick things off with Robinhood reporting after the bell here today. So one thing that we want to note is open interest. We're going to look for the most amount of size on this week's expiration cycle. That is going to be the first of the month. Now, open interest 15,000 contracts with volume around 8,570 open and closed. And you can see that we're sitting on a $3 spread, not too bad here. But the at-the-money IB really starting to uptick, okay, guys? So 120.3% for implied volatility. And then your delta, you're sitting around that 31 metric. Now, as for our expected move, we're looking at around 12.1%. And that could put us at a high of around $94.15 and a low of around $73.75. Now, as for our gamma exposure, relatively cool. And at the close yesterday, we closed around 83.95. So let's see if we can get that bump a little bit higher. There isn't much open interest aside from what we have at this $90 strike price. Moving forward, we're going to take a look at Google, another name, a tech name that was making all-time highs, reporting Wednesday after the bell, guys. We want to look at this week's expiration cycle and the most amount of interest once again. Open interest. Now, 7,940 contracts are still currently open on this expiration cycle, with 4,730 open and closed on yesterday's session. Now, the bid and the ask, relatively expensive, and you're looking at a $15 spread right here, guys. Delta sitting around that $44 metric, and then also we're going to be looking at this $355 strike price. Now, gamma exposure, relatively cool, and then at the money IV sitting around 67.4%. Now, as for our expected moves, implied volatility, really, once again, we were talking about that at 67%. But what we have here is a 5.6% expected move with a high of around 369 and a low of around 338. All right, let's see how that earnings report goes on. Thanks, guys. We'll send it back.
Yeah, a couple of important names this week, although the one tonight, the hooded one, we'll see how it looks. Robinhood, some days it feels like, okay, well, they're just kind of going with crypto, and then other days they're not really. Today, you'd make the argument that since everything's down, it's going to look a lot like what Bitcoin is doing here, but it's definitely sliding. I had IBIT on the list, but it's hard to completely ignore that there's a bit of a flat bottom break here in Robinhood through the $81 level. Like, I'm going to lean toward more likely just keeping it simple and looking at IBIT. The structure of IBIT looks bad, but it looks good for the short side, right? Like clear high, lower highs, broke down that flat bottom yesterday at about 43.65, gives you one level to work off of. Triple bottom gives you support turning into resistance. So there's multiple, like 2 levels within that range from the afternoon. We'll zoom in, that you can work the short off of here. But yeah, Robinhood, a lot going to be at stake for them. And if it loses 81 today, I could see it being a much more violent day than you would usually get going into earnings. Already down 2.5%. There for Robinhood. PDT thing, positive, but then that's taking a while to implement. Today it's probably going to move with a little bit of market sentiment and then how crypto goes today.
Yeah, I was just to go to a name that Joe had mentioned there was just with Google. I mean, I think crypto's good because we already failed off at 80,000, and yesterday we were at 78. You're down to 76, so definitely like the momentum there. We thought Google had some great momentum. I mean, you had the SOX L up, I think it was 18 or 19 straight days. We fell down yesterday. Google's something very similar here, as many of these Mag 7s just continue to make new moves higher. But here it's Google pulling right back in and just trying to find a range for this name. I mean, as Neil mentioned, Apple probably is the only name above water right now out of the big ones. But Google's coming into a decent level. I mean, I think this 345, sort of where we started yesterday off at. We had a dump down early and then the raise up, and we saw that with NVIDIA, we saw that with Tesla, we saw that with many of the names. I mean, Tesla has like a almost complete V-shaped recovery there yesterday, and that's exactly what it was. And that's kind of what it is here on Google. So if we can get a drop in here, and we don't think this world is completely falling apart, then what about just a 345, right? That was the top here on the 24th. So back into Friday, we couldn't break through. Yesterday, we opened up here, fell back in a couple bucks and took it and ripped, and we didn't even think about coming back in. So right now, there's your 200 period moving average at 347. If this market was up here, I'd be using this as a long. So we may go long right at 347, right when this market opens up. We just need to see that the NASDAQ actually wants to go. It's a dangerous day today. It's sitting in front of something, as you could be really in front of a falling knife. I would prefer Oracle. Look, we had wrote this note down a while ago when we were at 162, but I'm looking at like a 164, 165. If we can get something short here on an Oracle bump up, this is sort of where we want to look. I mean, the momentum's downside. Oracle's been fading off of some of those highs, right? They had such a great run from 130 up to 190, and now pulling back in on OpenAI worries. So, I mean, I think Bitcoin's in trouble a little bit there. About some of these bigger names there. And then we already talked about Apple, but the long, really, I think if this market actually does fall on its face and someone comes in and sells this up 30%, I think we can get long somewhere near the 200 period of Bed Bath & Beyond. I mean, it's on my list as a long. I don't, that could be something. And then the other one, if we get really bad, Joe and I talked about this yesterday, and I know Neil, we talked about this on Friday too, like Netflix is not at a horrible level either. That's right, that stupid split. Can't seem to get out of its way there at 90. So if we can hold in and around this area, possibly take advantage of some of these bottom wicks. Hold on a second, this guy pushes over. If we get something like this today, let's look for an exhaustion candle, and maybe we can buy up some Netflix. Still positive today, right? Netflix up 0.3. Like with the market getting hit like this, I'm not expecting.
It's also one of those.
Like, what are the banks even?
They've been like Apple. Netflix has been a lot like Apple in some ways. Like in the days where the focus has been on selling off AI, Netflix has tended to be relatively strong. So it's not too bad at all. There are some other relative strength. I mean,
which ones?
Yeah, like aftermarket, Nucor was able to beat last night, and it's a pretty hefty beat. Like they actually beat expectations by like 6% on revenue, and then even more than that on EPS. Probably not the sexiest day trade, but there is something that's making and pressing through some big time highs as well. Adrian in the chat, there's a name we don't
Pfizer
talk
is
about
going up
often,
right now.
and Pfizer, there's another one for you. Like that's up 4% today.
There's obviously news,
right? Like there's going to be some strength. There was all that. I know
Adair, there's something on Pfizer.
Because Pfizer just went.
And there's nothing yet on Benzinga. I'll check social media, but I feel like usually for these pharma catalysts, Benzinga's going to have it first.
Yeah, we don't see the news on Pfizer, but I mean, it is a nice move up here. And if you look at the chart, I mean, again, a pretty healthy dividend payer and trying to break out of their range as well. Pfizer's has been hot garbage for a long time. But if you're collecting dividends, it's been fine. I mean, there's been a lot worse stocks than this, and I shouldn't say it's been that bad, depending on where you've gotten it, right? I mean, this was just $24 up to $28. So I think Pfizer's actually, I'll take that back. It's actually been performing pretty well. Holding the 200 period moving average, nice base there, 24 and change. I think where you want to look today, like, we talked about this yesterday, taking profits on Marvell, taking some profits on Intel. Like, we got that super chat yesterday. What do you do in your long term when you have stocks that are up like this? I don't think there's anything wrong with trimming something, because even if you did a little bit of that today or yesterday when we talked about it, look, you might not be buying it right back today. I mean, I don't think you need to be day trading these things like that right now. But if you do, then you just put 4% in your pocket if you still like the long. There could be more ways to go down, and if that's the case, then you did even better by selling. So if you sold $1,000 worth yesterday and you're already feeling like you won, you could buy 25% of that position back or something like that today. Put that 4% in your pocket. But the market is an interesting one here, because we always are like, wow, the market, like here's Marvell down 6% again, right? So there's going to be times where there's just enthusiastic buyers coming in. And then when those buyers stop, and there's supply issues, and like right now, there's no one wants to buy it up here. So there's only one thing to do, and that is sell it down. Arm shoulder report from, so
arms and shoulders, get that work.
Yesterday you talked about.
Skip leg day, though.
Were you long or I think you were short. Yeah, short BMNR yesterday, right?
I think since last week,
and
short
Bitcoin,
BMNR.
yeah. So there we go. And long on SLV. So we.
What was last week? It was MSTR JKL. So you're added.
He tweeted yesterday. He gave us a super chat yesterday. I think it was both those shorts. And then what was he yesterday? Long silver okay? Well, silver down 3% today, so taking the long maybe into today. We'll see what winds up happening with silver. Silver's been an okay trade as well. We have the U.S. dollar moving higher today, so silver coming back in on that kind of a move as well, probably. The DXY, quick little look. We'll go back over the desk. We don't have any guests today, so we just killing some time here. DXY, we're talking about a lot of stuff, obviously. Here we go. Let's go over to a 5-minute chart just to have a quick look. There it is. So there's the dollar. We talked about some strength coming in to the U.S. dollar, as I just mentioned it, and there it goes. You know, NASDAQ wants a weaker U.S. dollar right there. We have a strong one today, so kind of going oppo. We'd like to see this start to come back in a little bit. Right there, but
there's another one. Adam James abroad. Great to have the whole crew back. I just need oh boy to pop in, heading into Salvadorian mountains.
There, that's the most you'll get of Obi today.
Yeah. Coffee farms, colonial towns, and more. So happy trading, y'all. Enjoy. Adam James abroad, just living the good life, man. Love the travel, get her done. Now, Obi's kicking around. He's just obviously doing his trading thing. But, you know, we're happy to have the entire team. Sans, well, I guess Brendan will be around.
Yeah, Brendan's going to be around here.
Be
Sia was in yesterday. I don't know what these people are, these young kids these days.
Yeah. Enjoying the weather, maybe?
Yeah. We're actually opening up a couple more offices. We have some big announcements to make for Trader TV Live, so wait till you hear about all of that. 3% right now for silver. We just talked a little bit about that. We'll see if we can bounce off the 200 period moving average at some point. $56 is the low there for SLV. All right, it's 8:36. We had a couple good reports this morning, right? We had some GM going through. We had some Bed Bath & Beyond. We had Newmont. We had a whole bunch of different names going through. Sean found Obi yesterday. Oh, did Obi come on the show yesterday? I don't remember if he did or not. I did see Obi yesterday in the yeah, he was in the kitchen there. He's not really trading any algo kind of stuff. Yesterday he was trading Tesla. So
that's where he sits.
But yeah, that's where he sits for now. Yeah. Okay, let's go back over the desk.
Yeah, I believe they're probably referring to that time that you pulled up that Binance photo of all the screens and you said that was Obi. I'm thinking that's probably what that was a reference to. But yeah, I mean, we're going to talk about a little Tesla. We'll talk about one of these earnings reports, Corning. Just a reminder, though, with USO, what happened here is UAE saying that they're going to be leaving OPEC and OPEC Plus as of May 1st. They didn't consult with any other country when they made this decision. This was just a decision they wanted to make, I guess, at a time, quote, when consumers need our attention, according to the UAE energy minister. So they will be leaving OPEC and OPEC Plus, as far as I can tell. This is confirmed, or at least we have officials from the UAE speaking to Reuters about it. CNC earnings call looks like this just closed up, so another earnings name on watch. Not too much action here. But let's talk TSLA, because a couple of different catalysts with Tesla. We know yesterday on watch today as well, but I think that NHTSA, probably the best catalyst here for TSLA today.
Yeah, I don't have too much information on Tesla, Dara, but I can cover Corning. So this is an interesting report here, guys. A beat on the top and bottom line, but the guidance is not looking good. So they guided $4.6 billion in revenue for Q2. That was below the 4.67. And, you know, when you're up about 300% in the last 52 weeks and up 100% year to date, usually a miss on guidance will send your stock lower. There's also a bit of an issue here with respect to their solar maintenance drag. So they're going to have to shut down their solar wafer facility for all of Q2. That's going to add about $30 million in debt. That's going to eat into margins. So the market really not liking that. And as I mentioned, up a lot over the last year. And, you know, unless you're going to have a perfect report, there's going to be a bit of a send. And valuation friction here. So recently trading at a PE of about 90 times. So the market was really pricing in flawless execution, Adara.
Yeah, I'll just mention that Tesla story quickly so you guys are aware. NHTSA, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, closing its investigation into more than 120,000 Model Y vehicles or Tesla. They basically said that there was this issue with steering wheel detachment, which they determined was not a model-wide issue. It just were a couple isolated vehicles that had this problem. So ostensibly a good catalyst for TSLA right now, trading a little bit lower in tandem with the rest of the market. Are you guys looking at Tesla or Corning or both this morning?
Well, it's hard to, when you look at Corning's the only thing that's worse right now than Oracle, if you look at it percentage-wise. Tesla's not moving a ton, so it's not directly on the radar, but I mean, Corning, when you're that expensive, we talked about this before. Like if you're super expensive and then you don't come with the perfect goods during this earnings cycle, well, you're going to get shellacked a little bit. The question is, can it bounce the 50-period moving average? Right now, it's not doing so. So it's been holding. Like the 50's been really good for the stock on the bullish to the run, but it's been more of a suggestion when it's been consolidating. So I would lean into, well, you just reported, give it a bit of time to see if it's going to hold that 50-period moving average. Because that's the big one. This has not held under the 50 period since, and it was only for 3 days at the beginning of the year. And then before that, it was for maybe a couple of weeks in November. It's a pretty big line, and as you said, it's very, very expensive. I would think that I'll probably like Oracle a little bit more if that one's able to pop back into some resistance, but then 150 also looks pretty interesting in Corning. I just feel like Oracle will be an easier road to hoe, because you're bouncing the 50 period. It's a tough place to look for that short. And then when it comes to Tesla, I don't see that as a huge catalyst. Tesla's got an interesting triple top. Like every single day for the last 3 days, we talked about this on Thursday and Friday, like from 380 to 385. For myself, 82 to 86 was kind of the resistance level. Seems like the same thing here on Tesla. Just can't think of a reason why this one's in play over the other litany of names that we got out there. But yeah, if it gets into that fade zone 3 times in a row, usually I'd be wanting to look breakout the 4th time it gets up there. I just don't see the catalyst, any catalyst that gets it into that break.
Yeah, yesterday we didn't even have bad news, and Tesla, as I said yesterday about that complete V shape there, we actually well exceeded where we opened from, so almost like a W and then extension all the way to the upside there. But this was Tesla yesterday, just felt like a rock right into 364, and then NVIDIA took off around 10:30. This name waited till 11:30 before it just caught crazy fire. And again, there's was no volume down here indicating that these would be bottoms or anything like that. So I just think that this could happen again. So I don't think it's really worth sitting around and playing too many games with Tesla here. If it wants to fall back in, then we can wait for it to make a base and then hope that we get a move higher. Although today's day looks like we may have a continuation move lower in the futures. So I'm looking at potential continuation break down through 372. Now hitting the flat bottoms like that haven't been that great. Yesterday we did it on the TQs, which turned out to be fantastic. But the thing about, it was the #1 trade for me yesterday, and this is what we did there. It broke the pre-market low right into here, and we took that pretty early when that happened. But then if you could see, we were, it was lucky that happened. Here's the market opening up right here. So there's the pre-market break. We had that move there, and then it made its way back up through VWAP, and then, basically gave us a much better price to short just 30 minutes in, and then we hit that short again before finally getting stopped out once it broke through 50. So, there's the move down, the continuation move down on the break. Only lasted 20 minutes, right back to the upside, then the fade again. So for me on Tesla, if we could do something very similar to that today, that's what I'll be looking for. Let's see what the NASDAQ winds up doing. We still have the imbalances to come out, but for right now, a break of 372, I think, is a good trade that should be able to get us back into, 68, somewhere like this, 69, like sort of that pop and drop area right there. So if we break 372, look for $3 or $4 to that end, and then maybe even debate covering depending on what the NASDAQ is doing, because we wait for some sort of a move like that. The NASDAQ has very much recovered a lot of the days that we had here. Even Joe and I yesterday were like, hey man, maybe we should just hold some of these longs in case that NASDAQ does pop up like it's been doing every single day. So NASDAQ won't be at all-time highs today, but it definitely was there yesterday. So we're gonna see what happens with an early bleed down in the market. I still like Tesla. Rivian is coming through later on this week. So that could be a play if you're looking to, put yourself into position for potential Rivian earnings, which I believe is Thursday. We'll wait to see if they can come out with better numbers for their R2 potentially as they start to build out right now. That factory, apparently going to be delivering right now in the United States, I believe this quarter for the R2. So we'll see if they have some positive early buys and early indication there of inventory and how that's going, and if there's going to be a loss per vehicle there, which I'm sure there will be. But there goes Rivian. Well, who knows if it's going to go, but it's not a bad setup, man. Bouncing off the 200 period right here. $15, $16, I think.
Got a good support level.
I think there's something there anyways. Yeah.
Someone's been accumulating that at higher lows. Like every single time it seems to get into a higher low, it just sits there for a couple of weeks and then you get a good bounce. I think earnings hopefully can do some wonders to get a little bit of a catalyst.
Yeah, why not?
Going. But it's just like I looked at it today, and like outside of, we keep talking about like outside of Apple and outside of like Netflix, just looking at my quote board, like it's all energy clearly that's going to be strong. And Eli Lilly kind of stands out a little bit. It's a weird one that Disney's, but then Disney, Netflix, you kind of think that's the same thing. It's just hard not to look at all of the chip destruction, like every one of these chip names, chips in pain, and then it's going to be crypto names. And then one thing, which leads me to another one that's going to be down, Alibaba, like it's getting, I don't know if this is going to happen today, but there's been a very big support at $120 on Alibaba. It's ticking under 130, so it's now in the 120s now. So we're back down here and we're close enough, but that's been a pretty big support. Go back to August. I guess it would have been the summer of last year as well, up until August, and then the recent lows. So I think we're within spitting distance of put up or shut up time for Alibaba. The Chinese names have been under a lot of pressure. I'd like to see that one come in this week and maybe look for a little bit of a temporary bounce. Lars Geerlings.
Yeah,
Thoughts on ONDS.
Lars Geerlings. Yeah.
ONDS. Okay, Ondas. Is there news on Ondas today? Quickly double.
I'm not on that.
I don't think there's any news on Ondas.
No news on ONDS. Also, I've been checking Pfizer. I still don't have any news on Pfizer either.
Well, in lieu of any news on Ondas, I'm not really sure what's going to get it going. Good, like it was a great rally here yesterday, but a great rally looking like off of the bottoms. So I guess you've got this $10 breakout zone, $10 looking like it's a pretty good support level. With no catalyst and down in a weak market, tend to look at it as a play off of support, if there's even a trade there at all. It's good accumulation over the 50 period here, but without it breaking out today, without a catalyst, in the market looking weak, I'd probably just wait for support levels if I was even looking at this as a trade at all. And typically you want this one when it's in play somehow. But there are worse looking charts out there, I grant you that much.
All right, yeah, still no news there on Pfizer. We can have just call it back up just a little bit here, as you know, sometimes it's just that plays. Maybe it's mentioned somewhere else. And just got a little bit of a bump back, but it's already pulled back half of what it was going up. So we'll keep our ears to the ground. And GM, we're going to talk about, we have lots of stories to talk about here today, but General Motors, another decent, I was going to say another decent report, but now it's red. So there goes GM back into the downside. All right, let's go back over the desk. It's only 8:47. We're going to have our rundown about 9 o'clock of upgrades and downgrades. We've got Joe's already done the options report there. And it should be a very interesting day today. Will the NASDAQ finally have a red day of decent proportion? We'll see. It's trying to climb back right now. Only down 1.2. I mean, we were down 1.5.
Had that 2% in a bit.
That's what I mean. Like, is that one of those days that's happening right now? Or will Bed Bath & Beyond save the whole market? Is potentially true. So we'll wait to see.
Well, how much? How much would Bed Bath & Beyond have to go? No, it couldn't. No, but I could see 2%. Today. Like, I feel like we've been a bit due for it. If you don't get recovery in some of these AI names, that's exactly how you get a 2%er. There's just not a lot of strength out there. And Bed Bath & Beyond is not going to save anything.
Oh, it looks like Joe's getting ready for a little something over there. I see you over there. I see you over there, Joe.
Uh-oh.
I see you over there.
Oh, there's the upgrade.
That's a 28 by 14 Jumbotron in the background getting on over there. So, yeah, Mike, check again.
Mario Kart tournament going.
Yeah, I'd love to get the Mario Kart going on there. That'd be really sick to do that. All right, let's go back over the desk, see what Adara wants to talk about.
We're going to discuss here a couple more earnings plays. I know you mentioned GM, Sean. That's going to be on the rundown, so we will talk GM. But in the meantime, a couple names we're not going to discuss during the rundown. One of these is UPS, United Parcel Services, delivering kind of a mixed report, but certainly not one that the market seems to like as of right now. Did beat, though, on EPS and sales.
They did, Adara. Versus the 101 on EPS, with revenue coming in at 21.2. That missed, slight miss, 21.58 billion. The street was looking for, showing mixed quality. Adjusted operating income, though, up nicely about year over year from 1.18 billion to up 1.49. Full year guide maintained the same thing, 89.7 billion in operating profit, supposed to come in at about 88.6 billion. The key issue here is, though, the domestic volume is declining. We've seen them kind of reduce their business with Amazon, hence why domestic volume is dropping. It's highlighting the continued demand softness and weak core shipping trends. There's also cost cutting, and that's why they did better on EPS but missed on revenue, and that really isn't helping. Capital spending also staying steady, $4.5 billion. So if you're in this one for the income generating component, that remains intact. Stock reaction about 2% give or take here in the pre-market. The implication is they're transitioning to a leaner model post the Amazon reset, but growth remains constrained without a volume recovery.
Yeah, and now I think we're going to be going over to Joe and the upgrades and downgrades on the board today.
All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. Microsoft price target being lowered here today from $575 to $505. And then we also have Nucor holding on to positivity, but going from a buy to a neutral with a price target of $244 by UBS. Then we have Rambus also on the downgrade side of things, guys. 18% slide here today. Outperformed to neutral weight here and $120 price target. And then Netflix also getting the downgrade, guys, going from a buy to a hold with a price target of $270, surprisingly. So moving forward, guys, let's take a look at some of the upgrades here. TELUS, 1.7% here today, going from a hold to a buy, $19 to $20, a dollar increase on that. Price target. Open Door also getting the nod, guys. Buy rating here by Alliance Global with an $8 price target. You're negative here, 2.3%. Now, Lake City Bank here getting the upgrade, guys, going from a market to a market perform. $63 to $66 is going to be that upgrade. And then we have Old Dominion Freight Line also getting the nod up 0.4%, little closer to 0.5% here. Price target increase from $204 to $229 by Baird, guys.
Well, for 2 points.
I mean, what's up with those names?
First off, the most interesting upgrade is Open Door, which is flat. Ooh. I mean, the downgrades are interesting, if only because how you can downgrade Netflix when they're one of the only stocks that's up today? This feels like a little bit like a nothing burger. But if we jump back to that UPS we were just talking about, why would you own UPS when you could own, okay, well, it's a little better if you look at the daily chart. That's UPS. That's FedEx. And you probably know what Amazon looks like already. Yeah, it's just a very, very large difference is the best way to think about it. You don't want to see bellwether stocks perform, but that's just continuing a trend that was already going. Yeah, it's a weird one that Netflix, that's right, not split adjusted there. It's a weird one that Netflix gets a downgrade and is not reacting to it. Netflix is barely moving. It's still in that slight downward push. I feel like it's so close to that $90 level, maybe 1 or 2 more days before it gets you that rounded bottom. I'm not really concerned about the upgrade or the downgrade. It tends to be relatively strong when the AI trade is shellacking people, which I guess today it is.
I'm just trying to fix up some of my charts. Yeah, the OpenAI is definitely not helping the story out here. But you know what is happening right now, and we just talked about the Nasdaq trying to battle back right here. I was just looking at the U.S. dollar again, and there it goes, weakness, right? And so we talked about what the markets. There's news about CoreWeave. What was going on here with the U.S. dollar was going to the upside, and we said that some of these mega cap names in the Nasdaq would prefer a little bit of a weaker dollar right now to realize some of that money back in. So there it is coming back to the downside. Yeah. So. Demand is outpacing supply, and that's never.
It's just comments from the CEO, and it's all very lovey-dovey, and the stock is not reacting. There's nothing like salient or new here.
Lovey-dovey.
Okay, I mean, I was going to generally something like that. I thought might spike the stock, but yeah, there's CoreWeave. I mean, CoreWeave's another one of those names where it's just like do some research on the business and see if you like it, because this name has some crazy movements there. But if we're worried about again the OpenAI profitability and some of the targets that they were unable to get as far as users are concerned, is all this spend that companies are putting into data centers, into these GPUs, into these agents and whatever they're doing right now by building on top, maybe there isn't the profitability metrics here that we had thought about. If OpenAI is not being able to hit some of their user targets right now, I mean, I feel like competition's heating up, and we always talk about Claude, Anthropic, Perplexity. I mean, pick your large language model right now, and you know, link to it. There's a lot of competition out there, so I am a little nervous for CoreWeave, but at the same time, if there's a lot of competition, that should be good for CoreWeave, which kind of makes sense where demand is now outpacing supply. So that's actually a pretty decent story for NVIDIA. I mean, CoreWeave, again, using tons of NVIDIA stack, and just that could be, if demand is outpacing again, then, you know, it's the chip names that need to somehow try to meet some of that demand, right, by producing I guess AMD yesterday was, what was it, 2 days ago, was I was gonna say 360, was that right? Yeah, 355 down to 316. So this is also another name there that is now off greater than 10% in a couple of days and starting to make a move back in. This could be the year of the CPU. We've talked a little, oops, I was gonna type in CPU, but really what that was be Intel there, as we get more and more talk about, you know, CPU usage as far as some of these rollouts are concerned, and you know what's inside of CPUs. It goes back to that 1980s slogan, I believe, Intel inside. And you know, Intel's been doing well. Lip-Bhutan has really sort of relived this, brought this stock back to life a little bit. It's funny because it was doing nothing around $40 for a minute, and then finally broke, and then there it goes. And never forget, man, all of you there in the U.S., obviously, there's some pros and cons with the current U.S. administration, but one pro has been there investing. And you know, buying some or investing, I think it was $5 billion into Intel sub $20 or in and around this area, has definitely yielded a little bit of a return there. So there it goes for Intel upside as well. And yeah, Robinhood tonight should be interesting. I mean, I think it's going to be a bad quarter just because of crypto.
Well, crypto's when Bitcoin's weak.
Joe and I went back and forth about this.
I feel like it's
yesterday.
been priced in though. Like, it got beat up pretty heavily. We'll see how much. We'll see how much has been priced in. I still like. I'm in it.
I think it could be down, and then we buy it up tomorrow once the market opens up there. SoFi only down 1% right now today. This was my most recent buy at $18 for SoFi. Hit while I was on vacay. Right there. Okay, we can get rid of that headline. That headline's a little bit old at this point and not really doing anything right now.
If it was moving the stock. That's you know it's not the best when a headline like that can't get core because CoreWeave is a potential
bouncing around.
It's a potential like squeeze behavior type name. So when it just instantly fails VWAP, like maybe it's worth looking at this because look. Double bottom yesterday at 105. It couldn't break 105 for most of the pre-market. You get what seems like a positive headline, and it couldn't go. Yuck. That chart, 15-minute, looks just as bad as anything else. But if you look at the daily, like maybe it's like it's at the 200 period. You would have thought that maybe you could squeeze. But if it can't see above 105, this is going to be a hard pass. The Beer Man. Ooh, yes.
The Beer Man.
It's all about the Beer Man. The Beer Man at the games. They put in that work, man. Like,
yeah, the Beer Man do.
Like those things are heavy. You're carrying a bunch of tall boys in there.
They got all game.
And then they got jokes too a lot of times.
Got to have the jokes.
Always have to.
I might be a beer man at one point.
What are we thinking about MU after the last weeks?
I mean, SNDK coming to report this week.
Well, what I was about to say is, yeah, the SanDisk report is going to be the big telling one, right? Like we're a while from Micron reports at the end of the cycle, so we're waiting forever for them. But SNDK is going to report, and if they have any slight kind of a miss, then you could easily see Micron back at that 420 level. All roads lead back into 420.
Yes,
somehow.
Anthony.
That would make some sense to me if you had SanDisk miss, but again, that hasn't happened yet. It's a bit of a head and shoulders pattern that sets up as well.
For sure. I was actually thinking about being an usher. I would love to be like retired, live downtown in a sick penthouse, and just go down to like all the concerts, Leaf games. I mean, I'm wearing the Raptors stuff right here. Go to the Raptors games, man. Say, hey, Neil, here's your seats. You know, direct you into your seats. You know, get a beer for you. You know, doing things like that. I like that, man. I like the social aspect of being a beer guy. But maybe not a beer guy. That's a lot of work. I'm more about the usher.
I watched them. I was chatting. There's one dude who's.
I don't want to work for tips.
Who's like constantly. When you see the same people at the game,
yeah, of
right?
course, and you get to know them.
The younger dude, and I'm like, bro, like how?
Clear that out.
Like how much weight do you lose? Like you're up and down.
The stairs, up and down the stairs alone is a problem.
You got to be in pretty good shape to do that.
You know, now at Raptors games,
and they're so chill. Like
they have the in-seat, even at the Jays games too. They have the in-seat ordering. So, you know, you could be one of those runners, which is a little less.
You know what I remember back then? I don't know if you ever went to
beer everywhere
before the Dome. What the Jays used to play in like the worst stadium in maybe Major League history. Exhibition stadium, like the fence didn't even make any sense because like the outfield stopped and like the bleachers just went off on a diagonal because it was a football stand. But they used to have pizza runners where like they'd have these guys, if you're in the bleachers, they'd go down, you could order a full pizza. I think it might have been Mother's Pizza. I have no idea.
Whatever it is at that point, that was 30 years ago.
And there was dudes that would sprint up and down, bringing you like your hot pot pizza when you ordered
Probably fell all over.
It was awesome. And this guy's like running up and down, and somehow like the pizza's like all good.
You have a story
You're the
here,
best.
Dijon Mustard?
What you got, Dijon?
Never hit on the cart girl at your favorite golf course, at your favorite links.
Oh, okay.
What-
Well, obviously,
is there some sort of
you have a story.
you have a
Otherwise,
pro
you wouldn't
tip over
say
here?
that if-
Yeah, some pro tips? Oh my God, Dijon Mustard, baby.
You know that new season of Beef is at like a country club. It's like
What is beef?
it's like a. Oh
What's
shit!
Beef?
If
Yo,
you didn't see
shut
the
up.
first season, then it's not gonna make sense.
No, okay.
No, it's like so the season 1 of Beef is there's like a road rage thing between like this young guy and
I never even heard of
and then they just it just all gets out of hand. Like they just tit for tat, like back and forth over and over. The new season is at a country club and involves the beer. I guess she's like the beer cart girl and whatever. It's a fun show, but the second season needs to pick it up.
Needs to get going a little
Yeah,
bit.
like the first season, like stuff just started accelerating. It's called Beef. I want to see some real shenanigans. The beer man, my college nickname.
I want to see some.
Last name is okay. There you go.
I want to see some. There you go. So we'll just say thank you so much for that. The beer man. So I guess he's
like
trying
that.
to say that he's not all about the beer all the time.
Or maybe.
Because I saw him put in there, and then instantly Mike the rider's
Still.
like, "Yo, let's get drunk," and it's just like, Mike, man.
Yo, Mike.
Are you talking to yourself again over here?
9 a.m.
I think that we're just going to be not. I actually asked Randy to see if we can get a reload. Right here.
Yeah,
Will
coffee.
there be Baileys in the coffee? We shall see. Most likely not. Oracle back. Look, everything's jumping. I mean, the market, it's funny that's already happening already. You know, we wrote down NVIDIA 208. That might have been a pipe dream there as it comes into 209. We'll see if that can get going now back up. The dollar's starting to go higher right now. USO, as UAE decides to say, see you later to OPEC and OPEC Plus. That created a little bit of a move down. We're kind of not doing too much right now. We're just going to wait. There's a couple numbers coming through today, as we see as well. It's 9 o'clock. We can start the rundown. Here's the first one right now. Price index month over month, 0, forecast 0.01. Market's starting to bounce back up regardless anyways. We have about 20 minutes of straight upside here in the NASDAQ. And the ES has been doing much better anyways, only down 0.49. So, all right, man, it's rundown time. That was a fun first hour for sure. Let's go back over and get a little serious here and go over some stocks, what to watch, what to look at, what we're going to be trading here as this market opens up.
7.15 and a quarter, guys, is where we closed out on the SPY yesterday. As Sean mentioned, we are down 0.5% here to start the morning, down into that 7.11 and 2/3 area. So here's the deal. We're going to look to that 7.10 area as our first level of support. We already bounced off it twice on the 4-hour chart, defending 7.10 quite well. If we start catching a bid, whatever reason, the market changes its tune. We're looking at yesterday's closing print, Adara, as our first level of resistance, 7.15.
Oh. Here we go, guys. Make sure to sign up for our morning watch list. It is free. You can just subscribe, use the URL that's going to go right into your screen if you're looking for what's moving today, what earnings are before and after the bell, any economic events that you should be aware of. You'll find it all right there. And again, FREE free. So what are you waiting for? Subscribe for free right now. We're going to start here by talking about a stock I know we discuss a lot at this desk, Oracle, but it's not just Oracle. It's CoreWeave, which actually just addressed this issue in interviews. We've also got NVIDIA. Any partner with OpenAI is going to be on watch because Wall Street Journal reporting that OpenAI's revenue and user numbers might not live up to their own expectations.
That's exactly it, Adara. And here are some issues. So internally, because they're not going to generate as much money as they had predicted, they're trimming down their compute spend, which was internally gauged to be about 1.4 trillion. They're trimming that down now to 600 billion. That's an $800 billion haircut there. So we'll have to see how that all works out. And they're also dissolving the Microsoft monolith, for a lack of a better phrase, is essentially amending their partnership to remove exclusivity. That opens the door for OpenAI to shop around for cheaper infrastructure elsewhere, just like the $50 billion deal they struck with AWS. Moreover, there is costs associated with the new version of AI. We're talking about agentic and inference. And because most of ChatGPT's users are on the paid plan, or sorry, the free plan, about 94.5 are actually using the free plan. All these inference and searches are costing them a lot of money. It's dropped gross margins down from 40 down to 33%, and they're basically saying they're having to shoulder the cost for every single query. And then last but not least, we had heard a big number about the Stargate financing, $500 billion. About, my research shows, only $52 billion of that has actually been spent. The rest, the $448 billion, was supposed to be generated through loans and financing, and it looks like those financiers are having some second thoughts here, Daria, especially with the circularity of the AI trade.
Do you think this hurts their IPO chances, especially with the Anthropic competition?
Absolutely. I don't think that they're going to IPO at $1 trillion. I think it's going to be markedly lower. And we've been seeing a lot of headwinds, I think, for OpenAI lately.
And CoreWeave actually already commented on this issue. They said OpenAI is a terrific partner, but it's not their only partner. So CoreWeave trying to downplay any kind of impacts of this. CoreWeave, Oracle, NVIDIA, Microsoft, AMD, you name it. Are you guys looking at any of these OpenAI partners today?
Well, for some shorts, yeah. I think you're looking at tech, and you're looking at Oracle as the epicenter, and the 165 level. If you're going to have prior support turn into resistance, like this seems like the one to go. I don't want it all the way back. I feel like if it fills the gap back into 168, that's a bit too far. But if it holds the high from the pre-market at 165 level, I'm going to look for that to be a continuation. We haven't mentioned, we talked about Intel a little bit, but worth noting, on this pop up in the market, and we had the NASDAQ bounce pretty decently there, as Sean was mentioning, and the ES sort of going with it. Intel didn't bounce at all. So over the chip names, like this is currently trying to break the low. I was thinking 83 into prior support, but I might just look VWAP pretty early for that one as a fade. Anytime you have a market which is down, and then something's relatively weak, and then you get this little bit of a bounce up. And I saw NVIDIA bounce nicely. I mean, even Oracle bounced a little bit here. One of the only things I was tracking that didn't catch a bounce in the last 10, 15 minutes was Intel. So I like that even more for the south side.
I was going to say here, yeah, we had the sticky note written out here, and the number one trade is that Oracle 165 short. I mean, I think with OpenAI missing these targets, there's more pressure on the build-out and the data centers. Is exactly what we had written down onto here. We have also, what are we going to talk about? We don't, okay, so NVIDIA should be here as well. 208 long, we had that yesterday. That was the bottom, and it ripped to 216. We'll see if we can replicate that, or if we get up to 213.50, that's going to be a short as well. I'll put Trader TV Sean in the link, and you guys can go check it out. I mean, yesterday was pretty good. We have some other interesting names on the list as well. But yeah, there's the 200 period moving average, man. I mean, we wrote this note down, prior to 8 o'clock. The sticky note was actually out before the show today. So right into there, 162. That's been sort of that top. So, I still feel confident. I mean, I wrote that down when we were up here. So we'll wait to see if it comes back into 165. I like that short. It's your 200 period moving average. I think it continues to bleed down. NVIDIA, I mean, we're just trying to play momentum. I mean, if it pops back up, perfect. That's what we want. We want to wait for the pop to get short. I don't really want to push the short early on that name, but we may have to do it. I think NVIDIA down here at 208 might be worth actually sitting down here and catching that falling knife, because yesterday we wrote down 208 yesterday. This is, I mean, it came in about, like we said, about 10:30, right into those lows. So I think if we could do that again somewhere like that, then we could get a pop through. So we're gonna have to watch out for NVIDIA down here at 208. This one may be worth sitting around and taking a little against you, as we could get an early flush. I think you'd like that long NVIDIA when the market starts to recover. I mean, it was on one yesterday, that is for sure. Apple, I know you have the news up as well. I don't know if there's any news here. Thank you, Randy, for the coffee. But there goes Apple up again a couple points. So it was up about 0.7 or so, I think, when we talked about it early. There it is, man, up now another $1. So yeah, see, like I asked for another coffee, but I still got about a third left up in this one. But we always need
mine's
the warmness coming through again. So thanks, Randy. Plus, trying to give you guys. There might actually be something on Apple, but the volume's not huge. Right. Oh, there it is.
UBS.
UBS maintains neutral on Apple. Price target of 287. So
Come on, UBS.
not bad right there. That's probably all-time high.
It is. Well, it's
close enough.
Close.
Yeah, so close enough. So they're saying that I think Apple does break through all-time highs on Thursday. So that would be something that happens very, very soon, and we'll see if Apple can get back up to their Thursday night 4:30 Apple's report. I have. Raining, I don't know if it's still raining up. We have baseball practice tonight. Tomorrow night we have a game, but our games aren't until 8 p.m. So tomorrow we have the after show as we have many big names hitting tomorrow night.
It's going to get a little bit cooler.
4 of them. Yeah, is it supposed to get cool? I don't mind the cool weather. We had great games on Sunday. The weather was amazing.
You got to worry about that.
We had 2 hockeys and 2 baseballs on Sunday, and yesterday we had a hockey, and tonight we have a baseball, and tomorrow a baseball, and so on and so forth. It's getting exciting. You guys have already started as well, so it's
Well, tonight's more guys. But she's selling those.
Oh, Girl Guide is tonight. Okay, nice.
Yeah. We have. Yesterday was swimming. Tonight we have Girl Guides. She was selling more boxes.
He's already a better swimmer than you, or no?
Not even close.
Oh, it's
dude.
not even close.
Like she's doing like breaststroke.
My kids are lifeguards, so
which is, I mean, her breaststroke is the only thing she needs to work on. I'm like, no. I described it in our group chat because I was asking about why do kids need to learn the breaststroke, which is a legitimate reason why apparently it's good for sighting and it's good for staying alive. I just actively don't die when I'm in the water.
Right.
Like I go in the water and I survive.
Right.
Other people swim. I just don't die.
In the shallow.
That's how I roll. I don't pretend to be a good swimmer.
I ran into a guy in Mexico. There, he's from Texas, and he was quite black. And he was talking to me about swimming. There was a high dive.
Don't act like he
our
swam.
pool had like a cliff jump.
He ain't doing that.
No, all the kids were doing it, and I was doing it and everything. And I was playing volleyball with this guy, great guy. He had a big Detroit. I thought he was from Detroit. He had a big ass Detroit Tigers. He never played with them, but it's their favorite team. He had a big Detroit Tiger.
He's not from Detroit.
No, he's from Texas. I don't know. But anyways, yeah, it was interesting. So I don't know. Maybe his family is from Detroit or something. I don't know. But anyways. And he told me, I go, man, you got to go up there and do, because his girl went up there and did it, right? So this is the thing. He was dark black. His girlfriend was like lighter. And anyway, so this is just
I know.
This is him saying.
I already see what this
he goes. I go to me. I go, look, she's up there doing. Like I'm just trying to give him the ways a little bit, tighten the screws a bit there. And he goes, no, man. I was like, look, your girl's up there. He's like, man, I'm black. He goes, I don't swim. I am black. And I go, what do you mean? And then he goes, yeah, my girl's actually from Windsor, Canada.
That's why they're Detroit fans. Now that makes sense.
Yeah, so maybe he went to school there in Detroit, so maybe that's what it was. And he goes, yeah, you guys up there in Canada, all you black people know how to swim. And I was like, well, I didn't bring you up. I didn't bring
like
you
who?
up. But that's
actually no. My Len's a great swimmer.
Yeah,
my brother.
it was just funny.
My brother swims like a fish. My dad actually, when he left the islands and came here, turned into a great swimmer.
Yeah,
couldn't swim worth a what when they're in. My mom's never learned to swim.
But
it's weird
because the islands, like you're surrounded by water.
You would think that, but when you go to the beach, you just kind of walk out. You don't actually swim because nobody has a pool. Why would you ever have a pool in the West Indies?
Yeah, you're not.
First of all, you ain't got no money.
Drown.
But like, it's just you just walk out into the ocean. You're not actually swimming. Nobody learns to swim.
It was just funny, man, because the guy just looked at me and he was like laughing. He was like, no, man, like I am black. I ain't swimming. I'm not jumping.
Hell no.
I was like, he was too big of a guy. Like, I could have gone with him and then maybe saved him.
No. First of all,
I was like, I'm not letting this guy panic.
Are you crazy?
And everything like that. I'm not.
No.
So anyways, forget it. But anyways, a little story there.
I'm trying to pull.
Netflix, yeah. I mean,
they got a downgrade today, Netflix, but there's no catalyst on Netflix today.
We still like that 90 level. I think there is something about Netflix right here. So I think if you can buy some Netflix today on weakness, I think that's the right play. But I don't know if you're going to get that week today. I just think if you're going to find some value, it's probably not in Netflix today. Like you wanted to have maybe another red day and test in and around 90. But I mean, if you're holding this name for a while, and again, we're not giving financial advice as far as like, yeah, you can hold this one for 6 months. But it's like I like Netflix. I like the live TV. There is some more quality content on there as far as I know right now. There's a few things that we're starting to watch. But anyways, Netflix, good upside. I still believe in it. So UAE is a good point. We have oil. Okay, oil's going to be coming up soon. So all right, let's go talk about Spotify, and then we'll get to the USO story where the UAE and OPEC are having a split up.
Yeah, just quick, we had this headline in SMCI, not too much, but just so you guys know, SMCI announcing they're expanding their data center building block solutions and flexibility with ARM-based platforms. ARM's not moving on this either, but SPOT certainly is moving, still near these pre-market lows here. This earnings report, not bad. Some guidance level, a little bit to be desired, though.
Exactly, Adair. Q2 operating guidance guided to 630 million euros. The street was disappointed with that. They wanted 674. So there's your initial miss right there. Also, ad-supported revenue decline. Premium subscribers, they remain healthy. However, the ad-supported revenue declined 5% year over year, and even in constant currency does show a little bit of sluggishness. And it's suggestive of the fact that they're having trouble monetizing their free users, which they obviously did through ads. Another thing to keep in mind here. And then the post-Eck leadership anxiety. I mean, this is the first major report after Daniel Eck stepped down as CEO. He's still executive chairman, obviously, reacting to the first signs of guidance friction under the new co-CEO structure. By the way, this guy tried to buy Arsenal. It was a failed attempt, but he tried. And too bad. So, yeah, that's the report there, Adair.
Yeah, you guys in the chat, let us know. Are you Spotify users, Apple Music? How do you listen to music? Neil, are you looking at SPOT today?
I can't say that I am. I feel like this is right up Adair's alley, it's a spray ticker. But for like you just said it right there. Like you got Apple Music for all the Apple users. I use like YouTube Music. You've got Prime as well. I just feel like the competition it's pretty stiff for them. And it's in a downward trend. It tried to break out. It didn't do so. Like there's a lot of things that made some bottoms and are still with a chance at some higher lows. Well, this one doesn't have a chance at that. It's already lost it. To me, it looks like a sell till it's not. It can't get behind the competition aspect here and why you would prefer them to. Like you get all in one with like an Apple if you own them. You get an all in one with Alphabet if you own them as well, taking advantage of YouTube and Apple Music. I'm not seeing it for Spotify. I could be convinced, and I say this, we recently, I don't remember if we left last year Spotify, and I feel like a lot of people I've talked to seem to be. And when the miss comes in terms of additions, like you want those new user additions. If that's where the miss was, I think that doesn't bode very well for them. Watch out for. I guess if it bounces 460 was a prior support level, maybe there's a fade in there if it were to get to that price. But outside of that, I think you know, if I'm talking about something in the space today, then it should be Apple. You know, Apple does a lot of other things as well. But Apple's not looking like it's going to give you a run at any of the support. Maybe the prior highs could be a dip if the market looks incredibly weak. Maybe even going back to Friday lows. That 269.5. Like this is I'd bark up this tree instead of Spotify. That's for sure, easily. Apple over Spotify, especially even today. Like today, Apple's like the only thing that looks pretty good in tech land. Oil time.
Discuss here, USO. I mean, there's a couple different oil headlines. Of course, we know there's ongoing tensions in the Middle East, but I'll start with the newest one. UAE announcing when we get this spike here, which would have been around 8:20 a.m. UAE announcing they're going to be leaving OPEC and OPEC Plus effective May 1st. So we've only got a couple days left. They're currently speaking about it. We have tons of people, I guess, from the UAE Energy Ministry talking about this decision right now. But what else can you tell us about some of these oil headlines, Sharif?
Well, ING had a good note out this morning, Adair, and they believe that the oil disruptions are going to continue through the spring. They're kind of removing their assumptions so far that there's going to be a quick resolution. Here's their base case. There's going to be a gradual recovery through May, through June. Brent, they're assuming, is going to average an average cost in Q2 of about $104 per barrel before easing later in the year. They gauged a prolonged disruption as well. They say sustained supply constraint could push Brent up above $110 a barrel. And there's also the risk of re-escalation, right? Especially if there is more conflict or export disruptions. Specifically, they're thinking about the UAE and Saudi and their oil generating infrastructure. They're saying if that gets hit again, or if the belligerencies start, it could push the barrel up above $150. And Goldman also raised their forecast. They're saying Brent's going to have about an average of $90. That's up from the previous 87. And WTI is going to have basically 83. So very headline driven here, Adair.
Of course. Keep an eye on these headlines if you're trading oil. And with that in mind, are you two looking at oil today?
I was just reading the chat. People are like, "Oh, I'm bullish on the stock swim and all this kind of stuff." Now,
better believe it.
What have we started? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, for oil, I'm still more concerned about the Strait of Hormuz and the fact that we're not open yet. And I think that that's going to continue to weigh on the market. I mean, we saw some negative aspects yesterday when we got some oil news. Today, this OPEC thing. I mean, I feel like we need somebody that's like a sort of an expert here on energy to tell us what exactly this means for the price of oil moving forward, because we did on that initial announcement, we went from 141 down to 137. So that's a decent move. But then it was like, this is a 1 minute candle, right? And then it was bought right back up. And then 3 minutes later, we were right where we started. And now you're just kind of bouncing around with the market here. So I think we've digested that information. So I'm actually going to pass on, thinking about that and just going back to ears to the ground on, will Trump eventually put boots on the ground there? If so, oil rips. If we can't get some of these ships through the strait, which doesn't appear to be happening right now, millions of barrels just sitting in the ocean right now, waiting to pass through. Like, can that affect China, Russia supply, and that should just continue to send oil northbound. So I would say today, especially with the NASDAQ trying to figure it out, and we do have a stronger U.S. dollar, although obviously it's been going back to the downside in the last couple of minutes, I still think you buy oil on weakness. So the first look is always the 200 period moving average, and that's kind of where we found a base on that OPEC news. So I would say 139 is a decent spot. Give it to maybe 138 down here for USO. I think we want to go long on oil. I don't know what you think, but I mean, we are getting near the top again.
I was hoping there'd be like a run. I thought Battle might break out, like a small capper that's done it before, just because you look at where things stand. Like, you're right back into the highs. Looked like we're under pressure, maybe with a chance to break. That UAE story could be part of why we're pulling back in here. And then I look at Battalion, which went absolutely ham when the conflict started and is now right back into where it started, just for a potential secondary squeeze. But if there's no break of the high on USO, then it would fall back to plan B, which is as simple as pay for locates, and if it tries to pop, and USO doesn't take out the high, then it turns into like a 420 to 430 fade. But that's provided that we actually get some activity. You never really know. Sometimes we get these gaps up and we think it's going to be a crazy day in oil futures, then we get like an inside day. And if we end up with an inside day, then Battle's going to be no good. You need to be breaking out some highs or flushing through lows, and then this gets pretty interesting. But as long as USO isn't making fresh highs, I guess this looks more like a pop and fade instead of a potential breakout. I was looking forward to maybe a secondary squeeze here, but again, if you don't break out highs, I don't think it happens.
There's, I was going to say, I mean, we still have 8 minutes to go before the market opens. There's really nothing going on here. Yeah, there's Bed Bath & Beyond. There's our Pfizer look. Pfizer's giving it all back, so we couldn't find a story, and that's probably why. SMR 12, that's not great either. Oh, yesterday we had...
Poet?
No, yes, but we had XE yesterday breaking higher. This was that IPO that hit on Friday. Didn't do anything on Friday, and then yesterday ripped pretty much all day up to 37.
What?
Like, this name came out at $30. We were both long that name. It's dropped down in, basically flat on the day trade there. Was a good short. We talked about, this is the other thing. Actually, I'll take the other side of Sharif. Sharif had mentioned, I don't know if he actually believes in this or not, but OpenAI's current valuation, almost 900 billion. So that will probably, I think, Sharif, just because of the interest, I think you might be right. It might close. This is why I thought about this. It might close day one under $1 trillion. But I just think imagine if it comes out and the price is supposed to be like $100 and that gives it that 900 million or billion valuation. I just think just the exuberance of that opening day, we could become.
Are we talking about the opening print or the issue price?
No, I'm saying the issue. Well, the issue right now, its current valuation is 860.
Yeah, so I think the opening print will be over $1 trillion easy.
That's what I'm saying. So I was just going to say
that's only 20% more.
I still think it comes out over $1 trillion, whether or not it settles out over there. I think all three of those come out. Anthropic, SpaceX, and OpenAI all come out over $1 trillion.
I think that could be the reverse order of them too, by the way.
Well,
I think it'll be
Anthropic's the lowest valuation.
no, sorry, not in terms of valuation. I meant in terms of when they come to market.
Oh, when they
I think
come to
we'll
market.
get, I think we're gonna get SpaceX first, and then Anthropic. Then I think OpenAI might be the last.
Yeah, and I just brought that up because I was thinking, I mean, Sharif mentioned that. I think it's probably, OpenAI may be at a peak right now, which I think is what Sharif was getting at with those lack of numbers today. I mean, not a great look for OpenAI. But this is just talking about XE because we came out there and fell back into $27, and then a day later, it was a third higher.
That's a crazy
You know,
move.
like from 27 up to 37 right there, you added $10 onto 27. So more than 35% from its lows in just one day. And this is XE. And we talked about what SMR has been doing. SMR has been going, I mean, so they all have Oklo, SMR, all starting to head back into the downside as well right now. So, yeah, I just think OpenAI is going to be super exciting. I know it's going to be hilarious because it's definitely not going to open up on the first show. Hopefully it opens up on the midday, and if not, then it will open up probably 1, 2, 3 o'clock. I mean, I would say we haven't seen anything past 2.
I feel like one of these big ones is going to be ridiculously late.
Yeah, so we'll see. Are they all? Do we know, Sharif, if they're coming on the Nasdaq? I assume they are. We don't know yet.
I personally don't know. Do you know?
I haven't heard anything, but I guess we will have to wait and find out. In the meantime, let's talk about GM. General Motors here. Decent report, kind of like what we saw with Spotify. Guidance might be leaving a little bit to be desired. They did raise aspects of their guidance here.
Yeah, and there was also that Supreme Court gift, Adara, to the tune of $500 million. That was obviously the refund there from the AAPL tariffs, which were ruled unconstitutional. Secondly, the tariff taper. What do I mean by that? Their guidance now is also forecasting less of a tariff headwind. Again, that $500 million number comes into play. They're actually gauging that they're going to have to pay about $500 million less in addition to the $500 million they're getting back with respect to these tariffs. And there's also been this quiet China resurgence. We saw, their equity income dropped about $45 million last year. That jumped markedly this year to about $165 million, and they're really crediting that for the premium EV and and ICE models as well that they're selling in the region. Higher margin products they're trying to capture, the wealthier Chinese consumer, so to speak. And then there's also the aggressive share shrinkage here. So last year we had about 988 million shares floating around. Now there's 911. The reason is they're aggressively buying back shares, Adara, about an 8% reduction.
We also have the USMCA, that trade agreement still being negotiated or renegotiated here. How do you guys feel about GM or any of these auto stocks today?
Not a huge fan. It's a slight miss on the guidance at the midpoint, unfortunately. And it seems like that's going to rule the day. If you don't hold 76, this has got some room to get down to 72 here for General Motors. It's got support, so I think you let this one open up, and it's got a 79 resistance spot. So the top end of the range for the last couple of days gives you a resistance point to play into the low on GM. Unfortunately, it sort of is what it is. Ford's not really doing anything in sympathy. That's pretty flat. And Tesla's going to do its own thing. But no, I don't like that guide miss on GM. You throw in the fact that it had been performing pretty well over the last year. And don't like it. It's a reversal candle as well. Oh, we got a story here. U.S. Energy Secretary Wright. Hormuz can open without clearing all the mines. Okay. Well, yeah, little detail like that. I guess you don't mind them. If there are a few left around there.
Yeah, we saw that. I mean, USO is not really.
USO's not really
on that one. I mean, we know there was some water. I forget some of the stocks. There was a few there that had the mine underwater exploration.
Yeah, it was like the remote mine clearing.
Someone in the chat probably has it there. Okay, look, it's 9:27. I mean, we're probably not going to trade GM here, but the Nasdaq is now out. So there's Poet. Poet yesterday had to move down, obviously, on the canceled order from Marvell. But Oracle still a sell there, getting lower right now into 161. So are we ready for Robinhood? Let's go find out from the desk and get a little bit of a preview into Robinhood.
We have to talk about this one, of course. It's going to be coming after the bell. I believe you can join us here. I think we're going to be covering these earnings at 4:05 p.m. Eastern. So don't miss it. This is one of the top names already on our visualizer, rather. So let us know if you're planning on looking at Robinhood today. What should people know about these earnings, Sharif?
They're expecting 39 pennies per share EPS, Adara, on $1.139 billion in revenue, which would be a 23% increase year over year. But it would represent the company's slowest growth In sales, that is, since late 2022. So a bit of a slowdown there. Also declining momentum, very strong. 2025, as we know, but since October, we're down about 26%. Also technical warning signs. We're trying to regain the 50 moving average. Regulatory headwinds as well. The prediction markets, a bit of a headwind for them. And then competitive pressures at Schwab, IB, IBKR, all really here driving for market share with Robinhood.
We know that PDT rule a couple weeks ago certainly helped them when that was eliminated. We're going to have to wait and see if it can help the stock and the company tonight with earnings. You can find this infographic and some others on Robinhood and X at TTV Research. And of course, join us for these earnings tonight. How do you guys feel about HOOD? Are you watching this today or waiting till tomorrow?
Probably waiting till at least the afternoon maybe to trade it and look at it tomorrow. But I do have feelings about IBIT, and they're red, or negative, I guess is the way to think about it, as Bitcoin double topped at 90 or 80,000, 79.5. We're being particular about it. You had a couple of days of consolidation. Yesterday, it broke down the support, so 43.65-ish. That's the first level to look for this fade. And even yesterday's triple bottom at 43.4 over there on IBIT. So I'm looking pop and fade. Robinhood is a very similar story, maybe even a little bit weaker than the overall, I guess, the crypto market. It's not just a crypto play, but I think that's part of what's going to weigh down on their earnings potentially tonight. So IBIT's going to be in play for me. We talked about some Intel. Their USO is continuing to drop, by the way.
USO?
It'd be decent for the markets as we just broke the lows here on USO and filling in a little bit of the gap. So let's get the open here. It is Tuesday. We'll rock it in 2 and 1. Not necessarily rock it, but...
No, we'll see. I mean, the market is now open. We're going to wait to see. I mean, NVIDIA might be the first one that comes in. We said we would try to take a little bit of a shot here at 208 if it does come in. It's right now 208.60s. I'm having like really bad quote issues right now, so hopefully those will settle out just a little bit
really
right
bad
now. But here we go. Apparently, they want us to open the Hormuz Strait right now, is what Donald Trump is saying. We can look at Tesla does make that move down and then right back up. I mean, Tesla actually hit 372. Unbelievable there again. Up $4 from that low goes Tesla. So there that goes. Oracle's not having the worst day of all time as it's trying to make a move back up. We'll wait for that 165, see if that comes in. And NVIDIA might just be on one again right here as it's just, it's still on 209, but the fact that it's not really falling. But here it comes, just made a move into 208.60s again. Here it comes. Look at the NASDAQ making that move lower, which is kind of strange because we saw USO on that announcement start to go a little lower there on Trump mentioning Iran wants us to open the Strait of Hormuz. So we'll wait to see. We just missed it. We were at 208.15. You believe that or not? We just went down into 208.20s. So we missed that. That should be $1, but we don't have it. Maybe I'll try a little bit up here just to take like a quarter of a unit at 209. Still really like this NVIDIA call for the long side. We'll see. We're going to wait for 208. Yesterday's low, 207.50s. That's what we're not letting break. So right there, 208. Let's give a 207 break right there. We just heard that CoreWeave actually got smoked right there off open, down 8%. Not really. Got into 103. So we're going to have to watch out for that. Early trade for me, long NVIDIA.
Well, the market coming back in here. Bitcoin did absolutely nothing. There was no pop and fade, but Intel was able to pop through VWAP and immediately doing a rejection candle. So if this closes, it's only 2 minutes into the market, so the first 3-minute candle still has to matriculate a little bit. Going to look for that to close under VWAP and play this to the south side as long as it closes beneath that volume weighted average price. As I said, IBIT doing absolutely nothing, and USO's trying to bounce. That might put battle into play. Nope, never mind. USO not moving that even a little bit, unfortunately. So yeah, gonna have to wait for Oracle or Intel to do a little bit of something. Those were the top of the list. And Oracle's almost at that one. Come on. 165 level. There we go. Now we just loaded up.
All right, there it is, man. Early dollar club there on NVIDIA. We said we're going long. We actually bought some more on that 210 break. So there goes NVIDIA right now. Now $1.30 in the money. It's actually more than that from our lows. That's 209 up to 1050 right there. There goes NVIDIA. Let's see if we can hold on a little bit more. Wow, good trade there on NVIDIA as we talked about trying to buy. We said tomorrow's trade today. We said that yesterday we were going to go long on NVIDIA. So there it goes right there. Nice move back up to the upside, man. We did it again. There's $1.50. From the bottom, though, we're talking about $2 now on NVIDIA. There it goes through 211 again. So, hey, man, it's an upside play there for NVDA. Let's see how long that one tends to last for us. But there goes NVIDIA up to 211 and change. Obviously, we're looking at OpenAI. That could be a Microsoft story as well, as they're missing some of their user targets. Microsoft coming back in now off of a nice high. Good, beautiful open for Microsoft, up to 425 and change. But we're running the show right here with NVDA so far, as that continues to go high. I mean, I only have the one trade. Yesterday, we only traded the TQs early, and so far on NVDA. So that's going to be it right there. Oh, Oracle did go up to my level there, 165. Yes, it did. Wow, what a call there, 165. So that's back to back, man, on the sticky note. And too bad we're looking at Oracle. We were looking at NVIDIA there, but there's Oracle 165 short. Great call out there from the chat. The high is 165.07. There's $1.50 on Oracle if you just followed the note, which I did not, but here it comes right back up. I'm not going to short it as long as I'm long NVIDIA, but here comes Oracle back up to that 165 marker. What you got, Adara?
I might have a story explaining this move to the upside for ORCL. OpenAI coming out, I guess, trying to defend itself from that Wall Street Journal report suggesting that they're not meeting their own internal figures, saying that their business is, quote, firing on all cylinders and that their enterprise and advertising businesses are actually growing. So ORCL, I guess, could be moving up here in response to these comments from OpenAI. CoreWeave also moving higher, which supports the idea this is a sectoral move. I also want to mention here post from President Trump. You guys might have mentioned this here. This came out at 9:29 a.m. But in case you haven't seen it, I wanted to go over it quickly. Quote, Iran has just informed us they are in a, quote, state of collapse. They want us to, quote, open the Hormuz Strait as soon as possible as they try to figure out their leadership situation. Open bracket, which I believe they will be able to do, exclamation point, close bracket. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So President Trump saying that Iran wants them to open the Strait of Hormuz. Keep an eye on oil. This came out like a minute before they open. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. That definitely shot things back into the downside on that USO for a little bit. That we just pushed through the volume weighted average price on Intel here. Was able to get also IBIT, which is holding under VWAP, but short there, stop there, pretty standard stuff. It's pressing into 83 pretty heavily. So not going to fight this one. If it comes on the back end, fair enough. We'll be able to grab it. IBIT is not really participating yet. So it put in a bit of a topping tail high, hasn't gone back into the volume weighted average price, so that's looking like it's still a little bit weak. I see USO starting to head to the downside, and if we break those lows, I guess the long's going to have to be in play for sure. As I was looking at those two names, Oracle still is on the New York. It's still holding 165. Well, as long as it's there, it's a potential shot, but I don't want to be short this one on the front end. If it's above the volume weighted average price early, I'm sort of done with catching them on the front end. It's one thing shorting under VWAP when I see a little bit of relative strength, but when you're breaking out, you have to show me a trend break or something along those lines. If we get any kind of a pop there in USO, I guess there's probably going to be the continued look for a short on battle. As long as oil trends down, this sucker looks like it's going to be short for sure. And then Bed Bath & Beyond, we didn't talk too much about. We did at the open. That's pulling back into VWAP. It's one of the only big-time small-cap runners that's showing you a bit of continuation here. If it holds that trend, I do like the look of it. And the beer man's up in the chat with the super chat. Using your guys' insights and news updates helped me to navigate from 5,200 cash account on April 7th to 28.8 end of day yesterday, allowing me margin PDT for in a week. Thank you so much for your news updates and data. Appreciate you. That's what it's all about. Congratulations in there for sure. And best of luck trading the rest of the day. The beer man in the house.
Yeah, Beer Man, you need a job? Okay, so good job there, Beer Man. Yeah, man, we wrote down 143 for Palantir. Like, everything's kind of just hovering around right now. I mean, we don't have too much action other than the NASDAQ right now starting to go a little higher. So, of course, we're going to sit in the only long that I need, and that's going to be NVIDIA. I'm waiting for 80s, the high of the day. Did we just get it right there? Yes, we did. So there it is, right? Again, near the highs. We have the low of the day there for NVIDIA. We don't have the ultimate low. We're waiting at 208.15s there. Missed that by 5 cents. But then we just bought the 09s. We bought the 0950s or whatever we're in now, 0960. Nice upside play there for NVIDIA. Beerman, I hope you got this one on board right now because it is ripping to the north side. We'll continue to watch out for that. I do like the USO breakdown possibly, which is starting to happen right now. So I think this is also a really good trade here as we hope that maybe Trump, with that Truth Social post, and maybe does find some sort of a deal here to open up the strait, which will absolutely rip the market. And I'm long. I feel like one of the best names. I know we've good job. I mean, I don't know what Intel's doing, but good job getting out of it. We talked about that yesterday, where you can hold on to something, but if it's not in the right way, it's going to run you over in this market. But we saw NVIDIA really start to take off there. So there's Intel from 81 up to 83. Oh boy, here we go, man. It's 211 now on NVIDIA, so this is going to be $2 early on this trade. We just get a piece out there at 211, continue going a little higher. The other name that we had written down on here was BBBY. So let's have a quick look at Bed Bath and Beyond, and it does not dip. I mean, we were going to use the 200 period, which was at $6 when we wrote this note. Now, 200 period's at $6.70, so you could wait to see it. Wow, there we go, man. Yeah, NVIDIA right now. We're along at 209.50. That initial trade, 209, but there it goes. I think I'm still in half. I'm in exactly half of this trade. Let's wait for that 200 period moving average, which is getting awfully close now. So we'll put another offer out right there. If we can get that at 50s, we'll see if we can grab that for NVIDIA, giving this potential move, hopefully back into all-time highs again as we go. We already that's our one-day goal met right there for our first trade. We did it yesterday with TQQs, gave a little bit back as it ripped through, but right now NVIDIA, nice move back there to the upside as we just continue to hold on to this long as it was written. So Oracle breaks through finally.
Oracle's still breaking, but I don't like this what I'm seeing in USO. Like, it's starting to attempt to break the trend here. Like, you just put a bottoming tail candle in. I feel like if this pops, I do like battles for a short if I'm looking at an energy name to be weak. But if we bust through, then I think we can still look for a little bit of reversal here. The NASDAQ can't seem to claw its way through VWAP. Like, it's stalling out here. So I'm going to wait for that top on IBIT. That looks weaker than Intel at this particular point. So you get that triple bottom. Just trying to be patient with it. You can drift a lot higher and get into 43.4. I just don't want to fall for it if we're not actually breaking out here.
We have a dollar club right there from our member there. So you're welcome there to YouTube right there. There's the bid. There's the offer.
NVDL.
Yeah, on NVDL. So that's amazing. So you did that on NVDL. So great trade there. We talked about trading TSLA and NVIDIA yesterday, and a lot of you are looking at different NVDL, right? Yeah, you guys are looking a little lower, a little different priced stock there. So
yeah, that one's a 2.
Yeah, that's a 2x or so. And then TSLL, we were looking at that yesterday as well. We started trading a little bit of that with Joe. Their big move there for TSLL today as well, as the market's trying to come back just a little bit now, but there it is, retaking some highs as the NASDAQ looking at VWAP again, man. And we said, you get these days where the market's looking pretty bad. We come in and it's all risk off, and the very first position we put on is the long. So it looks like risk on a little bit here today as this market continues to mature up. All right, Bed Bath & Beyond, Oracle, NVIDIA, and Palantir was the other name that we had on our watch there. This was a 143 short is what we wrote down. That's still holding out, so that's not bad. Now $3 in the money on our first initial position there for NVIDIA. I'm going to offer some out there as well in the 80s. There go. Offering 85. We get that now as that continues to extend through. There goes NVIDIA, man. How high can we go? Now $3 in as we just continue to climb higher and higher, man. We did this yesterday. Let's see if it wants to hold it here today. It's NVIDIA for now.
Yeah, well, it's still looking relative to the market pretty
this
good.
Market could come back.
The NASDAQ just broke through VWAP. So for the first time today, it's showing that continuation. Come on, load up. It's showing that continuation play here. Let me show you the future. the NQ. The NQ busting through and looks like that breakout. But what's not yet breaking is going to be IBID. So I got to stick with, if it doesn't take out that top, wait for it to eventually make that curl. And with USO heading down, I might not get much more of a bounce here. I'm just going to sit on the offer of battle and take what we can get. That trend is pretty precipitous, and there's still room into that low. Let's go to Adara at the desk for the first time.
Something that is breaking higher here, guys, a very speculative catalyst is PYPL. This is the 1-minute chart. As you guys can see, kind of wild moves in this name. Basically sounds like there are some bets on Polymarket. Apparently nothing like super high money. It's low dollar amount bets on Polymarket over where there could potentially be an acquisition of PayPal, specifically by Strike. So again, PayPal acquisition odds apparently being wagered on Polymarket, or at least that's circulating on social media, leading to some wild moves in PYPL on this Tuesday morning.
Move there.
It'd be great for the swing, that's for sure.
We'd like that.
I'm not betting on it, though.
Are you long on PayPal?
Yeah, it was. Remember,
nice,
PayPal
okay.
was this. It was that 50-period hold breakout style thing. Whatever. I don't think it's. You just never buy anything because you think they're going to get taken out, right? But if they happen to get taken out while you're in it, that's a good thing. I just don't think that's the exit plan. Like the exit plan is like a bottom recovery kind of deal for PayPal, not necessarily that they're going to get bought.
I'm probably still in a little bit of PayPal. I have to go double check that one. Block has been a disaster.
If they gap up
as well
on a deal, I'd probably sell it right away.
Okay, we were able to. We wrote down 213 as our top potentially there on the note as well for Nvidia. So we got into 212.50. We take that offer. We talk about trying to be a little, diligent in our profit taking because, as we had mentioned before, absolutely anything can happen in this market, especially as we have the president right now tweeting out or truthing out various things. So we'll wait to see here. I still like the USO trade. I would like it a little better up here to 139 if that can happen. We do have VWAP up here around 140s. So I think I'd like to start the trade right around, this 200 period or 50 period moving average if we can get that for USO. So that would be something to look at. I know you were in and out of Intel, but I'm still on my mind here as we approach $83. Just goes up to 83.50 there, Intel. Waiting. I actually wanted to really moon, and we can watch that with Nvidia if that starts to go. Then I think I'd like to fade out on Intel a little bit because we've seen a double top there at 87 now twice in a row. So if we do get closer to that, maybe 85 or so, we could think about a little bit of a short. Oracle, we wrote down 165 as a short. That was good early, like real early, like at first couple minutes, and then it wasn't, and now we're starting to break a little bit higher as the market sort of shrugging off that OpenAI worry a little bit. We were still down, we've recovered half. We were down 1.5%, now we're only down 0.8% as we continue to move around here in these AI names. Bed Bath & Beyond, I just want to look at some earnings. Wow. All right,
it's getting smoked.
It's getting smoked, so it's a good thing there. Right back into $6. So this could be a little bit of a level. I think we could try it against $6 right now, Bed Bath & Beyond. So let's let's take a little bit of a spot here. We just punched into 10s. We'll put a 597 or so stop loss now on Bed Bath & Beyond as we're now long in the 10 area. So, we'll see if we can get something out at 20. There it is right now. There it goes, man. Wow, the face slapper on Bed Bath & Beyond. A quick little dub there for us on BBBY. So I don't know if that was you guys jumping in there and buying it, but hopefully it's the momentum that carries this through. We only took out 10% there on the high side, so this could be an L as it comes right. Okay, there it is. Watch out. Breaking through 97, and we're out, like hands off, right? If this breaks to back down below, then there it is. We are out there on Bed Bath & Beyond, as that was quick. Good thing we took a little bit off, as that's coming right back in now like hot fire. So bye-bye Bed Bath & Beyond through $6. That might have just been a little bit of a washout there, hitting people through. Let's try one more time. We'll try to buy some 05s, and now we'll use 589, which is the most recent low, and we're not going to be stubborn with this one, right? If this one wants to fly around like it's been doing, fine by me, and we'll just tap out of that one. We only have half a unit here. We're not trying to go crazy. We actually have more shares on this that we do on Nvidia, but it's not like a huge position. This is only a $6 name. So, all right, here we go. Let's wait to see what happens with Bed Bath & Beyond. Maybe some pressure just relieved there at $6. We'll see if we can get back to the upside here. There it is. So there we go. We take another 10 cents. We'll see if it can hold this bid this time.
Yeah, well, holding the bid barely is going to be USO, but now that it's continuing on that downward trend, I feel like that's going to be strong for the market. Once we're under VWAP, took the second shot, at IBIT at that volume weighted average price. It's still holding that prior high at about 43.33, call it 76.4 on overall. But Battle holding a downtrend. I'm just going to play this, and if a USO breaks down, then I can have this short with a stop at that trend break. There still has some room to run to the absolute low of the day. Intel's still on one, so there's really no point. Like, there's no point trying it yet. But I'll take the VWAP trade and give it to the standard stop. But until you show me this trend break, which could be happening, actually could be happening now. A couple of wicks at that 83 level, a couple of topping tail candles, you confirm holding under 83, then I could take a shot at it. And then looking over at some of the other chip names, AMD with a very, very similar setup. I do favor Intel for that pullback trade if we're able to get it. But into Battle, that's going to be the energy short trade. IBIT still holding some of those lows. And the one that reports tonight, Robinhood, back at 83, so it does have some strength on it. I don't want to fade this today. I feel like if crypto's going to go down, then Robinhood should be a bit of a play. But the only new one is going to be Battle for myself. Just shorting into the trend, looking for yesterday's low. That doesn't give a ton of risk, because when you look at, there we go, redraw that there. You're really only giving it 5 or 6 pennies, and then it's got about 20 to the low. So as long as USO can hold the bottom end of the line, I'll like this, a BATL trade. 1-800 get long says SoFi is moving. That might be my favorite name. I love that. That's a great name. 1-800 get long in the chat. SoFi, yeah, it's moving a little bit, but it's not necessarily green yet, and it's got some overhead resistance. That 19 fail yesterday would give me a little bit of pause. Not a ton, but at least a little bit of pause with that 19 fail. But look out, the market's strong, so SoFi just following the market here just hasn't really gone into the positive yet. And there's no catalyst either that I'm aware of for SoFi.
No, let's get going, SoFi, man, for sure.
I hope so.
Yeah, I'm just liking some of these. Thank you, everybody, for all the love there on Twitter as I just go over and comment back and forth with some of you guys there as well. No catalyst for SoFi. Thanks, Adara. Okay, we just get a 212 again. So, yeah, man, we'll fire off the hot dog cannon, whether or not you're going to the Jays game or not. Enjoy a hot dog as it is nice weather out finally, although it's a little rainy here right now. I was with a hockey dad yesterday, was grilling in his backyard. It was a gorgeous day there yesterday. I really like Meta. We talked about that yesterday with Joe. I think this is the biggest risk to the shorts coming through. I really enjoy watching Meta rip, and I think that that's a very good possibility right here coming tomorrow night. We'll see if we can get some. We cut the 10% of the workforce there, and I think Meta does get some going there tomorrow off earnings. I do like this play. We'll see if it wants to work out. Meta tomorrow. Again, I don't really like the glasses. I don't think it's anything like that. We'll just see if some of that money with avocado and some of that stuff starts to finally pay off a little bit, and we'll just wait to see. I mean, I know they got WhatsApp and they got all that stuff there, and then Microsoft's also one of the. It's still one of the most owned names. It's just not one of the more loved names, but you are also basing out quite nicely here on Softy. What a good pickup that would have been down there around that 360 marker. And then today we had a little bit of a move higher there. We love ourselves some CrowdStrike, that's for sure. We love some CrowdStrike. There goes that Nvidia, by the way, back up to 212.50.
CrowdStrike's going to fire.
Yeah, CrowdStrike's a great stock. Palo Alto's been a good one as well for many traders. And there it goes, man. Pan W, straight fire in the booth, back up to the upside. That Bed Bath & Beyond it just broke again, so we'll take small L's on Bed Bath & Beyond there early today. And just to let you guys know, we lost 15% of what we've made on Nvidia. So just to put it in perspective, and I think that's, for me, that's important because we want to make sure that we stay in the zone here and not we don't want to give. Like I said, Bed Bath & Beyond was not the same trade for me as NVIDIA. Believed, obviously, in NVIDIA a lot longer. The last time we wrote down Bed Bath & Beyond, probably 5 years ago. So there goes that trade. Other than that, man, Palantir was a 143. That broke through. Still a decent little level here. I wonder if the market has now just gone for its jaunt and maybe now decides to turn back. I mean, these are those pre-market levels that we were at before we had this move back down in. So I could definitely see a little bit of something happening right now in the NASDAQ over the next couple minutes. So we'll wait to see if this key level winds up holding pre-market highs. was the pre-market high before we started to drop off. So let's wait to see here as we come into this level right now with the NASDAQ. And what a great month April has been, of course, for the NASDAQ. So we'll wait to see if that keeps going. But yeah, that's the only thing that's hitting my account right now. We will have an update from Adara soon. We'll figure out what the rest of the
USO is breaking low a day.
Okay, so damn it, man, we should have probably gone short on USO.
Yeah, it's right. Ignore these dark pool.
Ignore
the dark pool wicks, but it just wicked the low of the day. USO and it's trying to break lower as we speak. There's BBIO, Bridge Bio Pharma has been a big mover this morning here. But it's got a huge spread, and it's losing. It's a gap up that's losing VWAP. If that can get VWAP, maybe it'd be a little bit more interesting. Everybody, so again, I'm only in IBIT and Battle. Battle is just playing off a USO. IBIT's holding under VWAP, so did another topping tail. It's weaker than the NASDAQ, so I'll reload this. I'll take this a third time if we get a bit of a pop. Maybe a little bit above VWAP into the high. So I'm going to try to reload this one. As long as you hold underneath yesterday's triple bottom, that's where I want to play for the shorts here. It just hasn't really convinced me that we're strong relative to the market. And then Intel is starting to look, oh, we're still having mic issues?
Andre just came over.
Oh, still?
He moved my mic to where the mango was. So I was like, come on, man. You gotta leave the mango alone over here.
You definitely need to leave the mango to ripen a little bit.
Yeah, we got
That's
this.
just my two. Yeah,
got this mango right here. So, yeah, thanks, Andre. We are having a couple mic. I'm using Sia's mic right now, so sorry about that, Sia. You can get that figured out.
You know what? My mic has been apparently good.
Yeah, I think they switched. I think. Well, here's a battery. I don't know what this battery pack is doing.
I just found it here, so I'm guessing Joe must have needed a new battery.
There is a battery pack over here. Where's Fabian? Oh, he's not in yet. Okay. All right. So nothing much going on. We did get out a little bit more of Nvidia here at 212. I don't want to really get out of any more. I still have a third left of this trade. Hopefully we can let this get going a bit, but I'm always going to use this 50-period moving average as our out. So a break back down below 210.50 over here, we need to get out. This is the only way that I can possibly see myself holding on to anything for a longer period of time is by giving myself some sort of an out that I can kind of respect, and that would also be in and around near VWAP. So I don't want to just play VWAP so early. It's 9:55. I don't mind. I mean, I just don't want to go longer there. I'm just going to wait to see what winds up happening. If we do wind up breaking the 50 period, then we'll get out. It'll still be a dollar, but you know, at the end of the day, we're looking for a little bit more. We saw $8 straight to the upside yesterday, and not today doesn't need to be the same as yesterday, but let's just wait to see if the NASDAQ, first of all, wants to hold this bid. It was a risk-off day early, and then we get some Strait of Hormuz talk, and President Trump talking a little bit nicer here about the dealing with Iran. So we'll see if we can get some positivity here in the market. 10.50. So I'm going to now change my stop. I didn't really put a stop in, actually. As soon as I took this trade, it started to go up, so I didn't even address the stop. But okay, so now I'm going to do that. So 210, let's go to 39, and then we'll get out of 50% of what we have left. That will leave me with 8% of the trade. So we'll see if that continues to work out for us here as NVIDIA is pulling back in. So I'm assuming Bitcoin's probably, the short is probably working nicely there on IBIT, so that's a good one. And then I'm thinking that Palantir is probably falling on this kind of a move. Yes, it is. So we had looked at the short here at the pre-market high. We didn't take it because we did look at this market with rose-colored glasses once we went long. But the short definitely coming back in right now. And the two names that I would short based on news would be Oracle and would be Palantir.
My issue with that saying, rose-colored glasses, it's like, that's red. I know rose-colored glasses is positive, but with the market context, rose-colored glasses would be red, which is kind of negative.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a difficult one for trading because it cuts both ways.
You're looking at the market with rose-colored glasses, yeah. So you're thinking that there's a positivity there, and then there is not.
No.
Yeah, I mean, these are yellow. These are yellow. So maybe if I have a neutral yellow on.
You got to do the orange.
Yeah, you're looking at it with rose-colored glasses.
Yes, my daughter absolutely, I have these at home. She's always constantly wanting, what does this look like in the glasses? I'm like, you just want to wear them. You can just ask to wear them. You've seen what your room looks like with it on. But no, with that turn in the market, IBIT just bounced off of the low LOD, the low of the day. Bitcoin, it's actually 76,000, almost exactly. That's going to be the low of the day. So just support at 76,000. Going to go back into the short if we get any kind of a any kind of a pop from here. Just look at the volume-weighted average price. Intel's bouncing off of VWAP, so that's actually showing a little bit of strength.
And
Oracle
on VWAP.
Oracle is returning even higher. This one is really going Oracle. That's looking super strong there for ORCL. Oh, I forgot about that XE. Remember XE?
Yes.
That hit 37.
Yeah, yesterday.
No.
Oh, again today. Okay.
Right at 37 and pulling back in. This wasn't on my list because, to be honest, I forgot about it. But looking at this,
I really appreciate this
strong
name,
day two.
But it's bringing back our
higher low, higher low,
moderator.
higher low. I'm thinking higher lows. What?
Good look on.
Oh, Bears, Bulls,
Yeah,
Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay. Many market gurus, not us, only talk post wins. Only talk and post wins. Okay. I super appreciate the transparency. I mean, yeah,
that's what it's about.
You know, we talked about everything, and that's why we try to celebrate our wins as well, because, you know, it's a back and forth game. You're not going to win every single day, but when you do, you better make sure it's a profitable one for you. So hopefully you guys are hitting your wins a little longer than your losses, right? I mean, if you can lose 50 cents on a trade and make 60 on the next, then you're up 10 cents. And that's kind of what we're trying to plan out for you guys and just show you that this is a long game for sure. And you just got to be patient with it. We got a great super chat earlier from an account that went from 5,400 to 28 grand over the last couple of weeks. We want to say shout out to anybody that's putting up some kind of numbers like that. I mean, those are obviously pretty impressive there. As you can, I mean, anybody that can put up, like you could put up, you know, close to like, you know, what a 30-year salary, or I don't know what the average income is there, but you know, 28 grand in a month is definitely a good one. That is for sure. But you got to save some money to pay the tax man. That's for sure. Which, speaking of the devil, when do I got to push file in a couple of days? Okay, here it is, man. 211.
Thursday.
Yeah, okay, Thursday. Good. Yeah, today's the 28th. 211.80 right there. We'll take another bit out. I was saying that we weren't going to buy more on VWAP. That to me. Look, man, I'm glad. Hopefully, you guys are rocking with me right here. But there's VWAP. So I did the greatest advice on that one. I was like, yeah, let me see what happens at the 50 period moving average. And here we go. Wow. Extensione right now. I'm still at 212. I'm still at 212.50 to see if we can get another out over there. Look, nothing's really hitting the scanners. We're just a couple minutes away. We'll go over to Adara, get a little bit of an update right now. Oracle's hot. Intel was pretty hot early. NVIDIA's is going. We're into that one. We don't have to worry about it. AMD, a play from yesterday. Oopsies, that's AMD, not the right one. Here's AMD right here. 323, so there we go, upside again. Still down, but, you know, was down much more than this. And then the name that I think could battle back decently today would be CoreWeave. And there goes CoreWeave, was down 6%. Wow, CoreWeave up $7. All right, we got a number at 10 o'clock. Let's go to Adara.
We do, guys. It's going to come in a couple seconds now. Actually, two numbers. Main one here, CP Consumer Confidence, 89 forecast, prior print, 91.8. Richmond Fed Composite Index also set to come out. Forecast 1, prior print 0. I'm just waiting for these to populate for me. So once I get those, I will let you know. We did have some data earlier today, nothing massive. CB Consumer Confidence here, 92.8. So higher than the forecast of 89 and above the prior print of 91.8. So not seeing that Richmond Fed Composite number. I have a shipments index coming in at -2 in line with the prior print. Here is the NASDAQ continuing to kind of chop along here, not reacting too much to these numbers as far as we can tell. Oil news certainly, and watch President Trump posting a Truth Social literally 1 minute before the open saying that Iran wants to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. So if we get more details on that, I will certainly keep you all posted. Here is USO. Speaking of that, I also want to show you guys here some of these names like Oracle and these names in the AI space, initially gapping down on a report from the Wall Street Journal suggesting that OpenAI, which of course is a major cloud component here working with Oracle and the likes. We know OpenAI actually reportedly having some issues meeting their internal revenue and user metrics for themselves. However, OpenAI comes out right off the open and they say their business is apparently firing in all cylinders, sending all of these names to the upside. So all it took was one comment from OpenAI to reverse a lot of those drops. Spotify, one of the many, many earnings names on watch. In the case of Spotify, you've got a sales miss, but an EPS beat and guidance, a little bit of an issue here as well. Other names that reported this morning include Coca-Cola, GM, UPS. Last night you had Amcor, you had BBBY, that's Bath and Body Works. So tons to look at for earnings tonight after the bell. You get the likes of Robinhood, Bloom Energy, and Starbucks. Back to you.
Bloom. Boom energy. Thank you, Adara, for that one. And yeah, the house is on fire, and right now the chips are on fire right now because we get that one. Spin it one more time. There it goes, man. NVIDIA. All it takes is one trade. We've talked about that over and over again, and there it goes right there. NVIDIA to the upside, 209 longs into 212. Right there as we wait to see where we go from here as the story continues. It's only 10 o'clock, so thanks to Dara for some of those updates over there. We had some big earnings names as well come through, and this is the big week for earnings, right? I mean, we'll be here Wednesday night. Yeah, I actually prefer. I don't know if I'm not. Yeah, which one? I actually like some of the lower names, like. It's going to be such domination from Microsoft.
Because that's the thing.
The whole story.
I have nothing against the hyperscalers.
No, hopefully not. I mean,
we love those stocks and
got
a lot of
rich.
fun. I just feel like when you're day trading, there's more interesting names. Like Robinhood is more exciting when you're looking at like trading opportunities than, I don't know, Apple should be pretty interesting this week. I just feel like the hyperscalers, they're not going to move much. They're probably half of them are going to do less than 5%. And that's just the reality. There's nothing against that. It's just sort of is what it is. It was just a nice bounce up, and I guess it was a mistake not to look for the volume weighted average price at IBIT, but I was looking for above into this high, right? Like the first time I played under VWAP, that stopped out. Sneeze. And then we ended up with this high here, right about 43 1/3. So if we get back up there, obvious, but VWAP is holding, and that's with the market still on that bounce. We're putting in lower highs. So I'm going to try and reload this one if I can off that 42.3 zone. And then USO's right at 140. And then we've got Battle, which is trying to break this little wick with also VWAP at the 393 level. So if we don't break the low from here, and that breaks trend, I can look to maybe add to some Battle. And then back over to Intel. Like Intel pressed into the volume weighted average price. It hasn't looked great for a short unless you just guessed at this wick here. But if it fails and puts in a double top, that can give me something to work off of for that potential fade trade. Took it at VWAP and then it broke out. That's been a one and done for now. But IBIT has held the low, so as long as that happens, we'll be fine. And then Oracle, it's still looking way too strong. Whoops, there we go. Way too strong. There hasn't been any kind of a significant trend break here. Oracle's just been holding out. If it fills in more of the gap, you're waiting until 170-ish, which is only a couple of dollars away. Oracle only down 3% now. And we're doing this with the NASDAQ not doing much.
No, that's...
Like the NASDAQ is made a top, making lower highs, which is probably why Bitcoin is not going. That's what makes sense to me. Like Bitcoin's not going because the Qs overall are not going. So as long as that stands, I should just only be reloading one thing, and that's going to be IBIT, or maybe looking at BMNR or something.
Yeah, this is why, stock selection, we talk about that all the time, how just important it is. I mean, that's why we put out the sticky note. That's why we have our notes out as well, because we saw NVIDIA breaks all-time highs yesterday. And this name just, we have $3 now on this. And as Neil said, the NASDAQ's really been doing nothing. If I was more hyper-focused like I was yesterday on the TQs and everything, then we'd be sitting here saying, yeah, nothing's going on. But instead, you're in the right spots, and there it goes. So there goes NVIDIA to the upside. Let's check out what's going on with ARM. So just so you guys know, we're in now. We had about a third. We've got about a quarter now. Do the math. It's actually just over a quarter left on NVIDIA as we get our 212.50 area. Right. I want to buy. ARM is one of the ones that's going to be on the radar for a pickup. So if we can get into this 160 area, which is still a decent ways away, I mean, we have to wait to see. I was actually talking with Marissa. I sent her some cash because we got to start loading up again, just in case. We want to make sure that everything settles for the next couple of days here. As if we miss again, like we did on Amazon, and we bought some more Amazon around that $200 mark as we waited. Wow, NVIDIA's at 213. We're going to get out some more at 213. Now there is no one selling this name, man. This is hot fire right now. But if we can get ARM back down into 174, 175. Your boy's going to be buying that one up right there. But here we go, man. 213 engage right now. I have an offer right there, hands off there. I mean, it doesn't even matter. We've got those diamonds right here today as we blow it up, man. I mean, like we were saying, it's one trade today for me. It's long, 209 off the note. There goes NVIDIA. Yes, sir, Joseph. It was great having Joe yesterday. We've got Neil back today. Joe filled in for me all last week. This guy's been doing work, boy. But there goes NVIDIA now to the upside. Appreciate that. You got the money over there, Joe? Okay. We like that one, but there it goes. Huge trade alert. $5 now in the money on NVIDIA off that low. So, all right. Oh, yeah, now you know
now
Joe's
he
back
hits
in his
it.
spot.
Now
yeah,
he hits
Now
it.
we've got that spot going. So thanks, Joe. Appreciate that love, and I'm sure you've probably got some longs on as well. I'm long, we're short. Neil's got those shorts. I like the oil. We'll see what happens there. As NASDAQ's trying to figure itself out, over to the desk for a dare. Tesla ripping.
Keep an eye here on USO. Of course, any oil stock on watch here. We have comments coming from Iranian state media with an Iranian army spokesperson saying the western part of the Strait of Hormuz is completely controlled by the Revolutionary Guard of Iran. The eastern part is being controlled by the Iranian army in full coordination. So they're claiming complete control of the Strait of Hormuz. Obviously not a massive change to what we already know, but just to keep you guys aware, we are starting to get some news here that could eventually be impacting oil. Back to you.
Yeah, well, it's not impacting it too much yet. Like, you're very close to breaking this trend on USO to the upside, above VWAP. If that happens, like, you're putting in lower highs, so you want to see that continue if you want the markets to go up. But not much has really changed in terms of, like, Bitcoin's just sort of languishing. It's not really giving much of a bounce for a reload. It just comes down to the fact that the NASDAQ's not as risk on as some of the chip names would make you seem just yet. Like, I'm looking over at EM&R thinking, okay, well, that's same thing, a lot of weakness, MSTR and crypto not looking like it wants to go at all. And then the other side of the coin, remember it was supposed to be Apple relative strength? That was dumpsville off of the open. So a little bit of strength in the chips, and then this comes out. And if we get a reversal in this market, it's probably going to need Apple to pick up a little bit of the steam. I feel like that's what's going on here with the indices, why they don't seem to want to follow the chips nearly as much. But I'm glad I haven't gotten back over to Intel. Again, like, that's just way too strong.
Strong as hell.
Way too strong. Like, if it's going to break trend at this point, now I'm looking at resistance at 85. And I can give you 3 points now. When I get to this time of the day, you start to look at, there's the low, there's the bounce. You get a more distinct, like, trend break trade. Instead of just looking at a level where you see a topping tail and you play a reversal, now I can look for a trend break. And that could easily see 85 before it gets in there. So I'm just going to stay the course. Chris Arendt is asking, why is SNDK weak? They report this week, and SanDisk has been an absolute rocket. I just feel like there is way more risk in the other side of this trade. If you're buying tops up here on SanDisk, Micron dropped over 20% when they reported last quarter, and they had blowout numbers. So what happens to SanDisk if they're just even not perfect? 850? I don't know, double digits, man. So I feel like there's just a little bit of tentativeness or trepidation when it comes to SNDK, and I think rightfully so, given how far this has run.
All right, guys, Neil and I are here trading prop, and markets have been extremely active lately. For traders, this kind of environment creates opportunity. Big moves means more setups, and of course, more Momo. But to really take advantage of these conditions, you need two things: discipline and, of course, access to capital. And that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing your own risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. So if you take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com and please make sure to scan that QR code, because you will get an extra 10% off, and you'll be telling them that you are coming from Trader TV. So you've got the best with you already. But yeah, we're excited to continue that relationship with Trade the Pool, and we want to thank them for their continued sponsorship as well. And I think Neil and I are probably hopefully good examples, and We talk about that all the time as far as making sure that, if you're going to sit here on prop trading as that ad continues to run there, Andre, which is all good. Extra time, no problem. And we talk about how, that's the whole point. No, that's good, man. Keep that going, Andre. Yeah, run it again. What the hell? I was going to say, that's what it's about, right? Using a little bit more of the buying power that you potentially wouldn't have on your own account, and then, adhering to some of the stop loss rules that many prop firms do have. So it does treat you quite well in the long run. However, this game is a very, very tough one. So please be patient with it. And, hopefully you guys can find some success in your day trading as well. Okay, so Tesla, people were talking Sean, why are you ignoring Tesla? It's ripping through 380. Yeah, man, we missed it. There it goes. Tesla breaking through, as you guys rightfully mentioned, breaking through that 380 marker. So it's coming back in just a little bit. I'm taking the opportunity now to wait for 378. That's VWAP, that's your 50 period moving average. We know Tesla's a wild one. So sometimes you got to be a little more cautious with these names because they'll move a little more dramatic, especially if there's not news story, then you're sort of in the process of the market makers and they can do funny things with stocks, especially a name like Tesla. So we'll be able to carefully watch that one at 380, looking for 378. I'm just going to stay long on NVIDIA now. I'm down to 20% left. We just took another piece out when I thought it was breaking through 213. Yeah, didn't think that one through, my guy. As there it goes right back again to the upside. Now, it's still $5 from that bottom, but you remember how our math works. It takes out these shares first, those shares next, and then there's the nice upside play. And just looking to see where we can potentially get out. We had written down on our note, which is why I'm getting a little iffy right now. This is the sticky note today. It's back-to-back days where we had NVIDIA on there. We talked about Oracle at 165. I do want to relook at that before we go anywhere. But there's the 213 short area. So long at 208. We missed the 208 by 5 cents. We were at 208.15. It went to 208.20. And then there's 213.50, which is where we're at right now. I thought that could have been the short. So we've already called the bottom and then here right back up to the top. But this top might not be the top. There is a lot of movement happening right now in NVIDIA. So I'm going to take one more piece out right here because we had indicated that we were looking at a 213.50 top. So the fact that it went there and we only got one piece out, maybe a little light. So, okay, it's starting to drop back in. We'll take out there. We'll take out a 20, and then we'll cancel our 40s. And there it is. We'll wait for another extension through. And we're still going to use our 50 period there. So that's 211.60 now. We can change our stop order into 211.59. Let's just go there. And we'll do getting out of half again of that trade if that does come back and trigger in for us. So just one trade today, and a decent one there. Fabian, where are you? This mic. Oh, you want to speak? Okay, this mic is dead. Yeah, so I just wanted to give that to you because Randy was
What, that wasn't working when we were talking this morning?
No, because remember Randy gave it to me and I'm like, oh man, this guy didn't even turn the mic on. So then I turned it on and it turned off immediately. Yeah. So I probably...
Apologies on the mic issues. We've been having some battery.
Yeah, I don't know.
They just had to replace my battery too.
That's what Fabian...
Which doesn't make any sense because I just turned it on 2 hours ago and they usually last like half of the day. Yeah. To the person that asked if Intel's turning around, it's trying. I don't think it's time. Just I'm gonna look for this to break the trend. I'll leave it at that. There's the opening bottom wick. It held VWAP pretty tightly, so it has to break trend, or I don't want to step into this way too early. We took, whoops, thank you, wick. We took one shot at it, and I want to make sure the second one is following the rules of action. Unfortunately for IBIT, I just can't seem to, it just doesn't want to bounce to give any re-entries anymore. So we got it coming back in through the volume weighted average price, and it's still just sitting right at those lows. The NASDAQ is going pretty much sideways. I haven't found anything. I see a lot of people have been mentioning NEO in the chat. And Dara's looking into it, and if I don't see anything obvious on NIO.
Nothing since yesterday morning. Yesterday morning, they had that on semi partnership. There were about 5 different press releases for some reason for this one partnership. And again, yesterday morning, well before the bell, nothing since then, Neil, and everybody looking at NEO.
Yeah, when you don't see new news and you get that kind of a reversal candle, my first thought is if that holds that high, and we'll go back to a 3-minute just so you can see. If you end up holding that high, Usually I would fade off of that if you get a chance. Neil's probably free. Absolutely, it is free. All right, but it doesn't matter because Intel looks like it wants to challenge breaking that trend line, which I'm just going to redraw so you can see Intel's breaking trend as we speak. So second salvo in Intel would come in. But I do think if there's no news on NIO, that does look like sort of an obvious reversion play. As we're going to go to the desk to Sia. Oh, sorry, no, we're going to go to the screen with Sia.
Yes.
Thank you. Yesterday, I was just working out in my gym, and I looked at this water filtration system that had the company Zurn Elkay written on it. I got curious, and I looked up their ticker, and of course, they had a very good earnings, so we're going to talk about them and take a look at their history. So Zurn Elkay Water Solutions, company that trades on the NYSE under the symbol ZWS, has a market cap of $8.81 billion, and the company produces water filtration solutions for commercial use, and at the same time also produces plumbing products. So this company had a revenue of $433 million with a free cash flow of $43 million. The company had its all-time highs yesterday, where it was trading around the $52.80 region. Now, it did see a bit of a hit during the year 2020 due to high inflation, and 2022. This was due to a failed merger that took place in the month of July, which caused a loss of $10.1 million and a lot of one-time transactions within the company. So what also happened was it sent the company's stock down, but it did make a significant recovery, and the stock is up 64% over the past 2 years and 206% up over the past 5 years, ranging back to the year 2020, which is all thanks to the demand in the water sector. And that's all for you about ZWS, sending it right back to the big desk.
All right. Thank you, Sia. Yeah, I actually like that segment. If we can do that, like, you know, what Sia's looking at, something like that as a new segment, I think that'd be awesome, because these are names that I've actually talked about it.
CSCs.
Yeah, CSCs. Yeah, that's a good one there. I think that would be great.
That's low-hanging fruit.
Those are names.
I'm not taking any credit for that one.
But I think it's a great. That's a great title.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I think that would be fun because it's names that maybe potentially, you know, we take advantage of that we don't talk about and cover on a daily basis. So that's a good one there. See, I like that one, the water game. I think water is going to be a huge play moving forward, as you need to cool these data centers, and water is used in construction. Obviously, we need to talk about that.
With all Canada's water, then we'll be able to profit from it, and then we'll be able to throw that into our sovereign wealth fund.
Yeah, good idea by Carney there yesterday.
Well, the important thing about a sovereign wealth fund, of course, is that you have money to put into it. Which when you take all of those big surpluses that you've got,
right,
and then you're able to take advantage. Oh, that's right, we don't have any surpluses.
Oh, okay.
Oops. Yeah, we just forgot about that part here.
Thanks, Justin. All right.
Wow. Canada is doing a sovereign wealth fund, actually.
Yes, we are, and it should be a good one.
Although it's a silly name if you don't have any money.
Yeah. Well, they've got some money, just got to deploy it in the right spots. Okay, let's go back over again. Okay, Dara with an update.
Well, this time to the desk.
Oh, yeah, sorry, guys, to inundate you with stuff here. We'll just do the small cap recap super quickly. ATER near intraday highs, announcing a definitive agreement to sell their e-commerce brand portfolio for $18 million. KIDZ yesterday, class over. I know this is a name for sure that's been traded on the midday in the past. Name to time, yes, that time. They're America's top ed tech companies of 2026. Last but not least, BIYA. This one near intraday highs, announcing that they're going to be doing a digital strategy or digital asset treasury strategy. This has passed through the first round of public voting, and they've selected Binance Coin as this treasury, I guess, for this. So either way, BIYA trying to start a Binance Coin treasury asset strategy. If I get more info, I'll let you know. Back to you.
But there already, because there already is Binance Coin, so we're trying to get another one of those treasuries going over.
Well, those are also, they're also safe.
They're what?
They're also safe that it just makes so much sense, right?
Yeah.
All these treasury
look at BMNR. So I still think there's some love for Ethereum. I mean, you're still in that short of eye bit. We'll see what winds up happening. We have Google coming out.
Crypto's not doing.
We can look at some crypto.
It's the only thing that's happening is we're holding 76,000. Yeah. We're at 76,000 last time I talked. We're at 76,000 almost exactly right in here. If that breaks down, I think 75 is going to be in place. 74 is a more key price level for Bitcoin. Adara?
Just because we mentioned Pfizer earlier, I finally have news here on Pfizer, guys. PFE announcing they made 3 settlement deals for their Vyndamax, extending their U.S. patent expiry date to June 1st of 2031. Also saying that they expect revenues to stay stable from 2028 to mid-2031 due to this settlement. So guiding tepid revenue, to put it mildly, for the next 3-4 fiscal years, and announcing the settlement deal. We know PFE pushed higher. Still not sure why they pushed higher here. We certainly know why they're pushing lower now. I did just want to mention that, especially because the stock was brought up earlier today.
I feel like I used to own Pfizer around this price, I feel like.
The mic
I
is
feel like
back.
The
I still feel
pandemic
like I
level,
feel
where was it?
That issue.
Okay.
No, I guess it wasn't. Nah, it wasn't. It moved.
Well, that mic is now working. Everybody heard that, I think. So thanks,
What?
Fabian.
Oh, perfect.
That mic
Yes.
is now working.
No, it wasn't these prices I owned Pfizer.
I
It
think
had to be, no, it was in the 20.
Lower,
29. No, higher.
Oh,
It was
higher,
it was a pandemic play. Remember the dude that, the interesting poker story at the office?
Yeah.
He had a trader on the floor who was touting Pfizer. Everyone was talking about, what are you buying during the pandemic? And I remember he had left the floor by then, and he messaged me out of nowhere.
Like he's loving Pfizer.
Yeah, and he was talking about Pfizer and this and that. And back then, anything you bought worked, so it didn't really make a difference. But that was one of those obvious, you want to get out on the way up kind of deals. Right? Like if you're making the vaccine, it's like, how long is that going to last for a catalyst? But the Pfizer chart on the daily doesn't look all that bad. It really doesn't. Like, I think there's a bit
Yeah, we
of
looked
a,
at that. It was holding the 50-period moving average.
yeah, I might revisit whether that's worth investing into again, just to get maybe a dividend play. I'll go back to like Intel. I want this to get into VWAP. It bounced VWAP the first time. Like there's your trend break, there's your prior bar high, but it seems like it wants to go halfway and then not any further. So like the trend reversion trade fair, but like the idea that it's going to go all day is going to require this market to look a little bit weaker. And see the market just holding uptrend. It's a bit of a wedge too, but just holding on to the uptrend. So I don't know how optimistic I want to be about this getting through the volume weighted average price. As I said, IBIT's doing IBIT things. Tesla is right back at the volume weighted average price. That goes right into that 382 and lost it again. Yeah. Something about those 80s in Tesla. Like on the 4th day, I would have preferred if this could have broken it out. Like get above those highs, like 1, 2, 3. Really? Is it going to be a short at that same price a 3rd time? Or 4th time, sorry. It just seems crazy to me that you wouldn't finally break this level out. But it's not doing it, so.
Yeah, I did put this out there, and it was thanks to MMMX. It still does that ching-ching, even if it's not a super chat, but that's okay.
Oh, you can turn that.
You can turn that. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, only for news you can. My bad.
Yeah, okay, it's okay. Anyways, yeah, I just wanted to show you that was, I mean, Neil just covered it there, so it doesn't matter. I was going to say that was the VWAP, so that's why we sort of talked about that. We are going to drop out of this at 212. We said a little bit here on a breakdown through VWAP, or through the 50 period for NVIDIA as we ride it the whole way, man. And we only had 20% left. We got out 2 more times there, so we have 15% left now on this name. And if we do drop out, then we'll have that 7% as we'll get out of half, with leaving us with very, very small.
That's a much better ride than the Russell Wilson Let's Ride.
Yeah, Russell Wilson. What's he doing now? Is he unemployed again? No, he's still is he with Pittsburgh? I don't know where he is anymore. Aaron Rodgers?
You know what he was doing? He was actually playing Banana Ball.
Okay, so he's probably done.
He was playing with the Savannah Bananas, and retirement is obviously treating him very well, is all I will say.
Of course, man.
He's eating some good.
Retired 5 years
He's
ago.
eating just fine. If you watched him, he was just running out a ground ball with the Savannah Bananas.
Yeah. He's probably.
And he ain't playing. I don't think he's playing any football this year. I'll leave it.
No, I'm not even sure he's on a roster, is he? To get paid all that millions and millions of dollars these guys made.
Hey, he has a Super Bowl.
Ohio State, right? I think.
He started out at.
I think he's Ohio.
NC State, and then it was Wisconsin and.
Oh, Wisconsin,
and then North Carolina State, I think.
Was definitely. Yeah. So okay, but as long as he still got Sia, he probably is okay with that. Sierra, and him been married for a minute. Kids, all that. Okay, there goes Amazon. With their report, I really like Amazon. I think Amazon's going to be a pretty hot report as well. So any pullbacks for Amazon, we're not near VWAP. This name remains super strong there with Amazon. So I think that's going to be a good looker there as well. And we could talk a little bit about the broader market because we haven't really done too much of that right now as, Broadcom down 4, Oh yeah, Marvell's not in the S&P, so it's not going to be on here. We'll talk about that. That was down similarly as well. And then here's the space where I'm looking to pick up. I mean, we talked about I want to pick up some Johnson & Johnson as well. That's not here. These are producer manufactured. GEV down 5%, Lam down 5%, AMAT down 5%, Caterpillar. I mean, these are getting crushed. And
Deere's not down today. That's
no, because Deere's not as much of the data center as a lot of these other plays. So we'll wait. Deere only down point.
It is worth noting, though, President Trump loves talking about Deere and the CEO of Deere. Like, I mean, he big ups Caterpillar too, but I find he big ups Deere a lot more in that sector for whatever that could be worth.
Remember he had that talk, he was like, oh, we got to get the prices of tractors down and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so John Deere there, President Trump, all about the tractors. Okay, and then, you know, today obviously you get energy upside as NVIDIA's bouncing off 212 right now. Not a bad look if you wanted to take something in that space there. Energy, good day today for energy, as we heard, which is kind of strange. We did hear that potentially USO downside there. It looks like it's starting to move around. You were in battle for a minute as we had that US open straits talk. Who knows if that's going to happen. And then here, we've been talking a lot about technology, but very focused on the names. All right, so KLAC, we saw Corning was down as well. There's Qualcomm down. Qualcomm had some huge moves. They're also reporting on Wednesday, sorry. Vertiv down there now, wow, down another 6% today. Vertiv was moving around yesterday as well as we get some pressure back in anything to do with the build-outs, you know, of these data centers today as OpenAI kind of sent some shock waves through. We did have NVIDIA down about 3% at its lows. There's Broadcom, there's Micron, and we already talked about SanDisk a little bit there. So just a quick look at some of the broader views there in the market. And we do take an out, but we spend the money. I mean, when your out is $2.50, you're doing pretty good. So we got out of half, so now we just have a small piece left. They're 10% left actually now. I must have not done the right math. 10% left of NVIDIA there as we make our way, hopefully, back up to 213 and change as we hold out for NVDA, the only trade that I've had on right now today. Hope everybody is okay in the back there. And yeah, so that's that, man. The IGV, yeah, people saying, what's up with IGV? This is just
very
software.
quickly.
Yeah, go.
Intel's bouncing off of VWAP. So the reversion only gets to VWAP. If it falls through all the way to the low, then, you know, I get back into green on it, but it's just not quite. And it's too strong. Down 2.5 points is a bit deceiving because from the open, it's actually up $3.50 if you go from bottom to top. So holding on to VWAP, I'll wait for a retest of the high, or if it fails under VWAP and I can get some kind of a continuation trade later that looks oddly enough like yesterday, like trend up. Like when it came to VWAP here, it just broke right through. I don't like the fact that it bounced, which is different from yesterday. But if it does a similar thing, make a new fresh low, pop back in, then we can try to reload that. IBIT's still looking relatively weak. And Oracle, oddly enough, that's incredibly strong. Like we see that pullback, like see how far you came back over there on Intel, and then you're unable to even get close to the volume weighted average price on Oracle. So Oracle looking entirely too strong to be some kind of a reversion play. Gonna have to look somewhere else. Micron, yuck. At low of day on Micron, and the memory chip names clearly are a heck of a lot weaker, so that's not going to be much of a VWAP. You can't short it at VWAP if it's at the low of the day, unfortunately. So got to look somewhere else if I'm going to play this to the south side for re-entry that isn't Intel. And one of the first things that came to my mind, load, is SMCI. And it is absolutely hugging the volume weighted average price. Like the market rolls over and this has this tight of a range, it gives me a continuation play off of VWAP very simply. Like it breaks VWAP down, just like an easy short where you're risking a couple of pennies. As I just realized, oh, we do have it free. There was a day last week where
SMCI, yes.
Yeah, you were gone. There was a couple of days that we had to pay for locates on SMCI, but they're free today.
Okay, good. I have, yeah, that's the other thing, man. Get prepared, right? Because you don't want to like punch short and then right when the moment is there, you don't have the shares.
Or when it's SSR.
Definitely check that out for sure. Right now, okay, I have another trade idea. I mean, I'm gonna wait. I'm waiting now at 260.80 for Amazon. If Amazon can pump back up just a little bit there. Just came back in. I mean, this level looks pretty decent to me right here for potential short into 261. And like, you know, if we had you know, again, you can't. We talked about Amazon, and I didn't really zoom it out. We just sort of got talking about it there. But I like this level now of 261. I wish I would have looked at it. So we're going to try it one more time. Sometimes when it comes back up in retests, it's not the greatest, but we'll wait. Hopefully Amazon does give us that opportunity. And quick outs, right? It'd be 50 cents worth of an out. So if we get short at 80, we'll get out at 20 or so. If it does break higher, that's the day high. So we're not going to let it go too much past that. I mean, sometimes when you run that high, that's 261. We'll just give it, like I said, 15 cents or so, and we'll see if that one wants to continue to go up. So a little bit of a push up there for Amazon would be real nice. Tesla, TSLL, we looked at that yesterday. Shout out to Joe over there. We looked at Tesla as well, but whoa, man, I didn't, damn it, sorry about that. I didn't get that in time. But yeah, right there, TSLL, just dancing around VWAP. So there's going to be an interesting push here if we do hold it. I think we can get back upside, but this is what we're looking for, is the hold of VWAP. VWAP is not that magical. We've done many videos on this. It's not like, oh my God, you buy everything at VWAP or sell it at VWAP. It's a look, and it's no surprise that we're kind of dancing around there. And if this market continues to lose bid, which it looks like it's trying to do, then I would actually use these tops right here as my stop on a short, 1230 or so. So if you go over to Tesla proper, then you would use that same sort of a level. As you can see, actually, wait a second, TSLL is, okay, it's still under VWAP, but this is a little bit more dramatic. So right into there, 378.50 basically would be the top. I would just bump it up here into 379. So if you're looking short Tesla now, could be the chance, and then use 379 as an off, as a place to bid out if it does start to break through that. But I'm not sure Tesla's the short, because again, you're down 1% in the NASDAQ and Tesla's up versus that. So we can wait on this trade, see if it does wind up working out. PayPal had that news about Stripe, I guess, getting sort of wrapped up with them a little bit. PayPal sent to the moon a bit, 50-50, now coming back in. Good little call out there on this gathering there. Neil talked about that, 45 bucks. We'll see if that breakout remains strong and holds. And then Palantir was, I'm going to go get a little bit of water after this. Look, man, we called 143 short. That was good, but it does break through, so that would have been a problem. We would have lost on that. But then it comes back in and retests it. Probably should have looked at it right there, giving ourselves an out of like 40 cents or so. But there goes Palantir. Potential breakthrough. Like if this starts to come back in, I am looking for maybe a breakout of 141. Breakdown it would be in this situation. Lower on Palantir. I don't like all that Anthropic talk. I think Palantir, the days of easy money is gone for this name. So we've gotten lighter on this position and actually debating maybe getting some out now. I just like the story better for ARM right now and some of these other names. So if we can come back in.
I love the ARM making their own chips and expanding, because for a long time they sit on their laurels because every single handheld device needs to use their technology. And it's like, okay, well, that's great. But where's the growth going to? Because it was expensive, but like, where was the growth going to come from? And I think they've got a new avenue for growth.
That's cell phones are only getting more and more like viable for many. I mean, you can get a pretty high-end cell phone for not that much money. So as we start to advance into not the third world, but as more and more people start to have an iPhone base or a Galaxy or a Pixel, even 4 generations ago or something is still really high quality. So and we're just going to be using more bandwidth. It seems like everything is streaming now, or Apple Music or Wi-Fi seems to be everywhere. Like we talked about in the planes, at all the airports.
Starlink is.
But Baba.
Changing a lot.
Oh, Bada Bing Netflix. Okay, Bart.
No, Baba Bing.
Baba Bing. I'm going to be back and get some water.
Art just said Baba Bing. That's an interesting one. Baba Bing Netflix. That's taking 2 names together. Now we'll look at Netflix in a quick second. Just wanted to throw over to that SMCI. It's failing VWAP, but it's also technically an all morning like wedge breakdown. So it's putting lower highs, which I don't care too much about, and then higher lows. Well, that's broken. So I want to look to play that break into the low of the day. I really wanted to pick some up, or I guess sell some at VWAP. I didn't get it, so I just took half on the breakdown underneath the even, and then I'll leave the other half here just above, and then the out is the prior bar high, like this clear resistance high. So just looking for that new entry into the short as the market's, oh, okay, well, it just popped down a little bit. Gonna throw bids in through the lows. You gotta have them out there if you want to get filled. IBIT, the plan of action on IBIT was here. Like, see this trend. I was kind of thinking it was about to press into the high. I got the SMCI trade, but I was looking to add to this on the trend line and then just give it a tighter stop. I was going to give it to here at the time. Now I got to give it to about 40, they call it 43.05. So I'm going to look to add to this on trend if I can, and then play, because there's a huge gap to fill on IBIT, because this short's going to play down. You could be at 42.5 and test that 75,000 level here on Bitcoin. So just trying to be patient with it, see if I can get the add on trend. So a couple of shorts as the NASDAQ starting to come in, and it took some time. Like the shorts, they didn't look very good. They should be at the low of the day, not above or beneath it. It took some time for it to come in. I just want to get in front of 26.7 instead of on the other side here on SMCI. So a couple of things starting to work into the downside. I did hop out of that Intel trade. And yeah, well, the other shorts are going to hopefully have to make up for the initial bounce off VWAP, but that's pretty standard for myself if it's going ham, where I'll play the trend. If it bounces off VWAP, I get out, and then I look for that re-entry somewhere along these lines. If it starts to trend down, then I just short the first available pop. And the good thing about if you have a bias is you can generally find the next trade with maybe it's a better setup or a better risk to reward, which SMCI just presented for me. In theory, could have gone back into Intel, and either one of them is going to go to the downside. The market is still red. Like, as much as we bounced, we never really did better than 1% or 0.9, 0.95 or something like that on the NASDAQ, but now it's starting to lose a bit here as it heads lower. And then you looked over, like Apple, it gets the weirdest thing. It was like right when Apple was finally getting going, that's when the market decided to give it up. Man, again, the only new trade was getting into SMCI.
This is getting interesting down here.
Why? Where's that?
375. Just because it's a 375 number, I kind of like bouncing off of key levels. That's where the 200 period moving average is as well. I think we can take a little bit of a shot here on Tesla. We'll bid some, okay, there we go. We'll bid some 85s. We just have a quarter of a unit right now. If it comes in into 375, I think that's a decent spot. Dropping, okay, here, if it comes in, hilarious right now. As it does come in, we wanted to buy some 375s, so we'll buy a little bit more down there. I'm gonna use my target as 374 out, so right into there, this breakdown through. You know, again, we don't have that. I mean, we have an 8-ball here. It's not a crystal ball. It's not really even working that well anymore. 3.7. Oops, I don't want to put the wrong price. 373.99. Let's go 89. Well, it doesn't really matter if it breaks it, it breaks it. Let's go 94. All right, so random. We'll just pick that right now. We have half a unit. Oh, we have actually just a third of a unit. We didn't buy that much down there at 375. Let's give this a little bit of a chance to see what it wants to do, especially if it does break back down below. Here, I'll take this opportunity now to get a little bit more. Below 375, this is going to be $1. So right now our price is 375.40s. I will take a little bit more on a break back down into 374.75, and then that'll be it. We'll just wait on this move. So Jamie Dimon talking about credit right now. That's never going to be a good sign. But here we go. Tesla on watch for me right now is the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. NASDAQ now into lows again. So the NASDAQ, this could be I mean, we just chose Tesla, but what about choosing the market and Pikachu's? I could possibly choose you down here, as there's a little bit of a bounce off of the day's low. So we'll get a check on that and a little bit of a check on Tesla as we get a little higher. Let's get something out in the 60s if we can do that, because this market right now is bleeding. We'll see if there's some sort of a story about this, but Jamie Dimon now speaking, and apparently not too kindly. Let's go over to Adair and find out. There's a quick out on Tesla. It's just 30 cents. We'll see if it wants to get going to the upside.
I'll put it this way. I don't think Jamie Dimon's comments are helping. Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan, and kind of known for being a little bit of I don't want to say negative. He's a little bit more pessimistic, maybe perhaps, in terms of his approach to the market overall. He said that, quote, credit decline will be more severe than expected. And he said that he doesn't worry about the U.S. economy. So not concerned about the economy. He is concerned about private credit. I did take a look at Morgan Stanley. That one did drop a little bit as he spoke. BLK kind of range bound. But either way here, keep an eye on these banking and private credit names. As Jamie Dimon continues to speak, he also said it's important to keep the Western world together. Keep an eye here on this financial sector with that in mind. Honestly, not a lot of synchronicity within the sector. You have some strength in BRKB, Visa, MasterCard, but then you've got the likes of Robinhood, trading lower by 3% today ahead of its earnings report. Producer manufacturing weak across the board. We've got more than 5% declines in LRCX, AMAT, and GEV. Could be data center build-out concern related, especially with GEV here, but if I get more details, I'll let you know. Transportation to the downside, led by a 5% decline in UPS on earnings. Non-energy minerals weak here. Consumer services, other than McDonald's, largely weak. Health tech, you actually have Eli Lilly and J&J trying to rebound a bit here, but we know Pfizer could be of concern as they come out and say they're going to have stable, quote-unquote, revenue guidance for 2028 to 2031. Now, tech services and electronic tech both beat up here. A lot of these names, including Oracle, NVIDIA, AMD, bounced off of lows, but having a hard time staying or keeping that bounce, rather. We know OpenAI reportedly not able to meet their internal revenue and user guidance. And even though OpenAI came out and said that they're, quote, firing on all cylinders from a business standpoint, again, gave these names a temporary lift. We'll have to see if it can take them all the way from red to green. Time will tell. So stick here with us over at Trader TV Live. More comments from Jamie Dimon saying that he worries about deflation in a worst case scenario. Back to you.
Yeah,
Come on, Jamie. Start talking more positively.
Who was it? They had Dalio was talking about
Ray?
Yeah, well, hey, it is what it is. I had to run some errands. I had a couple appointments, and I'm in the car. So I'm listening to CNBC in the car. And I think that it was right when they had Dalio on, and he was saying, "Oh, we're already having stagflation." I think it was him. I'm like, huh?
He was on yesterday. That sounds about right.
Okay, yeah, it was Dalio then. And he's like, stagflation. I'm like, really? Okay, well, could you be more pessimistic, my friend? Apparently not. I think that's a bit much. I don't know that you're necessarily there yet. Diamond's been negative for a while. In terms of his tone, I feel like the last year, it's been all doom and gloom, and the market's been just fine without it. The economy and the market are two different things. We did bounce off of, like the NASDAQ bounced.
Trying to.
Right off of we'll call it the morning lows, like 7 a.m., or the overnight lows, or the morning lows, whichever you like. And then SMCI bounced off the bottom. It doesn't get back up to VWAP for reload, but we are holding support, at least for now. The thing that just held up on strength and is still doing so, Apple from the low. It's putting in higher lows. So Apple, open, you get higher low, another higher low just got put in here. So if the market's gonna hold up, this one has a chance to maybe break out holding trend, but the other side of that coin is if we break down, that is a trend break. It's a little tight to VWAP. That's kind of a B setup because like your entry is really tight to the volume weighted average price, which makes it a bit strong, but it's still there. And outside of the two things we're in, that's what I'm looking at right here would be Apple. Oh, and then the IPO.
XE.
Oh, shoot, never mind. Well, I was going to say, XE pulling back into VWAP, it had a nice bottoming tail candle. You come back and look, and it's losing the volume weighted average price.
Ooh.
But it did seem like it did this a couple of days and continue to rally. So I want to keep this one up. If it can get back and hold VWAP, I'm stunned by how strong this was yesterday.
Yeah, I know. It happened in the afternoon.
Yeah, like I thought for sure, I thought this was going to be the other thing, where day one at the open was the high, and then that's all you could get. But it's strong, super strong.
Long 375 here. Let's see if Tesla can hold. I mean, I don't feel like I picked the right one, man. I mean, Tesla, we're trying to catch that falling knife. Is not. I don't really. Look, it's good, man. I mean, we told you we were going to take. Okay. Well, now it's better than good. Now we've got $1 and it rips up higher. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day now, net-wise. As we only put on 2 trades today, man. The Tesla long and the NVIDIA long, and they're both trying to print right now. There goes Tesla. And again, we started it really small. We talked about only having a quarter of a unit. We bought more at 75 flats. I think it was quarters, something like that. And then there, we said that we were going to wait for a dip buy if it does break through 375. As we watched out, we were nervous about VWAP there. Now we hope that it can come back up to VWAP. I'm actually out of half already, and I'm going to take a little bit more right now at 7. I just offered 73s. Hopefully it comes up. We might miss that as well. There for Tesla. See if we can get in there. Oh, 70s. Oh, got missed there. Did we get out? No, we did not. And then we're waiting at 70s again. Give me 73s. Give me 73s. There it is. Okay, so out a little bit there. I do have another offer at OK. That was a nice move there as we got out and it just dropped back in. My next offer for Tesla, actually, I don't have one, so we got to think about that. The 25 period moving average, 376.50. I mean, that's $1 from now. So we'll just sit on this trade and see what it wants to do. We told you we're taking roughly, well, you saw me put the stop in, a 374 break. So right now, you know, letting this try to mature up a little bit, but to what we had talked about there, we did have a bounce off of the lows of the NASDAQ, as Neil mentioned, but yeah, it's not holding right now as we continue to go back there to the upside. So Sharif is back in the building, 10:45 right now. Just a couple more minutes. Here, let's look at USO right now. Jamie Dimon's throwing like just a lot of water, cold, on this market. So USO, even though the NASDAQ's dropping down right now, USO is not doing anything. So this is going to be more of a macro story about the United States right now. As yeah, I saw Ram. I said hi to her. When's the last time you saw her? Was she not last week? Okay, good. Last week, yeah, I wasn't here, so I wasn't sure, but said hi to her. So it's nice to have Ramin back here right now. All right, so NVIDIA, we're still long NVIDIA. I mean, we did not reload it there. We'll see if that one wants to continue to work out. But yeah, it's just for me, it's going to be Tesla on my mind right now. I'll put another offer here at 16, get that out. And there's a drop back through again. So we're getting lighter and lighter on this position, but remember, our stop is $1 from here. So this could get stopped out as Tesla weak. Oh, what I said about picking the wrong one, look at Google, right? Go to a strong name.
Apple's still strong.
And Apple, yeah, like any of these names, like there's the fall in on that move. It had no problem going right back up to the highs. As we sit here on Tesla, like hoping that this thing can bounce, definitely showing us the way there. Google still up on the day and holding out on that bid, and we were moments away from getting that Amazon short as well, and then boom, it dropped. Cancel all my Amazon. We only have 10 more minutes until I'm out of here, but we'll still watch out for Tesla. We'll watch out for NVIDIA, but Tesla's making new lows right now, just taking down 374.50. We're not going to average in, man. 50 more cents on this one, and we drop out at Tesla.
Well, the weird thing is I might get trailed out of IBIT here. It's really it already made one bottom. We're beneath 76,000, but that might not matter. Look, from when we got in, it held VWAP, it's held a trend, and if you break 43, then that's going to be a trail out. I was looking at Apple as it continues to hold pretty well on that trend. It's not really, like it's not going crazy. Whoops, I drew that poorly. Anyways, it's not really going crazy to the upside, but the fact that you're potentially breaking out, like my thought was, hey, the market breaks the lows, Apple breaks the trend, but it's not an A because you're so far from VWAP. That's not true anymore because Apple's at it's not the morning high, but let's call it the local high here, 271.7. Like the morning highs are like 73. So that was just one wick right at 9:30. But now if it were to break the trend, it would be far enough from VWAP. But until it does, I don't think you want to stand in. It's not a freight train, but you don't want to stand in front of it. It's one of the strongest ones out there. Oh, that's right, I have that button now. I forgot that if I say train, Fabian got on that one pretty quick. We got a few new things out there. I got that. I finally got the lunch key because every single time you were gone, I'm like, okay, we're gonna do it once for lunch.
Yeah.
And then I didn't have the button was on your.
It was salmon yesterday, and it was delicious, by the way. So.
Oh, you got the salmon again?
Yeah.
Oh, you. You know what? I'm glad it didn't go to waste.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought the whole point of booking the day off was that then the lunch wouldn't come in, so it's not wasted. But
you would think that's the way it should work. And again, this move down, Jamie Dimon says the credit downturn will be worse than people think. So that cannot be good for my guy over here. You don't want SoFi that's loaning out money. Right here, we'll have to wait to see what's going on with SoFi. But okay, let's go over to Adara, and then we'll get money talks, which probably the U.S. dollar. We'll hear a word on that, and then we'll figure out what's for lunch, and then we'll throw it over to the midday show.
Yeah, that comment that we got here from Jamie Dimon, I think that was one of the earlier comments he made in this speech, came in around 10:38, 10:39 a.m. More recently here in his comments, he's talking about concerns with Europe and how the U.S. has to help Europe. Take a look here, though, at the U.S. dollar to get back to the point of what we're trying to talk about right now with this segment. Massive red candle yesterday. We gap up. Then we actually get below some of these areas from Thursday and Friday, and then we close basically right at Friday's lows. Now today, actually green, trying to make up, to be fair at this point, roughly only a third of that decline from yesterday, but trying to bounce a little bit here for that US dollar. We did get CB consumer confidence higher than expected this morning, which is quite a positive change. Tomorrow, we're going to be getting some economic data here, durable goods, housing starts. So quite a lot of numbers at 8:30, but the numbers are going to be more notable when you come through for Thursday with core PCE and non-core PCE month over month, year over year, as well as GDP coming through Thursday morning. Now, all of that is going to be ahead of this FOMC rate decision. Now, mind you, the PCE data coming after the decision, but I think one of the biggest things to wait for ahead of that PCE number is going to be this rate decision. 100% chance that we're going to get rates held steady, at least according to the CME Fed Watch tool. Now, if you take a look here at probabilities, we're still not seeing a cut until December of 2027. So you're going to have to wait and see here what happens for these rate decisions. But either way, it looks like tomorrow is almost guaranteed to be a hold. Back to you.
208 again here for the NASDAQ with NVIDIA. There's SoFi. We already talked about that. That's getting lower here as the market right now is bleeding. We had said like, oh my God, we had maybe survived a little bit of that NASDAQ move down and we could appreciate the rest of the day. But what I do appreciate is this move down on NVIDIA, giving me an opportunity to get long right around that 208. This is the level that we liked. We talked about this yesterday. We talked about this today. So if it's going to come through, I mean, it's only going to come through on dramatic moves. So, and this is something that we'll be willing to lose on. I mean, NVIDIA is going to be my top stock today. We actually wind up losing. I mean, Tesla, we didn't lose. We lost about 20% of what we made again on NVIDIA. So it's not huge, but we could give it up there. Tesla, there we go. Break through 374. Let's see wait now if it wants to hold. I just, you know, you could always go lower down to 372. It's just when the market's doing this, it's kind of like, I'm not going to wait for Tesla to bounce. I'm just going to get out and then wait for the market to make a decision. And then if we want to get back into Tesla, maybe it's a 375 break or so. That's probably not great for oil. Oil companies have applied for export permits. So that should hopefully create, I don't know, that shouldn't have to do with price. China's already getting their oil from the Strait there. So, okay, here we go. There goes NVIDIA finally right now. So nice little call there, back up to the upside. There goes NVIDIA as we buy that 208 again, man. We wrote it down. We bought it. Let's see what happens now with NVDA. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, just keep an eye on AAPL here, seeing reports that Apple's CEO, or now outgoing CEO, I guess, Tim Cook has been seen at the White House for, quote, today's event. Now, I say today's event in quote because I put up a daily calendar here of Trump's events. I just checked his schedule. It hasn't changed. The only real events on camera today involve the King and Queen of England, the UK, sorry. So unclear how and if Tim Cook would have anything to do with that. But either way, apparently Tim Cook is at the White House. Now, we know President Trump posted a very long, very glowing Truth Social post about how much he appreciates Tim Cook when we had the announcement that he was going to be leaving. So President Trump's a fan of Tim Apple, as he once called them. If we do get any update here from Tim Cook at the White House, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Called him Tim Apple? Okay, well, why not? Look, I just jumped out of SMCI. It hasn't filled in the entirety of the gap, but we just bounced the second time. Well, maybe not even the second time, multiple times off the 27,000 level, and doesn't seem to want to break this 26.5. So it bounced once. IBIT has not given me a reload, and it hasn't trailed out yet. Apple's actually going for the high once again, so that doesn't want to break trend at all. But I do have a target down at 42.5, but I think we're more likely to break trend and wait for VWAP for a re-entry there. And going back over to Apple's still holding strong. It was about to break this trend line. Like, it was really close. Like, it was maybe seconds away from breaking down, and I would have entered that one to the south side and then watch it bounce. So again, just going to be patient with this, as Apple is probably the strongest. It's probably the only Mag 7 name that's up. Forget about the strongest. Wow. ARM is almost green from the open, but 9% down.
Oh, it's back? Oh, wow. Oh, no, 9% down still.
It's like it's at the low of the day, but it's 9% down. If that goes SSR, if ARM hits 10% down, I'd probably look for a reversion during lunchtime or in the afternoon. It's so nasty. Like, it's already done. It did, what, 13% or something like that yesterday? And then if it goes 10, it would have to break this 195 again and still have support at 92. Like, it's in the target range where you'd look for a bounce. between 92 and 95. So this one will be on the radar during lunchtime. And then, of course, that XE stock with only 5 minutes to go. Just to give you an idea what I'm looking at. It's going to be Apple if it breaks the trend down. XE is still holding VWAP, so there's a chance this could break higher, and then just look for momentum play back into the high.
Come on in.
And this would be insane if this broke out that top, double top at 37. So I just also trailed out of iBit, as that one broke the trend back into the upside there. So if it gets to VWAP, I could re-enter into the short in iBit. But it's that, Apple, XE, those are the three things that are on watch for myself in the next, well, during lunch.
Yeah, NVIDIA's working, so we got another one going on there. It finally breaks through that 209. We buy the 208s again, man, long at 208.50. But we don't want to run out of too much time. We got to figure out what's for lunch. Okay, so yesterday, you know, salmon's been under the Canadian flag. It's been under the U.S. flag. It's been under many flags. Today is the U.S. flag for lunch, so that's pretty good. I'm hoping it's fried chicken. And today, if you guess fried chicken, well, you're going to have a chicken dinner winner. However, you only have part right. This right now is barbecue chicken leg. I mean, they've done it fine. Barbecue chicken leg should be legit there with roasted root vegetables. So we'll get a couple of those going through. Love some of those roasted veggies there. With herbed potato, okay, so I thought that was kind of a root vegetable there. And then mixed green salad. So it looks like chicken with a couple of veggies and some side potato with a nice green salad. That's what's for lunch. That's pretty good, right? You'll take chicken more times than not, so we'll take that there. Barbecue chicken. We just talked about how nice the weather's starting to turn across, you know, right here, the eastern
if it's still
raining,
anyways.
No, I think it's gorgeous outside, Marissa was telling me. We'll end the day at the highest spot we've been at all day. So here we go, man. Props it up right there. As guess what, Joseph? There it is again. It's another $1 right there on NVIDIA. What are we doing but sitting here and taking these trades? I mean, there goes NVIDIA right there to the upside. We're able to load it up because it comes right into our price level. And there it goes, boom shakalaka as we end the day at our highest spot. That's going to be good, and we still got a little bit to go here. So the stop, we can use 208 if it ever breaks that. Now is our stop, but there it goes. Let's see if we can get back going now. And maybe Sharif's guy, Jeremy Diamond, over there. I'm not sure if it's Jamie, if it's his brother, or if it's evil twin or whatever, but
it's always Jeremy.
Yeah, Jeremy.
It's always Jeremy.
Yeah, I'd rather hear from Jeremy than Jamie these days.
Yes.
As Jamie right there talking a little bit about the credit crisis potentially hitting the U.S. and some of these major banks.
Also, Sean, I'm like, wait until you hear about how JP Morgan cleaned up on if any of these private credit companies go under. JP Morgan going to be picking up all of that slack.
Yes, they will.
Because that's how they roll. I know it sucks, but the big boys don't lose. You just got to buy the dips on them.
That's
Pick one and grip it and rip it, and in the long run, you're absolutely fine. Whether it's JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, all those big boys.
You'll be fine.
All right, chilling. We still have another 90 seconds to go.
Sure.
Look, I've seen a couple of people ask about Robinhood. We get them after, by the way, Apple did break the trend, so in, prior bar out. Robinhood reports tonight. Robinhood is down 3%. It's holding the low. That's the good sign. But remember, all morning long, crypto's been relatively weak. So I'm not feeling very good about this in the afternoon. It's already turning around after that nice little bounce we had. It has been downward trend from the highs, and nothing is really stopping it. The only thing that's holding up so far is it's trying to hold this shelf at 81.5. If it holds a 15-minute candle underneath 81, I think it's sell in the afternoon for Robinhood. But all bets are off when they report. You know, you can go either way there. Whether the numbers are going to be good or not, I think some of the negativity is baked in. So, like, I'm not thinking it's going to be impressive. I'd like to think a lot of the negativity for them is baked in. So they have a decent chance to at least rise on the report because of that fact. I think it's going to be an interesting midday for sure. Oh, here we go. All right. And thank you, Riley, for that. I mean, we can hit the, here, where's the cash register? There it is right there. Sean, Neil, and Trader TV team. And I just put in the chat, you know, thanks, guys, for watching. I think we had a great morning show, and then this pops in. Thanks for sharing your knowledge experience. It has helped me to evolve and become profitable. You mentioned setting up a meet and greet. I'd be happy to help organize an event here in Myrtle Beach. Yeah, I'd be happy to attend. Oh, golf.
Okay, so here we go. 209.70 there. Nice move into 210. There it is, man. We did it again. Now we're at $1.30 in on this one, man. The trades don't stop, man. As we get going, it's 11 o'clock. There it is, $1.34. Good one. Incredible morning. We had a great one yesterday with Joe. Glad to have Neil back. The whole team is ready to rock and roll. The midday show is ready. Joe's fresh, man. Normally he's been, transferring over.
Now,
but right now he's ready to rock and roll, as everybody is always around here. So thanks to Dara, Sia, everybody. Neil, glad to have you back. Obviously, after just
Elon arrives at
one
court.
day. Elon's coming to court. Thank you to. Good to see Ramin back. We've already mentioned that as well. By the way, Nvidia's now is just pumping through. Now $1.50. Fabian, everybody over there. Andre. I don't think I missed anybody. Thanks, Randy, as well, for the hookups right there. Keep the caffeine away from Joe. He has a very inverse reaction to it, and we don't.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
Oh, has he been drinking a lot more? Okay. Take it easy over there, Big Joe. Right now, we'll leave you just with a $2 winner on Nvidia, and we'll see you guys at 2 p.m. Ciao for now.
Peace.
Childish Gambino?
Grandma used to say that to me all the time. Ciao, bambino.
Is that an Egyptian?
No, actually, it's Italian. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy, Joey Options. There he is. Straight left hand down the pipe. I was watching Usyk and Dubois yesterday, number 2.
Yeah.
Dude, that was a whooping for 5 rounds. He caught hands for 5 rounds.
Yeah. What happened in the first one? There was like that low blow.
That was the controversial one, but Usyk beat him up anyway, going into the rest of the fight. Let's say hello to everybody, though, Joey. Jay Koingi, Brown Lightning. We got, I see a new name there. I like it. AJ Chafers, Mig Raj, Lemon Family, Raj Ryan, Marco Hernandez. These are all new names. I like them. Hayaf Mai Asin. Okay. Andre, Michael J. Moss. We got Omar. Who else? We got Roulette. I'm looking for new names, guys. Throw in your new name. Let's go. Emil, Mr. Leahy, Don Sharifo. That's definitely not new. Iran expected to submit a revised peace proposal soon. CNN writing sources, thanks to the OG Darwin, always coming in with the headlines fresh. Appreciate you, Darwin. Prophet TT, Chrome 2481, Kurim Jorez. We got Ryan T, 32U, T2 Trades. Who else, man? Charles, something or another. STO. Let's go. I want new names. Let's go, baby. Risha. Oh, man, that's going to be a tough one. Big Fishing Every Day. Okay. Like that one. James, one Randall. We got Brad Y. Ranger. The real farmhand. I love it. Jackie Nutrition. These are all new names, at least to me anyway. Michael Riz. What's wrong, Joey?
Brother.
Yeah, it's giving you trouble, huh? That's okay. We got a couple more names here. We got NFT Parent. Okay. Luke, 91. Shout out to Eclipse Jack and Senior Toast Engineer. I think I got a lot of new names today. I do appreciate that. We always want to espouse all the new viewers. We love all the old viewers. No question about that. Much love. But we always want to grow.
Viewers on TikTok growing. We have to do our boy Bravely a solid here. We'll give a couple of, exactly. I hopped into the TikTok chat to see what everyone is up to. We got T-Rock. What's up? What about J-Rock? I've seen in the chat Mark Henry. The Mark Henry?
Mark Henry?
The Mark Henry.
Don't upset him. He seems to have a temper. I was listening to a beef that between him and Taker and him and Big Show.
Oh, no.
And those are two big dudes. He wasn't scared at all.
That would have been a heavyweight belt for sure. All right, the Mark Henry, not in the chat. Penthouse, what's going on? T-Rock, it's Eli. What's up, Eli? How you doing, man? Steven Jackson, Gazzy the Champ, T-Money, Kanye Punchy, Lando News, Firestarter, hey, we don't want any arsonists around here. Fried Egg, Buffalo Soldier Son, what's going on? Ghanaian Stock Guru, love that. Randy's World, okay, Mr. Flex, Andor, a couple more. Uchu Leo, Sherlock, Rudy Ortiz. What's going on, everyone? Yeah, we'll give a couple shout outs to our folks over there at TikTok. Guys, let's get right into the nitty gritty here.
Work, baby.
What were we doing? Yeah, down to work. We're down 1.1% here. We're bringing the energy today. I'm on espresso number 3, so it's going to be high intensity stuff. And then around 1 o'clock, it's going to be crash and burn. Unfortunately for your boy. Okay, nonetheless, guys, let's get serious. Let's put those work faces on and let's get involved into what we got going on here. So Bitcoin, the overall market continuing to climb. right? The market was strong, nice, strong opening drive. So I'm like, all right, we're lagging a little bit here in Bitcoin. Let's see if we can implement our VWAP breakup strategy here. And sure enough, what do we do? Boom, at the break of the volume weighted average price, we punch and we go extremely heavy on this one. And then boom, 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 we take some off. And then unfortunately, it just volatility spiked down. Oh, okay, I'm not tapped in.
Yeah.
It spiked down. And then we had to get out break even. We're going to go over this a little bit momentarily. Let's send it off to Adara.
Yeah, for one here, President Trump about to begin a speech with King Charles and Queen Camilla of the United Kingdom. First Lady Melania Trump's also here. If there's anything market-related in this speech, I'll let you know. As Sharif mentioned there, we did get a little bit of a pop here in the market and a bit of a drop in oil. I want to go over that story. So CNN reporting that soon Iran is expected to submit a revised peace proposal. We have no details as to what the proposal is, but we know yesterday apparently President Trump did not want to accept the earlier version of this proposal, which again, we know one of the biggest things here is they wanted to have that Strait of Hormuz reopened. They also wanted to be able to continue with nuclear enrichment plans. So President Trump did not want that. Looks like they're going to be submitting a revised peace proposal soon. So we basically don't get any new information out of that report. Also here, we do have President Trump. He just started speaking. I'll keep you guys posted if there's anything of note, news and market related. Back to you.
All right, good stuff. All right, let's get right back into business, guys. And then we take a couple of more attempts. But this is the position where I had the largest amount of size on. I was looking for some more continuation. Wasn't the fact. So we try one more time. We take the stop out at the break of the low. Oh, indecision print formed. Nope, same thing, break at the low. We get out of that one. So we do end up giving some back on the attempt and then a strong hammer candle, but not enough strength of participants stepping right back in. So, I mean, you go 1 for 3 right there. Not horrible, but you end up giving some back. Thankfully, this position was going to be the largest size here on the day. Now, what am I looking at as per our watch list? We have the SPY, the TQs here on the side of our chart as always. And then we have AMD with a high of around $356. That's the all-time high. Slams down to 311. So that's a pretty hefty haircut in the span of a couple of days. We talk about too far, too fast. And I think that was the narrative here in AMD. Now, Tesla starting to come back in a little bit here, guys. Same with the overall market, strong opening drives. IBIT not participating really in that momentum to the top side, but then we climb almost back to where we were yesterday, 214. Katina Man long on NVDA, now starting to come back in a little bit here. Boeing not doing too much of a slight red day here. Before we send it off to Shreve, we're going to head over to the options chain and look at what we have on NVDA around that 216 mark to see if there's anything saying, hey, we got a lot of OI. Why are we continuously knocking on this door and not breaching it? But what we're seeing here on this expiration cycle, let's head over to the first, is at 217.5, 60,000, and then at 220. So we have a little bit of a congestion in supply zone here within NVDA. Wouldn't be surprised if next week those roll over, but reduced in size, and then we can continue to climb. I think this is just a pullback due to the nature of how fast we've moved to the top side.
There goes SBLX into 3.5. We're long at 3 1/3. We're looking for continuation through the $0.50. As you can see here on the bottom chart, which is always the 5, there is a plethora, or as, hold on, Katina, man, as Sia would say, plethora, and my sister, of resistance at the $0.50. We're looking for continuation here. 1 hour for me is 57. Current bar high, 54. No continuation yet again through the $0.50 on SBLX. It's a good one here, about 20 million or so shares traded on the day. Let's wet the beak here at the $0.50. Everything for 1 hour, 57, back into 52. Yeah, I think I'm a little ambitious here with 57 because it is only 2 pennies south of the high of the day, which is 359. And, you know, there's a lot of resistance at the $0.50. So in at 38, wet the beak there on a couple of profit takers, but they're down it goes again, looking for a hold above 320. It loses 320, I'm out. It is really that simple. But I'd like to see this trade through to see if we can close for the first time on the day above the $0.50, because there are, I should say, no closing prints on the 5-minute chart, maybe on the 1, I don't know, but certainly not on the 5 above the $0.50. Here it is, back above the $0.50. The shorts are quite convicted in their position here. Every single time this moves above the $0.50, it is met with a wall of selling, so you have to be alive to that. I think if we get a couple of more rejections, I'm going to take out a few more outs here. We're going to keep an eye out on SBLX. As you can see on the position board, I'm also long ATER. I'm looking for this one, generally hold current trend. If it loses $1.20, I'm out. It's this one over here. It's got a lower high trend. I'm going to give it to the $1.20. I'm in at a $1.29. If it loses trend, I'm out. I'm looking for this one to basically hold above the 20 moving average on the 5. It's had some deeper retracements, I want to say, at around 10 and 9:30, where it did get into the 20, found some support at 20, and then boom goes the dynamite into the high of the day of 151. I'm talking about ATER. This is after BIYA, this is the #1 gapper, I believe, up 93% and change. Here it comes again. Watching here, SBLX back into 54, right? Prior bar high is 54. So we haven't had any prints above 54 quite yet. Let's see if we can breach prior bar high. We're showing current bar high is 54. So what was prior bar high? 54. They're both 54s. There's a lot of selling at 54. So watch here. No prints coming above 54. So we're going to wet the beak here just to make sure that we get a little bit at an area high, because clearly we can't print anything on the ask above 54, or can we? We just almost flashed 55s there, yeah, but as you can see, no continuation. I'm waiting at 57s, and there's a lot of buying here. Look at, there's 57, looking for the print. Boom, there's 1R, looking for more now. Let's see if we can kind of take this out. 360 now, the high of the day. Looking for a move into 2/3, 66. If we can get 66, I'm looking for a 3/4, okay? So let's see if we can get into those levels, then my bias will move to that $4 whole dollar area. Let's see how this cookie crumbles, Joey. What do you got?
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody likes Star Wars. Okay, I don't know about that one, but I like Star Wars. I know Neil likes Star Wars.
Everybody, eh?
Everybody likes that. I don't know.
Okay.
I was never a Star Trek guy. Nonetheless, looking at ATR, I know Sharif's got the small cap game on lock, so we'll continue and move forward on something else. I mean, NVDA, we've been going over that one there. SOX L, a drastic pullback as well. So, I mean, like, we have to take into consideration, we're looking at all of the chip names, Sharif and I, that is, and it's Marvell to the downside, and a lot of them continuously getting slacked here, but you have to take into consideration just, I mean, you're going to get that pullback at some point, 122%, and then you drop 13 in the span of a couple of days. I mean, it's the nature of the beast. It doesn't matter. We've gone over so many occasions and kind of examples of when you just are continuously grinding higher, going higher and higher and higher, and it's like, okay, what's going on? Everybody's excited, but then you have the backside of the trade. What example am I going to use? Can you guess? Probably
AMD.
not. No, Microsoft.
My bad.
I mean, it's all right, man. But there it is. Same thing. Like, do you remember the Sharif earnings report? Boom, Azure coming in better than expected growth.
Who can forget the mother of all double tops?
Boom, and then exactly, and then it's just like, okay, here, it doesn't look like this stock can be stopped, and then sure enough, you come to the downside. And it was the same thing with AMD, as you mentioned before. Years ago, right? A couple of years ago, I remember this day like it was yesterday. I'm like, oh my Lanta, like this is a substantial move to the top side after you've already appreciated a significant amount, 134%. You put that, you make that final push, and then off to the races you go to the downside for a multi-year bear trend here within AMD. I'm not saying that's going to be the same case, but that's a pretty quick move to the top side, and I'm not surprised that it's down $45. I feel like you want to mention something.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay, all right, because I know you get like
I'm
neon.
putting out orders. I'm not allowed to put out orders.
No, I never said that. I never said that. I just know when you're ready to fire something.
Nah, we're good.
All right, we're live there. Bravely, you're very welcome.
Get it, Bravely.
No, aside from that, like, I mean, even with this name, that's just been on a big time. What's that?
I love what Katina is here, bro. He always makes me chuckle. He just says stuff under his breath, which is funny.
Yeah, get it, Bravely. Yeah, exactly.
Get it.
Katina Man, probably the most sarcastic individual here, in a good way, that is. 11%. He's got that. He's funny,
he's
man.
shaking his head.
You know he's funny. He's a funny individual. Trust me. My style of humor.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, man. I thought shouldn't you be going to the gym, my guy? Come on, man.
You got to shut up too.
Yeah.
I got to shut up on Friday when he came back, bro.
There's no IPO or anything. Get that. You get over to the gym. No, nonetheless, man. We'll head back over to our watch list before we send it over to Sharif. He's got something cooking up for you guys. AMAT not performing. SanDisk. We both, so Sean and I are doing weekly picks, right? SanDisk a little bit off that high. Bang, 7% there, Katina, man. Down 7% off of the high. So yeah, he has SanDisk and Meta. I have Amazon and Goggles.
You got Goggles,
for this week.
Well, Goggles just went green, Joey, so good luck.
Bang.
We have to mosey on up to it there.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Keep an eye here on PCAR. This is an earnings day one play I mentioned because we did get this spike down and then right back up. The volume on this is also significant enough for me to warrant mentioning it. It's about like over 2 million shares traded on the day. They had their earnings call, which kicked off at 11 a.m., during which the company guided Q2 truck deliveries between 37,000 and 38,000. That would be above the last quarter here of 33,100 deliveries. So they're guiding a sequential increase here in their truck deliveries, though their parts market apparently remains soft in Q1 and the first part of this current quarter. So PCAR on watch, earnings call. Looks like that probably just wrapped up. Back to you.
I got a Assassino. I know you have access to the chat.
Ooh.
Zion Lala, he's not interested in what Joe and I have to say. He wants to know what Assassino thinks about the SanDisk earnings. So shout out to my man there. No, look, we're not going to put Assassino. He's laughing. Assassino's laughing.
I didn't think that was real. I thought that was my.
It's real, man. It's real. It's my man. Zion. Well, Joey was just talking about SanDisk. Do you want to give your opinion on SanDisk earnings coming up?
Yeah,
anything?
Of course, man. I mean,
any ideas?
Yeah,
any,
just pull up the expected move. Why don't we there?
Joey, I got to interrupt.
All right.
There goes SBLX into the high of the freaking day. Go, SBLX, go. It's ripping up, guys. 68. We just went the beak there at 69. This one is on the move. Here comes 3 quarters. If we breach 3 quarters, then you know what your boy is thinking. And my goodness, this one is on its horse into 377. We're definitely looking, oh no, we're definitely looking at $4. Keep your eye out on this one. This is, stop making me laugh. I'm trying to concentrate on the breakout. Bro, if I was in a position, this would not be good. No, but 377, Joey, this one's really going here. And we could see $4 quite soon.
Are you going to read that?
Big Rudy Smasher.
I love these
Big
guys,
Sharif started with $10 this week. Now he's got 15. Here's my gains, bro, for teaching me. He gave me all his gains, dog. That's not fair,
huge,
man.
Oh,
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
he gave me all 5 of this profits there, Joe.
Insane, yeah.
Look, Rudy, the way to trade these small cappers, you got to size in big for small moves. That's really the move, right? So you got to be taking thousands, if not hundreds of shares. But the good news is there is ample liquidity. Like, look at this hot garbage over here. And I say that jokingly. SPLX has traded 24.5 million shares on the day. Yeah. Go and look what this thing traded yesterday. Barely anything. Joey, this is ripping up, man. Oh, man. Here comes $4, 394 high. This is absolutely going right now. Let's see what kind of resistance we get at 4. You know I'm not going to be punching in at $4 unless it really rips through that. Can't quite see what limit up and limit down are quite yet. So as soon as I do get a gauge of that, I will report back to you guys. But this one is him right now. Keep your eye on SPLX.
All right, a couple things we're gonna go over. Miss Lucia, don't think, Miss Lucia, don't think I forgot about you. All right, we're gonna go over Amazon options chain momentarily. But first things first, we're gonna take a look at SanDisk. Considering we're gonna talk about that 14.9% expected move with a high of around $1,142 and a low of $845. Whose comments came across? All right, cool, good stuff. So yeah, there it is, right? We have the earnings report on, April 30th. So just keep an eye out on this one. The implied volatility is probably going to be through the roof. The demand, obviously, for memory is what essentially has drove this stock to insane heights. But don't forget, you move up there quick, things can come back in against you. All right, now, Miss Lucia, we're going to go over to your Amazon options chain and pull up what we have there. Options chain, Amazon, we'll go over that. I forget what expiration cycle you were talking about, so we'll go through a couple before we send it back to Sharif as he's punching keys over there. Do you want to talk about it before I go over this?
SBLX is ripping. We're back in at 87, 409 high, guys. It's on the move.
All right, it's on the move. Keep your eye out on that one. I want to get back over to that small cap stuff because we're just looking at the options chain right now. And there's nothing substantial, right? But what you will see is an uptick in the implied volatility at 72.2%. So just keep that in mind. The options market will price in the expected move leading into the earnings report, okay? So, I mean, nothing substantial as for resistance or support zone. So watch out. This thing can continue to climb a little bit higher than what it already has been over the past couple of weeks.
Well said, Joe. Well said. And we'll get more on that, I'm sure, when we talk about the news. A lot of news today, negative news for the semiconductors vis-a-vis OpenAI sales metrics as well as user metrics. Now, this is being reported by the Journal, the Wall Street Journal, that is. And I saw some comments earlier in the chat that, people were theorizing that, this was an Elon-friendly headline, and that, somehow, some way, the journal was biased to Elon, given that, the what's it called? The lawsuit is starting between Sam Altman and Elon Musk. And I happen to disagree wholeheartedly with that. I think the journal's written quite critically of Elon in the past, and I don't think they're just all of a sudden, his boy. So, all right, continuing to watch here, SPLX. We'll get to all that later. I got out the high. I got out at 407. The high is 409. Okay, prove it. I don't know, brother. Go ahead and read past articles about the Wall Street Journal. I think that they were quite critical of Elon and many things that he does. So, that's kind of the point I'm trying to make there. Continuing to watch your 409. I'm not going to get in here. I think we're a little extended. I do see a lot of support, Joey, at around 3.5, maybe 375, ends up holding up. I don't really see good technical areas until about that 360, 350. But look, if this blows through 4, aggressively takes out the high, I'm going to get back in. And here it is again. Here it is. There's seller generally at around 5 or 6, but looks like it might be holding 4 here. So the bar looks pretty good. It just touched 9 again, so just got back into the day high. Now, it didn't breach it. It didn't print 10s, but there is some buying here, so I got to keep my eye thoroughly on this one, because if we clear 4, then we're going to use 4 as support, and then we're likely on the way to 5, okay? That's just the way these ones work. Now, there's never a hard and fast rule about any of that stuff, but keep a close eye, SPLX, if you're small cap gapper inclined.
All right, yeah, good stuff. Let's take a look at Spotify here. I thought this name would essentially be performing a lot better than what it is, to be honest with you. I mean, there's only 3 really music platforms. We've got Apple Music, Spotify, and I guess YouTube Music gaining a little bit of ground. But other than that, what are people really using to listen to music?
iTunes, hello. People other than me must be downloading stuff on iTunes. I'm sure of it.
There goes SPLX, Joey. We're right back in at 13s. It just got into 30s. SPLX is ripping up, guys. It's going to take out the $0.25 here on the day. Here comes 30. I'm looking for 33s now. Let's see what we can get. We won't get upset. Shout out to my man Neil. Hopefully he comes back sooner rather than later. We start shorting these bad boys. I need Neil to get shorts. So this is very aggressive, Joey. We're up 70%, 69%, and we're looking for about 100, man. We're also looking for that $5 area. Watch out for resistance at the $0.25. Anything below 10 ends the trade for me.
All right, man. Good. Yeah, it's moving nice, man. Really good play there. Good momentum style of trading. That's my cup of tea, essentially. So yeah, just back to Spotify. You can see that stock's down 45% off of its highs. So, I mean, at the end of the day, might be a potential buy, right? So we'll go over more of the earnings report, obviously, come the 1 o'clock hour, and I'm looking forward to a little bit more conversation, even though they had 9% year-over-year subscription growth, so too much coffee, I started my speech. Anyways, aside from that, let's head back over to our watch list, guys, and see what we got going on. I just got my eye on a couple of the bigger names. It looks like we're curling over and rejecting the volume-weighted average price on multiple, so IBIT still trading south, downtrend still fully intact, but what we have here on the SPY is the inability to breach the indicator, and now we're heading towards the low of the day. Oh. It's the exact same narrative here with the TQQs. Is it still going?
Yeah, I got out.
Go
like an idiot.
Oh, you're out?
Yeah,
all right, man.
I took it out there.
It's all right. You have another opportunity to get back in. But here it is, right? Like if we're looking at the SPY and the TQQs, heading towards the low of the day, we traded above it for the first hour or so of the session, but now we can't break it. And what was prior support is clearly acting as resistance. So you have that over-under play on the NASDAQ. Now, as for AMD, pop up into 328, recovering some of its losses from the pre-market, but heading back down to the sell side. 316 could be a key level, right? As we have multiple support levels or indication that say, hey, if we breach this, then there might be a little bit more downside, and then 308 is going to be that next target, the opening print, the first 5 minutes, that is, and then sure enough, maybe some more continuation. But I was talking about this yesterday in regards to the gap fill, right? So I said, be prepared for this gap to get filled. And essentially what happened is you have this massive gap down in the pre-market. Obviously, you can see the price action there, and you start to recover a little bit, but you run right back into yesterday's low, and then you reject it once again. So keep an eye out on it. We talked about this on multiple occasions, 82% off of that March 30th low. and then now you drop 13, 14% in a couple of intraday sessions, watch out. This might slide a little bit more, and it's not out of AMD's nature to do that. It's done it on multiple occasions in the past.
That's a fact. That's a stone cold fact. Joey dropping knowledge. Deep Cheeks AI. He dropped 2 in the chat. We're going to thank you for that one. What's up, Sharif? Remember that commercial back in the day? You were probably like 3 or something, but it was like, what's that?
No, I just remember that from Scary Movie.
Yeah, but there was Neil. What was the commercial for that, man? Budweiser. Yes, Neil with the win. Yeah, it was like, yeah, but that was from that. I think they took it from the commercial, or the commercial took it from the movie, something like that. But what happened? Yeah. Ram?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, she's just a menace. She's a villain.
Someone's
villainous, bro.
Someone said.
My dad would say she's
Someone
villainous.
said Adair still uses LimeWire. Does that thing even exist anymore?
I have used LimeWire.
Yeah, of course.
Which is also like what like makes it funny. My dad used to use LimeWire to like make playlists and stuff, so I used it for a bit. But I prefer
everybody used it and
music, and I like giving the artist money.
I liked getting free music and then infecting my computer for life, right? Like that was just like Ed would like the what's it called? The antivirus like protector, Norton, whatever you had, McAfee, it was just like working overtime.
That McAfee story is crazy.
Yeah, that dude's vendettive, eh?
Yeah, he's a legend.
Yeah, he's pretty vendettive what he did to the U.S. government. Anyway, we got to get to this super. Thank you, Deep Cheeks AI. What's up, Sharif? What should I get into today? Well, we can never really tell you what to trade, nor would I want to tell you. What I can say is I'm liking SPLX, okay? SPLX ripping up. Now, it didn't always look good. Quite frankly, when I sat down and I started looking at the scanner, I'm like, all right, well, what are we going to trade today? This thing was below VWAP. Or on the way to reclaiming VWAP, pardon me, right there. Right at 1050, I sat down, and this one had just taken out VWAP, but I was, quite suspicious of this one. It had a bit of a downtrend, and I knew for a fact that we were going to encounter big resistance at 350, and we did. 2 candles, so for about 10 minutes, the 1105 and the 1110 candle, we couldn't breach it, and then all of a sudden, the 1120 candle came, and boy, oh boy, did we rip above 350 in a straight line from the low of 345 all the way into the high of 408. Alas, it's dancing now at $4. This is an engulfed candle, this red candle here, the 1125 candle, completely engulfed by the 1120 candle from the highs and the lows. Let's see how this works out. I'd like to see 4 hold, ideally, but I do see a bit of a chasm here between the $4 area and where we're seeing that 3.5 to 360 area support. So a bit of a bias that this does retrace a little bit. Let's see if it does. Doesn't always have to. Otherwise, I'd be looking at some other names here. Now, I did get into ATER. I have a small win on this one, but take a quick look at ATER. The reason I got out is because this crap here wasn't changing, which is lower high, lower high, lower high, and one more, lower high. So it's not breaching. And to me, this is obviously setting up as a more prolonged pullback. Let's look at it at the 15. The 15 will kind of show, okay, I do like what I'm seeing here on the 15. These 2 bottoming tail candles shows that it's jiving with that 125 to 123 area support. Why do I say there's 125 to 123 area support? Well, let's take a gander at that 9 o'clock candle on the 15. Rejects 123. How about 9:15? Rejects 122. Hold on, there's more. Implied balance open, 930. What is the high of that candle? 125. Even the 945 bar, 129, but where it ends up closing, 112. So clearly, initial resistance at a 123 to 125, and so the bottoming tail candles are showing you that the buyers are seeing that and they're picking it up off there. Now, they're not strong enough in order to outdo the sellers who keep making this one put in lower highs. So what I'd like to see is a trend change, meaning what? That either on the 5 or the 15, whatever off which you're charting, we get that first 5-minute candle to make a new high on the 15, or in the case of the 5, we get a decided break of this downtrend here with a nice closing print, possibly into 135, 140, whatever, okay? It ends up going to. So I want to see that lower high trend break end, but I am kind of kept optimistic about the support that it's finding at around 1.25. So that's my look there. BIYA, I'd suggest this to you. But look what this thing's doing. I mean, it's straddling VWAP. That ain't the move, man. I mean, it looks like this one, the best trade is behind it. The best trade was around 8:30. You got another shot at 9:30 when this one absolutely ripped up on the implied balance open. Then you had to ride momentum there. Otherwise, I'm not liking a whole lot. Be honest with you about that. It's just ATER if it breaks trend and SPLX, Joey. Other than that, I will also put this one on there too. And I know this one might be down your alley here. Have you looked at SOXS?
Yeah. I had that up
Figured
there
you'd
actually
like
momentarily. Yeah.
This is to semis. It's inverse, right? $16. You can size in nicely here. You know?
175 million shares traded.
175 million. Who can say bad things about that? Ample liquidity there. Let's take a quick look at what the spread is on the inverse SOXL ETF. By the way, SPLX holding higher lows. So just before we go to SOXS, this candle here, bottom right of your screen, that is the 1125 candle. High of that candle is 426. We're on the 1130 candle. The high is right here, 420. Shout out. We're looking for a breach of 426 to reclaim the trend. We have higher lows on this candle, but we have a lower high. We need to break that trend to kind of mosey on back. And here we go, Joey. We just touched 25, selling here at 25, so no breach of prior bar high on SPLX. But, that's an ugly looking candle there that just manifested. Let's take a look at SOXS. Is this on the NQ or the Amex? Where it's on the Amex, okay. So, as Joey was mentioning, 160 million shares, and there is a lot of size posted on almost every level on the gateway here, but you're getting a 1 penny spread. So
let me say something quick here. So I have 176 million shares. The data here isn't starting to be recorded until, 6 a.m.? So you have 2 hours of volume that are...
You want me to find out what the volume is on my scanner, which starts populating from 4 a.m.?
Yeah, 176. I have
well, you have it.
Yeah, that's
okay,
what I'm saying. So you have 20 million shares missing.
Missing from that level. That's a legitimate point.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So that's why, out of the gate, when we talk about things, your volume-weighted average price will be skewed a little bit compared to one platform. So one starting calculating at 4 a.m. and the other starting at 6 a.m., you have 20+ million shares not accounted for, and then that's what's going to throw off the volume-weighted average.
Well said. And it doesn't make much of a difference, Joe, if there was no volume in the pre, but when there is volume in the pre,
exactly.
It makes a huge difference where your VWAP is, right?
Massive difference.
And with all due respect to P8, it's one of the best execution systems I've ever used. But it populates, as Joey was saying, around 6:30 a.m. So I never really use VWAP on the white charts. You'll always see VWAP on my black charts, though, as the white line. I know there's a lot of lines, not as many as OB, but that white line there, which I think stands out pretty clearly, that is always the volume-weighted average price. Let me take this opportunity to tell you what the lines are on my chart. Sometimes we haven't done this for a while. The green, doesn't matter what time frame we're looking at. The green line will always be the 10 exponential. And all my moving averages are exponential. I'm an intraday trader, right? The yellow will be the 20 exponential. The red is the 50 exponential. And that dark blue there on the bottom is the 200. Now, on the single chart over here, we have a purple line. And that purple line sometimes jives with the blue line. That's because that purple line is the 200 simple. The dark blue line is the 200 exponential. The only reason I put the simple on there is because we use this one to look at the daily. And if we're going to chart on the daily, we have to be looking at the simple moving average in addition to the exponential to see which one that specific name seems to be respecting, Joey.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, someone mentioning CAR once again, Avis Budget Group. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this in the span of a couple of sessions, right? Give me 1 second, we'll send it over to Adara. I mean, 78%, but the thing is just the move, $840 roughly, even a little bit, $850 to now you're trading at $188. So imagine I've never seen anything like that crazy. But I mean, that's crazy. Yeah, it's pretty wild, and I just feel horrible for everyone who's just buying this thing at 500, 600, 700. And if you're the individual who's on the opposite side of this 850 trade, then that's not really a good time. Unfortunately, the stock will never recover. It will never squeeze that high again. So I shouldn't say never, as they say, but the chances and the probability of it doing so are extremely slim. Adara.
Shout out to Justin Bieber and Jaden Smith with that never say never reference there. Let's take a look here at Robinhood's crypto revenue over the last, I guess this would be 16 quarters, 20 quarters more or less here from Q3 2021 all the way to Q4 2025. They're reporting tonight. Now, last quarter, their crypto revenue here above $200 million. So again, if I remember correctly, crypto revenue is part of their transaction revenue segment. So it's not its own segment. It's a subcategory within a larger segment. But either way here, this was down from Q3 2025, so down sequentially, and down markedly from Q4 2024. So we had a sequential and annual decline for Robinhood's Q4 2025 revenue. Will Q1 2026 fare any better? You can find out tonight. Join all of us for those Robinhood earnings. In the meantime here, just wanted to mention that that's actually definitely going to be a metric that'll be on watch for Hood tonight. We'll take a look here at Bitcoin. Definitely technical story here for Bitcoin. We're rejecting this level that served as resistance going back to early February. Serving as resistance again here. It's not even at 80K. It's rejecting actually here at 79 halves on the dot. We get that first rejection last Wednesday, April 22nd. We get it again yesterday, Monday, April 27th. Next level of possible support here, the level we're currently at, which was that key 76,000 level. But if we can't stay above there, we do have this other secondary level of support resistance coming through around that 73.7s level, where we found resistance going back to March of 2026 and support going back to a couple weeks ago here, Sunday, April 19th. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just to touch on Bitcoin a little bit more here, I like how you pointed out this specific level. We've had the inability to crack that $80,000 mark, but one issue I'm having with just this little bit of a run up, it's giving me what we've seen in the past, right? So you have this strength, and then eventually you take this massive leg lower. I'm not saying that's necessarily going to be the case, but what we're not seeing in this move, in this uptick up, is essentially these stronger sessions. And I've said this multiple times before. The days where you're putting in like 8%, 7.5%, and kind of that mid-single digit kind of price action movement, we're not getting that here. It's just a modest 1.5%, 2%, 3%. So I think if we were going to be significantly stronger, we would see stronger sessions within the intraday price action, which we've seen last year and the year before, especially after IBIT came into play, is that you just have these massive run up, and it looks like bulls are completely in demand and are in control, and that doesn't seem to be the narrative right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a pullback south of this support level here that was acting as prior resistance, and I wouldn't be surprised if you come back and retest 70, right? I want to see some stronger sessions in Bitcoin. I think Saylor has to do a lot with this price action as he continues to grab more and more.
No question. I just got into ATER, but I got out. I'm not immediately liking what I'm seeing. I saw a lot of size at 139 that I didn't like. I'm going to give this one another opportunity. I want to see a clearing of 140, but it's on the move here. ATER feels like it's broken trend. Let me just show you on the black charts what I mean by that. Here it is back at 138. Look at that bottom left of your screen. Well, I'll just put it like this so everybody can see. Here we go. It feels like it's broken trend, but I've been burned a lot by this pattern where the trend breaks, and then that trend break there is setting you up for a lower high, okay? And then that lower high ends up failing, and you get out. I'm just making fun of myself here, like a schmuck. You're getting in almost at the high, 138, 139, ends up topping out 140, whatever, and then you're on the way. And then you breach current bar low. Current bar low, 131. I used to feel that these setups here were quality setups. And then I got to tell you, the last month or so, they really haven't. So I'm going to keep ATER on close watch. But I don't want to get in just because I see the trend break, because I'm worried about a lower high. Everybody's yelling about POLA. And so I got to get on that immediately. Shout out to JL88. Or 822, sorry. Shout out to Grunfeld. Love you guys. You guys are always calling stuff out. You guys are great. I don't think Buv is in the chat quite yet. He's probably at work. Hopefully we'll see Buv in soon, because he's always calling stuff out as well. POLA, I see the super. I'm going to get to it in 1 second. I just want to put two. Thank you, Assassino. Looking at POLA, breach of VWAP here. Guys, I want to see a move above 215. Look at that 945 high. Let's see that move above 215, and then maybe we can squeeze back. I'm not buoyed by the fact that this one rocketed up into 239 as quickly as it rocketed up into that level, as quickly as it dropped into 194. That one puts it on Uncle Sheriff's suspicion list, okay? BIYA is making a move here, guys. Here we go. It's claimed VWAP again. It's at the $0.75. Let's see how this one does. This is the #1 gapper in the market right now, up 125%. So we'll keep tabs on that. Let's go over Dustin Rhodes in. Okay, yes, Assassino, absolutely. Hell's Gate.
Oh.
Can we get that one, Neil? You got the gates of hell? My man, he's on. I love this guy. There we go.
Okay.
Started a small cap account a month ago with $300. Joey, are you reading this?
Yeah, I am.
And today, it's just over $4,000. Thanks for teaching along the way. I'm really happy to hear that, man. That does really make me happy. I got to tell you the truth, man. You come in here, we punch into positions. We never really know what's going on the other side of the screen. When you guys, drop lines like that, it does make me quite happy, brother.
Yeah,
I gotta tell
absolutely,
you the
man.
truth.
That's like at the end of the day, all we want is everyone to succeed and win.
Yeah.
Regardless if it's going from $10 to $15 or $300 to $4K. It's such a hard game, and if you have the ability, if you have the ability to extract profit from the market, then congratulations to you. You have a skill that many can't achieve. So AFTR, I was going to say it's pancake.
Did you see this?
Yeah.
Isn't that what I just said?
Yeah.
It lures you in with the lower high, and the bottom drops off. I've seen too much. These setups, they're no longer good. And you just have to trade the market that you're in. This is what I meant by that. It lures you in with a lower high, and then you get a monster breach of prior bar low, and now it's halted down.
Okay.
This is literally what I meant. And I got to start taking these short. Quite frankly, if they keep failing like this, why the hell am I not taking them short? Now, ATER might be expensive in terms of locates because it's done 1,000,002 shares on the day. But, the point is, the short setup on these ones.
Figure out how much they're going to cost you.
Well, that's exactly it, right? And then you can size in accordingly. That's a good point.
Yeah.
There it is halted down, though, guys. Keep a lookout there. Can I just cover the last one here, the super, before we go on?
Yeah, cool.
Dustin Rhodes.
This is Dustin Rhodes.
In your pantries.
I got $20 when Mag 7. Should I buy? Thank you. Oh, okay.
I don't know what to say to that. Mag 7.
You can't really buy anything with $20.
You can get partials, Joe.
Oh, yeah, you can.
You can get partials.
Okay, let's do this right now then. Let's pull them all up. Let's talk about it.
Which one would you say off the top of your head?
Off the top, it's
I know
NVDA.
you're going to say Amazon. Oh, I thought you were gonna say Amazon.
No, I was going to say, all right. No, you know what, Sharif?
Yeah.
I think the best one right now is Google.
I respect that.
Yeah.
Who can argue with that?
I don't think.
The Mag 7 ETF?
I think it has the best case.
Yeah.
I think it has. So there you go. You can buy a fractional.
You can buy fractional. I know you're joking, but
you can
it is possible to do just that, right?
Yeah.
If you are working and you want to get in
Got
little
even
by
a better
little.
idea.
Go ahead.
Let's do this.
What do we?
All right, we got $20, right? Just ask what's Buddy's name? What's that self-proclaimed real estate guy? You know who I'm talking about. No? Okay.
Sorry, say it again. I was reading the chat.
What's that real estate guy who, Grant Cardone?
Oh, yeah,
right?
the New York guy.
Yeah, what Grant, I think he's Miami, right?
He's Miami?
Yeah, what would Grant Cardone do? All right, we're going to figure it out right now. He'd probably do this. No, I'm obviously being extremely sarcastic. But let's head over to May 6th. That's not long enough. We want to go even further. Let's go to May 29th to see if we can even find anything close to that. No, it's not going to let us climb any higher. I mean, if we had the double up there, maybe that'd be a potential opportunity. So we're going to have to go even closer in a dated expiration cycle. $39, $17. There, this is what Grant would do, I think. So if he had that left, he went on this spiel. If he only had $1,000, he would said he'd somehow buy like a multi, like a duplex or something with that. I don't know how he would. Anyways, aside from that, guys, in all seriousness,
people do that in the States, man. They
$1,000.
parlay. Well, dude, don't they have some programs there with very little down payment, 5%?
Yeah, we have 5% here.
Yeah,
now.
but you got to get the insurance.
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
And I've seen 1% and 2% some places. It's crazy. Like, it's high risk, obviously.
Mad high risk. How much like your carrying?
Am I
cost
wrong
would
about
be-
that, guys? Like,
Be extremely high. I don't know how you could put 1% down. Like,
I'm pretty sure
you're
I
just
read
paying
something like
just
that, man.
pure
Like,
interest. It's like-
well, yeah, you're paying interest for like the first 5-6
Yeah.
years anyway, right? Like,
anyways, aside from that, this $450 contract expiring in 17 days at 41% implied volatility, sitting at a cool right there $20. So that's all going to cost you plus fees too. So we're already in a little bit of trouble. To start things off, we might have to go with this one. But no, in all seriousness, that's what individuals do. I want to talk about this for a quick second, considering right, like this is where you see insane appreciation. So like if you were to buy, say, this $350 contract where we're currently trading at right now, a couple of weeks ago before the market had that recovery rally, that's where you see that insane amount of returns. Right, so you just happen to be in the right place at the right time with some of these names, and that's how it works. Like it's like, okay, and not saying that you need any form of an inside look or anything, but like I mean, March 26th, this contract was worth $36 at the low, and then it climbs 3,410% in the span of essentially 29 trading sessions. Right. So that's like substantial growth, and you don't typically see these styles of recovery. But when you go on these monster runs, like in AMD, we can go over an example of that momentarily.
Okay.
It's the same thing, right? Like AMD just goes on this insane bull run off of the lows. It's definitely a V-shaped reversal. And if you're an individual who's buying these cheaper options and you have this crazy exponential growth within the contracts, that's where you can see that like 4-digit returns within them. If you're paying for something that's at the money or already in the money, it's tougher to realize those gains just due to the nature of where you're currently sitting and what metrics, and from the Greek standpoint, are already priced in. So what really happens here when you're buying these extremely far out of the money contracts is that you have only one thing, and that's time value working in your favor, right? Extrinsic value. You have no, essentially your Greek exposure is minimal. But then as soon as you start to accelerate closer to that strike price, that's when you start to see those specific metrics, i.e. the gamma and your delta, really start to increase. And then add that on top with implied volatility starting to uptick as well. That's where you can see those substantial returns. It's much more difficult. Trust me, I've tried it countless times on at the money and in the money contracts. You just don't see that.
well said, Joe. I had some comment over here. Listen to this, Joey.
Listen.
For them, by them, I mean the Americans, look what Johnny says.
What's Johnny?
FHA loans are a minimum of 3.5% minimum DP, minimum down payment, for new home buyers buying a 2 to 4 unit multifam. So to get an insurance-free mortgage, you got to put up 3.5%. Joey, tell them here what the minimum down payment is for an insurance-free mortgage. Tell them.
I don't even know.
20%,
Is it
Joe.
20? Oh yeah,
Big difference
the
between
stress,
3.5 to
stress,
20,
yeah,
man.
as for the stress test. But if you look, but no, in all seriousness, so I actually bought the insurance. In the grand scheme of things, over the term of the whole thing, it was like it worked out to be $1,000 a year.
I think
A little less
when I
than
was
that.
breaking down the costs, about 17 or 18,000 total.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's just 17 or 18,000 total.
In their pocket, right? But it's over the duration of the mortgage.
There you go.
If you break it down, like it's not that much, but again, that's an additional 17 grand that they're pocketing.
Well, exactly.
Right?
Exactly, and then the bank. It's like a public bank too. That's the thing. It's like, what is it called? CMHC. CMHC, Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation.
Yeah, is that what it's called?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. And conventional is minimum, Mr. Leahy says. Minimum for no insurance, FHA insurance for the full loan term. To avoid PMI is 25%, says Fluffsters. Thank you, Fluffsters, for that. Thanks. This is great information, too. I'm in Toronto, too. Whereabouts in Toronto? Everywhere, brother. I mean, it applies all over Canada. Okay. A lot of different names being called out here. BIYA, though, is the one that I'm seriously starting to consider. I want to leave SOXS on there. But BIYA being called out by you guys because it's reclaimed VWAP. It doesn't look fantastic quite yet, but it's above VWAP, whereas, it spent almost an hour below. So that is something. And the deal is it has resistance at about 180 to 185. You could also make the case of 175 because look, none of these closing prints close above 175. So I'd like to see a little bit more. It's got the right formula right now. You've got a bunch of higher lows ever since putting in that area low into 153, so it defends the $0.50. Ever since then, it's a symphony of higher lows, but as you can see there, we're obviously below prior bar high. So BIYA in focus, but here comes SPLX again. This thing dropped all the way down to 370. Didn't quite make it down to my bias. My bias was 360 to 350, recall, because of these topping tail candles, but hey, close enough. And here it is again, well above 4, pardon me, into 420, 422 current bar high. High of the day, 440, up 67% and change. This one looks good. Whether it breaches prior bar high, moseys on above $5, and then ideally gets into that, 440, and then gets into $5, we'll have to wait and see. It's still putting in lower highs, though. If you keep an eye on that 1120 area high, look at the subsequent candle, 1125, lower high. Same thing with the 1130 candle. Same thing again for the 1135 candle. Not quite the same for these two, but when you connect these bad boys, still some lower highs there. I also want to point out a couple of different names here. MSTZ, this is an inverse ETF, obviously for MSTR. It feels like it's curling off VWAP here. Watch out for a breach of 650 and an attempt at 665. Obviously, you got to keep your eye on MSTR and crypto. SOXS has been very, very respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5. It's holding above 16, but there does seem to be sellers, I should say, in the low teens. So that is a look there. But SPLX, Joey, is ripping up, and here comes the high of the day. 435 high. We have to execute on this if it breaches the high of the day, because this is going to be a move into 5. Whether or not it breaches the 440 high of the day, your guess is as good as mine, but it is pretty close. So watch out here, guys. SPLX making a move. Keep one eye on SPLX, the other eye on BIYA, but don't go cross-eyed because that's not good. Adair.
Keep an eye here in Boeing. BA just spiked to low of days and then bounced here. Just so you guys know, Airbus, of course, one of its competitors, did report Q1 earnings in Europe. So it looks like they beat here on revenue, or again, above their prior guidance here for revenue. EBIT below their guidance. Q1 EPS is going to be well above their guidance, and they have not changed their outlook for 2026. So mixed Q1 2026 report. Full year 2026 outlook remains unchanged. BA, again, on watch here, sympathy with Airbus. Back to you.
You're good. You're good over there.
Yes, sir.
I'm
not in anything.
All right, I can ramble on for a couple of seconds. Yes. All right. So thank you, Bravely, for pointing this out.
Bravely.
Once again, over our viewers on TikTok, Dragon from the South gifting us, and then we also have Flip De Niro over there gifting us. So thank you guys very much, and glad that you're watching us on TikTok. Now, what I'm looking at here, I'm looking to get involved, but we're posted up at a key level here on NVDL to see if we can catch this fill as the market's slowly grinding higher. But there's a key support level that's coming into play, and what we can do to kind of weave out all of this noise is just go to a higher time frame and see if we're going to breach. So we continuously hit this level and then break through it. Okay, sorry, and bounce off of it, right? So are we going to find at some point a base, liquidity grab a little bit more, and then find a recovery? I think that can be the narrative. So I didn't get the low of the day, and there goes NVDA continuing to climb. All right, so we're not gonna punch, we're not gonna chase it or anything along those lines. We're gonna wait for that marker to come in because we want a specific level, and we're not gonna pay anything more, and we don't want to pay less would be nice, but we're not gonna pay an extended premium for what I feel like is going to be our prime and our best risk to reward ratio. Why? Because if I catch this fill over here at 102.25, then I'm wrong essentially at 25 cents opposed to me buying the higher end of this range and then getting stopped out. You're in SPLX again?
We have to do it, Joey.
All right, man, do it. It's pretty. It's so pretty. Yeah, that thing keeps going, eh? Well, I should be trading this thing.
Get in, man. Get in, man.
It's too late. I'm not a chaser.
Joey, it's on the way to 5. Well, I don't want to tell you what to do. That's not my thing. Yeah. All right. There goes SPLX into 454. We're in at the third of a dollar. Here's 55. We're about to breach prior day or intraday high, excuse me. There it goes again, Joey, into 58. SPLX is on its horse here. Now, where do we take it out? Boom! Into 2/3. Joseph options into 85%. Limit up. I just saw limit up there. Wow, this is ripping. Yeah, 482 high. There goes SPLX. It's on the way to 5. 516, I just saw their limit up. So we're going to have to breach 5, obviously, to get through into the halt. And I think breaching 5, it might be a little bit of a challenge here, at least initially. So let's see what SPLX has to offer. Let's see. I think I see support either at the $0.50 or the $0.25. So we're going to be looking to get in a little bit more here on SPLX if we can get some at the $0.50, if it holds up at the $0.50. If it loses the $0.50, I'm looking towards that third to a quarter. So Scalp City here, Scalp City on SPLX, guys. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Shout out to my man Ja, OG Darwin, I appreciate you. Hinzy, my man, Hypercube, ha ha ha. I'm playing with small caps on TTP. Crushed it on SPLX. VWAP-ish entry. So VWAP-ish, so you're holding from 375, my man. That is a move. And we're going to hit the dollar club for you right there. Where is it at? Show yourself, dollar club. I don't even know where it is anymore, Joey. It's been a minute since I've been hitting it.
Okay.
I'm going to hit that.
Oh, you got a dollar club on
I
that?
used to. Back in the day. Oh, Assassino.
Oh, he hit
comes
that
in
for
fast
you?
and furious with
Wow.
that. All right, 482 high, Joe. We're showing 62, 65 right now. So we have a lower high in the current 5-minute candle. I don't think that's the end of the matter. I don't think 482 is the 5-ish touch we were talking about. I think we do get into the 90s. Let's see how this ends up moseying on up there. But good trade right now and good price action. Forget about my trade. Look at the price action on SPLX. Very supportive here of the longs.
Look at it. Yeah, I'm looking at Ader. It's kind of being a hater right now. South of the volume weighted average price. So I wouldn't be surprised if we continue to sell. Sri was talking about it. You failed to put in a new high, therefore establishing a lower high, and then you breach through the volume weighted average price with momentum. So maybe you'll find somewhat of a continuation there. Yeah, SPLX has been on fire, and it really doesn't even have that much volume. It's like 49 million shares, just like 50 million shares compared to the top 3. BIA has, how much does that one have? Okay, 165 million shares. Yeah. We'll just head over to, this is essentially the scanner that he's looking at. So I'll go over SNDQ. I believe that's a leverage play here. Yeah, 2x short on Sandis. Palm, what have you been doing? I want to find something above the volume weighted average price and with volume, SEGG. Are we going to break through? Maybe you can, but you can see there's liquidity issues running into that noon hour. NEXR, Nexer, south of the volume weighted average price, you get that retest and you make that additional leg lower. So maybe that's going to be their narrative, retest and then boom, to the downside you go in continuation from a high of approximately $1.53. You see the larger names, and then now you're trading at $1.10. Okay, so that's a pretty substantial haircut in a short period of time. We're still posted up as the market's continuing to grind higher. I want to see if we're going to breach this trend and sit on the backside of it. That could be a green light. Sean and I were talking yesterday just in the fact that, okay, yeah, you have that initial selling, and then eventually when you're in these strong sentiment, like we kind of currently are, considering the runs that we've been on in the tech names, every dip just gets bought back up. Is it going to phase out? It doesn't seem to be the narrative right now because AMD right back up to $320, bouncing off of that 316 low. So what vehicles can we use? AMDL. So there's going to be plenty of opportunity. We're just going to wait for that right entry. We're posted up on NVDL for that dip buy, and if we get it, I wouldn't be surprised if we can continue to climb and recover with a high of all-time high of around $216 on NVDA. But I was saying that for a long time, man. I'm like, watch out for this name to put that in because we had the Marvells, we had the Broadcoms, and we had the AMDs all putting in that, and then we had the lagger, but then yesterday, super strong session, taps into 216 and pulls in a little bit. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is just profit taking, and then eventually we can continue on that path.
Can I build on your point? I think you had like a sound idea there, which is AMD was gonna get the run. If you're a hyperscaler, Joey, right, aside from custom ASICs, which we already know they're pursuing for certain endeavors, agentic endeavors. Yeah. But if you're looking to have that flexibility that the GPU offers, and we went through this whole thing last week, right? Do you really want to be a one supplier, kind of company where everything is coming from NVIDIA in terms of GPU?
No,
again, not ASICs, right?
Exactly.
So you've got to diversify a little bit, not just because, number one, obviously spurring competition a little bit between the two, so you can get a bit better prices. You go to NVIDIA, be like, yo, Dr. Lisa Sue hooked me up.
But with that one,
You know
exactly.
what I mean? Like, no, but the point is, you don't want to be a one supplier company.
And inventory is key, right? Like, what happens if he runs out of supply of this stuff? It's like,
exactly.
okay, and now you're sitting with your hands in your pocket trying to do your build out, and you don't have it. But also, we talk about Stargate here, right?
Bang.
Stargate in the Gulf country, AMD is a part of that. So I like this. I like what they got going on in AMD.
Leandra. Don't call her Leanna, though.
She said that her name
Got
is
very upset.
Lily.
Lele. Sharif. I'm selling my house in St. Petersburg. No, everybody's moving to Tampa, St. Petersburg, Clearwater / Dunedin / many other things. It's that whole area. Get it, Neil?
Where's he
I know
going?
Neil's about that life. He knows exactly what that is. All right, selling my house in St. Petersburg, Florida. It's assumable at 3.75 API, 60K in my pocket. It's yours. It's 7 minutes from the beach and in the flood zone. Not in a flood zone.
Okay.
I would love to move to Florida, not just because it has good weather, but they're also, you know, they got good.
Moves like the waves,
boy.
always rolling. So stay in
happened
the
there?
game. Like, subscribe, let's go.
Hey, that was Ram Ram. Was that you, Ram Ram? Or was that Assassino?
Yeah, it was you on the beach.
All right, I'd love to go. I'd love to move to Florida. Obviously, can't do that. But Leandra, let me ask you a question. We got to go to Adara here for happening now. Then Neil has the lesson of the day. Can I ask you a question though? Because my understanding about Florida real estate is as follows: one, the insurance on the homes, because you need flood insurance. My understanding was, like, let's just say the cost of insurance for a home was about 1% of the home's value per year. It's just giving you any number. I heard that number jumped from around 1% to like 4 or 5. You're having to insure your home for about 4 or 5%. Its cost on a yearly basis. I'm just throwing any numbers out there. All right, but the move up between whatever the number was to the current number was about 3 or 4 folds. So my understanding was that DeSantis, to counter that, because that's going to affect the price of the homes, right? Because you've got to factor that in as a running cost. He's dropping real estate taxes, as well as the price of the homes has come down as well. Am I accurate on that, or is that just sort of, you know, the media doing its thing and creating some controversy? I'd love to hear your answer on that, or anybody in the chat that can shed some light on that. But we'll have to wait for the response, Joey, because it's about 12 o'clock right now, which means we're going up to Adara for happening now. And Neil's got his lesson of the day.
Let's take a look here at this market. I mean, at day's lows here, there are some AI concerns that led to this drop for the most part. We'll get to that in a minute. But one catalyst that did give us at least a brief rebound, a little bit of reprieve here at 11 a.m. more or less, is CNN reporting saying that Iran's expected to submit a revised peace proposal, quote unquote, soon. So again, not a lot of information or detail provided by that headline. We'll have to wait and see, but it looks like either way here, there could be more back and forth between the U.S. and Iran with the hope of peace. That's always a good sign. Here's AMZN. I want to bring this up because we did just get a headline with them. They have some kind of conference today here. Amazon Connect expanding into a set of agentic AI solutions. In no way is this a market moving headline necessarily. We got a little bit of a spike, but nothing massive. But just be aware here, Amazon on watch. I also want to talk here about the aforementioned AI headline that sent the likes of CoreWeave, Oracle, Meta, Microsoft, NVIDIA to the downside. We did have OpenAI reportedly, according to Wall Street Journal, failing to meet their revenue and user targets here. That does put potentially their IPO in question, or at least the size of their IPO gets put into question here. We had to talk as well about all of these earnings today. Before the bell, we had Spotify, Centene, UPS, GM, Coca-Cola, Corning, and then yesterday after the bell, you had the likes of BBBY, that's Bed Bath & Beyond, as well as Rambus, RMBS, Amcor, AMKR, Celestica. The list goes on and on. But tonight, the list gets even better. You get Robinhood at 405. You've got Visa, Enphase, STX, Mondelez, Starbucks, Bloom Energy. Join us at 4 for this earnings recap. It should be a big one. It should be an exciting one. And we'll have it right for you live. But in the meantime, you know what else we have right for you live? Neil and a lesson of the day. So Neil, pray tell, what lesson do the people need to know?
Let me think about that for a second there, Adara. Well, I've already been thinking about it, but I always want the lesson to be something that either was learned today. I can't really make that argument for myself, but something that I think can be gleaned from the day's trade. And that's, again, the notion of how do you get consistent and how do you evaluate your trading? And I think one of the more important things is to, and I say this often, and a lot of times this is the tone, you've got to get past whether or not on a particular stock or a particular, it could be like a sector, whether you're up, down, left, right, center on it. Because every trade is going to be different. And it's not always, like sometimes you might be trading a stock and you're taking the same setup multiple times, you're buying off a support level. Okay, if you buy off a support level on a stock and then you buy it later in the day, you might consider that apples to apples, and that's fair. But you might also find a situation where that's not the case, where you're doing multiple separate trades. And the reason I actually want to bring this up is because I have 3 very distinct trades on Intel. And whether I might be up on Intel today, I am, but it's really about how do you make sure that when I'm trading 3 distinctly different things, I'm able to then go forward the rest of the week, the rest of the month, the rest of the quarter, the rest of the year, and properly evaluate those particular strategies. And it does come from defining it, right? So it should be pretty easy to see. At least one of these is like a standard, it's trending higher, it's a trend break on a strong stock into the volume weighted average price. Then there's like a lunch day scalp trade off of the volume weighted average price here, where I'm playing more inside of the range because it's lunchtime with a very, very tight stop. The trend break trade has a medium stop. And then I had the open trade, which is a wider stop. And if you look at, if I'm shooting for VWAP here on the trend trade, you're risking 30 to 40 pennies. VWAP down there is going to give you double that. If I'm doing a scalp trade, the risk on this one was about, I don't know, it was like 7 or 8 cents. And at the absolute best, I'm getting 50, but most of it you're getting out sort of in that 30 to 40 cent area, right? So it's all about the risk to reward inside of that range. When I look at the open trade, I literally have to go to a different time frame to show you the scale of that trade, because I'm shorting it basically off of this breakdown. I don't have the breakdown, but I am shorting it under VWAP, was effectively the same price to give it to this stop. Well, we're targeting this gap here, like effectively from that bottom, which lines up there, that bottom, to that bottom. So I'm looking immediately for about $1.50, which is much wider than any of those other trades. Like you can't remotely compare these trades together. Like it's just completely different in terms of the scale, the type of move you're looking for. One you could be holding it, if I get this one to work, I could be holding it all day. Neither one of these two am I really anticipating it's going to be that kind of an all-day hold. They're much more of a scalp range. So you have 3 separate, very distinct, completely separate strategies on the same stock. And you have to be able to do this when you're looking at your trades. And then I know, like let's say, like I'm in AMD for kind of an inside scalp trade as well. Like if I'm looking at this AMD trade where I'm holding it off of this tiny little consolidation in the 15, looking for the top end of the range there, I know that I can compare that to this trade on Intel, not to this. It doesn't fit into that category at all. And that way, when I'm going over how did my strategies do over the course of a quarter, and is this one working, is that one, I have an idea of what is working and what is not working. If you don't split those things up, you could be sitting there every single day losing on, like, say, your VWAP trades, but because you're catching like but I'm catching this good opening move on the chip names when I play them, you're ignoring the fact that you're giving it back on the VWAP trade every single day or a separate strategy. And then you cannot adapt in real time to what the market is trying to tell you because you're not even bothering to classify the types of trades that you are making. And I see this time and time again from traders. Like they'll sit there and they'll have this opening range strategy which works for like X. And then they'll have these other strategies which are just sitting there, and either they could be costing them the rest of their day, or they could be constantly bleeding, but they're not losing as much as they make on the open strategy. So they're just like, yeah, but I'm up on the stock. Yeah, but then it doesn't make sense. If you're losing 70 to 80% of the time on a midday trade, but on those same stocks, when they set up a different setup at the open, you're making more, you're not going to notice that you're throwing away money in the midday as well as you should because you're not separating and reclassifying those strategies. And ultimately, when you can do that, like I said, a bit of a scalp strategy inside range on AMD, it's against the grain. It's playing it inside of this consolidation. Tiny trend break to go into here. So I know what I'm looking for in that spot. And I can't compare it to if I had traded it at the open. If you traded AMD at the open, taking like this breakout or that breakout, how is that comparable to this? You can't. So it's not just about being up or down on a stock. It's not just about being red or green. It's about whether you properly evaluate your individual strategies, how they are working relative to one another. Because I have to tell you, the majority of traders who do not consistently make money don't do this. And when they don't do it, you're hiding. It's not just that you're hiding what's going wrong, is you're not going to be able to see what's going right clearly for yourself. And if you can't do that, you can't do less of the stuff that doesn't work and more of what does work. That's the most important thing. Classifying each trade, each setup, each strategy as individually as you can is going to help you so much in your trading. The chicken was pretty good. The potatoes, not done the best. The potatoes, let's just say they probably could have cooked them a little bit more, a little raw. At least mine were. But the chicken was delicious, I can tell you that. The salad looks legit. I haven't even touched this salad, but this looks pretty good. It's got like a little apple in there, strawberry, corn apparently, which is kind of a weird look when there's apple and strawberry, but I'll take it because it has good stuff in it. So the barbecue chicken was solid, no complaints there, but I don't know about those potatoes. I can't give it a full grade because I haven't eaten enough of the lunch just yet. We'll see you guys back at 2 o'clock. Good luck in the midday, and maybe this market can get off its schneid.
Yeah, thank you very much, Neil. That I really like today's lesson. That was about especially becoming myopic about your setup, and you don't even know. Anyway, you guys heard it from the man himself. Shout out to my man Neil. Guys, $5 high a day. In fact, it's 506. I was in at 89s, and I did wet the beak at 5. I got stopped out because it lost 80. What the hell is happening here? Is your data stopped? Your data stopped. Yeah. Okay. Neil, is your data? Yeah, Neil's data stopped as well. We're back. Yeah, we're good.
We're frozen
Oh,
again.
no, it stopped again, Joey.
Yeah, I know, man. There we go. A nice little move to the downside. We're going to open up lower here on NVDA. Now it's back. All right, guys, we're short off of this peak. If it breaks that, it's only a couple of pennies worth of risk. I don't know how much this is going to go to the downside. We had about 20 cents right there. I'm now starting to find somewhat of a rebound as we are on the backside of things. I just seen a couple of inverted. I want to take a stab on this for somewhat of a lengthy pullback. This price action on the top side relatively weak, but as soon as we crack there, we just get out of dodge to see if that, it's strong, man. And I'm not going to be buying it all the way up here. If it wants to grind, it can grind. We just take a little bit of a tester here just to see what the sentiment is like. If it's going to continue to do this, then we have no part in shorting this market right now as we are slowly starting to rebound. And there it goes, right? So we'll just hop out of this trade here, guys. Small potatoes. Nothing big, and we'll look for something else. Tesla's starting to head towards the low. That ATER looking like it wants to put in a new low here, and then we also have IBIT that's rejecting VWAP, so maybe you get an additional leg lower here, so we'll look for the short side move on IBIT there, Sharif. So we're going to post up, we're going to get that level that we want and limit in instead of just punching in on Frex, which tends to be a little bit more expensive. We get a break of the support level at 103.18, then off to the races. I think we can get into that next pivot level, so let's be patient to see if this one's going to work out for us. I don't like seeing it get bought up that quick, considering we were 20 cents ITM on that one right out of the gate, but now we're just hovering around this area. I think there's some quote issues there going on with our platform, but nonetheless, let's send it off to Adara.
Just be aware, guys, a couple Mag 7 catalysts came through while Neil was doing his lesson. Neither of them massive, but I think both worth knowing. Meta on watch here. First of all, near low of days still. U.S. reportedly ending its investigation into some claims that WhatsApp chats aren't private. So looks like META getting off scot-free here unscathed with this investigation. Then you've got NVDA also not really moving at all here, but they're announcing their Nemotron 3 Nano Omni model. So this is going to be combining visual, audio, and language capabilities. It'll make AI agents up to 9 times more effective. It'll be available starting today on various platforms. Back to you.
Yeah, Elon's been making that argument a lot lately. And he doesn't even really dislike Zuck. I've never really heard any beef between the two, but he's been making the point lately that WhatsApp is not as secure as they make it out to be.
Yeah,
that's what he says, whether you believe it or not.
Yeah.
Joey, I just want to mention one quick one that showed up here, and thank you to Outlaw Trader bringing this one to my attention. KOPN. Ripping up off that 340 low. Guys, there was one entire red candle from 11:15 to the candle that now is currently red at 12:10, and it happened to be this small booger right here at 11:35. But this was ripping up, and it is at the high of the day, 441. Let's just take a quick look here at the 30-minute chart. Okay, so let's go quickly to the daily. Let's get an idea. Okay, so KOPN has been on that illegal stuff, Joey, because this has been ripping up lately ever since the 31st of March. It's been all basically higher lows, higher highs. Look at the respect for KOPN here on the 10 EMA on the 5, on the daily, on the 5, 10 EMA on the daily, pardon me. So KOPN, one to watch out for here. I'm not in love with this candle, this kind of doji candle with equidistant upper wicks and lower wicks, but hey, we'll keep an eye on it. 405 is the 10 EMA, and then you have 4 support. Price action showing me support at around 390, which also overlaps with VWAP. So KOPN in focus. Also, SBLX failing $5. So you have a double top into 5, dropping though. Look where it's dropping into. Lo and behold. Well, I love when this happens. When the 10 EMA kind of overlaps or jives with the price action resistance. So we know that there was resistance between 420 to 430, 4 1/3, let's just say that, right? That was a bit of a shelf there that we had from 1120 to when we broke through at 1150, comes back in there holding. Now, whether or not it breaches 5 on a closing basis, we'll have to wait and see. But that's a big gnarly retracement there. But I think the trend is still intact. This one could test 5 later, but I'm not going to be a part of it at the moment until it sets up a little bit differently. And this is the point I want to make. I want to just call your attention to the top left and the bottom left of my black charts here, okay? I want to make the case about this trend break lower high kind of setup. So let's just look at ATER. Look at this. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. Trend break. Lures everybody in. Topping tail candle into 139, 140. Tanks. Loses VWAP. That's one of those trades that I've been talking about that I used to feel were good setups, and now I'm almost feeling the exact opposite way. That's ATER. Look at BIYA. Same garbage. Lower high, lower high, lower high. Trend break. Lures you in with a lower high into 185. Loses VWAP into 150. So these ones are, I used to have this bias that they were great, long setups. Maybe in certain markets, definitely not this one, and certainly not the market that we've had, I want to say, in the last month and a half, because it feels like that's how often, or that's how long, I should say, these ones have been failing. So that is an observation that I want to make there. Lastly, keeping an eye here on KOPN. No trades on this. I'd like to see what it does in and around 410, 4. If it catches a bid with some volume, we'll get back in. And I want to say, KOPN here has done some decent shareage on the day to the tune of 16.7 million shares. And look when the shares started coming in, late in the day, 11:30. Like, look at that. These volume bars just dwarf. They're dwarfed, I should say, by the recent volume bars over here, starting essentially at 11:30. So a lot of volume coming in KOPN, but it is being here set up with a doji candle now, a red candle will make a new low. So nothing for me at the moment. If there are any small cap gappers making their way up at, I see POM is kind of right into the high of the day. It's not my favorite, but tag me. Let me know what these ones are doing, and we'll have a look at it, Joey.
Sounds good, man. Yeah, we're just still sitting in this trade. Like, I feel like I'm not going to say that we have this top up here. We can continue, we can break through it. We're just pennies away, right? I'm ready to get out of it. Otherwise, we're going to get this breakdown. But you can see every dip just continuously gets bought back up. We'll be patient. I think we're positioned relatively well for this to come in. And I'm not looking for that move in towards the low of the day. It's just into that next pivot level in any form of a pullback, because we've had 5, 10, 15, like 25 minutes of straight buying on relatively low volume. But it's this name, right? Like, so it's just like, if you can get in at the dip, I want wanted it for the long, but we just never caught that fill, which is it is what it is, right? But nonetheless, market not doing too much. It's a complete danger zone, and just be cautious in case you start to get chopped up a little bit. A lot of overlapping candles, as I tend to say, and you can see that in the SPY. You have to try and catch the higher end of the range. I was thinking about the short here on IBIT, just below the volume weighted average price, and maybe for a move lower, and you get into that next pivot zone. If you can break the support, then you just get out of it. But yeah, we're super small on this trade, a little bit of a feeler on NVIDIA. I wouldn't be surprised if it grinds back to VWAP, but it's just consecutive buying, but just low volume. So at some point, I thought we'd see a little bit more of a...
That's how much it costs now?
Yeah, it's mad expensive, dude.
Hold on. I remember you were always on this.
Yeah, I've always.
It was never that expensive.
Yeah, no, it's expensive.
What
it's like the Nasdaq, like the triple Qs before it did its split, it was over like $100, right? So I mean, there it is, and you have a big time run up in NVDA as well, too, breaking through the all-time high. This is a leveraged product, so you're going to see double the increase on NVDL than what you're going to see on the actual underlying asset. So it's holding up really well here. So we have to be prepared to get out, but I do like us for a curl over. We can start to see that we're forming this resistance zone, and that's a prior resistance zone at 210. So now we come in, we break this pivot, and then I think we can head a little bit lower. So bang, there it goes, starting to sell, but this is key. If they step right back in and grind price higher like they're doing right now, not necessarily the best thing. That can be signs of a strong stock. And we'll take one attempt on the short side. We're not going to hold on to it for too long. And if it decides that it wants to continue to move higher, then we got to find a way to join the party, not necessarily go against it, right? So you can get in a little bit of trouble with that. And it may take longer for that play to come into fruition. So there it is. Looking at IBIT, what are we going to do? It might be just sit on our hands for a little bit and wait for the market to find a definitive direction. Yeah, so there it goes. We're all out. We're all out of there on NVDA.
All right, guys. Shout out to Fluffsters. ONEG. And then she's like, no, I take it back. Lower volume. Yeah, it's got 100.
Frozen again.
No way.
Yeah. Oh, that's
yeah. I see that. It's frozen on 420, Joey.
You're coping?
Yeah.
Oh, dang.
My bad. But one. Okay. 1G. Oh, God. ONEG. Look, Fluffsters, it's not bad. 192,000 shares. The spread on this, though, what is the hot? Okay, let's take a quick look. I can't quite make out the spread on this, so 25. It should show up here. Oh no, it's not showing up, Fluffy, because I put 250,000 shares minimum. Let's look at it on one of these. 1G. All I need is one day. Yeah, that's too rich for my blood, Fluffy. 878 on the ask, 855 on the bid, so about 23 pennies worth of spread there. But yeah, it's a bit of a tough one. Moss back 123. Sharif, ABSI went like 20% yesterday. Keeping up today, considering selling last of my shares. Say less. Let's have a look on APSI. Let's look at the multi-day, Joey. We're going to put the 15 over here, get a better look. Okay, so this one was a monster. Look, man, look, I never tell you what to do. We're never going to give you financial advice because we're not qualified to do that. But if you were asking what I would do on this one, here's what I see. This is yesterday's high, 488. Today's high is 5.
Wow, we keep freezing, man.
Pardon me?
Keep freezing.
Yeah, it's a bit of an issue, Joey.
Yeah, you can't.
So you have a higher high, right? Yesterday, as I mentioned, the aftermarket too, with the volatility halt parameters and all. The closing print, 485, the aftermarket high, 488. Today, we haven't closed out yet, so you don't know where the price action is going to go. We could sell off, but I don't think so. $5 is the high, and then look at the low. What's yesterday's low? Well, it's essentially the opening print at 930, give or take, 385. Let's go 380, the worst case scenario. What's today's low? 8 o'clock, low is 441. Higher highs, higher low. Ride the trend. Ride the trend. Look, you know, that's what I would do. I'm not telling you what to do, though. But great hold by you. Way to hold overnight. Way to hold true to your convictions. Shout out to you. I hope you print up multiple storms. iMoto UI. Sharif. ATER is trying to come back. You think it rejects 120, 125? Let's have a look. So ATER disappointed me. much like BIYA, for the reasons that I articulated earlier, which is it lures you in with that break of the trend and then ends up setting up a lower high. We're still suffering from that same affliction, which is the lower high trade. So, does it get through 120, 125? I love how you're looking at that, though. That's quality TA by you, because there's clearly a 125 support shelf here with only one breach, and that's the 1125 bar, which went to 122, ended up closing at 125. So the fact that you're looking at 120 to 125 is aces in my book. I like that. Now, whether or not it breaks above it, your guess is as good as mine. It's struggling right now, south of volume weighted average price, having wicked through it, closing below it. Can I say something to you, though? Even if it does get above 125, wouldn't that be the same setup that we got lured into over here, where, you know, you could make the argument, okay, well, this one certainly got resistance at 140. Look at this print. Look at that print. And then over here as well, even the 1050 bar, all rejections at 140. Well, guess what it did? It lured us in. This bar high there, that lower high, ended up taking us into 139. Then it dropped and lost VWAP all the way down, and it got a low of 107. So even if it does get above 120 to 125, it's still setting you up for that same nonsensical lower high trade that, you know, essentially it's kind of a bull trap. So ATER, not for me at the moment. But there goes Copen. KOPN, beautiful hold here off 410. Now we may be regaining trend. This current candle looks good, right? Bounces off the 10 EMA, clean. But upon further inspection, it's still a lower high and it's still a lower low. Thankfully, we've opened up a new candle at 1225. Let's see how this candle ends up going. Does it breach prior bar high? Does it get above 435, or is it going to lose that 410 area? So going to keep a close eye here on KOPN. I think this is setting up better than all the others. Maybe as SBLX can mosey on above 450, maybe it doesn't, but KOPN is definitely in view for me. Where is my KOPN screen? There it is. So here we are coming into 430 again on Copen. So prior bar high, we just breached it. We just took out prior bar high. Current bar low is the low of this candle. So it's 427. We've got a 1 penny spread on this one, Joey. So I'm definitely going to execute here, I think, as we mosey on up. We're looking to take out 441. That is the high of the day. So good look here on KOPN, but looks like there's some selling coming in at 30 pennies. Dang, son. Yeah, I'm going to have to think about this one a little bit more. I'm just worried about the lower high, right? Because then we get in to that 430, we don't claim it on a closing basis, and then it ends up being a lower high, and then we end up losing 410 maybe on the subsequent candle. So yeah, I'm not gonna execute quite yet on KOPN. I'm keeping an eye though on SBLX and KOPN. Those look to be the best of the bunch at the moment. ATER and BIYA, they're not clean setups right here. So they don't get me involved. But these two here, KOPN, SBLX, I think they're still within the trend. So that's what I'm looking at, Joe.
Good stuff. I want to see who we have this weekend. I know iGrow Fighting was talking about some fights. Oh, okay. So we have Della Maddalena, okay, versus Carlos. Oh, you have. Oh, UFC? Really? Yeah, UFC in Australia. So it's gonna start like bright and early Saturday morning. No, okay. So you guys have practice. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, he might win, but I think Jack's pretty good in my opinion. He's a good striker, just ground game not that good. All right. Aside from that, guys, we got out of NVDA. That freeze within the tape wasn't too good for us. So, I mean, other than that, it was just extremely small size. Looking for something. Just where we're currently sitting at in the market, it makes it a little bit find the trade. If you're going for the continuation, we tried the short off of these two specific prints right here, and then sure enough, it just continuously got bought up, and then we want to get out, but then we catch a little slippage on that strong uptick, and then the platform froze on us. But yeah, nonetheless, we did have a little bit of a move lower. Nothing in order for me to take profit. We wanted to wait for that 1.5 or that 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. So we'll be patient. Are we going to break down in Bitcoin? Top end of the range would be more ideal. If it breaks through VWAP, you can have a pretty tight stop on this one. But we're just really chopping around, moving eastward at this current moment. What has USO been up to on the day? I know we haven't really talked about it too much, so I want to pull it up and see what we have. considering the market, I'm not the biggest fan. Okay, so we're not too far off all-time highs on USO here, Sharif. I mean, only a couple percentage points, 3.8% to be exact. And then you have this big-time move after you sold off for a couple of days where you gain another 27.7%. So, I mean, both equities and USO continuing to climb. And we had that inverse correlation for quite some time, but nonetheless, over the past couple of weeks, that hasn't been the narrative. So what we will do is we'll be patient and look for some more opportunities. That we have NVDA heading right back towards our entry price. So that was our only attempt on this one. We rejected VWAP. That would have been a pretty good entry, and it would have gave you about 40 cents, 45 cents or so. But we're looking for more. Are we going to continue or are we going to head lower? That's my question. And once we have the ability to kind of find which direction we want to continue to trend in, then by all means we can place a trade. So there's another clean flush to the downside. Is there a volatility spike stepping into the market? Let's take a look at the NASDAQ and the Qs. We have officially broken trend. Okay, so you have this downtrend from the intraday session, and then sure enough, on the 10 minutes, you're on the backside. You have a 10-minute candle opening on the backside of that, and then now you slowly climb back higher towards VWAP, but you have the inability to breach it. Are we strong? Are we weak? I think that's a question that has yet to be answered. Even though we are trading south of VWAP, sellers do seem to be in control. So let's see if we can find some good entry points here.
Here goes Copen, guys. We're in at 34. Here's 44. We're looking for profits at 45. Copen is holding up. It held cleanly at the 10, selling. There is the print at 45. So we get 440. How'd I get the print at 45 there when my high is showing 444? But it's turning back here, guys. This is turning into a topping tail candle. My out is current bar low. Current bar low is 27. It's technically 26 and a half. But we just opened up a new candle here on the 5, and we haven't closed above 40. We wicked into the high of the day. That's a good wick, but there's no closing prints. Watching intently here. I'm looking for trend to hold. So I'm going to leave my stop exactly where it is, okay? My bias here is we mosey on up to the $0.50. If we do that, I'll wet the beak along the way. But I don't want to be forced out of the trade if a higher low trend is holding, and that's what we're getting right now. Ever since that candle that touched the 10 EMA on the 5, I'll tell you exactly, the 1220 candle, we have been putting in higher lows. So I definitely got to keep an eye here. Wet the beak at 45. I'm looking for the $0.50. So that's what we're going to do. We're keeping a close eye here on Copen, KOPN. Not a big, but a decent technical hold at a very predictable area. Get it, Ram. All right, so that's what we're looking for there. People are telling me, Fluffsters is telling me ATLN. All right, let's take a quick look at Atlan for Fluffy. What the Fluffy? ATLN, what do we got here, Fluffy? Yeah, okay. What do we got? Volume, okay. Well, this one's closing in on 1 million shares, 910,000. Nice topping tail candle, Ram, into about $2.23 over here. Looks like there is resistance, though, Fluffy, at 215, because you don't have any closing prints above 215, so that's something to look out for. But that's a gnarly, recovery off the area low, holds generally 1 3/4, pops up into about almost 2 1/4. So that's ATLN up 34 2/3% on the day, having done now 943,000 shares. So thank you for calling out that one. I'm actually going to put that on the side chart in case it picks up more volume there, because I do like the percentage up on the day. Continuing to watch KOPN. It's not closing above 40. There's definitely a seller at 40 pennies that we really can't shake on a decisive basis, but I'm not getting out of this trade until prior bar low is breached. Prior bar low gets breached at 426.5. I put my out 427, okay? So maybe I end up getting forced out a little bit early, but my bias on Copen, KOPN, is that we mosey on up into the $0.50 or thereabouts. When I say the $0.50, it could mean like 53. It could also mean like 48 or 47. You never really know, right? You don't know who's going to step in where. Here we go into the high of the day again, Joseph. 44s, triple fours on KOPN. We got 34s. I'm looking for a high a day breach, and there it is, into 45. Looking for a little bit more now. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. Waiting. Big selling here at 45. Nope. There's 44, flashing 45. There was a bunch of sell orders and buy orders coming in all at the same time, but it is now at 445 high. No continuation, though, quite yet into the $0.50, but watching intently.
Good stuff. Yeah, absolutely, Lele. So my boy, can you check out JPM?
Lele Pons?
Cools, love coolest. Anyways, got a call for May 26th, 312. Yeah, let's take a look at some of the banks and the financials here.
312 for the players as well?
We don't typically do that. What's that?
312 for the players as well. Sorry.
I don't care. Oh.
You don't know about that?
312 for the players.
112 were the players as well. So I switched it to 312. So.
No, what does that mean?
It's from a song.
Oh,
yeah.
What song?
It's Mobb Deep. No, it's. Help me out, Neil.
All right.
Forget who it is, man. The chat will fact check
right,
you
man.
now.
We'll figure that out there. I believe May 15th, you said within May, you have that 312 strike price. Let's see. What did you say on there again, my boy? May 26th. All right, yeah, let's see what we got going on, how much you pay for that, and see if this is going to work for you. I don't see anything from the May 26th expiration cycle. I mean, 2026, you want to get a little bit more detail. At the end of the month, 312.5. I don't see anything there either. So I don't know where you find the strike price. Probably this one, May 15, 17 days from now. Let's see. I mean, the banks haven't been performing that well. And I mentioned this not too long ago. Once they start to find a little bit of a bounce, then I think it can help send the SPY a little consideringly higher than what we're currently seeing at the market, getting that rollover that we were talking about not too long ago. So the SPY coming back in towards the low of the day, that VWAP sell coming into play, and the exact same thing as you're starting to head back towards the low. Double top almost right here. Couldn't quite push into that level, and then now we're starting to pick up momentum to the downside. AMD with an inverted at those highs, and then NVDA holding up relatively well. But this is the support level we were talking about on Bitcoin. So maybe we can find a trade there on IBIT. Let's get involved for the continuation. If it breaches VWAP, then we just get out of the trade. But I mean, I thought we were going to get a bounce and some movement just a little bit earlier on that on the NVDA short, but that's okay. We had that nice IBIT trade in the morning, and then we'll look for some more opportunities as the day passes on. Come on, big dog, we all love you, Joe. No, I'm not. No. I'm good. I'm good, brother. What do you mean? Told you around this time it's the caffeine. It's boom, boom. To the downside. Okay, there it is. Sharif, just a little bit earlier on that one. Just a little too early on the NVDL short as it's really starting to pick up momentum to the downside.
I'm starting to see a little resistance here on Copen in the mid to low 40s. I'm going to leave my stop where it is, below the bar low. So it's not prior bar anymore. It's actually the 1225 bar. So current bar, we opened up a new candle, 1235. So prior bar high, the 1230 bar. Okay, I'm going to have to go on the multi-time frame because it's not letting me mouse over. KOPN. So prior bar, the 1230 bar has a high of 445 and a low 436. Current bar, which just opened, 442 high, 440 low. So there's definitely resistance here in the mid to low 40s, whether or not we breach trend. Now, what I can do is I can lock in profits by moving up my stop to prior bar low, right? Prior bar low will take me to 436. That would lock in profits. So then I wouldn't be giving up anything at that level. And it's exactly what I'm going to do. We're going to go 435. So let's go ahead and throw that on there, and we'll just give it a little bit of room. So we'll see what we get here on KOPN. It feels a little top heavy, not going to lie. But, you know, I've seen this story before where I end up taking it a little too early. So I'm just going to let it go. We've already taken profits on it. And now that I've moved up my stop, no part of this trade can go against me unless there's insane amounts of illiquidity and I get slippage. Here we go again into 44. Remember, high day is 45. I'm waiting up here at 47s. And then we're going to wait for the next profit taker above 50, should that happen. So again, selling at 44, not even making it up into 45, but we have higher lows on the trend, so the trend is still there. But, you know, there it is again, a big drop into 45. Watching here, let's look at the selling here at 45, because this is the high of the day. So you can tell it's a hidden order, iceberg order already, just based upon the fact that barely anything is coming off the exchanges here of what's posted. Let's see if we can get a price spike up. Nope. Into 46, so not even moving even into the mid print, like 45 and a half, 45 and a quarter. I didn't see anything like that come in on the time and sales. All I'm seeing is 43s and 44s at the moment, so nothing doing there, Gabe. All right, Hell's Gate, there it goes into 46, and there is a new high of day. Now we need a couple of more shekels. It's got to cross 47 for me to get the print. and then we're going to wait for 50, should that break. But Hell's Gate is saying SEGG is going. You guys have been pointing out that name a bunch lately. And there it goes, Joey. I'll get to SEGG in a second, but there goes Copen into a new high of day of 449. We wet the beak at 47s. Now my bias is I hold for the $0.5 breach, and there it is, into 53. The shorts are in trouble. All right, let's watch now. Let's see how high we can get. Is it just a perfunctory breach of the $0.5, or are we going to get a little continuation into 55? That's another high of day. Nope, no continuation quite yet. I'm looking for 58, 59. Probably a bad idea, because if it gets up there, it's probably moseying on up into 2/3. But hey, we're going to look to take profits at some place, man. We just can't hold forever. And there it is again, Joey. 57 showing up here. 58 just showed up. Boom! Into the high. 59s. Looking for a little bit more here on Copen. The shorts are in trouble. Watch out here. Let's see if we can get into 2/3. Nope. Some aggressive profit taking here, dropping back into the $0.5. A good trade here. Happy with how this one went. Definitely like the fact that I moved up my stop to account for the higher lows, but wish I had a little bit more shares. I was not as convicted in this one, just based on the fact that, you know, it was a little bit slower of a mover, but a good trade nonetheless. We'll pack the patience here, Joey.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, there it goes, man. I mean, we're not going to just sit here and dream. But, man, I had the hunch that we were going to sell aggressively here on NVDA with that price action. Should have just re-engaged at the rejection of VWAP. Boom, and then off to the races it goes. Gives you a big-time move there, guys, from 14 to 13s. So you catch $1 just like that, Nick Diaz. Nice, my guy. We all love you for reals. I was just thinking, it's crazy. 5 people sit here and watch you guys. You imagine in real life all 5K of us sitting here in person. Yeah. To be honest with you, it's a very well, the way you put that is very well. I mean, it's a I'm not going to say a stadium, but that's a pretty big amount of people. But then you have the accounts like Mike Peter Ryder, who accounts for like 4 out of the, so he has 1. How many people have multiple accounts? But nonetheless, man, it's a lot of people for sure. Imagine fighting or boxing in front of that amount of people. It'd be crazy, man. It's a 5th of some of the stadiums that we have.
Crazy.
But nonetheless, guys, let's get right back in here. We have Tesla.
To BMO Field, bro.
Pardon me?
Shout out to BMO Field.
Yeah, shout out. Everybody's talking. What was Adam Gaines going on about the scaffolding there?
Bro, like, have you looked at? I know you live around the place. So I don't want to give away where you live, obviously, but it's a big area. There's lots of people.
You can
right?
come knocking on my door. That's
hold on,
for sure.
dude. Did you see the bottom of the raft, like the high up area?
No.
The bottom is not connected to anything.
Oh, yeah?
I guess like the engineers redistributed the weight on the inside, but there's an area where the poles just hang in there, Joey.
Oh, really?
It's very unsettling. If I
Oh,
can find a
wow.
picture of this and show you guys, it just doesn't look good.
Yeah.
Dude.
I trust the Canadian
Have you
engineers.
seen you know the facilities inside BMO?
Yeah.
Like, it looks
not
like
really.
the concrete jungle. We don't have a nice, stadium experience in there. It should have been at the Dome, the Rogers Center. We call it the Sky.
You think so?
Because look at the stadium experience inside the Dome.
Yeah. It's nice. Like they did the
beautiful,
renovations
dude.
and everything.
Restaurants everywhere, bars everywhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Liberty Village is going to be an absolute wreck. I'm not looking forward to that. But nonetheless, guys, I mean, Tesla's starting to bottom. You can see that there was a nice higher low pattern being formed here. We took our 1 step so far. We had that I bid earlier in the day, and now we're just looking to participate in some more trades here. So let's find something. Are we going to hold up this trend line higher, low, higher, low, higher, low? So multiple touches on this specific trend line. What is this timeline going? Data is that's what we don't even have that up right now. Get with it here, platform. Oh my geez, there it is, a strong uptick as we have the SPY about to breach the low of the day. Who is leading us in that direction? Is it the XLF? It might be, guys. We have to pull up XLF to see what's going on with that. A curl over turtle shell price action over there. This is madness. I mean, the chop fest is on, so you want to catch the lower end of the range, and that's kind of my objective right now, to see if we can get in at a good place. My friend's going to Houston and Miami for the games.
No way.
Yeah, so I'm like, you know what? I might have to hitch along. I don't even care to watch the football. I just want to just go.
It's an experience of a lifetime.
Yeah. To watch the football.
Soccer,
Yes, whatever. I mean, whatever.
Yeah, Australians call it soccer too.
Do they
It's not
call it
just North
soccer? Yeah, it's just not North America.
Yo,
No.
can I say something to
Yeah,
you, though?
for sure.
There's been a lot made about the pricing of some of these tickets. You know that, right?
It's crazy.
Yeah. There's like a boycott movement against the World Cup right now because they're trying to rinse everybody.
You know what I mean, They always try to do that, but at the end of the day, there's going to be someone who's going to pay it.
Dude, the
Doesn't even
Qatar
matter.
tickets, like in 2022, one second there, that 2022 were like a third of the price of what they're selling it. Like, are you kidding me? You're telling me that people in the Middle East don't have money?
Yeah.
In Qatar and Dubai? Go ahead.
So I went down a rabbit hole because I like brochures and this type of thing. And the little private suites that they have that you can get for FIFA, these are insanely priced. Like some of these are like hundreds of thousands of dollars. And when you look at the photos, it's almost always the same photo, which makes me think these suites aren't even built yet. You're spending money on something that doesn't yet to be built. So yeah, just an interesting another aspect of this, not just the tickets, it's the weird like privacy suites that I feel like they must be making tons of money on. And again, I don't even think a lot of these are constructed.
Yeah, I don't even think they're
It's like
permanent.
Firefest.
Yeah. I don't even think these suites are permanent.
Oh, yeah?
Honestly,
Probably not.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, at the end of the day, no one's forcing you to pay that amount. So I get it. You want to go and watch the soccer, but it's the demand and people, the consumer who are willing to pay the price that's essentially driving it up like that. You see what I mean?
It's like if you're
no
a
one's forcing
consumer,
you to
right?
hit that.
No one's doing
forcing
that.
you to
but
hit the
like,
button.
how often does a World Cup come into your backyard?
Yeah,
and so then you
for
feel
sure,
kind
for
of
sure.
like, okay, I was gonna spend $1,500. What's another $500? So you end up paying $2, and then all of a sudden that $2,000 ticket sold out.
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna pay $2. What's another $500 on? You know what I mean?
I understand.
bro.
It's mad annoying.
Yeah.
I get it. You want to have that experience that you don't get to very often. Like, it's only a once in a lifetime, essentially. You won't see the World Cup probably come here. But at the end of the day, no one's forcing your hand to hit that button.
No one is.
Yeah.
You're
You know what I
absolutely
mean?
right. It's just like just because no one's forcing you doesn't mean that it gives them license to rinse you.
No, it
know what
doesn't.
I mean?
It
Like,
doesn't. But people are doing it, which is like the incentive to like, hey, let's just jack these things up. Listen, I love the Leafs, but it's just not worth going to watch.
But you know
to be
your
honest
boy
with you.
Big Dougie. So when I say Big Dougie, guys, I'm always referring to the premier who's like the governor of this province, right? So Big Dougie is tabling legislation, which ironically his government killed when it took over from the previous government, but he's bringing it in nonetheless. You will not be able to sell tickets above resale value, above face value. Pardon me.
Yeah,
so that's going to apply to the Leafs. That's going to also apply, assuming he gets it tabled through the committee and it gets a second reading in Parliament quickly enough.
Yeah.
They won't be able to sell the World Cup tickets at higher than face value. We'll
If it's
see.
done, but that's a couple months away, dude.
I think he's trying to table it and get it through the provincial legislature, which is like right down the road.
Yeah.
Before the World Cup for that express purpose.
that'd be
doesn't
good.
mean that the tickets that already changed hands doesn't apply to them.
It's a future ticket. I mean, it would probably eliminate some of the boringness of a Leafs game, right? Because it's just corporate. You just go there and it suits essentially, and it's just like it's boring. It's like it's not that.
It's like not real fans.
Yeah, and it's not really like that event that if you were to go to a Vegas game or something like that, they've made these things kind of like more of an experience than just going to watch the Leafs game and be monotone and be like that. All right, guys, there goes the market. Another bounce. Tesla right back in towards the volume weighted average price. So that trend line holding up. There was a nice indecision print right at 209.50 here on NVDA, and it's starting to make its way back towards the volume weighted average price. So a nice little bounce here in the market. Can we find something and get involved to the long side? XLF slowly curling over. Tesla still grinding, and then Ader above VWAP, but it looks like it's going to establish a lower high and then maybe continue.
Exactly.
Outside.
Well said, man. You took the words right out of my mouth. Look at the topping till candle.
Yeah.
Just luring everybody in, man. I'm not
luring
touching
them
this
in,
thing
man.
until it breaches 140. ATER is the one that Joey was talking about there, and more accurate he could not be. Look, we already saw this hot garbage breach the trend, lure everybody in, then poop, all the way down. And here it is again. Look. You know, it could change its tune. And if it does, I'll be the first to admit that I was wrong, but it's got to change that tune first. And the way that it does it for me is a closing print above 140. I don't want to see wicks or anything else. I know there's only a couple of different types of prints, but if it doesn't get above 140, I don't trade it. I have a bias that this probably moseys on down into the dollar to 97.54, a low of day. I'm talking pennies, not dollars. And it's another topping tail candle, as Joey rightly pointing out. And BIYA is also looking hella short here. Look, if this loses 150, could be a great short, maybe down into the low of day, which is 122. That's the implied balance low right at 930, BIYA. I don't know how much locates are gonna cost you on that, but just a quick perfunctory look there on my my scanner, just on my platform, BIYAATER in SPLX. No shorts available for sale, for borrow. So that's on my platform. I'm not talking about real trading. Real trading is going to have it. There's no question about that. It's just how much you're going to have to pay, right? Someone was pointing out SEGG, and you guys have been pointing out SEGG for days. This is not the first time that I see it. Is this thing moving on a daily? Yeah, okay. Decent day there. It was obviously bid non-compliant. Shout out to my main man, Luis. We'll have him on tomorrow. Can't wait for him to be on. But yeah, this one was south of $1. It looks like it held up at 50 cents today. It has a decent day with a high of 134, currently showing 117. That's SEGG, the ticker there. But I don't want to say it's dropping. It's got a lower high trend, though. I mean, you can kind of see that. For me, to get above 123 probably gets me into this trade. To give this one a little credit, it's got higher lows as well ever since that area low that put in the low of the day at around 96 pennies. It's been putting in higher lows, but it also has lower highs. This is the chart on SEGG. I do apologize for not throwing the ticker on there. Let's throw that on there. Again, 123. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to put an alert. So if this one touches 123, I'm going to put it at 122. I'll have notice, and then we can kind of work our way into this one. So that is the look there. Ram just messaged me in the group here. Oh, thank you, Ram. Excellent call out there. This is what we're talking about. Joey, look at this.
Yeah, I see.
This is embarrassing, dude. Why is there no metal there? Like, I'm assuming what they're doing is they're distributing the weight from this onto that. Like, you know.
Yeah, I know.
But, you know, you come in
and you see
that, and your seat's up here, and you're like, I'm going home, right? Like there's nothing there, bro.
Those aren't.
Those are real seats. Go, just drive by. Drive by. It's not that far of a drive for you, man. Just go and look. It's embarrassing.
Those are
dude.
seats?
Those are seats. So this is what it looks like. First of all, the stadium experience is not good because it's a TFC. Sorry, it's an MLS stadium, right? It's okay. It's got a couple of, restaurants and bars and everything. There's a lot of kiosks, but you're not going to get Rogers Center / Sky Dome level. It is far superior at the Dome. This is just not what this is not the foot you want to put forward when the rest of the world is visiting you, bro. So, you know what I mean?
Why is it so embarrassing?
It just is, Joey. Because Toronto is a world-class city, and that's not a world-class stadium that we have there. And,
yeah, it's unfortunate. That is scary.
Risking your life to watch the game. Yeah. Ozan, I would put my cute butt. I would not. I won't put my cute butt on those seats. Yeah, neither would I, Ozan. Maybe it's looks like Jenga. One wrong move, and the thing is coming down, Nick Diaz says. Ram, they had how long to build? Yeah, Ram. We've known about this since Trump 1.0. And so, yeah, it's been a hot minute.
Dude, it's all the bureaucracy and the regulations that
Joseph,
they need to pass in order to
I don't want to hear you saying anything bad about our government. Okay?
All right.
Right? They're very efficient.
Very, yeah. Well, that's what it is. It's a stranglehold, really.
All right, angry wife. TLPYO, Sharif, and you know how footy fans are. They're going to be jumping. Of course they are, man.
That is
Of course they are.
Disaster incoming.
And a lot of people are visiting, so they're already on, vacation mode. They're happy. They're out there. You know what I mean?
Scary, dude.
Yeah, I don't want any part of that.
Not look good.
Lemon family, same thing. Imagine fans jumping. Yeah, I don't want to imagine it because it.
They're going to have to put a sign up there, no jumping.
Ram's already thinking about how she's going to get paid. Lawsuit money to repay your ticket money. That's brilliant, Ram. Brilliant.
Tickets.
All right, guys. Copen could be headed up here again. So Doji candle that just closed. New candle opened up. I'm talking 1250 bar. The Doji candle 1245 bar. Assassino, if we can, brother. Thank you. Into 53 we go. It's a high of day of 60. We are still putting in lower highs, though, generally. Watch for a hold above 450, and then I think we could attempt here yet another breach of 460. So KOPN, I got to tell you, this is the best looking one in the market right now. If SEGG can take out 123, 124, that will also look good. But for the moment, it's really KOPN here. Into 54 again. It goes 55s, Joey, showing almost 56 as we take out some size here at 55. There's 56. KOPN could be a breach of 60. Watch out here. If it breaches 60, there's a good chance we can get into that $5 area. So definitely watching for this one. I may execute again on it, Joe.
All right, good stuff, man. We take a little scalp here, just a little scalp as a punch through the volume-weighted average price. I just watched this grind away, and I'm like, oh, man. Oh, there it goes, another clean uptick. Something might be stepping into the market here as we're putting in a strong recovery. IBIT bouncing off. We see the NASDAQ putting in a substantial volume print. Is that being led by NVDA? And there it goes, continuing to move. Oh, man, what a scalp off of that one. Too bad we didn't hold a little bit more. Shoulda, coulda, woulda anyways. But the market starting to find somewhat of its footing as Bitcoin bounces off of that 4302 IBIT is which I'm referring to. Can we punch through and hold on NVDA? A little scalp city on that one. So not too bad, guys. Go 1 for 1 on, 1 for 2 on NVDA. Other than that, we go 1 for 3 on IBIT. So we'll be patient and wait for some more opportunities because we might continue to grind here. Glad that we didn't go back into that short. It would have been nice to get in significantly earlier than what we did. This low, man. This is the signal that I was looking for. But AMD finding its way and then a massive rebound in the overall market on volume too. So you can see that start to uptick. That gives us much more confirmation and conviction in the fact that, hey, we might continue on this path, a strong move in Bitcoin. Can we find an additional long? I was thinking long here today, so I wouldn't put it past it if we find somewhat of a recovery, but NVDA heading right back towards some key levels, and that's what we want to see right now. Go long, go with the flow, Joe, and that's what we're doing. Can we find a pullback here? I don't even. We'll get Ader off of here. It's a hater right now.
There goes Copen into a new high of day, Joey.
All right, man.
KOPN is ripping up here, 463. That's a breach of high of day. Whether or not we continue into 3/4 and then 3/4 gives us a bias of a hole. Let's watch. We're holding trend quite well. A clean hold of the 10 EMA on the 5 on KOPN, nary a breach into 24% VIL. But right back into 460 again. Copacabana. Get it, Ram. Copacabana is actually a beach in Brazil, right, Assassino? Yes. There's also a Copacabana in Peru and Cuba. Okay, got it. And another place, but he doesn't remember which one. Right. Interesting. I think the most famous one, though, has got to be Brazil.
Has to be. It's a Brazilian steakhouse, my boy. Yeah, there it goes, man. Real strong stuff right now and a big-time uptick. We were talking about it on volume. Tesla now breaching VWAP, and we're holding. So if this support level that was acting as prior resistance can come into play, then maybe we can get a long rocking and rolling here. It would have been more ideal, obviously, to catch the low, but hindsight being 20/20 on some of these levels, all right? So let's keep in mind that we might get an aggressive pullback, some strong upticks, volume supporting it. We'll head over to our watch list right now and see what we have going on that front. How has Apple been performing on the day? We haven't gone over the Mag 7, so we can do so now and find potential opportunities just in case there's anything lagging and looking to catch up to what we have from said upticks. Now, Google, how have you been performing? Microsoft, not too much. Oh, okay, being led by Microsoft. So putting in a strong session here, guys. Look at this 1-minute print right here. Cool, sounds good. Yeah, whenever we're ready, we're going to send it off to Adair. We have a special guest with us here today. Oh, okay.
Very excited to welcome a guest here to the show, a special guest, Ashley Lassinger, CEO and Director of Althura Energy Corp. Ashley, thank you so much for being here with us today. How are you doing this afternoon?
Doing great. How are you?
Great, thank you. Excited to talk about Althura. Let's talk about the helium market to kind of zoom out and start off here. What can you tell us about the state of supply and demand within the global helium market?
Yeah, so demand side, you've got the AI boom, right, which is surging semiconductor manufacturing. Helium, for those that don't know, is used for cooling and creating environments for the wafer fabrication. You've also got healthcare. Most people don't know that MRI machines use helium to cool superconducting magnets. And in developing nations, we're seeing an expansion of MRI fleets going in. You've got aerospace and defense. Helium's used to pressurize fuel tanks and purge rocket systems. But more specifically in the U.S., you've also got the privatization of the U.S. Federal Helium Reserve, which was completed earlier this year. And it's taken the market from what we would call like a government stabilized model to a private value driven one. And while that isn't necessarily a bad thing, it is creating supply constraints and altering demand behavior from what we've seen in the past. And then you turn to the supply side, and as you're probably well aware, a month ago, a third of the world's helium production essentially came to a halt. Qatar Energy had to declare force majeure on the damage that it sustained at its Lost Refrain refinery. So now you've got a demand that's not going away and potentially increasing, and then you've got about a third of the world's helium supply that is essentially negated for the next 3 to 5 years. So it is a pretty precarious place to be.
Thank you so much for going over that for us, just to provide a bit of a baseline here. So now can you share a couple of near-term catalysts with us for Althura, specifically with regards to production and well reentries?
Yeah, so last July, I was brought on to Altura for my background in petroleum engineering to essentially establish, like, did we even have an asset? Multiple wells had been drilled before, but none of them were able to produce. And so my task was to essentially identify what was wrong and fix it. And so late last year, we recompleted 2 wells to prove my theories. They produced about 120 MCF a day a month with 6.5% helium concentration. However, the pipeline wasn't functional, so we determined that it was more economically efficient to replace the pipeline, which we're about 60% of the way done with as we speak. And as soon as that pipeline is complete, we will turn those 2 wells back onto production. And then we have another 4 wells that we still think are viable that we will then move into a workover program for those.
Next up here, can you talk about your company's existing production history? Just tell us a little bit about your track record of helium sales and the potential for cash flow here.
Sure. So existing production, we have 2 non-operated wells currently that we have 20% working interest right now. They've produced since 2021. Together, they've made over $11 million in helium gross sales, and they're still producing in commercial quantities. As for the potential cash flow for 2026, again, the pipeline's the first step. We will bring those 6 wells back online this year. And before the wells were shut in, they each distributed about 100 MCF a day or more at around a 5 to 8% helium concentration. So simple math, right? Let's say 100 MCF a day, 6% helium concentration, let's say $200 per MCF. Which is a conservative number right now, yields about $36,000 a month and just under about $500,000 a year gross per well. So multiply that by 6. And then we will set our sights on our new well drilling program in the acreage that we have within a farm-in agreement that happens to offset our non-operated wells.
Let's talk a little bit about production here and maybe some of the risks and rewards. What can you tell us here in terms of the RR related to your development strategy and your high impact exploration plans going forward?
Yeah, so the risks are nothing outside of the norm for any energy exploration play. So a risk could be in our permitting, but I will say that the Arizona Oil and Gas Conservation Committee has been very nice to work with, very timely in their communication. We do know that if we have to engage any of the federal agencies, that will take a little bit longer. But the biggest risk is always going to be very simple. We don't find anything. But I think that our development strategy is very simple. It's very logical. It's data driven. The first thing is to bring those wells back online, establish the increased cash flow. The next thing would be to expand into the 2 formations that we already know are viable via offset production, drill those wells in our farm-in acreage that are literally offset wells that we know produce, and then test deeper targets from there. And then in tandem, running 2D seismic in our southern assets to determine the size of the structure, the exploratory structure that we think is there based on well data, and then drill to basically prove it up.
So looking forward here, let's talk about the company's growth potential and your path towards scaling and re-rating. What can you tell us about that path forward for you?
Yeah, so when it comes to re-rating, I'm actually very excited to see where this goes. We have multiple competitors that are trading above us and have higher market caps, but they don't have what we have, at least in the near term. And when I say that, what I mean is they don't have production and they don't have access to a processing plant. And we have both of those critical pieces. And we have low risk, proven growth opportunities, as well as the long-term exploration upside that we have within our own assets, but we're also looking for expansion opportunities within the Holbrook Basin. And I think what sets us apart isn't what's happening in long term, because all helium companies, all energy companies, right, have exploration assets. It's what's happening right now. Low risk, proven production growth, and access to a processing plant to sell the gas. Because you can have the best wells in the world, but it doesn't matter if you can't sell the gas.
Well said. Is there anything else you want anyone watching here to know about your company or anywhere we can find out more about Altura?
Yeah, you can check out our website. It's up to date, alturaenergycorp.com. And I will be at the Natural Resources Stock Expo this week in Atlanta if any of you guys happen to be in Atlanta. So thank you for having me.
Of course, thank you so much for being here again. And I guess join her in Atlanta. Again, this is CEO Ashley Lassinger, CEO and Director of Altura Energy Corp. Thank you very much for being here with us today, Ashley.
Thank you.
Great information and great interview, and thank you to Ashley for coming on there. That's really interesting information there, Joey.
Here's an actual look at the stock here, guys, from the beginning of the year. Actually, is what I was kind of recording and looking from a percentage metric to see what we've gained. And I mean, from 10 cents all the way up to 25, but you have a peak around 36 cents. That's 238%. So not too bad of a look here in the helium play there, Sharif.
All right, Sia. We are starting the news. Take it over.
Let's do it. First story for the day, let's look at NVIDIA, but NVIDIA's massive expansion in India. So India's AI demand is growing, as we do know it. And with that, NVIDIA is expanding its Indian subsidiary, NVIDIA Graphics, having secured a major real estate deal. So the company is leasing approximately 760,000 square feet of high-end office space in the Mahadevpura area of Bengaluru. Now, history about Bengaluru, just a quick fact, that Bengaluru is known as the IT capital of India, where you'll find high-end software and IT development companies. And it's also, in short, called the Silicon Valley of India. So the transaction here represents a 10-year lease agreement, which is valued more than $130 million. And this does signal a certain long-term commitment to the region's engineering ecosystem. And as part of the finalized agreement, the company has already paid a substantial security deposit that exceeds $3.6 million. And the new lease covers 12 entire floors at Bagmain Capital's Memphis South Tower. This building, as of this year, is being positioned as a key hub for high-end technology development. So by securing this space, NVIDIA is more than doubling its known physical office footprint in India to support its expanding R&D and AI divisions. But this just in today. That Project Google that had announced last year has kicked off, and Google has also launched its new AI hub in Visakhapatnam in India. Visakhapatnam is soon to be developing India's AI hub as India advances towards its India AI mission. So the footprint is rapidly increasing in India, with it expected to reach 17 billion just by next year. Currently, NVIDIA, however, down by almost 3%.
It is, yeah. These semis are all getting clipped today. Nobody is spared. I have 3 points I want to make about this. This is going to be one of India's biggest sovereign AI hardware hubs. So in addition to, building out the infrastructure there in the data center and the compute that companies are going to use, this is actually good for the Indian government, right? And that could help them sidestep some of the GPU shortages by having it locally in the country. So that's my first thing. The second thing is these are going to be Blackwell chips that are going to go into the center. So how are they going to cool these? Very interesting tie-up between NVIDIA here and Tata Power. And they're looking to use Tata's liquid cooling kind of set up there. We'll have to see how that all works out. It's going to be the B200 architecture that they're using over there. And then last but not least, they said very little about this in the actual story, so I do a little digging. This is going to be a CPU story as much as it is a GPU story, because this is going to be the launch of the Grace CPU in India for the first time. So most are focusing on GPUs, but this is going to be localizing the Grace CPU for the Indian market. And it's also NVIDIA, that is, they're working at including all of India's languages. There are Hindi and 21 others in the country that they've got to localize on the CPU there for inference as well as training purposes. So it should be really interesting to see how they do all this whole thing. But those are the 3 points that I want to get to. And just before we get Joey's take, we got to go to Adara for breaking news.
Keep an eye here on NAKA. This is a small cap. It is only 20 cents. That's actually part of why this is moving right now. Mike Alfred, a investor here on X who I think most recently he pumped ASST. I know he was also involved here, I believe, in Open Door. He's posting about this NAKA saying he believes shorts are going to press the stock down to the 3 to 5 cent level. And at that level, he might buy up enough shares to, quote, fire this inept board that has failed completely to provide oversight over its incompetent and out of control CEO. Absolute disaster, but I might be able to turn around. So again here, Mike Alfred saying that he believes he can save NAKA, this now $19 or 19 cent stock, sorry. It did pump on this. Wanted to keep you guys posted here. Back to you.
Well, I think it's a great play, and we're starting to see this among some of the larger companies within the United States, is that they're starting to enter this emerging market of India. That's going to increase NVDA's total addressable market as well. So, I mean, the deal over 10 years is nothing crazy from a real estate standpoint. The stock did slide a little bit on it, but I think it's great because now they get to kind of interpret and integrate Indian talent into the engineering of some of these software.
Great point.
Yeah, right?
Great point.
And we know that a lot of engineers are coming from there. They're great with the software side of things. Yep. So I think it's a really smart play. We've seen multiple names. We know that Apple's starting to get involved with India as well. Tesla's there, Amazon's there, NVIDIA is there. So you're going to have some of the largest companies on the planet really start to step inside of India.
All right, let's look how let's see the morning note. Did it jive with what the price action with NVIDIA today was? So the trade plan was as follows. So the breakout, what you were looking for at 216 long, that didn't come into play. 216.5 was a closing print from yesterday, so that didn't come into play. The pullback long, if 212.50 to 213 holds, pullback long. Let's see, did that hold? 212, so we got 212.5. So that did end up holding initially. It lost the bid, but at 212, 213 ended up actually holding as resistance, so it didn't hold. How about the failure? So that was the third trade there articulated by the trade plan. Failure below 210.5. So you did get that, 210.5. You got at around right here. So you would have made, $2 or so if you had taken that into 208.5, which is the area low. Not a bad setup, but I think today's price action was a little weird on the semis. But interesting look, you had a couple of setups there on today's trade plan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sharif,
Yes.
Also in India, and surprisingly, Claude's India is the second largest market for Claude. So this is just like
I didn't know that.
information that I just found while I was reading today.
I wouldn't be surprised by that at all, especially given the amount of engineers that they have. They're probably all about that Claude code life.
Absolutely.
So, interesting point. Take it over. What's the next story?
Anyways, let's move on to the next story. We heard today that OpenAI's revenue growth has fallen short. The company's revenue growth has missed targets according to lots of reports here. OpenAI has reportedly failed to meet set targets for revenue and new users. This is causing concerns about its ability to maintain high data center costs and funding of its AI infrastructure spend. Even the board of directors are concerned, which includes CFO Sarah Fryer and others. Sarah Fryer has expressed worries about the company's ability to afford massive computing contracts in the future if current revenue growth stalls. But board of directors are particularly scrutinizing existing data center deals and questioning Sam Altman's efforts to secure even more computing power. So OpenAI has missed its target to achieve around 1 billion weekly ChatGPT users, largely due to its intense competition from Gemini. Now, internal reports are suggesting that executives are prioritizing cost control and discipline over, which clashes with Sam Altman's strategy of aggressive expansion. So just a couple comments coming in from them saying to CNBC that this is ridiculous and we are totally aligned on buying as much compute as we can and working hard on it together every day. And with this, other chip names like Oracle have been trading lower. A couple things to note that Oracle has linked a $300 billion 5-year computing deal with OpenAI. NVIDIA has pledged billions to OpenAI. OpenAI recently also launched a major strategic partnership with Amazon and expanded an existing $38 billion spending agreement by $100 billion. So there's a lot of factors into play here.
There are, but I'm just going to talk about the things that I spoke about in the morning when I was on the big desk with Adara. There are 4 things here I want to speak about. So, number 1, internally, OpenAI was looking to spend about $1.4 trillion by 2030 on its AI infrastructure build-out. That is being trimmed internally. These are all internal memos by $800 billion. So in other words, they want to spend $600 billion by 2030. So that $800 billion, that was going to go and buy, obviously, different things. AI, obviously, chips, CPUs, server racks, cooling, data centers, the gauntlet, right? So they're going to spend this, obviously, on compute and all the different things that come with compute. So that $800 billion, if you believe the report, is not going to get spent. Somebody's going to suffer as a result of that because the market's forward-looking. It was projecting that that $800 billion was going to get spent. So that concerns me, and I think that's why the semis are getting clipped today. Number two, this dissolves kind of the Microsoft monolith. What by that I mean, they've changed their kind of their agreement with Microsoft so that they go and shop around for other compute. So if they're not going to build out these data centers to the tune of 1.4 trillion, then they're going to have to rent out what they were going to build out. And who are they going to go to? They're going to go to AWS. They're going to go to Google Cloud, maybe even Oracle. Who knows? Maybe they're going to go to Snowflake. I don't know. But that basically allows them to shop around for better prices than they're getting with Azure. And it also obviously puts the situation a little bit tenuous between Altman and Nadella. Secondly, or thirdly, I should say, the inference trap. So as I mentioned this morning, 94.5% of ChatGPT users are in the free plan. So every time you're using an agentic search or not a search, but you're using any agentic features by OpenAI, they're losing money on all of those uses. So because most people are not getting paid, and we know that they don't have ads quite yet, right? So the usage of compute or the increased usage of compute because of inference and agents is really causing them, their gross margins are dropping markedly here. They were 40% last year. Now they're dropping to 33%. That can't be a good look. And then last but not least, the Stargate financing gap. Remember that whole press conference with Altman, President Trump, you had Ellison all in the Oval Office. Wow, $500 billion, we're gonna spend $500 billion. Well, you know how much of that $500 billion has been spent so far? 52. And that's because 448 was actually supposed to be financing. And now those financiers are like, no, we don't know if we want to give you the money. But the point is, the financiers are worried because of the circularity of the AI trade that you and I and everybody else on the show has been talking about now for almost a year.
Yeah. I think a lot of us here started to sniff this out not too long ago, Sharif, to be honest with you. I just didn't think that you were going to get to the valuation from essentially paid tiers. So much more needs to happen for this company. They have a deal, obviously, with Oracle. Darren knows about that, where Oracle, 90% of its RPOs are with Sam Altman and company. If the CFO is like, hey, we don't know if we're going to be able to pay for future contracts, I don't like it. They need to implement digital ads in there and start collecting revenue. I know there's a plan for them. I think it was something around $50 billion by the end of 2028. They're supposed to collect in that, on that front. They have to add ads into their actual system and using ChatGPT. Nonetheless, they're going to need a lot more. As you just mentioned, 94% of the individuals are using it for free. Is it going to be free forever? I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if you need to start paying a little bit because they're going to need this cash. They're in a lot of pockets right now. They have a lot of deals and they need they need a lot of cash. And if you have someone like Anthropic who's just grabbing your market share left, right, and center, they had the first to market advantage, right? They had the first to market advantage, but now with these better starting to be implemented, it's not looking so optimistic here for,
Go ahead,
for
Fabian.
these guys.
When Uber first came out, wasn't it really super cheap? Go ahead. Comparatively, with to get more customers. So you're saying relative to taxis? Yes. That's what I remember. I remember going downtown from where I live. I live in the boonies, according to Katina, man. No, I'm kidding, of course. But to get downtown, it was like almost 35 to 40 bucks on a cab. And then like back in 2015, 2016, when I started taking Uber initially, it was like $15 to $16.
Yeah.
So you're absolutely accurate on that, Fabian.
And a lot of people in the
new technology to get in the users, sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like what Itro says here. It's too late to take away free. Brother,
you're going to have to offer that.
It is never too late.
You're going to have to have
free.
it, but it's going to be ridden with ads.
It's going to be. That's the narrative. I mean, it's never too late. Look at what happened to YouTube, right? They say it's going to be riddled with ads. Like some videos, Like even Netflix, right? So like even when you go and click on a video on YouTube, before you just get to watch it, now you have to watch 2 or 3 ads before you get involved. And the exact same thing here with Netflix. Like if you don't have one of the higher paid tiers, essentially what will happen is that you have to sit through 60 minutes of commercials before you take to that next step. And I think that's going to be exactly what's going to happen with prompts. You put in a prompt, well, congratulations, you're going to have an ad that's relative to it before you even get an answer.
All right, let's look at the technicals to see how the morning note did with Microsoft on the day, because this is a Microsoft adjacent story. So the breakout long above 427, look for 430 to 432. So price is showing 428. We have a high of 429 and a quarter. So if you took the 427 break, you're doing okay. You're $1 in the money right now. You would have been $2 in the money at the high. How about the second pullback? Or sorry, the second type of trade, a pullback long if 420 holds. Well, it didn't hold strictly, but it double bottomed essentially at 419. So if you were able to hold $1, not a bad move, and then you would have been doing it quite well. The failure short, though, it says below 417, and it opens a move to 412. That didn't come in because the low of the day there was that candle wick that we didn't quite make it down into 417. Just before we send it back to Sia, I have to mention a couple of names. First and foremost, Fluffy. Where are you, girl? Because your boy ACAN here is halted to the upside, up 49%. ACAN halted at around 18 bucks, 18.05, up 49%. This one's really ripping here, and now it's got some volume bars, about 2.13 million shares traded on the day. Also, Poet, people were saying is ripping above the volume weighted average. But yeah, okay. 815 or so, coming off that 755 low. I would say AKAN if you're small cap gapper inclined and you don't have an aversion to these multiple halters, then keep your eye out on this one, Joey. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that. We're going back to see you.
So we're talking about General Motors next. General Motors has reported a better than expected first quarter operating profit of $4.3 billion from total sales of $43.6 billion. Wall Street had been looking for an operating profit of only $3 billion. So this marks a better than expected performance by GM. For the full year 2026, GM has raised its operating profit guidance to between $13.5 billion and $15.5 billion, up from $13 billion to $15 billion. In the prior year of 2025, GM had reported an operating profit of $12.7 billion, which was a decrease from the $14.9 billion reported back in 2024. And the results in 2025 were heavily impacted by import tariffs, which cut the company's operating profits by approximately $1.9 billion. Bank of America securities analyst Alexander Perry has noted that GM inventory has exited Q1 at a healthy level with the company's 50 to 60-day target, and GM's large truck platform has exceeded expectations during the quarter. However, U.S. deliveries have plummeted 9.7% year over year to 626,429 vehicles, and currently GM trading super flat.
Okay, so I have about, 4 points I want to make here. First and foremost, they're getting a big gift vis-a-vis the Supreme Court gift. You could call it the Supreme Court gift, $500 million in tariff refunds. That's number one, obviously, because we know the AAPL tariffs and how that case went down for President Trump, a big L for him. Also, there's this tariff taper kind of thing. So because the AAPL tariffs, have been kiboshed, they were basically drawing their forward guidance based upon what those tariffs were going to be. And so they were forecasting yet another $500 million in tariff-related expenses going forward into the full year. So that's going to be $500 million refund, and then another $500 million that they're not going to have to pay going forward. That's a cool Billy right there. That's point number two. Point number three, they're starting to pick up sales in China. So basically they had about $44 million in China equity income, $45 million last year. That's bumped up to $165 million, mainly because they're selling more expensive, higher margin vehicles in that market. Not a bad look. And then last but not least, aggressive share shrinkage. They did beat on EPS, but they did shrink the outstanding shares from 988 million down to 911, putting the money obviously back in the shareholders' pocket. Reasonable people can disagree about the allocation and the use of that money, whether it's better to be put forward into R&D or back into the shareholders' pockets vis-a-vis share buybacks. Just before we get Joey's take, we got to go to Adair.
Couple USO headlines here, rather headlines in the Middle East. For one, U.S. Army saying that their forces will continue their operations to enforce their blockade in Iranian ports. Then we got Benjamin Netanyahu, leader of Israel, saying that Israel destroyed a, quote, massive tunnel belonging to Hezbollah, and they will continue to destroy infrastructure. So not great here for either of these headlines in terms of some kind of resolution in the Middle East. We do have USO here with a little bit of a pop over the last couple candles on this 3-minute chart. Also hearing Iraqi troops are now firing upon unidentified aerial vehicles. So lots of Middle East headlines. Stay tuned, unfortunately. Back to you.
I got to shout this super chat out, man. Ivan Dragos, 7019. He's dropping, you know how much there, Joey? $100 in the chat. What up, my Toronto brothers? Trading account up to 47K so far today, playing AMKR. I missed your call on SPLX by a second. He put 20,000 shares at 344 and then it took off. But still got to give you credit on the call, Sharif. Stay on the grind. Peace. Thank you very much, Dragos, for that $100 super chat there. I love your name. I like your vibe as well. I like the fact that you're trading small caps, man. Stay groovy with it, Joey.
Yeah.
Joey, General Motors.
Yeah, I mean, as for GM, $200 million, we were talking about that in tariff expenses that they're looking to get back. I mean, there was a slight growth as well, too. So, I mean, positive for the company. What else was I looking at? Considering this is key. I think now expects gross tariff costs to be 2.5 to 3.5 billion. That is down in 2026. That is down from the original estimate from 3 billion to 4 billion. So that's a substantial cut. I like that. As for the legacy motors, I think it's tough, right? We have to look at this as a car play. Even though we're finding somewhat of a bounce here today, I just don't like the space in general. They're going to make more of that shift towards the hybrid, which I believe is a smart play. But nonetheless, the car name's not something I like.
Can I say, I like your take there. And it's not just the strict hybrid, but it's that extended range EV that we've been talking about. I always call it the Li Auto stencil because they started it, where they put that gas engine.
Holy cow.
Like they put that gas engine to recharge the onboard battery, but the actual drivetrain is connected to battery, so you get that whole EV experience. So you get like insane range on that, 13, 14, sometimes 1,700 kilometers by having that gas engine that just recharges the battery but doesn't propel the car. I think a lot of companies are going for that. It's kind of like, it's not a hybrid in our sense, right? Like that's not what we used to call hybrid cars. But
and what am I even talking about here? Like you're not too far off of the all-time highs here in GM. I mean, what's Ford been up to? That's a different story.
GM is outperforming Ford.
Drastically outperforming. I mean,
take a look at STLA for me there.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking about getting into that off the bottoms, but nope.
Yeah.
I didn't.
So, I mean, what is this, an outlier essentially? Like even outperforming Tesla? I mean, different makers.
Look at the PE. You're gonna laugh when you see their PE.
On this
Tesla's
one?
PE.
Tesla's PE is probably through the roof as it typically is.
Let's take a quick look here at GM, Joey. Let's see how this did with the morning note. So the breakout long above 82.50. That didn't come into play. We topping tailed there into 82.25, so that didn't come in. And then there was another trade here. Pullback long into 80 to 80.50 if it holds. Well, it didn't hold, so hopefully you didn't use that. But this is what I like. Failure below 79 opens the move into 77. It's exactly what you got there. You got the 79 failure, and then you got essentially a 74.80 area low. This one set 77. You would have gotten a lot more. So hope somebody took that trade. GM, it's literally flat on the day. 0.00%, having closed out yesterday at 77.97, and that's where the price is right now, Joey. So, any other comments? Shall we send it back?
No, let's fire it up, man. GM looking good.
Yeah.
Thank you for those. Let's talk about Google. So Google has joined Pentagon's AI deployment. Google has officially signed a significant deal with the U.S. Department of Defense to utilize its AI models for highly sensitive classified work. Now, this agreement enables the Pentagon, which has recently been renamed the Department of War by U.S. President Donald Trump, to use Google's AI for any lawful government purpose. This places Google alongside OpenAI and Elon Musk's xAI as primary suppliers of advanced artificial intelligence for military and defense use cases in the United States of America. Now, classified networks will utilize these tools for mission planning and weapons targeting areas that will handle a wide range of sensitive national security data. And the Pentagon has signed an initial agreement worth up to $200 million with major AI labs in 2025, including Google, Anthropic, and OpenAI. But authorities have reportedly pushed these labs to make their tools available on classified networks without standard restrictions applied to commercial users. And Google's agreement explicitly states and requires the company to assist in adjusting AI safety settings and filters at the government-specific request, but the contract also includes language stating that AI system is not intended for domestic mass surveillance or autonomous weapons without human oversight. However, the agreement also specifies that Google does not have the right to control or veto any lawful government operational decision-making, and spokespeople at Google have maintained that the company is committed to the consensus that AI should not be used for autonomous weaponry without appropriate human control. Now, this is a little bit scary, of course, and that's why I can see why companies are saying that. And the deal with Google follows a period of fallout between the Pentagon and Anthropic after the startup did refuse to remove safety guardrails for certain autonomous weapons. Currently, Google is trading flat.
Okay, just before we get to Google, guys, I have to point out AKAN. It's halted up again. Okay, Assassin, if we could show this. It halted at 1805. It is now halted at 2235. It was up 40-something%. Now it's up 84. This is a $12 million market cap, and that's with the latest price move, this 80-some-odd% move. That gives it about a $12 million market cap. The volume is still a little light on Akan, 2.35 million shares. And by the way, the 5-year average is 7.5. So we're still below the 5-year average here on AKAN. Watch out, though. This one is really ripping. Shut it to Fluffy. I have 3 things I want to say about this. The removal of the ethical kill switch. So as Sia mentioned there, any lawful government purpose. So this kind of bypasses Google's previous AI principles, and that historically restricted the technology in the use of mission planning and weapons targeting. That gives the military maximum flexibility. So you're still not going to be able to use it for mass surveillance, as she articulated, nor are you going to be able to use it for autonomous weapons targeting, but you will be able to use it in mission planning. Apparently, that was not allowed. There goes Akan. Guys, it's going to halt up at 2703. It's now up 23%. 2703, halt parameter showing here on AKAN. This is really, really going. 18 halt, 23 halt. Now it's a 27 halt. AKAN, absolutely him at the moment. Multi-party model is my other comment here about this latest tie-up between Google or Alphabet, and the Pentagon. So because OpenAI and xAI are also involved with the Pentagon here, there has to be collaboration. So you're not going to be able to have that vendor lock-in, and so you're going to have to make your models accessible and work with the other models. That's going to require, obviously, some logistics. And then $200 million base entry. So the article basically posits that this is a multi-billion-dollar deal, potential that is. The current immediate funding, though, capped at $200 million, Joey, because it's a pilot expansion. It's part of the 2025 strategic shift where the DoD provides smaller, high-velocity lab contracts to the likes of Anthropic. And
yeah, I was just reading out on some of the we have earnings, obviously, after the bell tomorrow, guys. And so apparently we're looking at lower than expected report here, 31.9 billion compared to 34.5 the previous year, and EPS coming in a little bit lower at $2.63 a share compared to last year at $2.81. But no, as for all of this, I guess, integration into the Department of Defense, we're seeing the large and these massive AI models starting to be implemented. I'm not surprised, because if you're not going to, somebody will, and the States is willing to get involved and integrate OpenAI, Gemini, and also Anthropic into uses of war.
Can we get into a little bit of a controversial area here for a second?
Sure, why not?
What are your personal thoughts? And just before, I want to get your honest opinion.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about autonomous targeting?
Just allow
Genuinely.
the AI to do it itself? Yeah, I mean, why not?
Okay, and I didn't think you were going to say that. I'm going to be quite honest with you. I didn't anticipate that response. So I'm going to say yes and no. Let me give my case. So, for example, there's this company called Shield AI. I think they're on CNBC's Disruptor 50 or whatever they have there. Listen to what they do. They get this. It almost looks like a stealth B2 drone. It's way smaller. Obviously, it's not nearly as big. The point of this drone, though, is to take out other drones. So what it does, so I kind of skipped a little bit.
Yeah.
Drone warfare is swarm-based. So they swarm all these drones in one area, and then they kind of proliferate into different areas, overwhelming the air defense systems, right? So this drone by Shield AI is supposed to take off and be able to kind of target each one individually, and obviously on a feasibly cost basis, because we were talking about the $1 million shooting down a $50,000 drone. So this thing here is completely autonomous. It has no human input. So, and the only way that it can be efficient because of the swarms is to be autonomous. It would be hard for a human to be able to do all these targeting things at once. So I like it in that sense. Where I don't like it is obviously when there are other human targets.
All right, so I think the next question is, where is there more margin for error? Are you going to allow a human to take over, where I believe there's more margin for error compared to something that's autonomous?
That's a great point.
Right?
That's actually a really good point.
So, I mean,
who has the more error rate?
Exactly. So, and it's probably, I mean, if we're not going to be talking about autonomous vehicles if the error rate is higher in something that's unmanned compared to a manned, right? Like, we wouldn't even be having that conversation. And I think when lead and everything starts flying, a lot of things come off the table, though, Sharif, to be honest with you.
Well said, man. Well said. All right, guys. Great comments by you. I like a lot of the comments. Some people agree, some people disagree, and I love that, obviously. Fluffy, Sharif, have you seen laser that shoots drone down by? Yeah, no reason to throw money at it. I did see those, but my understanding is, it's range. There's a range issue there. I don't know too much about it. I did watch a video, I think it was by Bloomberg or Wall Street Journal or something on YouTube. They were doing a bit of a story there on one of the companies that's doing this. I think that's another one, Fluffy, that we're definitely going to see make its way onto the scene here, especially for anti-drone warfare. And shout out to my man there, Big Scalp. I love the comments there. Shout out to you, Big Scalp. Thank you very much for the nice comments by you, brother. I appreciate it. See ya.
Let's talk about Coca-Cola. So Coca-Cola has reported EPS of 86 cents per share for quarter ending April 3, exceeding 81 cents that the analysts had expected and called for. Net revenue has grown 12% to $12.5 billion, coming in way ahead of the $12.2 billion that Wall Street analysts had expected. Now, management has restrained its prior full year 2026 outlook, which projects organic growth between the percentages of 4 to 5. Comparable earnings for the year are expected to grow by 8 to 9%. And this is the first quarter of CEO Henrique Braun, who has succeeded James Quincey after serving as Chief Operating Officer. And Coca-Cola Zero Sugar has seen unit volumes jump over 13% from a year earlier, where the unit volume for the trademark Coca-Cola brand have only grown by 1%. The company has relied heavily on the price hikes to drive revenue recently, but growth is slow if the consumers resist further increases. And potential future headwinds, this is an important key to look out for, might include tighter rules around the food stamp usage and a new sugar tax that is being imposed and implemented by Mexico. But the World Cup, the FIFA World Cup coming up, is also expected to help boost sales globally and offset some of these identified macro impacts that we're seeing here with Coca-Cola. But currently the stock is up on the day almost 6%.
I want to get your quick input here. What do you feel about, just aside from the report, what are your thoughts on a sugar tax? It seems not a bad idea.
No, I mean, considering, isn't it one of the more addictive substances?
It is. And in a public healthcare system, do you owe any, responsibility to the state who has to fork over the cost of healthcare for you.
Yeah, I mean, but
it's kind of like smoking as well, right?
But think about it. If they implement a sugar tax, then you're going to see the price in your groceries definitely start to increase.
Okay. Yeah.
Right? So, like, okay, at the end of the day, right? So,
It could be certain products, though, maybe over a certain amount of sugar or percentage.
Right? That's where you'd have to go. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, like a bag of chips and all that stuff, by all means, tax them up, like cans of pop, increase the price. Like, how is something that contains 32 grams of sugar the equal to a bottle of water?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
like,
exactly,
sometimes a little bit cheaper.
Well
it's like,
said.
hey, if you're going to go and if you want to go buy a Dasani, it's like $2-3, but you can go grab a can of Coke for 99 cents
Exactly.
at Dollarama.
And hey, just to build on that point, we'll get to the earnings report in a second, but think about this. Think about how much a pack of cigarettes costs growing up. What are we, like $7-8 at the most? It's like 25 now. I saw a construction guy go into Rabba the other day. He forked over 25 for a king size.
That's crazy.
So clearly, there's obviously tax issues here to dissuade people from certain things. All right, let's get to the report. I like the organic.
No, sorry, one more
Joey.
thing. But if you like, as for smoke, like I've had buddies that smoke their whole life, man. They're not stopping anytime soon. They'll pay
Crazy,
they'll
bro.
pay it up.
Crazy, bro. Yeah, $3 on the reserve, says Hinsey. My cousins may or may not buy.
Those,
yes, exactly.
Get the whole bag of them.
It's so good.
I used to
and
work with
Instagram, the ads are on Facebook. Why are they on Facebook? That's illegal.
Dude, I used to work with this older guy from Quebec. And he would have that Ziploc. It literally came in the big Ziploc bag of the reserve cigarettes. It's that typical story of he would literally, I kid you not, he's like he would just light one with the other, right? It's just like, man. And I'll never forget, he told me this story one time. He's like, yeah, man. He's like, I couldn't find my lighter on the way home, and it's like an hour drive. And he's like, just chain smoking these reserve cigarettes the whole way.
Look what Jacques said.
Insane.
Sharif, in France, I swear, beer is less expensive than soda. I believe that, man. Yeah, man. I remember in England, I lived in England for a couple of years, and you could go into like a local, convenience store, pick up a couple of bottles of wine for £5 for 2. I mean, you're not getting that here. It's, again, a tax policy. They increase the price of alcohol to dissuade or reduce consumption. These are not the prices that we go into that are real, actually, when we go into the store and buy alcohol. These are artificially inflated. Whoa, that was really loud. SEGG is breaking out here. I had an alert. Okay, SEG's breaking out, guys, into 122. There's 123. There's 124. So SEGG on its horse here, possibly into the $0.25 high a day, 134. Keep your eye out on that. Just before we comment about the report here for Coke, we got to go to Adair with news.
Just keep an eye on USO here. Interesting story coming from Semaphore reporting that the Department of Treasury is going to be telling financial institutions to avoid transactions related to Chinese teapot refineries linked to Iranian oil imports. Now, this is significant because this could add pressure to Tehran's energy exports as we have U.S. tightening their financial restrictions linked to the Iran oil trade. So Iran energy export pressure here with this Semaphore story. Again, Semaphore reporting that Department of Treasury in the U.S. going to be telling financial institutions to avoid transactions related to Chinese teapot refineries linked to Iranian oil exports. Back to you.
For that, Adair. Okay, let's get to the actual Coke report here. Organic revenue grows at 12%, with a price mix up as well, 13%. But when you look at the volumes dropped about 3%, give or take, year over year. North American revenue did rise 15%. That shows good purchasing power, still by a squeezed consumer. But as we'll see in a second, that may be dwindling. The key narrative is Coke can continue to pass through their increasing price to the consumer. However, the volume decrease here could be indicating that even though they are still paying for whatever price Coke is putting out for its products, the amount of people willing to pay for that are a little bit less as a result of the volume decline here. There could be some positive catalysts for Coke. I think the World Cup probably puts a bit of a tailwind for them, as you know, a lot of their drink products especially should be in vogue at that time. Here's the Coke setup right there on the chart. This is a fantastic looking chart right from the get-go, 6:45 a.m. We sat down here, the report came out, and we really haven't looked back. We're at VWAP right now, trying to hold at around 79 2/3, Joey.
Yeah, I mean, the stock's up about 6% here, 14% on the year so far, so not too bad, and it offers a 53-cent dividend. But I think a lot of this is being led by the growth within Asia Pacific, 5% there, guys, 4% growth in North America, and pricing. So they're increasing the pricing by 4% as well too. So I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of it is projected into the price action. You're going to get that dividend payout, 53 cents, and I think that's why a lot of individuals, obviously Warren himself, one of the largest holders of Coca-Cola, was just sitting in that for essentially the dividend, 53 cents.
Yeah,
it's a pretty good one, right? Like, and I mean, you're breaking out, but obviously you have the lower calorie drinks too starting to play a factor, because we know we went through that craze with all the GLP-1s. So, and we've seen these snack brands, the PepsiCos, take a hit on the specific catalyst, right? With these weight loss drugs coming in.
Yeah, exactly.
With the weight loss drugs coming into play. And then now they're starting to navigate around that, releasing smaller cans and lower calorie drinks and snacks. So not too bad of a look for Coca-Cola.
All right, let's take a look at how the setup went on the morning plan over here. So the trade plan called for a breakout long above 77.50 with a target of 78.50 to 79. Well, the opening print is right there, 77.50, right there, right at the open, right at 9 a.m. If you took that 77.50 breakout long with a 78.50 to 79 target, you got plenty more. You got 80 and a quarter, that's the high. The pullback long near 76 didn't come in, at least on the open. And then a failure below 75, obviously that didn't happen because this thing is up 5 3/4 on the day. So good call out here by the morning note, 77.50 long with a 78.50, 79 target. We're going to Adair with breaking news.
Very interesting story here. Keep an eye on AMD and this photo. Yes, this is CEO Dr. Lisa Su of AMD with Howard Lutnick, U.S. Commerce Secretary. They took a kind of awkward photo together because the Department of Commerce today actually met with, of course, Lisa Su, Chair and CEO and Doctor here of AMD. Now, the quote here on this post from the Department of Commerce is, quote, together we are advancing American AI and technological leadership and dominance. An incredibly vague headline, but nonetheless here, AMD on watch, Department of Commerce tie up to some degree. If I get more details in terms of, again, how this is going to be intertwined or what this involves, I'll keep you posted. But very vague headline on technological dominance. Back to you.
Get it, lunatic. Joey, yeah, so you articulated your thoughts on Coke, right? We're good to go?
Yeah.
Right,
Let's rock and roll.
Let's talk about UPS's earnings. UPS has reported a first quarter earnings of $1.07 per share from sales of $21.2 billion, both of which were better than Wall Street was expecting. Operating profit has reached a $1.3 billion mark, while adjusted operating margins for the quarter are 6.2%, down from 8.2% in the prior year. UPS has maintained a full-year outlook which projects its 2026 sales to reach approximately $89.7 billion with operating profit of $8.6 billion. CEO Carol Tome has described Q1 as a critical transition period in which major strategic actions were flawlessly executed, as I'm seeing here. Tom, please excuse my pronunciation, expects the company to return to consolidated revenue and operating profit growth along with margin expansion in the second quarter. And volume in the U.S. domestic segment has also declined as expected as UPS continues to leave some low profit business with, you guessed it, Amazon. Capital expenditures for 2026 are expected to be about $3 billion, while dividend payments are forecasted to be at around $5.4 billion. Also, this just in a couple hours ago that Reuters reporting UPS along with FedEx have said today that they would return any tariff refunds to customers as the U.S. government is beginning to return the illegally collected levies. Now, UPS currently down on the day, almost 3%.
All right, so what I see there is kind of what I hit the bang for when Sia was mentioning it. They are leaving a low margin product, which is delivering for Amazon. Obviously, that has near-term headwinds as their U.S. basically domestic segment will take a hit. And that's going to cause weaker year-over-year comparisons, especially with the Amazon removal there. Also, the CEO basically saying they're expecting several quarters of declines before that bottoms out and they start, increasing unit volume again in the United States. But Yeah, this is not a segment that I follow all that closely, nor do I have a lot of interest in, to be quite honest, but it looks as if maybe they're right-sizing here and moving past some of the reliance I had on Amazon.
Yeah, I mean, so essentially what I'm reading here up, Sharif, is that they're just restructuring, right? Amazon equaling about 8.8% of their total business. I think you can kind of fit that in somewhere else, right? They're looking to reduce costs as well, right? Yeah. So, I mean, 8.8% is quite a bit from one company, but I wouldn't be surprised if you have the ability to subsidize elsewhere, right? So, I mean, you're not going to have that massive provider, but we mentioned low margin, and I like that Sia brought this up. Exactly. They're looking for margin expansion, and with the reduction and obviously trying to hone in on spending, they're looking at approximately $3 billion in cost saving in 2026. That's going to help increase their margins. $600 million in the first couple of months so far, so they're on a pretty good route and a pretty good pace to hit that goal. I think that's going to be a key metric to see where this stock goes next. If they have the ability to achieve that and then some while they're just kind of honing in on spending, then I think that UPS can find its way at some point. But removing Amazon, I thought it would be a little bit bigger of a deal. I thought they'd have a little bit more weighting, but that's not necessarily the case, only at 8.8%.
Yeah, and I don't mind it too, because that hurts margins. If you make up for it in terms of volumes, that's always kind of the catch-22. You make up for the margins with volumes, but according to them and the way that the company's looking at it, it's not worth their time.
No, it's apparently not, right? Apparently, so one of their lower margin.
Let's look at the TA today on the morning note. So the first there on the trade plan was a bounce long only if 105 holds with a target of 107, 108. So clearly 105 did not hold here, and it didn't even hold in the pre-market. So I hope nobody was looking at that. Rejection near 108 and then short back into the range. Well, we never made it into 108. We were very early on at 6 a.m. because yesterday's closing print was 108 and a quarter, and then it sold off. But what I did like was the break below 104 with a continuation short into 102. You definitely got that. You got the 104 break there at around 7:30. You also got it at around 9:15 because it moved right back into 104 with nary a breach. So if you were able to hold there, you were rewarded pretty quickly with a move into 104 and right back double bottom into 102. Now it did wick all the way into 150, but I'm not going to look at that. I'm going to look at the fact that 102 essentially got defended. So a 104 short into 102. That's what it was calling for there on the last trading plan. Gives you different ideas because there's not going to be just one way to trade. Break below 104 with a continuation short into 102. I think that one came into play quite well.
One more thing. Obviously, fuel costs coming into play here with UPS. But what I also, what I was also reading on here is that it's down. So we're talking about 8%, 8.8% of its business. It's down from 13%. So they're reducing their exposure into Amazon, essentially.
Yeah.
Take a look at Spotify. So Spotify Technology has beat earnings estimate for the first quarter, reporting the equivalent of $4.04 per share on sales of $5.3 billion. FactSet Analysis had expected earnings of $3.46 a share. In the prior year period, Spotify earned the equivalent of $1.22 per share. Spot has added 3 million premium subscribers during the March quarter, which matches Wall Street views, and the company has ended the first quarter with 293 million paying subscribers worldwide, which represents a 9% increase year over year. Monthly active users, MAUs, have reached 761 million in the first quarter, surpassing Wall Street's estimate and target of 759 million. And this was the first full period with new co-CEOs Alex Nordstrom and Gustav Soderstrom following Dan X's transition. Now, for the June quarter, Spotify has predicted adding 6 million premium subscribers to reach a total of 299 million, below the 300.4 million that is expected. The second quarter is projected to end at 778 million, while analysts had been looking for 774.8 million. So active users currently Spot down on the day 14%. But before I send it to the guys, Adara, what's your take on Spot?
I mean, I got to shout them out for bouncing off 420. That's kind of hilarious. Low of day, I think 420.80s. So shout out to SPOT for that. Yeah, I mean, I think with Spotify, one thing that we're just going to have is there's just so much competition, right? Like we talked about this. Either you're, an old head like me and you're still downloading stuff off iTunes, which is probably not a lot of the population, but there are still, a lot of people who listen to CDs. I know lately the vinyl trend is really coming back. A lot of people getting into those. Whether or not you agree with it, it is actually a thing that happens, right? There's YouTube, whether premium gym or just listening on the app. I think there's just so many different ways to listen to music now that I think SPOT could continue to run into some trouble here. I do like that they beat their MAU estimate. I like the growth there. But the two things that they kind of missed here in guidance with their operating income and their subscriber net addition, those both I think kind of concerning metrics to miss on. And last but not least, I think just from a technical standpoint, as someone who does trade Spotify, and I did trade Spotify today, I think that 444, you got to shout out Jay-Z, because this 444 level, really big resistance, not just intraday, but also pre-market around that 7:39 a.m. area. We rejected it too. Bounced just above that area, going back to 612. So I think 444 could be an interesting level to watch here for SPOT. And once again, shout out to the Jay-Z album with that 444.
Yeah, great take. Did you see Ilhan Omar called World War II World War XI yesterday?
Did she? Why, where was the other?
Because there was 2-2, so she read it as 11 instead of 2. God, these comments are hilarious in the chat.
Donald's a fan of her.
Oh yeah, big time. Let's talk a little bit about Spot. So first things first, a bit of a weak guide there. That's kind of what got my attention. Q2 operating guidance, they're guiding 630. The street was looking for 674 to 684, so a miss there. Also, ad-supported revenue decline. So even though the premium subs are, the bread and butter, revenue declined for their ad-supported tier by about 5% year over year. That's a little bit sluggish or having a harder time monetizing free users. And as I mentioned this morning on the big desk, this is the first major report since co-founder Daniel Ek stepped down as the CEO in January of this year. He's still executive chair, right? But the market's kind of reacting to the first signs of guidance friction under the new CEO. We'll wait and see. But this is an ugly, really ugly looking chart here. And I don't see any kind of bounce at the moment below VWAP. And as Adara mentioned, with that 420 low, what are your thoughts here, Joey?
I think it's interesting. I know Adara was talking about vinyl and iTunes, but I think like its primary competitors are obviously going to be YouTube Premium with the music, and then essentially Apple Music as well too. So I thought this name would be performing a little bit better. I mean, you have an increase in the US Premium subscription, up $1 essentially. I'm really surprised at the way that this stock is acting. 761 million active monthly users. I mean, that's not a drop in the bucket, in my opinion, compared to how many phones. Like, if we're talking about a couple billion iPhones on the planet, people using them, that's almost half there, essentially, people potentially be using. I know there's Apple, obviously between Apple and Spotify, but I see a lot of people around me really starting to move towards Spotify just due to the fact that, like, the mixes are better, you have the tapes and everything. And I was just curious about on the fact is, like, why are we paying Joe Rogan so much when you can just watch it on YouTube and paying for all of these podcasts, essentially. I understand you want to expand your catalog, but that might be a little bit of a question on my part.
Also, Spotify is like curated playlists, and the end of the year you have the Spotify Wrap. There's a lot of I would say the marketing tactics that Spotify does use. I would personally say I love. Like, every single day I open my day list. Apparently, there's something that they started the day list, which sends you according to your mood and what day you might be having a playlist according to that. Apple doesn't do that.
No.
So it's just a competition, I would say, not saying that one is better than the other.
Yeah, I like this guy as well. Do you know about DJX?
No. What does he do? But I mean, a lot of people are saying that Spotify is. A lot of people are saying that they enjoy Spotify more. I'll say one thing about Apple Music is that, like, I'll have, say, an alternative song on, but then the next song on the playlist will go to, like, hard rap. It just doesn't flow very good, and I didn't find that necessarily be the case in Spotify. The flow is much better.
Yeah, I don't mind Spotify. I've been a subscriber since 2016.
Apple Music sucks, Ramin, kind of.
Ram, like, say, I use the 90, when I got this phone, they gave me 90 days free.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to go through the whole process.
Yeah, you have to read down. That's just, again, ecosystem integration.
But there is a way to bring in your Spotify.
Transfer over everything. I just found Spotify had a little bit more, like, because I like a lot of my music comes off YouTube, and you can't find it on Apple.
And they have ebooks
They have it,
too.
on
They have
Spotify.
ebooks as well, which I don't think Apple Music has. I could be wrong
about
that. Here's what I want to look at, the technicals. Let's look at what the trading plan said today about Spotify, down 14.4. Well, the first thing says dead cat bounce only if 440 to 445 holds. The target would be 470. Well, it certainly didn't hold, right? You definitely got that. But look at this one. This is the one that I like. rejection near, not that one. You didn't get anything near 470 as well, obviously dropped off a cliff. But this is the one. The break below 440. Look at this, Joey. Momentum short to where is that? Read that. Read that.
What's that,
for me
what's
right
that
there.
number? I can't. I don't.
You can't read that one?
420.
440 short to 420. Spot on. Love this one. There's the break below 440, and I like the fact that there was a little bit of support there between 435 to 440, showing you the buyers were stepping in. This is the 930 candle, so you have to take that right off the flush. 930, this one did pop up into about 442, so if you're able to get 440 short there, you were rewarded almost immediately, because within half an hour, this one had double bottomed into 420. SPOT, see ya, down 14.4.
Now, this next story that I'm about to talk about is something that I really like, because knowing that travel sector is down in the current market of the world, but Hilton, let's look at Hilton. Adjusted EPS of $2.01 versus $1.96 estimated. Total revenue at $2.94 billion versus $2.98 billion expected, missed by 1.3%, but an increase of 9% year over year. EBITDA at $901 million, which is up 13.6% from $795 million. Franchise and leasing fees have also improved to $696 million from $625 million in the prior year quarter. Room revenue and occupancy for budget and middle market hotels has increased at a 9.2%. The revenue has also been seen at the Tapestry Collection brand. Hilton's LXR Hotels has reported a 20.2% year-on-year increase in quarterly revenue per available room, that is RevPAR. For this year, Hilton is expecting RevPAR, which is a metric to measure the average daily rate and occupancy, has grown 3.6% compared to a forecast of 1% growth. Currently, HLT down 1.4%.
Sorry, I was just Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, I found this. So they're starting to offer a dividend here. Just reading on a little bit more with a bunch of folks. Well, that's an interesting way. At Gemini and OpenAI going to be opening up an app within their environment the next couple of weeks.
I like that.
So they're teaming up with some of the AI plays there. So
can I make an argument to you? So, I'm going to Colombia in August, so I didn't know for Bogota and for Medellin, I didn't know where to stay because we're going to do Airbnb. So I don't know neither of those cities. So I found myself going into AI, asking, hey, if I'm looking for restaurants, nightlife, this and that, what part of the city should I stay? And it gives you really sound advice. And then what you end up doing is you take the name, and then you just go into Airbnb and you search the Airbnb. If you could do that within the app, within the LLM, and then they could take a little bit off the top from Airbnb sort of as a reference. That's a good income generator in the same way that we saw Walmart putting their products with OpenAI. I wouldn't mind a little travel kind of
that integrated into.
That's what I'm using it actually for, right?
We talk about disruptive services all the time. How much is it for Airbnb? I think it's taken it by storm. Very rarely do you see a lot of people who are going away. I think the first thing that they look at now is how much is an Airbnb going to cost, and where can we stay, and how close is it to everything that I'm looking at?
Absolutely
compared to the actual hotel.
100% agree with that. Bro. Every time I mention Colombia, you guys come in with some interesting comments there. Just for the individual who was asking, time's up. If you're looking for the trading plan that we were looking at there, looking at the technicals, it's super easy to find, guys. Just mosey on over to the Trader TV Live homepage on YouTube. This is the homepage right there. It's super easy to find. And see where that join button right there? You click that join button. This handsome gentleman named Brendo Wickens shows up there, and then you hit $4.99 a month. That's Canadian or American. But if you're going to do it off your iPhone, it's going to cost you more money. So I would suggest you don't do it within the app. It's because Apple's going to take their 30% cut. You go outside, sign up there, guys. I just want to give you that. So super easy to find. Trader TV Live homepage, Joey. Click join. And
there goes the NVDA. It's really starting to go over here on the day. I mean, you got to think, where did we open up at here approximately? 103. So we're past the opening price.
Katina Man's long in video, by the way.
He's long in video. Okay, good. All right, cool. But no, nonetheless, 107 has a potential high. We break through the volume-weighted average price, and it's something identical to what we seen yesterday. When Sean and I were talking about it, it's like, okay, you have that initial selling, but when you're in a real strong market, you tend to buy things back up, and I think that's been the narrative here in the King of the Chips, NVDA. So, yeah, not too bad. We can take a look at AMD. That was weaker, dropped $45 off of its high, right? So you have that massive gap down, now heading towards a key pivot of 327. So, I mean, interesting stuff, man. Strong market, strong recovery, and this is what we want to see, essentially. But I thought we'd see more of an aggressive pullback in AMD. I mean, 45%, like down 10, 13% in the span of a couple of days.
Well, exactly.
But it's just been on such a monster run, 75% off of the monthly lows. So, some crazy stuff. So,
But look, to give AMD some credit, since the bell rang at 9:30, it's up 4 1/4.
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
you know, it's still down 3 on the
Meta
day.
been
But
up? Like, speaking
Meta?
of, yeah,
Meta's up down 0.5% since the bell. Total down
I'm just
1.18.
curious. I gotta keep my eye on Meta and SanDisk here for personal reasons.
Care to elaborate?
Yeah,
Care to elaborate
don't
there.
worry. No. I mean, hey, man, if you know, you know. You know what I mean? So other than that,
All right.
off the
I feel like
highs a
there's
little
something
bit.
going on between you and the Katina man that I don't even know about there. There you go.
may not know, man. If you know, you know.
All right,
But nonetheless, are you guys ready to rock and roll or what?
Yeah, I think they are.
All right. Well, did you guys just trick me there? Okay, all right. Yeah, anyways, aside from that, no. I hope everyone had a fantastic session. We got an absolute banger coming up next, obviously with Neil and Sean.
Sure.
Enjoy, folks.
Take care, guys. Good show, home.
Great midday show, of course, as usual. Thanks to Derek. Great interview there during the midday as well. Thanks, Sia, for all the news. And, you know, I tell these guys all the time, I mean, that conversation between 1 to 2 is great. You can get, you know, information on stocks that are moving. You get these guys' opinions, and you guys can obviously chip in on the chat. And that's been great. So that's a great sort of way that we can engage with you guys. So thanks to Sharif and Joe for coming up with that content for everybody. Okay, look. I don't know. We're going to go over something soon here, and it involves watch lists, right? I'm going to lead into that in a minute. But there is no better preparation than pre-market preparation. And right here, that's back-to-back days where we talked about NVIDIA. We knew that we liked the long yesterday. Today, we even talked to Joe. I mean, Joe just mentioned it there as we left. We talked about, yesterday's trade with NVIDIA, that we liked the long. Even when the day came in, it was down 1.5%, the NASDAQ. We still looking long NVIDIA, you know. And there's the play right there off the jump early. Huge move back up. And then right when we left you guys at 11 o'clock, I got right back into NVIDIA again, and then, you know, this is when we're at the gym, we come back. And then right there, 212, we get a little piece out. Not only that, we wrote down 208 low today, 213.50 top. So we have, you know, that low is 208, and the top is 213.50. Sometimes you get lucky. Sun shines on a dog's ass at least twice a day. Oh, thanks, Joe. Actually, Joe, that felt real nice, man. You got to get in it. You're in the wrong business, my guy. That massage was good. But 208 right there long, 213.50 to the short side of that. So, very important to continue to have some kind of preparation. All right, this is the big thing here. The watch list, your pre-game preparation. This is how you build that cheat sheet that will help you on the daily when you're trading.
Everyone wants to know what to trade. Where should you look? How should you focus? How do you narrow it down? Well, first things first, man, you got to get a free watch list from Trader TV Live. Let's be real. It's a fantastic place to start. But how do you curate that list? How do you take even that and boil it down to individual names that are going to be your trade? First off, you're going to have gappers and movers. You want to make sure identify them, whether you're looking at things that are gapped up or down, like you'll see a couple of examples on our watch list. Spotify had earnings, 10%. That's going to show up on a lot of gap news. Then you're going to have things like big macro news. There was a big OpenAI headline. It so happened today where that's a group of stocks in an entire sector that's going to be under pressure. The chips and the AI names are all going to be in play. You see NVIDIA, you see Oracle, and then you see like Microsoft, CoreWeave, all those types of names. Well, what you need to do is take each of those individual stories, sectors, and then go out to multiple time frames to determine whether you've got trades for your particular setup, right? So, I have a couple of 15-minute chart, and I got a 3 over here. Just to give you an example, I usually start with a daily as well. On each individual name that's on that top list, you want to break down, do you have a trade setup? So if I'm looking bearish on something like an IBIT, and I have a strategy where one of my favorite things is if I'm bearish on something, I like support turning into resistance, right? So when immediately I can look, see that prior day support is turned into a bit of resistance there. So there's a short, if I'm looking at the catalyst as short driven, then I have it weak underneath a certain level. And therefore it is setting up for you. Now, whether or not I'm going to get like this distinct downtrend, we short some higher lows, that's going to be at the open, and you got to determine whether you get your entries. But I can clearly see it has a good setup for me. And the interesting thing is, you can look, and from the open, very similar downward trend in Spotify. But if I'm somebody who likes to look for the pullback and that prior support, well, this was nowhere near that. So it was just not necessarily in my wheelhouse. The same types of opportunities for a short, but I go through multiple charts on different time frames on each of the catalysts to see whether it just fits my personal trading style and strategy that I'm looking for. They can look sort of similar, end up sort of similar, but I want the one that fits my premise, where I know where I need to stop shorting it, and there isn't some gigantic gap where I'm just guessing. Both could work, but I'm narrowing it down to the one that fits my strategy. And it's not just about having that list. It's about going through each individual time frame, how much you like that catalyst, and making sure you narrow down just the right stocks for you.
Look, a weak watch list makes bad decisions. You know, if you're properly prepared, as Neil goes through these charts, it'll allow you to act quicker when you see the opportunity. If you know what you're doing and you're properly prepared, then you don't need 50 names. You don't need even 10 names. You just need to be focused, look towards your strengths, figure out what you do best as a trader, and try to keep on capitalizing on that. Create and curate your watch list every single morning based on some of these statistics and facts, and then therefore you won't make weak decisions because at least you'll have something behind the mentality and the methodology. Let's go back to Neil for one more quick example, and we'll talk about the watch list preparation more and more.
Bonus time, because it's not just about the names that you curate. Keep in mind that you sometimes want to be looking at what might be intersector or sympathy type of plays that you can have in the back shoulder. This is something I like to do, where I might be looking at a group, and I'll just pull out a couple here because they're sort of obvious. Like you could be looking at the chips, and you could look at NVIDIA and you look at AMD. Well, you might be an NVIDIA trader that trades NVIDIA every single day. It's not a bad idea in that place, if there's a catalyst for NVIDIA, to also take a quick look at AMD, one or two sympathy plays. Does it have a better setup? Is it at more key price levels? Because there's a decent chance that when one is in play, the other is also going to move. You can do that with memory chip names. You can do that across different sectors. It's the kind of thing that boded really well in the meme craze, where you knew of GameStop and AMC, and that's the kind of thing you also want to make sure you're narrowing down on your watch list. Because if a sector is hot and there is a big theme and you've identified it on your big broad list, having only one name that you're willing to look at in that group can sometimes limit your potential. One of the reasons we will break things down with multiple names in a sector and then go through all of them to see if they fit our trading style. It's work, but you got to do it in the pre-market if you want to be ready.
Look, bottom line, a good watch list narrows down the opportunities and allows you to focus on exactly the purpose of your trade, and that is to make some money. So get that watch list right, prepare yourself, and you will too find success in your pre-market cheat sheet. That's how we do it. Good luck to you guys as we move forward with your watch lists. All right, I mean, I feel like we just covered exactly what we do here every single morning in and around that 8 a.m. marker. So if you're not joining us live every single day at 8 a.m., you're definitely missing good talk like that as we continue forward with better trade ideas. I mean, Sharif has that morning note out every single day. You can go through that. You can try to find the catalysts that you like and what makes sense to you, because not every single day will the trade actually just be there for you. Sometimes you have to dig around, right? I just keep saying the same example because we haven't made too many trades today. Tesla, NVIDIA, and Bed Bath & Beyond, all of which, you know, we properly planned out on our note there. Look at NVIDIA right now. I mean, this might be the run that we're all looking for one more time here into the close. I mean, maybe we get back up to that 213 and change. We won't get back to all-time highs today. I don't expect us to get to 217.50. But there it goes. Nice move there for NVIDIA as it makes its way back upside. A couple good halters that I saw today. Yeah, ACAN is going upside. I did hear something, not ACON, Neil, take it easy over there. AKAN .NQ. I don't know why it's not loading.
Is it N or M?
AKAN.
Yeah, it's not on my drop down either.
Were you guys trading that? No, it's
What?
not. It's not in our system.
It's there, but it's not in the drop down.
I can't even get it up on my charts over here.
I can bring it up, but for some reason,
What's going on, Acon?
when I say it's not in our drop down, everyone's like, "What are you talking about?"
There's
like there's a feature like I can type in a symbol.
Oh, everything's not working for me.
Oh, I can type in a symbol and
I
then
logged in somewhere else?
automatically, usually, like if I go AMD. Oh no, it's not. None of them are working.
I can't switch. No, I can't switch level 2s. So we are having a problem. Someone can maybe here. I can try to ask.
Well, we were just for anyone out there. I think hour off. Whoops. You know what? I can. Mine's fine. Mine seems like it's okay.
You can flip
We
still?
have had some issues with our quote, but it was only our office or intermittently. I'm just in one trade. Here, I'll show you why. There's BBAI. Big Bear's having a good day today.
It is.
Yeah, it hit 410.
What?
409.
Oh, okay.
So like 360 to 409. I think at best it was pretty close to exactly 10% up actually. Because $4.10 would have been exactly 10%. But it broke the trend, was able to get it pretty tight to the trend break. And I have a close to break even stop on it. It's really just pulling back into VWAP. Like VWAP 10 cents, and we're trying to risk, well, now less than 3, because I'm going to tighten this one up a little bit if we can. There was a stock we were talking about that I wanted to, that was Hilton. You know what? Every now and then, oops, I'm on an Airbnb chart. Well, that's the second part of this. Every now and then, like you look at something which just personifies what you need to do when you're looking at a super strong stock. Like I the other day was like, I could trim some ARM. Look at how crazy that's gone. I've already trimmed some. I could trim some GEV. I've already trimmed some. Because you get the highs, you start thinking stuff like that. And then you look at a chart like Hilton. And just in a general sense, it reminds me that don't get too cute. Sometimes if you got some, you buy and hold what you think is quality. Like look at Hilton Worldwide and look at Airbnb. Everyone wants, new and shiny is fantastic. Don't get me wrong. But some things are just good and continue to win and win and win. We talk about this when it comes to the major banks. You talk about this when it comes to like the best tech companies in the world. Sometimes you just don't get cute. Like Apple today, nice. Apple's probably going to the highs, right? Like the other thing too is this whole like discussion that we've been having about the Spotify and Apple Music and YouTube Music. I was a little surprised that our viewers liked Spotify this much. I think we're going to even do a poll.
Why don't we do a poll? Because
Sia said she was building one. Did you build it? Okay, so Sia's building up a poll because I'm genuinely surprised. I used Spotify for years in our household. And then, the thing was like Amazon kept asking, blah, blah, this, you're a Prime guy. And then YouTube Premium. We checked out YouTube Premium, which is fantastic. And then YouTube Music, which I love. I think YouTube Music, it was so much, again, I just like it better than Spotify. So maybe I'm just crazy. And Spotify is much better than I remember.
You could be crazy and Spotify could be better. You could actually be both.
Who knows? Yeah. Maybe. So I'm curious to what our viewers think. Why are we doing the Wilhelm scream?
I don't know.
Spotify's chart's not that bad. Well, it's kind of bad. Okay, it's pretty bad. Yeah, you know what? That actually does deserve the Wilhelm scream. 13% down, flat bottom break, downward trending. There's just so many, look at Apple, man. That's a nice chart. That's pretty. It's pretty. It's so pretty. It's
Apple chart?
Kobe, right there. We'll compare it to Spotify's chart.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Spotify's only music. Spotify, European company.
Yeah. What was... You guys
Ramin's back
just now.
So anyways, welcome back, guys. Yeah, we'll get that poll going. I haven't been Spotify in a minute. I used to have it maybe 20 years ago, honestly. We're just Apple now. It's part of a that Apple package that you get. You get the terabytes, you get the Apple TV, all that kind of stuff. So Palantir, man, I mean, you know, we had thought about the short today. We talked that we didn't really like Palantir. I thought that there was, I mean, we still like the stock, but that there's a little bit of obstacle in the way for Palantir now. I mean, we talk about Anthropic looking like they might get some sort of a green light through the White House now. That's not going to be good for Palantir. We talked about 143 earlier. We broke through that for a minute. Since then, we've sort of been bouncing off of it to the downside, Palantir. So down 1%. We were talking about stocks that were relatively strong. We just had a look there on Apple, relatively weak today. It's going to be Palantir. And then Netflix is another look that could potentially be in for something. I mean, there's that base again. And
bounce again.
You know, we talk is talk, but you know, it came back into 90 again, and that was bought up immediately. So that 90 bid has been here basically since late March. I mean, into the 20s of March there, upside, downside. So now you're about a month trying to hold out for this 90 area. So with no negative news on the front for Netflix, we'll see if that can continue to go higher again. Up 0.8 versus the market right now, 0.56. And it's nice to see that was ES. The Nasdaq's still down that 1%. So, but we were down 1.5%. So we can wait to see if anything gets going there. And then tonight we're going to stay till about 4:05, 4:10, something like that, as we wait for Robinhood. So don't leave us. We'll stay here at 4 o'clock. We'll have Robinhood earnings. We'll cover them. We'll see. Hopefully we get the metrics out relatively early. We'll discuss what that looks like, what the crypto trading, what the transaction costs look like, and what their revenues look like from all of that, and if they're getting anything from that gold card, and what Robinhood and Vlad Tenev and so on are thinking about moving forward. Now they had a crazy run last week, man. I mean, all the way into the mid 90s, which is a great move from, like, that went from 60, let's call it 70 to 90 in 4 or 5 days. Can we do it again with an implied move of 12% for Robinhood tonight? Join us at 4 o'clock. And Dara's thinking it's 4:05. I thought that was going to be coming out pretty quickly there. So hopefully Robinhood does come out soon, and we'll be able to cover that for you. So that's what we're doing right now. Robinhood, Webull, also off of $5. Well, I mean, that could move tonight. I mean, if Robinhood comes out with something decent. This was the bottom was $4.50 actually. This thing like $5 to $7.50. That's 50%.
That 5
right
rate
there in a week.
That was a fail to have missed. It was so good at 10. You would think 5 should have just been obvious. But it's easy to say. Like, the day it happens, you could have had 5.25 at the close. I don't know. You got to be. I know. Like, on the dip down in, I got some Robinhood. You picked some SoFi. You gotta try to buy the thing that you like better.
I didn't even get SoFi at a dip. I got it like 3 days ago at 18.
Yeah, but that's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's not at 30. You know what I'm saying? Like,
SoFi's going back to 30.
But this is my whole thing. Like, it doesn't really matter. Here, we're talking about SoFi. Why do I have the Webull chart up? Who cares about Webull? Apologies to anyone that cares about Webull. That's not what I meant. No, all I'm simply saying is, like, that's still buying it on the dip.
Yeah,
right? Because
I like SoFi down.
Yeah, like it's a nice consolidation. It's higher lows, but I'd rather have the higher low as the buy than trying to pick the bottom every single time. Or like, good luck trying to guess that. And again, nothing against Webull. I used to own some shares in Webull. And second time didn't go as well as the first. That AKAN is back open, but doesn't look as strong. What's the name of this company? Aconda.
Oh, we have it now.
Yeah, it's
good. Okay.
Yeah, open back up, but off the highs, decent, halted in a bit since the last top. That's interesting. It looks like it halted almost at the same price twice to the upside, and then losing that 20, a big level at 27, obviously topping tail there. I can't tell you there's like where are the support levels on the stock. There's no actual consolidations at any point except for earlier in the day. So we'll let this one calm down, and maybe it'll show itself a bid and become more tradable. But for now, the 27s. Look like where the shorters have taken a stand. I can tell you here at Real Trading, it was like, I think $40 or something for 100 shares, so like 40 cents a share. That's probably only gone up. Now let's go to the desk with Sia.
So the poll is live, but let me take you through what it is. 1 is Spotify, 2 is YouTube Music, 3 is Apple Music, 4 is Prime Music, 5 is iTunes for Adara, 6 is vinyls and record players, and 7 is I do not listen to music, which I don't know why anyone would hit. I'm just waiting.
We better keep that on for people could. Well, people aren't going to remember that. I mean, come on.
You don't have to remember anything. YouTube Music is 2.
Yeah, YouTube Music is too.
YouTube
So I don't,
That's all you
is
need to
good
know.
if you have premium.
How is
That's the-
Spotify winning? What is going on?
Spotify should win, yeah. Oh no, let me spam it too.
Assassino like to tell everybody that he
Casino,
has
Spotify.
Wow.
C is on Spotify.
I'm on
The
Apple.
viewers are on Spotify.
Wow. By the way, as this is happening,
know.
all good, but what about NVDA? I mean, what about us right now? This is now $2.13. This is now $4 in, and it just keeps on marching, man. I mean, my trade day, I'll show you. You want to see how simple my trading day is? I've traded 3 names today. You talk about curated watch list. We had BBBY on our watch list. We tried $6, man. You guys were all here when we tried that. That was in and out, cup of coffee. Thank you, Bed Bath & Beyond. I owe you a cup. And then Tesla as well. I mean, we tried this name at the 200 period when it came back into day's low. Looks like we got stopped out basically at the low. Thanks for that one there, Tesla. But a little bit of back. So we made money, then lost money. So both of these are cups of coffee on that. But there it goes. I'm actually thinking about Tesla breaking right now, breaking through VWAP. The market's getting going again. Still down that 1%. Can the market get green today? I'm going to say no, but I mean, it might give itself a go here. Tesla right now trying to break through. I like that top break, 277.40, if that does happen. But they can't stop, won't stop. Now for NVIDIA, as we get up to 213 and change. And it's very, very simple, man. We follow the yellow brick road. We've already marked these prices down. Yesterday on NVIDIA, we like 208, man. We had that. That's $8 to the high side there. Can we repeat again? It's the exact same trade, back-to-back days, right? I mean, it's not, like we said, it's not rocket science. There's 208 right there. Here's 208 right here. It's the same trade back-to-back. And if you can put on those trades, understand what you're doing, then there you go, man. Those are the winners right there for me today with NVIDIA, as that just continues to get going there. Upside right now. And Intel, I thought, was trying to go as well. Yeah, back to 84 and change for INTC. As there, wow, Intel straight fire as well, man. That's that bottom of $81. I mean,
Almost all time.
this is all that we do. We talked about the watch list. Like, you just say tomorrow 81. You know, it's like if it comes back into 81, we take that out, you know, and we wait to see what winds up happening up down there in and around that price.
You just said watch lists and sticky notes, and Pop
stuff.
Mafia is asking, how do you get Sharice's watch list? Well, you go to our YouTube page and you hit join. All you gotta do is be a subscriber.
Yep.
$5 a month.
Yep.
Right? So if you subscribe for $5 a month, that works out. There's 20, I think it's like 22 trading days in a month, but let's just call it 20. So for 25 cents a day, then you end up with that with his watch list. And he's working on, he's made it more trading related. Here, I'm saying this as I can let me pull it up, because we should have this up as we talk about it, right? Like, what are we even talking about here? And it's a little bit more technical. So it used to be, it is still news-based, and you're going to be able to find individual story, but then there's technical analysis, like a trading setup for it. So you got the Alphabet story here, what's second? You got Meta, you're going to have Microsoft AI, you're going to have oil as well, General Motors, GM, yuck. Ooh, GM with a huge reversal. That was intense. But again, you just go to our webpage on YouTube, and then you just hit the subscribe button, the join, sorry. Once you're a member, you get that every single day.
There you go, Dijon mustard.
For free. So there you
one
go.
gift.
Appreciate you. And that's Dijon mustard. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I had
And Rich Beats grabbed it.
made like one of those quality, very simple, simplistic, and fresh rye bread yesterday. Havarti cheese, crisp lettuce, turkey, just regular turkey
I was gonna say
sandwich.
turkey is great with
and then the perfect,
mustard.
just Dijon mustard.
Yeah, you're a
It's
big
like
fan.
yeah, that's Dijon. That's what it's all about. But just to send a gifted membership. We appreciate you for sure. And look, it's Rich Beats that was able to receive it as well. U.S. intelligence agencies are examining how Iran would react to Trump declaring victory in the conflict.
Why would they have to do that when he's already declared it 17 times?
Yeah, that's
U.S. intelligence agencies should be reviewing how Iran has acted to Trump declaring victory.
I don't know about these headlines.
I don't know. I mean, we put these headlines up, but I mean, it's good to have them up.
Sources.
But I don't know. I feel like, I'm not trying to be, I feel like he's already said, like, we've accomplished the mission there.
Regime
but it would be
change,
interesting.
program hit. I get.
I don't know what, like, the final,
The straight,
victory.
straight open without any what's the word I'm looking for? Toll? Is that what they're calling it? They called it a toll?
Did they agree to that, though?
No, but I think that would be the final victory, I suppose. Let's go back up to Sia at the desk. What happened?
We're going to get to this segment really soon, but before that, I do want to point out that Apple is planning a major AI photo editing overhaul across iOS 27, iPad's iOS 27, and Mac OS 27 this fall. So the update would bring add-on device tools to extend, enhance, and reframe and clean up images directly inside of Apple's ecosystem. Currently, Apple is up 1%. And let's move on to our next story, Corning. Corning's AI data center is driving profit. Sorry about that. Is driving profit. So Corning has reported more than a double net income of $371 million or 43 cents a share, which is up from $157 million in the prior year. Flushing out its one-time items, Corning has registered adjusted earnings of 70 cents per share. Net sales have jumped 20% to $4.14 billion, while core sales have risen to $4.34 billion. Both are exceeding the analyst forecast of $4.3 billion. The company has become a major beneficiary of the AI infrastructure boom since hyperscalers are rushing into building out this data center capacity. And Corning's fiber optics business has also taken off and been one of its fastest growing segments, fueled by the intense connectivity of AI clusters. The company's new solar business has also seen a significant jump in momentum, with revenue for that particular segment jumping 80% just this quarter. Well, currently, I would say Corning down, however, a whopping 8%. Sending it back to you.
Thank you very
GLW.
much.
Yeah, I mean, look, tonight.
Corning,
Tomorrow we have Qualcomm. We can look at GLW.
Well, I mean, it depends on how your stomach's been doing. Look, the good news is it confirmed the trend of holding the 50-period moving average on the daily for Corning. So that's unequivocally a good reaction to what was a dump off, right? Like sometimes what matters more is what the market does at the open with it. I just don't love the fact that you got that heavy buy at the open, bouncing 150 all the way to 162, and now all of a sudden it's looking weak. And as it's rolling over a bit here, the NASDAQ is, I don't want to say pumping higher, but like, the NASDAQ is pushing higher, right? Like it's pushing through VWAP. And Corning is rolling over. So that's not a great sign. So good that it's at the 50, but I don't like the relative weakness that it's going to end the day with. We're going to go back up to SIA. I'm going to get out of this at break even. If it only goes halfway to VWAP for the reversion, then it's no point fighting. I almost said Bed Bath & Beyond, Big Bear AI. Bed Bath. Yeah, they both got a couple Bs.
Yeah, sorry, USO climbing right now. Just keep an eye out. A couple of sources saying that U.S. intelligence agencies are examining how Iran would react to Trump declaring victory in the conflict. Just repeating, U.S. intelligence agencies are examining how Iran would react to Trump declaring victory in this conflict. Keep an eye out for USO.
I don't. That story is just too funny to me because I don't really understand what that means. Scott Tomlinson in the chat there is just like, they have to do what they have to do and then get out of there. I mean, it's just a matter of trying to secure the fact that there will be no more I mean, this seems to be what Trump's hanging his hat on, is that no more nuclear weapons, no more capabilities of building such weapon. And to be frank, I think that's the right way to go about it. And if they can get some sort of an agreement in writing, where maybe they can get some kind of, what do they call it? People to go in there and look at it, engineers, whatever, every year to go in.
Inspections thing before.
Inspections, I know, and they can just hide I know, it's all a bunch of crap.
But you know what, though? On some level, I'm not getting political here. First things first, I said I'd get out break even, got out break even. I'm not going to forget about the prior bar stuff. I just don't want to be in that one anymore. So we'll just get the last break even. It's not to get political, but if you pull this off without any actual real boots on the ground, good.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's very good.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't
think you have any. There's been a couple casualties maybe from the U.S. side. I'm not sure.
And obviously, all war and all destruction is bad, unequivocally, right? Like the end result is, you're basically putting a bunch of capital towards stuff that just destroys stuff. It's not good for any economy. Like it can be seen as a net good long term, all that kind of stuff. But you know what? That wouldn't be bad. And when you think about this in the context of if this can actually be over pretty soon, I mean, USO is at a double top here. But like oil's at a double top. This would be quite the place for you to look for some kind of a turn. And it's been all kinds of inside day. Fail to high, inside day. You know what? If like we just closed 230, so crude oil futures just closed. But if this is gonna fail, what is it, 140 and a half? Let's go to a 3-minute. Like if this comes back up and just shows the same resistance all day long, this actually looks a bit like a fade at these levels on USO. Just for the day trade here.
Tonight we have, we just noting, thanks to mentioning to us that Coinbase right now is trying to get to the upside right now as we...
Yeah, there's no current news or reason for this, but I am looking. If there's anything, I will definitely be sure to update you.
Perfect, yeah. I mean, that's good that we cover this because you're right into the day's high right now. This is looking like you may want to think about a short. I mean, up to 195 again there for Coinbase. Just made a big move on not even like pretty light volume and nothing to report on. Right now from Sia's side. So we'll have to, whoopsies, I better get rid of this. I'm trying to raise up the volume here. Sometimes our charts, there we go, are a little finicky. Yeah, okay, so nothing going on volume-wise. Oh, look at that, man. What a pullback off that day high of 194.50 again. So we zoom out to see that, but that's going to give you now 30 or 40 cents back in there on a nice move back to the high side there for Coinbase as that continues to go. Some big names reporting tonight, man. We talked about what we saw yesterday with GM and some of these things this morning. But tonight we sort of really start to get going. So these are the morning ones. Spotify, we've been obviously talking about that. I want to get an update on that, that vote. We can put it up one more time soon and be able to see what you guys want to vote for one more time. Centene is moving around today as well. CNC, we'll have a quick look at that. Let me just tell you what that's up or down right now. I mean, up 14% right now for CNC. Spotify, nice day, not a nice day, but a little trying to recover, still down 12%. Its low is 420, now up to 430 again. UPS, General Motors, Corning, we just had that story to you as well, GLW. Most of these names are moving. We haven't looked at Coke though. Man, this mouse, yeah, you're right. KO, all right, up 5%, so that's going to be a good day for Coke. But look what's coming later on here right now, man. We got Caesars Entertainment. We just talked about what Hilton's been doing, so maybe there's some love there for Caesars. Booking Holdings, I mean, again, if the travel space is going to be hot, we saw yesterday with Verizon as well, came up with more net subs, potentially retail, and the consumer relatively strong. We can see at Booking Holdings. I know a lot of people around here, we just heard from Sharif going on vacation. I'm just got back, so a lot of people doing that. Robinhood is going to be the big one. Join us tonight. We'll probably have all four of these. Enphase tonight as well, 405 Mondelez. They're all here. NXPI, another semi name.
And you know what?
Yeah, then there's Bloom Energy coming in. We said T-Mobile probably has a good quarter off of Verizon yesterday as well. Mondelez, probably looking a little bit at Coke there, so we can see if there's a good turnaround there. And then Starbucks, to be announced, I guess, TBA.
Those have since been updated. So TMUS, which is also a TBA, that's going to be 4 p.m. Starbucks 4:05 p.m. When I had initially made this infographic, those times were not available. Also, stay tuned for a implied moves infographic. I'm working on this, finishing it up. I suspect it will be out on X within the next 5 minutes. Don't quote me on that, but I would say probably within the next 5 minutes.
Okay.
Adara, only because I know you'll remember this and I don't remember.
The date of Brian Nichols?
No, what was the? Well, you can say the date. That
You're going on a date with
no
Brian.
the price. Like what was it at? What was the stock
Starbucks,
price?
the price?
Do you remember? Or the date?
It was around 80s. It was around 80s. It was announced, I want to say August 17th, 2024, but he started, I believe, September 9th, 2024. So you had mid-August, I want to say it was a Tuesday, where this was actually announced. And how they announced it was interesting too. They announced Laxman leaving and Brian Nichols was right around 8 a.m. I know because I just finished the watch list at the old desk where the old desk used to be. I told you my memory is very locational. But anyway, so right in the CNBC TVs behind us, it was Laxman out and Brian Nichols in. So yeah, that was in mid-August, definitely the teens. I want to say 17th to 19th of August 2024 where this announcement was made, but he didn't start till early September, I believe the 9th.
Just to prove how good she is, you can look at the candle and see when it would be. But the whole, I think it was a Tuesday. Like throwing that in there casually was pretty impressive. But like there was a bounce. But it hasn't done much. If you look at where it settled the first week, that was just under $100. There was a good pump to 117. But now all of a sudden, look at $100 on a weekly for Starbucks. There's a wealth of selling at that price. Oh, you know how you never know what's going to happen, but I'll tell you this much. If you got to give it a chance. If it's over $100 at the open tomorrow, then the shot at a breakout here it's very enticing. It's very enticing, but someone's been selling this thing at $100 since April of last year. It's had a resistance at the same price over and over and over again. And like, how long does it have to get held down before you eventually get a bit of a break? So this becomes on the watch as well. Apparently 405 means that we should get a chance to look at that one as they report. So I was looking over at some of the crypto names, which had been on a bit of a tear. The BMNR got to green. Just looking for some setups. Like, this pulls back into prior close. So it's got a pretty strong up move, and I can now draw. I can zoom back in, be able to draw. It needs to break 21.5 for like a clean trend line break, I think. But that one's going to be on watch for me. Be looking at BMNR. It's not quite a double top, but you can see like these higher lows are starting to condense a bit, topping tail. That could break trend and set up a little bit. Jedi saying, look at Amazon technicals on the daily. I love Amazon. Amazon's just a good hold. This is just a good hold, I think. We're going to go to Adara, but Amazon, ultimately, like, you just got to love when something is able to get out of a long, long malaise and has been clean upward trending since. It's a pretty steep upward trend, so we'll see how it can hold on to 250. We got to walk through their report ultimately, but I love the breakout that it's got going on here. You know, you're getting, in a time where you're getting Amazon at a better price, I'm talking about fundamentally, like price to earnings, relative to Walmart, it's hard to go wrong there. Back up to Adair.
WFC, guys, keep an eye on Wells Fargo. Dropping a little bit here, seeing some comments in social media circulating that this company could have been the victim of a breach. Apparently, an actor on the dark web claiming to have breached 4.6 million records. So this name here is Wells Fargo going to the downside. Again, that is WFC. Wells Fargo, big financial institution, reportedly breached 4.6 million records, apparently impacted. Back to you.
Yeah, WFC, a big name there. One of the ones that, you know, had not performed well off of earnings. And now a couple more. What the hell? NVIDIA is just, we're now $5 again. We already had this trade once, man. We already had long 209 up to 213.50. There's 213.50 again. This is the prices that we've written down as a possible short up here. So we're going to empty out the clip. We get some out there at 213.20s. And here it goes, man. Let's put another offer at 213.40 again. See if we can get that top to bottom. On the note today, we wrote down 208. We wrote down 213.50, all at 8 a.m. They both came true before 10.10 even hit. You had top to bottom $5. You had top to bottom $5 again, and we've got them both times. So we keep saying one good trade, and today I've only made 3 trades. 3 names, and this is obviously one. This is basically 2 trades. One there, one there. We got filled twice. We got filled twice here. So decent size, more size on this trade than we did the first one because we weren't sure about it, but we were able to punch in a little bit more and get to the upside. So there it goes, man. NVIDIA really holding the day for me now as we continue to climb. I really like, as a trade that I have an idea on right now, I talked about it earlier, and that was Amazon up here at 261. Now I'm going to try Amazon in and around here around this 260 mark. I want to see if we can fade back out down through 260. It's going to be a little tough, but I want to try to take this trade. If the market continues to blast forward, I mean, this is NVIDIA's world and we're all living in it right now. So I'm not going to, there we go. We just, like, that's crazy. We just got that NVIDIA. Like, we're sitting here trying to talk about, like, you know, making 20 cents, 30 cents. Like, NVIDIA just went 30 cents in 30 seconds. So this name is really starting to get going right back up into the day's high. Again, we might as well hold for the rest of the day here as Amazon really getting excited NVIDIA getting excited there back to the upside. The other name that I wanted to look at was Tesla. It does break that high right there. Fortunately, we didn't take it. Because it's back in, but what about 200 period? I'm just not sure about Tesla. It's pretty choppy, and although we've had a good day, I'm having a better day today than yesterday. We are still going to have to wait. So we have to wait for Tesla, I think, to either get a little lower or even, I don't really want to short it. I don't know. Just pretty choppy right now for Tesla. I'm not really sure what to think. Like I thought we would have broken through, not come all the way back. I mean, the market's trying to tick higher right now, and Tesla's actually making a little bit of a lower move. We do have to go to Adara. I just want to quickly look at WFC because the daily chart on this one does show that we were trying to bounce back upside there. This is what we're talking about. Not a great move down all the way into low 70s there, mid 70s, back up into the mid 80s, now falling. I mean, this is actually not that bad if you want to pick something up there. You don't necessarily like to hear stuff about the breach.
It's just the other.
Wow, NVIDIA.
All of the other banks. Why would you, like, that's the problem with WFC. Like, they missed on revenue.
Yeah, you have so much other opportunities.
JP Morgan is better. Citigroup was an absolute rocket on their earnings. Oh, come on, chart. Like you're getting this one dipping back into prior highs on a just unbelievable uptrend if it pulls back in. I don't know. I just feel like WFC is a dog. Easily dog.
Yeah.
To me. Musk apparently is taking the stand at that.
Oh, is he? We do got to go to Adara, but I go to Adara. No, we'll go, come here. One second. Just show this 1 second. I just want to show this one more time because we just got filled at 213.40 the last time we spoke. It's at 213.85 right now. So this is still going higher. It's NVIDIA. Here we go. All right, Adara, you got those implied moves up?
Exactly. That's what I wanted to talk about. I said they'd be up within 5 minutes. When you last saw me, they were actually up within 6 minutes. So not too bad here. As you can see, the bulk of these names are going to be reporting at 4 or 4:05. The only major one reporting after that time period is going to be 4:20 p.m. with Bloom Energy, BE. Now, in terms of some of these expected moves of note, Bloom Energy and Enphase tied for largest expected moves of the night, both at 15%. Enphase's last expected move was a whopping 38%. So to say that it could exceed its expected move would be, I think, a pretty massive understatement. Smallest expected move here actually going to Visa V with a 3.6% expected move. Mondelez, not one that's super known for intraday moves. They got about a 4%. BKNG, CZR around that 6% level. And then you've got Robinhood, 10% expected move, the third largest of the night. STX actually outpacing it per expected move. If you want to look at these infographics, take your time, take it, be able to sit with it a little bit longer. It is on X at TTV Research. I also have a Robinhood earnings preview available on X at TTV Research, and a host of other Robinhood infographics have been reposting. So you know where to find them. Definitely check us out if you enjoy fun market-related content. Back to you.
To who asked in the chat, there is an aftermarket show. We've got earnings. We're going to do it very quick. We'll do it right at the desk. We're not doing the whole turnaround things. All of the earnings are more or less at 4:05. I think everything that every name that I saw on the list, the bigger ones are pretty much right away at 4:05, so we'll be rapid fire going through all of them. Of course, the rest of the week, Wednesday and Thursday, tomorrow and Thursday, it gets a little bit heavier. Then we're doing that traditional longer show. Tomorrow's pretty busy because, we got Fed tomorrow.
You got Fed.
Which I'm calling somewhat nothing burger-ish. We know we're not going to get any kind of crazy action overall. I think it's still going to be about Middle East headlines, in my opinion, and then earnings. We're in earnings season, and we've got a lot of companies that are priced pretty much to perfection, and we've seen what happens when you have that perfect pricing. Although some of them maybe not so much. Robinhood, it falls in the other category. Robinhood falls in the it's been beaten up enough, I think. So we'll see. I'm not expecting their numbers to be fantastic. I'm not sure that matters as much for them as others. But what I got the eyeballs on right now, Fed who, says Omar. Yeah, exactly. Fed who. Wake me up when they're actually going to lower rates.
Yeah, it might not be till at least past the summer.
And it might not even be lowering rates. They could be raising them at the end of the year.
Yeah, I think Warsh is coming in to lower them. I just think he needs to get a little bit more fuel.
I think he needs to.
You got to get past this Iran stuff.
Well, he also wants to make sure it doesn't seem like he's just coming in and doing the bidding. So give it one go through, I suppose, or once around. Let him get around the block one time and then worry about it. Bless.
Yeah, I got it.
There you go.
Yes. Okay, yeah, look, 214 for NVIDIA, still going higher there. Forget about the short man. This name is now 550 in the money, higher for NVDA as we continue to go. Still waiting for that Amazon trade to come through as well. So here we go. Yeah, you guys, any messages you guys want to send through, we'll try to talk about them. That is for sure. There goes NVIDIA. I mean, DraftKings. I'm trying to figure out like what's hitting on some of the notes here. We had Marvell with the downside action today. I mean, it's still 154. I guess that's better than it was. Down to 146 to start the day. All right, so you are starting to get going again on Marvell, so that's a nice little story there. Hopefully that can keep going a little higher there for myself. As Marvell trying to get going one more time. Broadcom upside as well. JP Morgan, SoFi, we look for that tonight as well. SoFi coming through there. A lot of people, does A-Lab report? Why are we talking about A-Lab so much on the chat? Astera Labs here, down 6%, so some of these names that have been pretty heated up are coming back in over the last couple of days. I mean, for me, we saw ARM. I mean, if ARM's probably now down 7% maybe. Okay, only down 6. Is that what I'm seeing? Oh, wow. Okay, that was a good guess, 7. Right there, it was down 9 at the lows. I was hoping that this name would come into somewhere around like the 160 to 170 area, but nah, not even close today, obviously. This could get hit, you know, if we do get some downside movement there from tomorrow night's earnings, when we do have the big 4 coming out. That could definitely be a play that's on many traders' minds tomorrow. That's ARM and the rest of them as we go. So that's going to be a decent trade. Is AMD going with this NVIDIA trade? I mean, NVIDIA's pulling back a little bit. We're almost out. That was an exorbitant move to the upside right there, so we were able to get out. AMD as well, 326 right back into day's high there. So that was
the low. That's $17.
Unbelievable.
AMD was at 310 this morning.
Yeah,
like, that's crazy.
And it was at 353 yesterday. So I mean, the amount of movement in these names is ridiculous.
Oh, wasn't it higher? Well, pre-market it was like 50. That's crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
355 to 310 to now 325. Like it's like look at how big this move is from the lows. It's gone $16 from the lows and still looks like if I pull up a 15-minute, that probably still looks bearish. Like on a 15-minute, that still looks bearish. It's underneath yesterday's bottoms. Maybe that's a reversion trade. Double top into prior day high and then revert it. I just feel way better about like I'd rather do it on like an actually weaker name. Like the reason I'm looking at BMNR is it's reverting, but that's literally at yesterday's levels, which was the bottom. It's pulling into prior support for its resistance. Whereas AMD and the chips can be a rocket ship on their own that I would rather not fight. Like I like the relative weakness of this BMNR. If we can, apparently Tesla's moving.
Well, we just should have tried. I mean, so I got another piece out. Obviously, I'm only in NVIDIA, but I'm starting to very, very light on it now, like 5% light. I don't even want to talk about it anymore. We're almost out of it all. I mean, we had to get out at 213 there. We got more out up there. I mean, we got a lot out. We are now out. But I wanted to look at Tesla because you had mentioned that it was ripping, and I did see in the chat. Yeah, we should have just trusted VWAP a little bit more. Maybe we'll have sort of the gumption to do that next time if and when it comes down. I just didn't really love the movement in Tesla. I don't know. I didn't like how it was moving down. But we did absorb off the 50 period. That's been a target area for myself to get out when things aren't going right, the 50 period. So we could definitely have a quick look at that if it does pull back in. That's Tesla. We are a couple days away from Rivian. We've talked a little bit about that over the last little while. Looks like they're going to be down today. Wasn't it 1640 or something in the pre-market? Rivian not going the way of 1640, okay, I don't know. That was a nice move there, coming back in, bouncing off a 16 flat. You know, maybe looking at that for tomorrow. Rivian coming in there with their report, I believe, on Thursday. It's a big, huge week for everybody reporting. Halting ATER right now, seeing that in our system. Ethereum, not sure what's up with this. Wow, okay. 220 million shares today for ATER. Now halted, halt right here as well, halt here, and halt here. We have a couple halts today, 4 or 5 of them, for ATER. And if we zoom back out a little bit, we can see what's going on there.
They sold, go ahead.
Yeah, from 70 cents straight up. Doesn't look like we have any splits. I would say this name, It could still go. I mean, we still have a top there. This goes all the, Neil's going to give the news in a second. This goes all the way back 280 right there. But yeah, this looks like a decent level right into here. I'd say 175 or so. We'll see where it winds up opening up. Let me just go to the tap really quickly. Neil, first of all, we'll go to Neil before we go to Sia. So right now the tap is $2. So this thing just halted at 162. And I just got to say congratulations. It looks like it will open up in and around $2. And I guess on Neil's screen.
Yeah, we'll just quickly show it.
Yeah, we'll quickly go.
Like they're basically trading higher. They announced the sale of its portfolio of e-commerce brands for $18 million in straight cash only. Also, the company sold convertible preferred stock worth $7 million in a private placement. The float's only 10 million shares. Suffice to say that has been turned over a significant amount of time. It's going to do 250 million shares today. So the float,
more, yeah.
Yeah, the float is clearly turned over multiple times with a $2 tap. That's insanity. Getting back in some bag hold levels, 220 maybe up there. Let's go up to Sia at the desk.
Taking a look at couple individual tickers for small cap today, starting with BE reporting tonight. Today, post-market at 5 p.m., Bloom Energy's expanded partnership with Oracle under a master services agreement for up to 2.8 gigawatts of fuel cell systems. The agreement focuses on supplying on-site power for Oracle's U.S. data centers. AI-driven demand for computing capacity is growing, and expansion, this particular one, adds to BE's contracted backlog, which stands at around $20 billion. Now, next one that I do want to talk about is SANM, Sanmia Corporation. Reported earnings yesterday, and the stock spiked massively right off the open, but it's up by 15% right now. The quarterly net income stands at $93.65 million, and the company saw an EPS of $3.16, and revenue has risen 102.3% to $4.01 billion. Shares have gained 28% this year and 48.2% this quarter. Final ticker for you all today is ERAS. Erasca Inc. is a clinical stage oncology company based in San Diego. Shares are down a whopping almost 50% on the day. The dip is coming after the company disclosed a patient's death in an early stage trial of its experimental cancer drug.
Okay.
Please.
When I was just waiting for this ATR to open because now it's $1.95. It should be 49. Okay, so basically closed out right here. It's going to be probably a 5-minute halt. So right there, we'll wait. It's 49.57. So you got another 2 minutes before this thing opens back up, and then we'll see where it's going. I just want to talk about it. I don't really want to talk about it, but it's 193 now. We did indicate that it's $2. So depending on where your broker lies, if you just offer 190 or something right now, what's supposed to happen is if it opens at 193, you'll get paired. If it opens up lower than that, then you'll miss the boat, right? And so, put in your order depending on where you're long, if you want, and see what winds up happening to ATER. Right, it's going down now 191, and this is just an auction price. So what the NASDAQ would have to do here, it's completely, I guess, automatic here. Oh, now it's back up to 199, $2 again. So it takes the bids and the offers and tries to come up with, I'm assuming, a auction price there that is reasonable enough. So I don't know why it goes from like 163 to $2, but you can see there's a big buyer right there. You add all these up, add all that up, and for some reason it's coming up with 199. So we'll have to.
Well, the thing is, you can't see the market order.
Yeah, we don't know.
See the limit order.
We don't know what's going on there. So 199 and change, about to open up in 1 minute. That's ATER. We'll catch that back in a couple seconds. We did see Coinbase. I mean, I have Bitcoin still at 76,000. You can see at the bottom of my screen.
Don't trust Coinbase.
It's not really doing anything right now. Kathy Wood's been picking this thing up. This was like a $40 name not too long ago, Coinbase. And by that, I mean probably a year and a bit ago. But anyways, downside there for Coinbase, 140, last year, April. So we're from 140 up to 195. You're going to have to go way back to find this name lower than that. I mean, Coinbase was really beat up, and now it's all the way back upside. As, of course, crypto is looking for that 80K break as well. Okay, ATR moments away right now. NVIDIA still climbing up higher. Netflix, RCAT, TeraWolf, there in the chat. We can have a quick look at all these and any sort of high flyers that maybe are small cap names.
Wolf's not really.
TeraWolf's not really doing it.
No, I pulled that one up.
I
Wolf.
think that's going to be earnings, I think, at some point.
Yeah, it's not really.
Here we go. ATER on my screen if you want it. In 3, 2, 1. It should be opened now. No.
It's always a few seconds.
So,
Give it
yeah,
a couple
okay, if it's going to be 49, 57, 55. Or maybe it's going to be 10 minutes now. I don't know if this is news pending or what, but it did not open back up.
My guess is 10.
So we'll have to wait for, I guess, 10 minutes. We'll check this back. We are getting close to the hour of power right now. Why does DraftKings keep pumping up on my screen? Is it just because it's doing absolutely nothing? That's probably what it is. DraftKings, yeah, just hovering around VWAP, so it's just, oopsies. It's hitting my scanner now, VWAP, DraftKings. Good level for sure, right? I mean, I think if you're looking at DraftKings, this looks like there's a potential chance for this to break long. Held out near that bottom. We can check out when earnings are for DraftKings. I think that'll be some sort of an interesting thing to watch out for right now. It looks like it's at a good level. Similarly to PayPal, 9 days, the 7th. Right there, looking for an EPS of 22 cents, coming off of just 3. So they're looking for a pretty good quarter right there for DraftKings. I would think possible that's true. Obviously with March Madness, with Super Bowl being in the quarter, that should kick us off to a good one for DraftKings. And just looking at the chart, I mean, breaking above the 50-period moving average, get above $24 and see what winds up happening. Hit on legislation, hit on poly market, Kalshi, that whole predictive market. Not great for DraftKings because, they're not in, for example, the state of California, I believe, and Texas. And there's some big markets that DraftKings still needs to get legalized in. But of course, these other betting sites like the Kalshi and Poly market are allowed because they're prediction markets. They're allowed to be operated in those states. So that's taking away from DraftKings because all of a sudden now you can bet sports on all of those platforms. So DraftKings doesn't have the uniqueness about it, nor FanDuel.
There was also that interview recently, I think it was released yesterday, with, I guess, the chairman of the CFTC, I believe his name was Michael Selig, in which he said that they can't just let these poly markets, these Kalshis, these prediction markets be the, quote, Wild West. They have to have some kind of, restrictions or regulations. So he kind of indicated in that interview that came out yesterday, and everyone was laughing because the interviewee was named Ben Horney, the journalist who made the interview. But either way here, that could actually be another positive catalyst for DraftKings if we start to see more regulation of these poly markets, Kalshis, et cetera.
Okay. Unfortunately.
That reminds me of The Simpsons, when he makes those phone calls and he's like, I can't remember them anymore.
I gotta be, okay, if I'm copying to something, a dude in our high school pool and myself might have pulled that prank a couple times.
Yeah, that's
it's actually... I felt like it's semi-harmless because back when The Simpsons was a big deal, it wasn't that uncommon for places to get that prank.
Right.
And it's whatever.
I mean, yeah.
And nobody falls for it, really. You try to pull it.
Someone's gonna be like, yeah, Mike, blah blah blah. That stuff's not.
No, they just kind of laugh with you for it. Never actually. Yeah. It literally doesn't work. It never worked.
The Bart Simpson one there, Sam Wynn.
It was Hugh.
This is the most.
Jass is the most famous.
Oh, Hugh Jass.
It was Hugh Jass.
That's not a bad one. I have to reload the thing, but you got it right there. Seymour Butts.
Oh, that was
Seymour.
Actually, that might have been
that was a big Simpson.
One of the go-to
there for sure. So
yeah, Amanda.
Yeah, you can tell we are very, very mature around here. Anyways,
just very quickly,
have you watched Simpsons lately? I haven't. Are they still even on?
I keep trying to.
I assume they're on.
I've shown Erin, my daughter, her. Because it's on Disney, right?
Plus, yeah.
So I keep showing her. I'm like, I grew up watching this, and I'm like, it's hilarious. I think you'll love it. And she's like, oh, I'm not interested. I'm like, it's a cartoon. I want to start it for movie night, and then maybe we'll do some episodes then. But we watched the movie, the Simpsons movie, the one from.
Yeah, the pig is on the
roof. Forever ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we did that, but I don't know.
Okay, I like Simpsons, but I just haven't watched it in a minute. And my kids, they're not super interested in it.
Crazy that they're still going.
Eat my shorts, man. I mean, I think they're above that now. Now we're just about 6, 7. So now our kids are more educated. Now they're all about numbers. All right, so here goes Marvell. What about that top take here on MRVL? We could get something going on here, at least, I think, for Marvell. We could see if 154 winds up holding or not. But right now, Marvell looking to get going there. Now, only down 3% or 2.5% now on the day. Call it in the middle, 2.67%. Oh, said it again. Let's just say it's 3%. Looks like it wants to break a little higher here, MRVL, as we look for more to trade. NVIDIA is still going. I'm still looking at the scanner for some more ideas right now. NVIDIA is gone. I was still waiting for Amazon. How close? No. Oh my God, when did I put my orders in for Amazon? I put my order in, okay, 36. When was this? 28, 29. So yeah, we just missed that bump up. Okay, so I'm at 80. So I put my order in after that move. Okay, so I put my order in at, was that when I refreshed it maybe? We might have just missed this Amazon right there. We were talking about it at 260 up here. It came in, I think we might have just missed that trade a little bit. But anyways, doesn't really matter. Amazon, I still like that if we can get back upside there for Amazon around 259.80. I might have put it in after that, I'm not sure. But there it goes, upside there. So we'll see if we can short that into 260. One, not to take too much risk into that trade because I think Amazon's going to have a big number tomorrow. And I do like Meta's chances to really accelerate through tomorrow's as well. And then Micron and SanDisk. Micron's not reporting. Micron's a late reporter.
Yeah, SanDisk.
But SanDisk is Thursday. So we'll see what happens. Yesterday, Micron was up 5%, down 3% today, as some of these names are giving a little bit back. But don't feel any kind of ways. I mean, the market has really rebounded off those lows. So if you're able to pick something up down here, good for you. But you're still getting right back to where we were this morning. Possible short, I would think, in the TQs or in the NASDAQ up here in this range. So we just got a couple more handles to go. 27,250 or so for the actual NASDAQ itself. And maybe we could start a short. AMD's hitting on the scanner a bit, but I have nothing really left to do, man.
I'm looking over, BM&R finally hit. The NASDAQ is breaking through. Bitcoin is not. BM&R had it's not a head and shoulders, but a wick top and a trend break. So as long as that remains, let's call it what it is, relatively weak, just play this one off the high. If it gets to 21.4, that's yesterday's bottom. Want to make sure we get some legs out. And then 21.3 is the opening range high.
ATER.
Would be another level. That ATER halted down.
It opened up.
Yeah, but it halted down instantly.
Yeah, but where did it open? It opened
I see 180.
185.
Yeah, 185, but Boeing.
Yeah, Boeing, we could probably have this. I think this is a past story there. Boeing and Copa or something, a new order for 767s there, just being rehashed in our ear right now. Boeing and Copa Airlines announced an order for 60 737 MAX jets. So, okay.
Increase that backlog.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great move. I mean, Boeing was just into 190 again, back up to 230. I kind of trust this
stock should be so much higher, honestly. Whatever.
So it looks like this was reported as of 11:30ish today. It was confirmed via press release just now. So it is kind of a rehash, but the new aspect is this has now just been officially confirmed as of 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is one of those, why has this not already broken 260? Why is it not already somewhere up here? Get it. It gave, it's done everything. The higher lows have been continued. You got everything you want. The higher lows into a flat top breakout for Boeing. It just hasn't done the breakout part yet. But everything else about that chart looks fantastic. And it's also crossed the threshold of, we like, you like it more than Airbus. And there was a stat, and I'm trying to remember when I saw this. It was way back when we were doing stuff with that old green screen. I remember I was researching some stuff. No, it was when we were doing the.
What are we talking about?
It was when we did that. Remember we did the pod? And at the very beginning when I was doing it, I remember there was one time we were talking about Boeing and Airbus and monopoly. And it's when the market's at its most bullish, when the US market's at its most bullish, typically that is when you favor Boeing over Airbus, historically. Well, the market just went back into some all-time highs. It's been in a tremendous bull. Even it went bearish and then instantly back to the highs. Boeing, that tends to bode well for Boeing over Airbus. And it's not like you got any other bets you can make.
I just think it's a feel-good stock, right? I mean, people, when the markets are at all-time highs, people feel a little bit better about spending money.
I own shares of Boeing.
And I just recently bought at $200 as well. So, but I've been into Boeing for a while. But yeah, I think that the more the market appreciates, we just got we're now $6 in the money off this. We stink face it, but there it goes up to 214. I don't know, glad to be back and putting on these trades, but I mean, this is a little crazy for NVDA, as that's just Yeah, good call there, Tony SRX. I mean, it is turbo mode right now. I used to call these things meme crazy, and there it is right there, turbo two-tone for NVDA, as that just continues higher. Thank you for that, Tony SRX1. Interested to meet Tony XRX2. But yeah, there goes NVIDIA. So yeah, as Boeing continues to climb a little bit higher, I don't even know what the symbol for Airbus is. I just got a message from my wife. She, as always, wins. She told me sheet pan miso chicken and broccoli tonight. So I love miso. Miso is a great taste. So she's going to make that tonight. And we have baseball 6 to 8. So it'll be a late night there today. And then tomorrow's a games. We have our last exhibition game tomorrow, and tonight's a practice. So it looks like the weather's participating outside right now. Google, okay, just broke through or down. Which way is Google going? Okay, upside through 350 again. Wasn't sure because of Google's price action there. 350, had a nice move up to 352. It's trying to get going right now again, trying to break these levels. Actually, I think this is my next trade right in here, right now. I'm still waiting for Amazon, but look at Google. Bounces off the 200, bounces off VWAP, really holding VWAP. 50-period moving average, looking to take out these highs. If the market wants to run, and if the market is running right now, potentially Google on this break of 315.20 gets going higher than where we are now. Wow, that NVIDIA just $6 and still climbing. Google also climbing higher as well as we go upside there. What's up, JKL? Spicy chicken quesadilla report. So this guy's adding. You like the spicy chicken? I mean, spicy chicken, well famous at Wendy's, a spicy chicken sandwich there. But
I actually love quesadillas.
Spicy chicken quesadilla, yeah, quesadillas are
so
easy to eat.
The old trading floor office, the bar next door, it was bar food, but like their best thing.
Yeah, they had the quesadillas.
They had the
Everybody
good
always
quesadillas.
ordered.
Like that was like the go-to order for me. It didn't do any help when we started the trading career because probably spent too much time there. But you still like the MSTR short, and you know what? It's hard to argue with it, right? Like we were just showing you guys IBIT relative to the NQ. Whoops, there we go. Like IBIT still underneath yesterday's support, can't seem to break higher. The Nasdaq going and going and going, and this is barely above VWAP. There's just a tinge of relative weakness overall. The market continues to press higher. BMNR breaks trend, pulls back into support. That said, whoops. Oh yeah, I had MSTR. So when I hit enter, that just happened. Mistake there. As I say that, as the market continues to go higher, should make sure that we bank out. If it ends up holding and this is a bull flag, then you got our trend break. We risked about 4 pennies. And if it's going to only go 12, 15, like that kind of a range, so be it. So now it's either it breaks down here and we get more, or we just get out break even. And again, it's just about relative weakness in crypto. Because if we're being led up by chips in general, MSTR doesn't have to go. MSTR pulled back off of the high. So very similar sort of setup there. The one thing you have to always be concerned with MSTR is that whole, that hedge trade that's always in there, like the long Bitcoin, short MSTR. Because it always puts some pressure on it in the other direction, which in the back of your mind, you got to keep it, but there's a lot of hedges that still do that. And as you can see, not performing very, very well recently. So yeah, the one place, again, I could have looked at a lot of trend breaks, but I liked it on a crypto name. Just don't see these as having the strength that they should. Like why didn't Bitcoin break 80K? Like look what the market did. Like what's our excuse here? Like seriously, like what's the excuse for why we couldn't even take out 80,000 on Bitcoin?
I mean, it's rhetorical, but it's because there's no buyers. I mean,
well, I know. Well, yeah, it's.
Yeah.
But
I mean, who wants to buy Bitcoin right now? Put up your hand.
Well, I said until it does something very distinctly different on this trend or gets to 50. I haven't seen anything distinctly different.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. There's nothing. I bought 66s. I'm fine with that. But like, even you guys up there. I mean, when's the last time anybody put in a buy order for Bitcoin?
I'm not sure I like it till the back half of the year next year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, good. Fabian's averaging in every week, so that's good. I mean, you got to get a plan like that in place, right? And I just think that right now, when you're seeing NVIDIA doing the things NVIDIA is doing, when you're seeing the market do what the market's doing, people probably just sitting on a lot of profits now as far as investing in over the last month or two. Yeah. Many of these stocks up 50, 60, 70%. They're probably letting it ride. So I would say if these stocks can slow down after earnings, then I could see some new money possibly rotating back into Bitcoin. I don't think Bitcoin's dead. instead. It's just like we don't really, it's on our watch list. It's not on our watch list. Like Coinbase is ripping. It's not ripping. Like it's a back and forth situation right now. When you have names like AMD doing what it's doing, you have names like Nvidia. Nvidia's look. It's going to be easy because I have it, but I thought it was a pretty easy play. I mean, it's back-to-back days. We have that 208. Once you break highs, sometimes it doesn't stop. I mean, you saw a good example, and this is why I want to go here with AMD. I mean, look what happens when AMD broke this level. Right here, 265. It really got going. We just, did Google, we didn't get filled on Google. Oh no, so Google broke higher there. My order went out, but we missed it. How much did that just jump up there? I only cost 5 cents. Normally that'd be good enough there. But there, okay, I think I got to get into a little bit of Google right now. Disney out with a statement about their boy Kimmel, I guess. But we'll take some Google right now. Nice move higher there. We'll wait to see 3, 4. Oh no, they're talking about licenses. It's not a Kimmel thing. 349. I'm just gonna wait. Let's just wait until it breaks view up. 349.50. I don't know. Maybe that's too much. All right, let's just go here. 349.80 on Google. Okay. So new position alert on Google. Let's go back over to Adara.
Well, before we do that, how about we talk about the volatility in this market? Well, mostly the chip, but also the market. That's going to create opportunities for not just movement, but extra trading advantages if you're sophisticated. And Beta Pro by Globex allows Canadians the first and longest running suite of leverage and inverse ETFs built for those sophisticated investors who understand the risk of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple leverage bull and 3x bear ETFs that are tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades and provide amplified daily exposure, giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset the US dollar exposure back to the Canadian loonie. For those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profile. Trade tactically. Learn more at betapro.ca. Scan the QR code you see right out there in front of you. And then we're going, up to Sia at the desk. I might have said it there.
Taking a look at the market, the SPY down 0.4% buy at the moment right now. In electric tech, we had that story on NVIDIA today about the massive expansion into India's Bengaluru project. Then we have Apple up 1% after I talked about the AI editing version in the Apple new Mac system and the, Mac OS system that's going to be coming in today across Apple devices. Then we have in tech services, Google trading flat currently, but Google had 2 headlines today about the Vishakhapatnam AI project and Google's AI deployment to Pentagon. And the other story that we had was about Oracle, which is currently trading down almost 4%, about Oracle and BE's collaboration. Then moving on to consumer durables, we have General Motors profit beat that we did see today. And as we know it, we do have the highly anticipated trial between Elon Musk and Sam Altman currently underway. In finance, don't forget, we do have earnings coming in from Robinhood post-market today. Consumer non-durables, we had that. Earnings come in from Coca-Cola, KO. That actually surpassed analyst expectations. And in finance, like I said, we do have those earnings. We also have Starbucks earnings post-market today. But for Hood, we will be reporting earnings post-market, so stay with us, don't go anywhere, and watch us live.
Yeah, stick around. It's a lot of earnings. It's not just about Robinhood. You're still going to get a bunch of other big names out there. Ooh, I for a split second, I saw that heat map and was like, oh yeah, I haven't looked at Nike in a bit. And it still stinks. It still stinks. Come on, Nike, just do it.
We need Tim Cook to come in here.
Why not? You need something.
Or to buy.
You need something. I mean, he's not like some kind of a gigantic savior, but there's a few people that tend to like that. Whoops, I didn't mean to hit enter yet. There's a few people that seem to think that this is making a bottom, and it's all well and good when you keep doing make a new low, make a higher low, make a higher low, and then look at this breakout here at prior day highs. Oh, whoops, rejection, complete and utter rejection of the prior day high, and then right back into the downside.
No,
go ahead.
No, we just got a new trade alert. Amazon I mean, now we're 20 cents in the money here. Remember our stop up here. So yeah, I mean, we're just gonna wait for this. We're only out of 20% now. We took a 20 cents, 10 cents, and 20 cents. That's it. We'll wait to see if we get VWAP. But I just wanted to bring this to your attention because remember we were like, oh, did we miss Amazon up there at 80? Well, it just came in as Neil did that read there. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And I don't know what's going on here with Google. I mean, it did break. I'm going to try 350 again, and I'm going to get out if it breaks this 80 marker. It's not really reacting the proper way, but Amazon is, man. This is creating some nice movement for your boy right here to the downside. So we'll put a bid out at 56. Hopefully we get that, and there it is. Boom, there it goes, man. I mean, are we on one or are we on one right now? This is another big trade there for me on Amazon. We waited for this. We put it on. There it is, as quick as you like, 30 cents. Right there in the money for Amazon. And it's just, this is what the market's doing these days. Good move there. We are gonna, I mean, we're about to get stopped out, I assume, here on Google at some point. We just got another low there. We'll see if this can battle back. If we can even get out of a little bit of this, that's fine. We did wind up taking double the shares on Amazon because that was the price that we were actually sitting at. We did like Google trying to break that high. It does do that, and now we have to wait to see if we hold that 50-period moving average because this one's working against us back into the downside. Net it'll be a winner. We're doing quite well here on AMZN, but it's Google right now that's dropping back in, and we only have half the shares, so that's the savior there, but still doesn't look like a good one here on Google, which we just stuck with that Amazon, baby, but that's okay. Here it comes back in now. So just two trades there. Amazon's the one we talked about. Google's a little trickier just because it's relatively flat on the day. We know that Amazon, if the market gets weak, it's already down 0.5%, potential fall down area right there. So let's just hope that Google can somehow battle back. But, 1-1 right now. That's Google, that's Amazon. There we go. We've already talked about being out of NVIDIA. I'm going to put a stop at 213.50 if we break that right there, and then we'll end that trade at $5. So that's what we're doing right now, and I'll cancel my 208.50 bids. Doesn't look like we're going to get those anymore. And we'll just work with NVIDIA. Stop orders going in right now, 213.48. Stop out. We are into the hour of power. It's already 3:20. Oh, yeah. So, we're getting closer and closer to that coming through. I'm going to get another piece out on Amazon. We made a nice move in, man. 30 cents. We're already more than 1-to-1. Let's punch out some at 50 there. And see, here comes Google right back upside. Let's take a little piece off of Google at 05 if we can do that for a 10-cent hit. There it is. We get a little bit out there on Google. We take out 20% there.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm only in the one, and it looks like we might be going right to the open range top and potentially turning around. If we break here on BMNR, just going to look for VWAP. Just waited for something to break trend. I mean, nothing else was breaking the trend up top at that time. Even ETH didn't even break the trend. This is the one thing that has me, looking for potentially the exit here. BMNR obviously is an ETH treasury play, and you are very much just holding some higher lows. Like, this isn't breaking its trend in any shape or form here. It's holding on and bouncing the trend line. And if that happens, then I can respect the fact that, while this is working, it went to a target area and ETH doesn't want to push any further. So with that, I can already see it bouncing right at the trend line. I'm just going to lock it in there, and we'll go and look for the next trade. It's 318. I meant to go to the early look. There was actually something. It was RIG. Still there. RIG is 6.8 million shares to the buy side. Pinterest is it's only 318. Pinterest is 2.2 million shares to the buy side. Verizon tends to be there and then ends up a nothing burger. That's still. Oh, I remember. Yeah, that's Barrick.
Yep.
3 million sell on Barrick. Is gold even?
Have we looked at gold? I don't know. Have you looked at gold today? I admit I haven't.
I looked at silver at like 7 o'clock, but I haven't looked at gold. Why is Barrick 3 million to sell? And down 4%? Okay, well, suddenly that's the most interesting name to me. RIG maybe, but Barrick, Pinch is interesting at 2.2. HP, not a big deal. BNS, not a big deal. Citigroup, not a big deal. Big Rudy Smasher. Any reason? Okay. Like the name.
Good name, I like
There's a story behind that one. Why is Lending Club down? Is this bad for SoFi? So I have not pulled up. Did they report last night? Because that handle. No, Lending Club.
I believe so.
Yeah, because look at the wick. Of course, they must have reported.
They did.
Aftermarket. So that looks like one of those classic earnings reversals. That's not bullish at all. Let's go to Adara for an update on their earnings, which I'm guessing beat, and then maybe they didn't like the call.
Eric, the deal here is, I had to look into this. This morning they announced that they are basically going to be spinning off some of their minority business here. It's going to be an IPO. This will be North American Barrick, apparently, is what they're going to be calling this. This will include their stakes in the operatorship of Nevada Gold Mines and Pueblo Viejo, as well as their 4 Mile project. So certain projects here are going to be siphoned off into this North American Gold. And again, I don't know much about the IPO yet. They announced the executives here, and they're still going to be all reporting to Mark Hill. So it seems like this is a separate ticker, separate company, but the executive team for Barrick is still going to be that executive team. In terms of LC, we can look at this for you guys as well. LC, they did have a double beat, as Neil alluded to. Guidance better than expected for Q2, reaffirmed their fiscal 2026 outlook, which was basically in line with estimates, slightly better than the midpoint. So ho-hum guidance, strong report for Q1 for Lending Club. LC, back to you.
We might wind up winning on both of these positions here if Google can go. I don't know. Google just spiked up back through 350, so we take advantage of that, man. I'm just trying to empty out the clip here because Amazon is still getting hit. I mean, we're buying VWAP right there, but yeah, I don't know. Lending Club versus SoFi. I mean, we do know that SoFi. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know enough about Lending Club to say which one I prefer over the other, but I just think SoFi above the 50-period moving average. Their report's coming tomorrow morning, right? I think right there after. Is it tomorrow morning? I'm not sure. We'll check out when SoFi is, but
Tomorrow, 7 a.m.
Okay, so yeah, so it is tomorrow morning. So okay, so we'll get. We won't even get a chance to trade Robinhood.
Oh, they have a charter too.
Yeah, yeah, they have the charter. Well, that's,
I think the Lending Club does too.
Oh, Lending Club does. Okay.
I didn't know that.
I mean, I guess that's how they lend out. But yeah, for right now, we have to make sure that SoFi, you're not going to get too many more opportunities to trade it before the release, right? So you're going to have to go through whatever happens with Robinhood tonight. I don't think SoFi will move much on Robinhood's numbers unless they're very extreme. So we're not worried about that. But SoFi tomorrow at 7 a.m., we watch out for them. And remember, we did have, will they address? We do know that, what's his name? What's the guy's name from SoFi again?
Anthony Noto.
Perfect, Anthony Noto. Keeps buying shares over and over and over again. So he came in, tried to defend the stock, and that was right on this day. So there it was right there, February 5th or 6th when we got that information. And then he bought it the very next day, started to go back up, and then whoosh, yeah, the short report.
That was not February 5th or 6th. That would be earnings. This was, I believe, March 17th. That's when the short report came out.
Yeah, I think it was right into here because
it was
the very next day it came back up. So I think this was it right here. February 27th, I would say, and then boom goes the dynamite to the downside, right back up, and then continuation play. March 17th, to the downside there. March 17th. Oh, it was not even that long ago. Yeah. March 17th?
I just double checked. It was the 17th is when the short report.
So I was only at $18. Okay, I thought it was a little bit higher than 18 when that started. So, all right, so there you go. So it's right back to sort of where we were on that date. So that's going to be interesting to see what winds up happening there. We did get out of, so Google goes downside there. Good thing we took advantage. Like for some reason, someone bought that thing right up. So we're able to get out there and then there goes the break. So that one, we do have to slap a fail on it. But I mean, we'll make double here on Amazon that we lost on Google, but roughly the same trade. We just wind up having more shares there. And I think that's why, I like to tell you guys what kind of position that I'm still in, or, when I say like, oh, I'm in half a unit or 1 unit or whatever. We took half a unit Google, 1 unit Amazon right there, and that was at that level. And we had planted there. So we actually got lucky to get that fill. We didn't force the trade on Google. I thought we liked it, and it still could bounce. Right, the last time it bounced was off the 200 period. So now if you're going to play it, 349 and change right there. And this report is tomorrow. I mean, join us tonight for Robinhood and Visa and all that kind of stuff. But we are going to get tomorrow night all the big ones. Yeah, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Meta. Tomorrow night.
I think it's the first time I can remember that it's the 4 and not the 3. Usually we get Meta and Google separated for whatever reason to the same day. As much as I love this, as much as I love the poll here, and by the way, YouTube Music did win.
It did?
Yeah.
Okay.
37%. Spotify got 30%. Apple Music 16%. Prime Music 1%. Why is iTunes on this?
Because Sia Adara wanted it on.
Vinyls and
I included that because, to be fair, Adara does listen on iTunes, and that's not a problem at all.
Oh, but it doesn't really fit into the. It's fine. Vinyl record. You know, my pop still
Pride
has his
Music
record
won?
player. Do your dad have a record player too?
He probably does, but he doesn't listen to music.
Hey, like I mean, he's got some good stuff. I remember we used to have a bunch of.
My dad was all about
quality stuff on
Motown.
vinyl. Oh yeah.
That was my.
Well, I'm gonna put a new poll up, and if you can guess, will Hood be up, down, or
Neil,
flat?
your challenge for this poll is to not spam the chat.
I'll do whatever I want to do, Sia. Will Robin Hood be up, down, or flat? Now, there's a very simplistic definition of flat, because Joe and I had this discussion. I don't mean zero. Just call it within a % up or down is nothing. That's a nothing burger. If it's within a % up or down, then that doesn't count. So we will go up, down, and then I will add an option for flat, and then I will start the voting. So let us know what you guys think for the hooded one, whether you think it's up, down, or flat for Robinhood earnings. I just feel like they're probably the obvious earnings name that people are the most interested in. So, make sure you get your votes. And all you got to do is type a number. It's like really easy. So you just hit like 1, 2, or 3 one time, nice and easy, and then have fun with that. And we'll be able to see. And the other thing you got to remember is the first move, not necessarily that important if we're looking at what happens the next day. Like Lending Club would be a pretty good example of that. Lending Club moved up, but technically, that one right now is down 2.4. At the open, it was up. So that's all that really matters. Thank you, Danny Boy.
There we go.
Fade Runner. Throw the super chat up there. I'm on the wrong page, so I can't do it myself.
Hey-o.
There it is. Nike should
sew
all the logo swooshes upside down and spell the company name backwards.
What are you, Travis Scott?
Could then hire a creep, a sneak, and a freak as a spokesman. Creeping with Eakin. Sneaking with Eakin. Buy some freaking Eakins. I like that.
Feels like there's like that cheese, we got some new ideas.
Yeah.
Happening,
Hey,
over here.
they got to do something.
I mean, Danny Boy, now we can start our own business.
Or you know what they could do? They just pivot. Now, Allbirds has already taken the first step, so you got to do something else. Don't pivot to data center. Don't pivot to AI, because that's been done. Nike can just pivot to quantum. Nike could pivot to nuclear, something like that. And then you, too, can have the fate of Allbirds.
Danny Boy's got some good ideas.
Which is back at $7.
I have an idea.
I, for one, am incredibly shocked that this didn't hold that move. You mean to tell me a shoe company can't pull this off when they get $50 million? Oh, well.
What's your idea, Dara?
So I think Nike should pull a combo of like the 2022, 2023 blockchains and the 2024, 2025 AI, and they can announce they're going to become a mining company. They can use the site they already have in Oregon. They'll do mining for Bitcoin and then also for data centers. So they'll take Iren's entire life approach, but in one fell swoop. So yeah, jokes, but also maybe it could work. They have that giant campus.
You know what else they could do? Look, if we're talking an actual serious turnaround, Trade TV Live shoe. It's like the $1 trillion $1 trillion bill in The Simpsons. We're talking about The Simpsons. That would be like the $1 trillion bill. All you do is make one pair, and all your problems are solved.
We still need to release that TTV coin at some point.
I thought it was gonna be NFT.
Either one.
Either or.
NFTs aren't as hot anymore. I gotta go with the coin, I think.
How you bring them back?
Yeah, exactly. Anyways, thanks everybody for watching and having a good time with us. We don't end today at 4, man. We're going to 4:08. We're going to try to get all of those early earnings plays for you guys. Lots to talk about. We're excited to go into that as well. There was something I wanted to mention, and now I can't remember what it is. Oh, no. That's never a bad thing, though. BMR Marvell. Was it a stock? What I want to tell Sia was, Sia, don't tell anybody else, but no matter how many times you hit the thing, it only counts once.
Exactly.
So you don't have to worry about Neil.
You just told everyone, Sean, but I will.
Oh, I did? Okay, my bad.
I've said it multiple times. My goal is I'm just trying to get people to do what I want.
Yeah, exactly.
But I've been doing it from the very beginning. I'm just let you. No, it's more just you get to know my pick every single time.
I just didn't want you to get too upset over there, but she was like, oh my God, Neil's just spamming this thing. And I was just like,
But I also partly do it because it bugs me.
It was a joke. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but it's because you say something every single time. So now I'm going to do it every single time. That's how it's fun like that.
Yeah, we're having a good time around here. Okay, so 330. I don't know if anything's changed. You have the. What about Rig? I thought Rig was high.
Rig is paired off and it's gone. And my interest after the explanation of that whole backstory with the spin-off thing for, I almost said Berkshire, for Barrick, not terribly interested in it. If you've got some complex, weird structure and yada, 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 then I don't want to be messing around with the imbalances. Like if it's got a big imbalance because the stock is getting deleted or added to an index or upweighted or downweighted and it's very clear, fine. If you need to read a couple of paragraphs on it and it's a spin-off and this and that, oftentimes I wouldn't play it on the early look. If it comes out one direction and stays, that would be one thing, but I wouldn't play the early look there. So now Pinterest is going to be the one that I'm going to throw up. Pins probably needs a...
BM&R might be a buy, by the way, at this area.
I can't remember the last time. Remember every single day BM&R used to have an imbalance?
Maybe you don't have the Amex on there. Oh, you do. You do, because I see ARCA.
Yeah, I don't see any in there. Where? Oh, there's one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one.
Yeah.
Usually BM&R is up there, but I don't see it today. I never want to hold BM&R until, because if it shows up on the imbalance locator, you're a punk. But if that shows up over a mill or two, that would be something. But Pinterest, again, 2.2 million shares. It's only done 6. So that's a third of the day's volume in Pinterest. It's chilling at the lows with a buy imbalance. That's a little something for me. Like buy imbalance at the lows, significant portion of the day's volume. I could see this one maybe back through the 20. Like if it breaks this prior bar, that's like 20.05 or something. The closer we get to the closer to 350, the better the break, because then you take it into the buy imbalance, get a quick little scalp trade. So I'm going to be looking at pins as we go back to the desk with Sia.
Bank of Japan has held rates today in a split vote, which has boosted the yen a bit, but the yen did dip below 159 region before the USD buyers did step in, and it sent it back a little bit higher. Let's also take a look at the dollar. The US dollar is showing a slightly softer performance today amid the central bank focus, but it looks like it's just hanging out right now after it gained so much overnight and lost all the gains in the morning session. DXY trading around the 98.6 region right now, just down 0.09% from the previous close of 98.49. Sending it back to you.
Well, that's why I went ham yesterday.
CRML. Yeah, it was, well, yeah, one good in the afternoon yesterday. They did buy somebody for 85 million. It was, no, 285 or 385 million yesterday, critical metals. But right now down today, down 16%. CRML off a cliff right here. So some of you guys there. Microsoft also trying to make a move. We did get out of a little bit. So there goes CRML. Possibly Adara or SIA can have a look to see if there's something going on with critical metals right now. CRM to the L. Yeah, so that.
Not seeing anything yet. We have some comments coming from King Charles, just be aware. But CRML's been dropping for like the past few 15-minute candles. I have not seen a lick of information on it.
It's amazing we still have kings around here. Maybe he shouldn't call himself a king in front of President Trump. He may not be too happy about that. Okay, so CRML, nice move to the downside into $12. We can see if it holds it. I mean, yesterday, we can have a quick look. They made an acquisition yesterday, pretty small, $200 million. But right there, 1160, maybe. I mean, if we drop into that, that's going to put you down like 25% or so. So we'll see if it gets into those levels. But there's 1160 right there. A good hold over the last couple of days. Was the top, held, boom. Today we'll see if we can hold one more time into there. I did just get another piece out. Our NVIDIA got stopped out, by the way. Forgot to mention.
Trailed.
Look where it got, trailed out, but stopped.
It's an important distinction.
Yeah, that's okay. That makes sense. There it is right there. Damn it. 213.50. Of course, as we rip back, that's $1 ago. We only had that 5% left or whatever it was. So it's not. This is not a spilt milk situation over here that we're going to cry over. But there it goes. Nice downside play there. On NVIDIA that got us out, unfortunately. We're able to make money, though, on this Amazon trade. I just got another piece out at 65. Hopefully, it will fall back in. As we just got to be patient, wait. You're very, very heavy, Tony SRX. Okay. If you're in NVIDIA pretty heavy right now, I mean, I'm just going to say something, honestly. The way we've been trading lately has been pretty hot. And I'm just going to keep following the rules. That broke right there at the 50-period moving average. So, we rode it all the way up on that. Once it breaks, we got to get out. So that's what we do when that breaks there. We get out. And this is one of those trades where you cannot have FOMO. That's a $6 winner. And it was, part of it was, we had a great hold. Like, we held here for $2, didn't get anything out. Once it came into some of these top areas, that's when we started getting it out at 213. Then we wrote down 213.50 as a potential stop for ourselves anyways. So there it was, out at 213.50, a lot of those highs. So we're pretty happy to get that out. Then it busts through and we offer 214.25 and we get it. We just missed the top, and as it comes back in, it breaks that low and we wind up getting out. So for me, like, that's the way I want to trade, and it breaks it. And, you know, you guys saw me earlier today, same kind of move. Look, there's the stop out right there on NVIDIA, breaking the 50 period moving average, same kind of way. This is the same move. This is a 209, 208, all the way to 213.50. So we've taken over $10 here on NVIDIA, right? And if you don't stop yourself out, then you don't stop yourself out. Like, I know that, you know, it doesn't make any sense, but you can hold this all the way back in. So we don't do that, right? We try to be specific with what our trade is, and it worked out there. So there's the NVIDIA out, and we're doing the same kind of thing with Amazon. You know, okay, there it is. So just speak of the devil. Right there at VWAP, let's just punch them out. So there it goes, right back in. We're going to honor that trade. Now we can hold. We only have 25% left, but we'll see if we can hold this now into 259.20. So this is that whole, like, follow, you know, your methods here, and if they're working out for you, just keep going. So there it goes, Amazon, nice little downside play there, and we just got to respect that. So there it goes into the downside, and yeah, so far so good. 259.40. We'll see if Amazon can get a little lower. I just bid right there 30s. So if we get into the 30s, we'll take another piece out.
Yeah, I was gonna look at BMR again, but I'm not gonna bother. We're now 15 minutes away from the imbalances coming out. Pins is still holding as a buy. It broke back up, took out the prior bar after holding the 20. It's a little bit early, but that was the condition I was looking for to jump into the long. So I'll just sort of give it to the low, and where it goes, it goes. Obviously, if it were to get to VWAP, that'd be fantastic, but you gotta keep in mind there's a shot clock on this trade. It either breaks the low or we get to 350. If 350 happens, or if the imbalances come out at 350, and this sucker isn't more than 2 million shares, like if this 2.2 comes out at 1 million, I just get out wherever it is, because that's smaller, not bigger. If it's bigger, then you hold. If it gets to VWAP or any of these price, like 210 even, which I'll just go orders out there, then we want to try to get involved on the way to the upside. So I'll just leave it in. And if I see this already start to decline, I might just hop out of the trade because I see the imbalance declining, which reminds me, I still have that IPO in my individual list, because I always want to make sure that I'm looking at, we show you guys all of this, but if I'm looking at a specific name, then I just make a list of that, and then when I have my own locator that I'm pulling up, I can just see. That's the IPO from, I still have that in there, the IPO from, I guess it was Thursday, not
XE,
Friday.
Yeah.
Was it Friday?
Friday, because I was here. Yeah, it was.
Right. It was Friday, so I still have that XE in there. Should probably look at that stock. So just the only new position for me is going to be pins on that imbalance. We'll keep tracking it. I promised I would. I didn't really. Yeah, XE was great again.
Maybe we could do a.
This stock has been great off of VWAP. It never did break out that high, so you didn't miss anything. I know when I left this morning, I was like, oh, this has yesterday's high and then a double top. This could be a breakout trade. Well, it didn't break out. So you could break this out tomorrow. I'll have a look. This will be on the watch for me. I chuckle when I say all-time high break, but when you IPO, seemed like it was a disappointing one. Actually, no, it was. Not seemed like. This was disappointing. And it did the V shape in the afternoon. I guess it was a decent long that afternoon. And yeah, triple top. If you count the double top today, this should be on the watch. And this is it's a nano nuclear, small modular reactor name. And so the hype is definitely going to be there as well. So 10 minutes to go to the imbalances. Ooh, Mr. Neil in the chat just said car, Avis. What about it? Still going down? Still going down? What? Car? Go ahead. Oh, wow. They're tomorrow morning? Right. Oh, that's a problem. You don't want a former squeeze name to actually have fundamentals. That would give it more of a reason to come back to, I guess, all the way. Because the volume picked up. This broke out at $150. So if they miss, maybe we look for a $150 bounce tomorrow. It's as good a level as any, because that's where the breakout was on April. No, as if this started the breakout on April 1st. That's hilarious. I didn't even realize that.
April Fools, maybe, eh? As we go.
Only for the shorts. Oh, well, the funny thing about this, the shorts that if you just shorted the first week and it held it forever.
Yeah, or like you went on vacation and came back, you'd be like, oh, that's
like, oh, yeah, whatever, that's fine.
Trade.
Still in the money.
I didn't get. You just be like, oh, but you never get margin called, right? So, okay, so here it is, man. Bloom Energy. I mean, you want to talk about a big report that's going to be coming through as well. This is up on Trader TV Research. You guys can go find it just like I did. By the way, we just got Amazon right there for 50 cents, so hopefully it comes even lower in as we only have 11 minutes now. What a strong name this has been, right? Bloom Energy, again, turning anything into energy, apparently, any sort of fossil fuel. There they've got some great technology. My guy here, K.R. Sridhar, CEO of Bloom Energy. That's a very low EPS. We'll see if they can wind up beating that. I bet you they do. I bet you they beat both of these numbers. And then, you know, revenue up 35% year over year. So these are some of the numbers right there from last time, what we're looking at, $20 billion in backlog. Wow. We'll see if that number can get going as well. Crazy that they can have that much revenue, but they have 20 billion in backlog. Like, that seems quite ridiculous. So we'll see if that happens there. How do you have a sales outlook of only 3 billion, but 20 billion backlog? I don't know. But here we go.
The problem with the backlog for a lot of these companies is that they're not true guaranteed sales for a lot of them. Yeah. That's the concern I have with.
When in doubt, trust an Indian CEO. Okay, good move there. It's been really good for Google, a couple of different Microsoft coming there as well. So anyways, here we go. So just another big name, just some numbers to look at. If you guys come over to the screen, my guy.
Keep it up.
If you go over to Trader TV Research, you'll find all of that. And here it is right here, the fuel cell company, yada, yada, all this kind of talk. And, you know, I found it the same way all of you can find this one, just on our Trader TV Research page. I was actually looking for Robinhood. And yeah, I know it's down there. I saw it's Vlad. It's a big Vlad. But this is what I'm worried about here. This is the equity trading. So we actually had a downtick. We'll just wind up seeing this is going to be Q4 25. We'll just see what winds up happening here. Options as well. So we're just going to find out. This is what we're looking for: the trading volumes and some of the metrics that are coming through on Robinhood. So as these numbers will come out at 4:05, get yourself a little cheat sheet there. Go over to Trader TV Research, and we'll have them all together live for you on the show. So that'll be interesting to see what winds up happening there at 4:05. Keep us on. We're not going anywhere today. They'll hit real rapido. All right, so there it is, 376.50 coming through for Tesla, bouncing off the 50 period moving average. Oh man, it looks like our Google long was right until it wasn't. There's Google. Ah, well, there's our stop again, and we just say, ah, well, there, because nothing else we can do. There's the stop out at the 50-period moving average. There it goes, nothing but love to the upside. That's funny, we went long Google. Again, if we do that what Neil was just talking about, close our eyes a little bit, we're winning on that one, and we are definitely winning here on Amazon. So the last two trades that we put on, depending on your timing, hopefully both putting out some decent opportunities to cap off your day.
BBAI $6 by earnings.
At least.
But aren't they they're like,
I think it was 9 days.
Is it next week?
Thursday? We can just look it up.
They're not this week?
They're not this week. I don't.
Oh,
no,
okay.
they're May 5th.
May 5th. So it's next week.
May the 5th be with you. Yeah, it's next week for sure. So we'll see where that goes. Of course, it's May the 4th. But yeah, so May the break. Tuesday, May the 5th. 7 days now. Look, this for me on Big Bear AI, we've sort of gone through this again for me. You see all this? This is why Big Bear AI, this is why I chose it. We talked about this over and over again. I'm long at $4.20, something around there. You see all these negatives? Boom, -5, -5, -42, -25, -49, -3, -1. So if they can just turn that frown upside down. They're expecting -8 cents. Yeah, very, very good analysts. 8888887s. So if they can turn that positive, bust out some of these shorts, then I believe it is a see you later moment for Big Bear AI, which is 20. We can go back to that.
If it has that trend, the analyst shouldn't be at -08.
Exactly.
That's a sandbag.
So this is what I'm trying to say. So right now, 27% right now for Big Bear AI on the short. If they put up a number hopefully thank me later. But I don't know.
Intel when they got profitable again.
Yeah, we'll just.
Well, that wasn't profitable.
You never know where these stocks are going to go. So that would be something to look forward to for me for Big Bear AI. And even just today, look, to get back to 6 would be incredible. We're flat on the stock now. We've gotten out. I should have bought more. Maybe we will buy some more. Maybe I'll buy some more tomorrow. Let's see what ends up happening. I don't want to buy it up 10% today. I like the fact that we're holding now. This should have been. Again, I got to get back into that whole investing mood right now. I'm just investing in like blue chips. I'm not taking too much risk. But right into here, I think this 350 looks like it's a pretty good area right now. My mind's on J&J to get a little bit more now. Talk about blue chip. But right into there, 380 or so. If we can get a dip buy, and it was just there yesterday. So we don't want to buy something up 10%, but let's hope that Big Bear AI has a big move. Up 10%, we'll take it. So far, they take 5 minutes to go. There, Rig's back.
Yeah, there's something funky going on with this one. I'm just gonna go with not trusting it. It's there for 7 million. It's not there. It's there. It's not there. The whole time you've seen Barrick at 3 million sell and Pinterest at 2.2. Pin's made a bit of a jump. So it made the bottom, made a bit of a jump, got to first resistance. So I have orders layered up there. If this does end up a larger bid, hopefully gets swept up into some of this order flow. And at this point, like the tighter it gets or closer it gets, I just tighten the stop. Not going to give it to the low again. If this flips, I want to be right underneath the 20 level here. So it's about 19, probably like 97. 1997. That was
1997?
That was a good year.
Yeah, I can't remember anything about that year, but probably a good year. Every year is a decent year.
You know what? I sadly remember one thing about 1997. And that is when I learned for the first time the power of, you actually have to warm up to do sports.
Oh, okay.
I tore the living you-know-what out of my hamstring. I got super cocky. It was like one of the best lessons you ever learn. I'd never run a 400 flat before. I ran it that morning because we were going to do relays that year. And it was right in the morning and it was cold. And I was pretty tired after it. So I decided to take a nap after the first round. I did the 100 rounds.
And then you got even
I literally took a nap.
Yeah.
I got back up from the nap, which wasn't a horrible idea, but I didn't properly re-warm up. And in the semis, tore my hamstring. I was like, it was one of those like shot by a bullet.
Up, yeah.
Yeah, it was like nasty looking, and that I'll never forget. Always warm up properly. And even when you're young, you get away with that stuff, and that was the first time I did not get away with it, even remotely. It's pretty hilarious. But with only 3 minutes to go until the imbalances come in here, Bitcoin made a bit of a move.
2 minutes, okay.
BM&R did bounce pretty nicely. Is that on the locator?
I was saying BM&R could have been a long day.
No, it did bounce. It's just it wasn't on the locator.
That ATER, we're going to go to C in a second, but here's ATR. We had talked about this at $2. We had zoomed out. We sort of said that $2 might have been the top there when you zoom out. Yeah, we will. So that was 190 down to 120 right there. And another name that has halted a little bit. And then we're going to go to see AKAN just reopened back up again. So AKAN, just a bunch of halts over. All right, see ya at the big desk.
Yeah, talking about the Bitcoin, it is at its weekly low today due to the oil supply fears and market volatility, but it seems like it is making a turnaround, but it was struggling to do that. There's a lot of struggle in Bitcoin. Looks like it is currently trading around the $76,000 region, but coming back to coin, there was this earlier spike in coin that we were looking at. No particular news or anything related to that, just probably some market volatility. That's all for crypto today.
Thank you very much, Sia. 2 minutes to go. Rig continues to get bigger. Ooh, next week, Carnival will be a trade.
CCL?
Yeah, it's going to be next week. Carnival is going to be an upweight in the Russell, the Russell 1000. So the R1, that'll be pretty solid. Okay, that's a good one. Danny Boy, why not? We'll throw it up there.
I mean, this guy
knows
what he's talking about.
Thank you for the super chat. Whoops, no, that's not the right one. No, that's not the right one.
No, that's chicken quesadilla one.
There we go. That's the new one from Danny Boy. Fade Runner, you wouldn't have torn your hamstring if you were leaping in Eakins. That's true. I was in Nikes. I ran in Nikes in high school. And you don't blame the shoe for that nonsense. That being said, I'm pretty sure the Eakins would have been all good.
Yeah, I heard they have great support and great build and everything, great material.
Why not?
I remember
Any Detroit
when dude from the Pelicans there blew out his.
That was bad. It was
the shoes. They were Nikes, I think.
Zion
as well. Yeah, Zion there blew out those Nikes.
He's a big boy.
Yeah.
And he generates a lot of power. But that was a horrible.
Yeah, I remember that one.
As a kid.
All right, so guys, we are 1 minute away now from the market on close and balances. I've gotten rid of all the brokers, so right now we're only seeing ARCA. We will get it in just a matter of time. We'll get those orders out to you. Just a quick recap: 10% left of Amazon. We did real well when VWAP came through, and then you guys saw me punch out there we actually got a bid there at 30, so that's going to be doing well for us, and we'll just wait to see where we go from here, and only 30 seconds to go now. The NASDAQ up from where we've been, but still down on the day, down 1%. ES down 0.5%. Not the greatest movements today for the broader markets. Let's check out the diamonds. And of course, the diamonds is the Dow Jones. This is another ETF. If you ever hear us talking about diamonds, it's not what's on my wife's finger. It is what we're talking about with the Dow. So the DIA right here, cubic zirconia, down minus 0.1 right now. So the diamonds are actually doing the best with, weightings in NVIDIA, the bank names. Okay, we're now out. Right, well, that happened pretty quickly. There's SoFi with a sell. Oh, no, NVIDIA with a buy. There's NVIDIA. We already got out of NVIDIA, but there's a little bit of a buy there on NVDA. So potentially something to look at there. FXI, SMR. Broke through 12, yuck, right there. Oh yeah, I've complained about this, and the fix is in right now, so I won't be able to show you the percentages right now. Our CIO there definitely understands that problem. So there's Walmart, another little tick higher there on a bid imbalance. I like Walmart, but it's been getting hit a little bit off that 130, but still fine. 120, a good level for me on Walmart. Not much else. Oh, we had that big story with Pfizer that we couldn't find, just kind of tongue-in-cheek there. We weren't able to find any story there on Pfizer. And what goes up, boom, must go down if we don't have a story, right? So there's Pfizer.
There was a story in the come down, as I mentioned this morning, around, I think, 10:20, 10:30 a.m. Basically what occurred was they had to do a settlement. I believe it was Vindamax was the drug it was related to. 3 settlements for this to extend their patent through to 2031 in terms of when that expires. Because of that, they expect stable earnings here from 2028 to 2031. So the settlement comes with a bit of an earnings setback. Back to you.
Vindamax, you say?
Vindamax. Well, don't know.
I have no idea what that is.
But just quickly, because you wouldn't be able to see it when you looked at the locator there, because it was only 3,000 shares to buy. Pins was 2.2 and came out as 3, so that was a punch out. Actually had to punch twice and get to fulfill. So just jump out of that one. If it had stayed like 2 million, maybe it would have been worth holding on to, but I didn't even let it stop out once I saw the imbalance gone, or once you see the imbalance gone. Like that kind of a trade is based on the imbalance almost solely. We'll look at Robinhood going into the close, but crypto is actually making a bit of a bounce. So here's the first bad thing. Look, I don't know how the earnings are going to go. The numbers could be anything they want, but Bitcoin is breaking the highs, and Robinhood is breaking VWAP to the downside. So right now, they're selling it off a little bit. I wouldn't be all doom and gloom just yet. It could be a little bit of a sign, maybe just some risk off going into the end of the day here in the hooded one. Let's see what it does. It's the big earning names that everyone's interested in. At least most people, I think, are interested in. Might as well end the voting now and see how everybody is too. It's 352, so there's no point.
We're all good now. I mean, people
it's
might
upside.
Oh,
52%.
Yeah, we did this yesterday.
41% down and 7% flat. It's close enough to 50-50. Slightly more bullish overall on Robinhood, which is going against what the market is doing at the end of the day for Hood. But it's still an overall. I don't think there's any way. I know the market's down 0.1%. To me, this kind of counts as an up day. You held the lows twice. We came in with what could have been a disaster scenario, which was everyone worried about OpenAI, which is the kind of headline which, I don't know, before the war, that would have had us down 2%, it feels like. But the market shrugged it off to be able to catch some bids and have more or less an inside consolidative day, which is, we're going into earnings. Earnings matter more than anything else. We got the Fed tomorrow. Earnings matter more than the Fed here because the Fed's not going to do anything. And if the Fed does something, well, the show will get real exciting in the afternoon if the Fed.
Tomorrow will be a completely different day.
Tomorrow.
That is for sure.
If they were to surprise,
Magic trick.
yeah, forget about it. Magic trick.
Yeah. The cap. It doesn't matter.
Oh.
Okay, so I just wanted to say J&J. It's stock that I like. I think I want to buy a little bit of this. I definitely like the J&J aspect of certainties and, a perennial dividend raiser there as we watch out for 225. Maybe. I mean, it still could fall in. I know. I got to find out. Did they already report? I don't know. J&J is, yeah.
They already reported, I believe, 2 weeks ago now.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay, so there's J&J. We'll have to watch out for M coming through. All right, man. Google went for a run, right? We were long 350. It goes to 351. Nice pullback in there. I just got out on the imbalances of Amazon. That's going to look silly now, but we did have 10% left. We got out for flat right there. The greatest show and the greatest people. Thank you so much for all of that, man. That's a really sweet.
What is that? J-O-D.
Comment there. Jawed. Who knows what that is, probably. Thank you for Dia there. We weren't really want to.
Yeah, we're just curious where you might be from.
Yeah. That's an interesting. We've never seen the J.
Jordanian Dina.
Oh, Jordanian. Okay, thank you for that.
There you go.
Right there, very, very kind of you. Any super chat is amazing.
It's just always cool to see viewers from all over.
Damn, Amazon. Amazon just got crushed. They must have gone the other way there on their imbalance. I don't know what happened. It just fell back in.
It's a sell.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
It's not big though.
Wow, Google, the market right now, what is going on? Okay, not that much, but look at Google. Google's down $2 right there, almost straight fire downside there on Google. So maybe something happening, market getting hit. Is Apple doing anything? Apple was pretty strong today. We noted that a couple times, up 1%. So it looks like that one we'll have to just hold on to for tomorrow. Google reporting Apple reporting Thursday at 4:30. We should be able to stay late that day, although I'm not sure. We're definitely staying late tomorrow, and guess what?
As far as I know, we're staying for Thursday too.
Some of you are. Okay, so Apple also, downside. But we have Meta, Google, all these names coming out tomorrow night. Tonight's going to be a big one, man. We've got Hood. Let's just check out what Hood's doing here, as a lot of you voted. What was it, up or down? What wound up winning that?
Slightly up.
Okay, so we had that same thing yesterday. It was about 50-50. I don't remember what it was. We should have maybe done SoFi versus Robinhood. But right here, Robinhood now $82, starting to make that again, now down 2.25 percentage points here for Robinhood, trying to bounce off of VWAP. We'll see if that's the day they want to have later on. That's not going to be at these prices in a minute. Okay. SoFi is the one getting whacked all the way to the downside right now. They're both down 2%, but SoFi down. The market's getting hit a little bit as well.
Meta was holding up pretty well, actually. When you were going through, you're talking about Google was moving. Meta's holding the bid. So it's clearly not everybody in the
Don't tell that to Joe that Meta's holding the bid. You know what I'm saying?
Why is that bad?
Oh, he picked. So here, I picked SanDisk and Meta.
What was
he
the
picked
question?
Google and Amazon. No, there was no question. We just yesterday with the big earnings this week.
Oh, it's just the earnings name.
We only went long. We said which ones did we feel the strongest about?
But it had to. Why not? No one like the.
We could have picked anything. We could have picked Bloom or I don't know. We just said
Reef would pick Bloom.
Yeah. Joe was feeling some kind of ways about that. The picks from January. So.
And you had to pick two. You couldn't just pick one.
You
can't just pick Google. You had to pick two names.
We just picked two. Yeah, I mean, you can join the party too. I mean, if there's any sort of names that you're interested in. We just wrote down the prices from yesterday mid. I think it was in the afternoon, or did we do in the morning? I don't remember. But anyways, the prices are there. So we're excited for it. We're excited for everything today. Marvell. No earnings, but they had to move today as well, down 4%. So we have to watch out for some Marvell tomorrow. We have Visa coming later today.
Better than ARM, bro.
What did ARM?
8.
8. Okay, but ARM was down 9 at one point. So.
Wow. Okay, so it's
not too much.
It bounced back a percent. It's under $200. This one could still be on the way back in. The key thing, 2 minutes to go here. Because I should have said this already. The key thing for ARM, it's a very, very long, maybe the week, whatever. I'll leave it on the monthly. It was a very long time that it held the same range, like the 100 support, 180 resistance. So any dip needs to hold this 170 to 190 area, so around the 180. Because it's still a monster breakaway here that's happening on the stock. Once it settles down, then it needs to establish a new buy zone. Because I've never had any. I don't know, you just sort of always bought this stock when it got down to like $100, and now it needs to establish a new level, or I don't know where I'm getting back into this thing, because I did trim some. And I want to buy back in. It's a long-term position. So it's all, you can take profit all you want, but if I only hold 80% of what I wanted to in the stock, then it's hardly genius if it continues to trend higher. So less than 1 minute to go, we got Robinhood, we got Bloom.
We're so excited.
We're still here. We got the Raptors that want to take it in, I think 7.
Raptors are tomorrow, though. But
I know tomorrow, but I think 7.
yeah, I've already bet them at plus 380 for the Raptors.
I hate the fact that Ant got hurt.
They
That
can win.
sucks.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's
They have another injury too, Minnesota.
Yeah, that was whatever. They were playing well.
I think their face is still up, aren't they?
They're still up 3-2.
Yeah,
You think they're going to win the series without Ant? I don't see.
They won 2 games.
Yeah, but they lost game 5. They lost it pretty easy without him.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Denver's pretty good. All right, so here we go, man. What do we want to keep our eye on? We'll probably watch out for Robinhood. I mean, we can go over and just talk quickly again about what's coming through later on here today. We'll go over to Trader TV Research. She's got all the expected times, everything ready to go. Here it is. Okay, she's going to do an earnings review, so let's go over to Adara, but I'm going to keep this up myself anyways. Over to Adara.
So at 4:05 p.m., we're going to get Robinhood, or we at least expected to get Robinhood. Here's a rundown of what we are expecting. We want revenue, 1.17 billion, EPS, 41 cents. Last time we had revenue growth of 27%, transaction-based revenue growth 15%. Operating data here, you did get that equity notional trading volumes up 68%, options contract traded up 38%, but Robinhood crypto notional volumes down 52%. So you want to see better crypto numbers than what we saw last quarter. Again, at 4 p.m., Caesars booking TMUS. We're going to be focusing here almost solely on Robinhood, HOOD, coming out at 4:05 p.m. with that 10.1% expected move. Without further ado, I'll send you back over to the guys so I can be busy scouring for Robinhood earnings.
Have a good move up. T-Mobile is going to be reporting any time now as well. Nice move up on T-Mobile right there into the close. So we'll see if they can put up a number. We saw Verizon yesterday put something up, and that was good as well. So there that goes. All right, it starts off with Booking Holdings right now. So Booking is now out. So if you've booked some profits in this one, might have been a good idea because there goes Booking down to 160. So this one getting hit right now, down 10%. BKNG going lower. So we'll see what winds up happening there. They're now out. Booking Holdings. Adjusted earnings of $1.30. Wow, they're getting hit even more now. Downside. So we'll wait to see where that goes. But that's the first one out that I can see right now as we wait for Starbucks as well. We wait for Robinhood. Starbucks breaking a hunch might be something.
Caesars as well, I think.
Caesars, yeah, CZR. I have them right here. Caesars booking in T-Mobile, followed by Hood, Starbucks, and Visa. And then we're out of here. Maybe a little bit of Enphase, maybe a little bit of Seagate as well.
Yeah, exactly. And well, there is some movement on Robinhood, but that could just be some fat fingering.
BKNG.
Probably not the right idea to fat finger into it, but someone's buying up a little bit of Robinhood before the report's even out. That hasn't boded well this earnings season. Most of the time, that early fat finger has been like the initial wrong move, but we'll see. And Booking is just getting still live.
Yeah, it's getting hit a little bit, down 11% right there on BKNG. Caesars is out, CZR. So we'll go over and have a quick little look at this one. I don't have all the numbers. I do have this one, for example. Yeah, they got 48 cents versus 20 cents. Caesars miss right there on the negative side of things. Sales slight beat for Caesars. On the EPS as that's going to the downside. T-Mobile.
I have T-Mobile.
Yeah, okay, well, here, let's look at the chart quickly. $2 and change. We'll go over to Adara for the exact number. But there's T-Mobile moving up to 191, so a close of 185. Adara, what do you got for us, up about 3%?
Yeah, so T-Mobile here, service revenue comes in at 18.8 billion. Postpaid services revenue here, 15.6 billion. That's going to be up 15% year over year for postpaid. For non-postpaid, it's up 11% year over year. Net income here down 15%. So TMUS, the decline here of their net income, diluted EPS also declining here by 12% year over year. Core adjusted EBITDA up 12% year over year. So super mixed report here for TMUS. Again, we're waiting here on Robinhood. That's what we really want to see. I'll keep you guys posted when I see that report.
Well, Enphase I don't see the numbers, but Enphase has to be out because Enphase just popped to the upside. Only 4% here for ENPH, but no, now 5% and really starting to accelerate through 37. So Enphase blasting higher. Hopefully it doesn't travel too close to the sun. as we get
Hopefully
a
it
breakout.
does.
Well, I guess that's the idea. You
Yeah, but
want it
they
to
can
travel closer to the
generate more energy as well, right? I mean, the closer you are to the sun.
They don't have earnings out, Neil, but they do this fun thing that some companies do when they report earnings is a couple minutes before they have a press release. In this case, the Enphase press release is they're announcing a development of IQ solid-state transformers for AI data centers.
Okay, so yeah, that's not the worst thing, I suppose. Like give a little bit of a press release and hopefully then drop the anchor. I still don't have Robinhood numbers, but Robinhood's starting to accelerate a little bit.
83? What did we close?
83 half, 82 almost exactly.
Okay.
So we're at 82. I think almost 82 on the nose is where Robinhood was. Again, it was expected to be 405, so we still have some time. There's just a lot of anxious traders, it seems, punching keys, which is a dangerous thing to do. Good luck if you're
Joe punched long. Joe's.
No, but if they come out with a massive miss, it's not insane if this drops $10, you know. Hey, nice. That's that camera.
Hurt my arm out, reaching back over there. All right, here we go, man. I'm still
batting
trying to
practice arm, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think about. I was actually thinking about that. What are we going to do today? I want to work on some base running and all that. Some of the we have leadoffs and all that.
Let them hit, baby.
Oh, well, they'll be hitting for sure. I just gotta find out which coach wants to do the BP. There, I like
when they were all like, I hit bombs. I don't need to base.
I actually like throwing BP. Okay, so yeah, nothing else out yet. I mean, I'm still waiting for Starbucks. We'll wait to see if that number can come out. Obviously, we're looking for a break through $100 there on Starbucks. We'll see if that number can produce anything. Adara will parse through all the numbers if we do have it. Right now, we have TMUS is out. They were up 3%. A little bit of a pullback now, just up 2. Here from 185, close up to 189. No volume really going through at all right now for TMUS. We are now moments away. Here comes Robinhood.
And there it is. Rug.
Down Robinhood lane.
Rug.
Downside right there. And it's Starbucks upside. As you guys know what we're all about right there. There goes Robinhood as promised. I said Robinhood downside. There it goes downside for Robinhood. They could still be back up there tomorrow. There goes Starbucks. See you later, Starbucks. Over to the screen right here if we can. There goes Starbucks up to 102, 103.50. Good number there for Starbucks. Look, Robinhood's probably an overreaction. I like the stock. Let's see what winds up happening with Robinhood right there. Got hit to the downside. Adara's obviously going to parse everything through.
I'm ready to go.
Down now 5% on Robinhood. Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
She's ready. Let's go over to Adara and find out about Robinhood.
So revenue growth, I think, right away stands out to me. Last quarter, it was 27% year over year. Revenue only grew by 15% year over year to $1.07 billion. Now, that is below the estimate I was seeing of $1.17 billion. So it looks like we could have a revenue miss here. Diluted EPS up only 3% year over year to 38 cents per share. That's in line with estimates. So it looks like we have, if not double misses here, very, very close to estimates for both EPS and revenue. Net deposits up 22% year over year. Robinhood Gold subs up 36% year over year. Transaction-based revenues up only 7% year over year. Net interest revenue up 24% year over year. I know off the top of my head that is lower than the year over year increase last quarter, which I think was around 36%. Net income, as mentioned, up 3% year over year. Let's see what we get for crypto. Total platform assets here, guys, is up 39% year over year. Net deposits up 22% year over year. ARPU up 8% year over year. I want to see if I can find crypto because I haven't seen any of that yet. Cryptocurrencies revenue down 47% year over year. So we get more declines here for crypto. Last quarter, it was down 52% year over year for crypto notional trading volume. This quarter, cryptocurrencies revenue down 47% year over year. Thank you for joining us for this quick rapid fire recap of Robinhood earnings. But guys, I have Starbucks. So what are they brewing over there at SPUX? Woohoo, above $100. The comparable sales growth here up 6.2% year over year. Consolidated net revenues up 9% year over year. So, I mean, I like that. They're up. That's always a good look. You've got 3.8% increase in comp transactions, 2.3% increase in average ticket. Again, only seeing increases, guys. North American comp store sales up 7.1% year over year. Honestly, guys, I'm not seeing any declines yet. China here, even with a 0.5% year over year comp store sales increase. They did have a slight decline here in China in average ticket, but not a bad look. Honestly, guys, looks like a pretty solid recorder here for SPUX. Their non-GAAP operating margin also expanding by 110 basis points year over year. If you have any other questions, just let the guys know, and I will go over some more numbers for you right quick.
Starbucks 52-week high.
52-week high for Starbucks. You also have Bloom going higher here.
Ooh, that was a good one.
About 3%. Dara, do you have the numbers on Bloom? It's another positive one because you're still woodshedding over on Robinhood.
Yeah, down 10.
Yeah, let's talk about Bloom. is just blooming to the upside here. Shout out to that song by Troye Sivan. You've got Q1 EPS 44 cents per share, well above estimates of 13 cents. Sales 751.054 million, well above estimates of $551.557 million. Apparently, this is record Q1 2026 revenue. That's 208% product revenue growth year over year. Overall revenue growth 130% to the upside. They raised their fiscal 2026 revenue growth guidance midpoint to roughly 80% year over year growth. Their prior guidance implied roughly 60% year over year growth. Good look here for BE gross margin here, 30%. That's going to be up by a couple percentage points year over year. Non-GAAP gross margin also up on a year-over-year basis, much like Starbucks. Hard to find any weakness in this BE report.
We'll try to find out if BE can wind up holding that. Up to 250 is a good little call there. Look, yesterday, Joe and I sat here. We discussed it. I mentioned to him that crypto was going to be a problem. He showed me the volume of Bitcoin. I said, I don't think that really matters. Crypto trading would be lower, and I think that that's true. Not just because of Bitcoin. I mean, remember, when they report crypto, it's all the crypto, right? I mean, it's a lot of people. We're not even talking about Fartcoin or anything like that anymore. And when that kind of stuff slows down, you really do see that there. Yeah, what even is that, Michael Noss? But yeah, right down into. I don't think this is like the be all end all. You're just falling right back to where you were a little while ago. I think it's a little silly. You go from $68 up to $94 and just falling back in. So, this is what happens with the ebbs and flows of earnings. We'll just have to wait to see if we do wind up holding. I'm still gonna look. We're 1 for 1. We said they would miss. We said it would be downside. I'm going to hold up the fact that I think it still winds up beating where we are. We've got to wait for the call to happen. But I think tomorrow...
It's less than the expected move for now.
Yeah, for now. Well, wait a minute. It was 12%, right? The expected move or so? I don't know what Robinhood was... Yeah.
10.1% for Robinhood.
10.1. So, yeah.
Bloom, I believe Bloom and Enphase were tied at 15%. Then you had... SPX at around 11.
Starbucks is going to be the winner, right? Because Starbucks is up a little bit more probably than they were expecting.
Bloom and Enphase are nowhere close to the expected, not even sniffing it. On Sympathy, just worth watching. SoFi able to hold. Only 2% down, holding the 50 period, holding $18. If Hood doesn't break lower, the Sympathy bounce play might be easier than the try to catch the falling knife. And thanks for the super chat there, Dave. Great show. You guys kick serious. You know what? Thanks so much for putting it on. And we'll be back tomorrow. You know how we roll, where there's even bigger earnings. I want to promise crazier, but bigger earnings.
Will not be crazier.
Bigger earnings names. The Fed as well. What do we think?
You like earnings season?
You like Bloom?
Yeah, she likes it. It's literally her favorite season over there. My favorite season, summertime, and we're getting closer and closer to some summertime weather. Hello? Around
Randy's
here.
long gone.
Yeah, Randy's gone, man. Randy's gone.
Nice.
Over there. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining us right here. We could go on forever, but we got places to be. Thank you for staying back with us. Robinhood, Seagate. Bloom Energy, we gave it to you all. Go find it. Hopefully your positions are well. You can't trade options now. You got to wait for tomorrow morning. I still think Robinhood gets close to $80 for sure by tomorrow. So we'll see if we bounce off the 50 period moving average. Right. Good show. We got a lot of super chats about that. So there we go, man. Congratulations on Bloom Energy. I know Sharif has that.
That's a good one.
As well. So we'll see everybody tomorrow. Ciao. Thanks, Adara. Great work on the earnings, Adara.
And go Visa. That's up.